Chapter 1, The Awakening System at 80. Li Lao, I apologize. Your vitality has already declined to the 4th level of the blood refinement realm. According to the requirements of the martial arts hall, you can no longer serve as an instructor. This is your remuneration for teaching the younger generation last month. In the Daqian dynasty, in a secluded courtyard in the eastern part of Yuanshou city, a middle-aged man, laden with regret, handed a contract and a few pieces of silver to the despondent Yuanshou, shaking his head and sighing as he departed. Yuanshou stood in the courtyard, his fists clenched tightly. His entire being resembled a deflated balloon, his tall and slender frame instantly stooping, while his aged countenance was marred by a sense of unwillingness and helplessness. Sigh. Yuanshou could not help but exclaim in despair. Once renowned as a demon hunter in Yuanshou city, he refused to succumb to age, even in his 80s. After retiring from the Demon Hunter Bureau, he took up a position at the martial arts hall in the eastern city to support his family by teaching children martial arts. Alas, time is relentless. Martial artists in the blood refinement realm begin to decline after the age of 50. After 30 years of deterioration, Li Yuanshou's former prowess had dwindled to almost nothing, and now he could barely maintain the 4th level of the blood refinement realm. Thoughts of his frail, bedridden wife, his son with disabilities, and his grandchildren, who had only just embarked on the path of martial arts, surged within him, leaving him deeply frustrated. In the past, his wife had suffered complications during childbirth, leaving her with lasting ailments. Yet, for the sake of their children's better life, she insisted on returning to martial arts less than 3 years after giving birth, accepting demon hunting missions alongside him, during which she suffered an injury that rendered her paralyzed. His son, in his quest to support the family, also sustained a disability during a demon hunting mission. His grandchildren were still young. Now, the family's livelihood depended entirely on his meager position. But now, that source of income had been severed. Decades of relentless effort have ultimately led to nothing. Li Yuanshou tightened his fists, his eyes reddening with indignation. The grand ambitions he had nurtured in his youth still lingered fresh in his mind, yet he found himself unable to realize them, left only with a profound sense of desolation. Reflecting on 2 lives lived, in his spirited 18 years, he had crossed over, believing he could make a mark in this martial world, leaving behind a legacy of greatness and enjoying eternal life. For that goal, he had endured the loss of family in his childhood, surviving through begging. Still, he fought with determination. No matter how arduous the circumstances, he saved every coin from martial training, yearning to rise above. Yet in the end, reality delivered a crushing blow. Without family background, without support, martial arts techniques were hard to come by, resources scarce. By the time he stepped onto the martial path, he had missed the optimal time for training. Despite his countless efforts, he found it impossible to alter the fate of his impoverished existence. If I were alone, it would not be an issue, but I have a wife, children, and grandchildren. Li Yuanshou felt a bitter pang in his heart, the immense pressure almost suffocating him. Not to mention the training of his grandchildren. Just the medical expenses for his wife alone cost 2 taels of silver each month. The savings the couple had accumulated in their early years had long been depleted, and now they barely scraped by on his meager income from the martial arts hall, leaving no room for savings. This 3 taels of silver in hand would last at most until next month. Father. Suddenly, a weak voice called from behind him. Hearing the sound of wheels approaching, he quickly composed himself, turning with a heart full of concern to his eldest son, who could only move with the aid of a wooden wheelchair. Younger, why have you come out? As he spoke, he moved to close the wide-open door and removed his outer garment to drape it over his son. Father. Li Qingyang grasped his father's hand that was draping the garment over him. Speaking softly, I saw Master Su. Li Yuanshou froze momentarily, his voice dry as he asked, Does your mother know? I haven't told her. Li Qingyang lifted his head slightly, his pale face reflecting concern. I came today mainly to talk to you, father. Just take care of your mother and the 2 little ones. There is no need for you to worry about anything else. Li Yuanshou frowned, firmly dismissing his son's concerns. Father. Li Qingyang's expression was resolute as he insisted. With my disabled body, I can neither support you in your old age nor raise my children. It is a great unfilial act. Moreover, I have burdened you for so many years. I feel deep remorse. Li Qingyang's throat tightened, tears welling in his eyes as he felt guilty towards his parents, his deceased wife, and his young children. Thus, he did not wish to remain a burden any longer. Taking a deep breath to suppress his tears, he spoke earnestly. I have never asked anything of you, father, but today, I implore you to allow me to fend for myself. The last sentence came out unexpectedly high-pitched. Without giving Li Yuanshou time to respond, he abruptly leaped from his wheelchair and knelt before his father. Younger, Li Yuanshou hurriedly reached to assist him. "Father!" Li Qingyang shouted, taking a step back, pressing his forehead to the ground, gripping his father's outstretched hand tightly, his voice trembling. "I beg you." Li Yuanshou stood frozen, unable to articulate a response for a long while. After what felt like an eternity, he finally regained his composure, inhaling deeply as he closed his eyes weakly. "It is my inadequacy as a father. In my heart, you are the best father in the world." Li Qingyang could no longer contain himself, collapsing to the ground in sobs. "If there's a next life, I would still wish to be your son and care for you both." Younger, Li Yuanshou gently patted his son's back, carefully helping him back into the wheelchair, covering him with his own garment, ensuring there were no gaps. "Return for now, let me have a moment of quiet." Child departs. Li Qingyang pushed himself away with both hands, leaving behind the silent Li Yuanshou, who unsteadily approached the wooden table, his withered hands gripping the armrest tightly. Bang! As the sound of the wheelchair faded, the wooden armrest shattered with a crash. Li Yuanshou's repressed emotions erupted entirely. In the next moment, he seemed to transform into a fierce tiger, his frail body standing tall and strong. The martial arts he had practiced for years surged forth, each punch infused with vigor, his spirit and energy soaring, as if he were returning to his youth. Fierce Tiger Fist, entry level. Proficiency, 551-2100. In the throes of his furious release, Li Yuanshou seemed to perceive a translucent panel. In a moment of distraction, his martial arts faltered and he felt his strength drain away in an instant, nearly stumbling to the ground. Is this the system? Li Yuanshou instinctively reached out, and the panel remained, not vanishing. Is it an illusion? This sudden thought filled him with both shock and fear. In those early years after his arrival, he had yearned day and night, fantasizing countless times, only to see it all. Shaterno one knew how much this longing had supported him through numerous crises. Nor did anyone know the depths of despair he faced when those dreams collapsed time and again. So now, with the system truly manifesting, he found it hard to believe, afraid it was an illusion, terrified that hope would elude him, once more casting him into an abyss. It hasn't disappeared, it's real. After a long while, Li Yuanshou took time to regain his composure, and the panel remained. It was not an illusion. His long-dormant heart could no longer contain itself. Waves of excitement surging within. Wonderful, wonderful. Li Yuanshou wept tears of joy, his old eyes brimming with tears. He could finally escape the torment, no longer faced with the heart-wrenching choice of sacrificing his wife and children. Quickly calming his emotions, distant memories flooded back. Is this a system for proficiency points? In his previous life, he had been an avid reader of novels, particularly fond of system-themed tales, well-versed in various systems. Soon, he understood the system's purpose. Proficiency roughly corresponded to the number of times he practiced the fierce tiger fist. In other words, each time he practiced a punch, he would gain a point of proficiency, and once the proficiency reached the required value, he could allocate points. Chapter 2: The Hunyuan Longevity Stance. The Bone Refinement Martial Artist. The fierce tiger fist focuses on the bones, corresponding to the bone refinement realm. To rashly allocate points would surely overwhelm my aging body. Li Yuanshou's heart reignited with hope, yet he remained composed. Martial cultivation begins with the blood refinement realm, followed by the bone refinement realm and the organ refinement realm, each step intricately interconnected. The foundation of bone refinement is blood refinement, requiring a robust flow of vitality. Yet his vitality had deteriorated over 30 years. With the vitality of a third-level blood refinement martial artist, how could he support a body of iron bones? Even if the strength from the system directly reinforced his bones, it would lead to an immediate drain on his vitality. Should I allocate points, the stance practice would be the priority. Having practiced for decades, Li Yuanshou had long since devised a plan. Without hesitation, he stood firm, preparing to practice the stance. In the next moment, the information on the panel indeed transformed to reflect the stance. Hunyuan Stance. Minor completion. Proficiency, 18944-2000. Like the fierce tiger fist, the proficiency of the stance also corresponded to the number of times Li Yuanshou practiced. System: allocate points. This time, Li Yuanshou did not hesitate. As his thoughts rose, the panel instantly changed. Hunyuan Stance. Major completion. Proficiency, 16944-3000. At that moment, Li Yuanshou felt an invigorating energy surging into his limbs and bones, instantly filling his aging body with strength. In that instant, he felt as if he had regained 20 years of youth. His once heavy and frail body became light as a feather, as if shedding a layer of burdensome shackles. His long curved back straightened once more. The malnourished frame that had long been emaciated was now revitalized. The strength of the sixth level of blood refinement. Li Yuanshou felt the surging waves of vital energy within his body, overwhelmed with emotion as tears of joy brimmed in his eyes. Once a martial artist at the ninth level of blood refinement, he was no stranger to such power. Just a single enhancement. His cultivation had astonishingly restored 3 minor realms. The sixth level of blood refinement life now holds promise. Li Yuanshou felt a compelling urge to roar with elation. Yet, as a seasoned elder tempered by the passage of time, he restrained that impulse to avoid alarming his wife, children, and grandchildren. I still have ample proficiency to enhance. After a brief moment of delight, Li Yuanshou proceeded to make further enhancements. Soon, the Hunyuan posture was maximized, reaching the pinnacle of proficiency where no further enhancements could be applied. Hunyuan longevity posture, minor accomplishment. Proficiency, 84415000. The name of the technique had changed. Yet, it was not merely a matter of substituting a few characters. In his mind, Li Yuanshou was presented with an entirely new set of foundational techniques, the method for practicing the Hunyuan longevity posture. Both are foundational techniques. The foundation established by this Hunyuan longevity posture is evidently more robust with the same practice time. Its efficiency is at least tenfold that of the original technique. If I had practiced the Hunyuan longevity posture from the start, my peak strength could have been sustained until the age of 80, and even at 100, I could have maintained a formidable presence at the 7th level of blood refinement. As Li Yuanshou contemplated the disparities between the two foundational techniques, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, waves of emotion surging within him. It is worth noting that the Hunyuan posture originated from the Demon Catcher's Bureau. While it is not the highest tier foundational technique, it is undoubtedly the most suitable for establishing a solid foundation, yielding a more enduring flow of vital energy. Conversely, the Hunyuan longevity posture. It enhances the advantages of the Hunyuan posture while addressing its shortcomings and amplifying its effects tenfold. The value of this is immeasurable. I labored for nearly 20 years to purchase the Hunyuan posture, accumulating that 100 taels. This was primarily due to the Hunyuan posture's greatest advantage being its foundational nature, which leads to a gradual enhancement of vital energy, requiring substantial time and restorative aids. In contrast, the Hunyuan longevity posture. Not only is it suitable for establishing a foundation, but can also extend one's lifespan significantly, effectively slowing the decline of vital energy. Its price is at least 20 times that of the Hunyuan posture. Moreover, it is an entirely new technique. With no overlap with the techniques of the demon catchers or the major martial arts academies, it is a unique manuscript, and its overall value could potentially be 100-fold. Having made enhancements twice in succession, Li Yuanshou had already restored himself to the 9th level of blood refinement. Additionally, due to the unique nature of the Hunyuan longevity posture, his vital energy was nearly 10 times more robust than that of a peak adult, flowing with a purity and depth previously unmatched. With my current vital energy, both in quality and quantity, I likely surpass even those at the initial stages of bone refinement. However, after blood refinement comes bone refinement. The significance of foundational techniques for his future cultivation would diminish considerably. Thus, he contemplated whether to sell the Hunyuan longevity posture to the Demon Catcher's Bureau to maximize this newfound advantage. This technique is too extraordinary. Hastily presenting it may lead to trouble. I must deliberate carefully. Li Yuanshou pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly. First, I must enhance the Fierce Tiger Fist. As he began to practice the Fierce Tiger Fist, the interface transformed to display information regarding this martial art. The Fierce Tiger Fist is a martial art of bone refinement. Initially, he had expended 100 times the cost of the Hunyuan posture to acquire it. Alas, Li Yuanshou had started his training too late, missing the optimal time for bone refinement. Despite his dedicated practice, he had been unable to step into that realm as his vital energy waned. Had he been able to advance further back then, he would not have fallen to such depths. Today, I shall step into the coveted realm of bone refinement. Li Yuanshou resembled a awakened beast, his eyes glimmering with brilliance as he focused on enhancing the Fierce Tiger Fist. The proficiency of the Fierce Tiger Fist was significantly lower than that of the Hunyuan posture. This was because, from the age of 28 when he finally gathered enough funds, he had not ceased his practice of foundational techniques for over 50 years, apart from marrying, having children, and sustaining injuries. The Fierce Tiger Fist, however, had only come into his possession in his 40s. Having practiced for merely a decade, he had already begun to experience a decline in vital energy, insufficient to sustain his training. Even so, over 5,000 proficiency points still provided Li Yuanshou with a tremendous boost. Crack, 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 accompanied by astonishingly crisp sounds. Li Yuanshou's entire body resonated, his bones cracking like popping beans. In mere moments, his bones underwent 2 transformations, and his martial arts realm ascended into the long-sought bone refinement. Snap! At the instant of his transformation, the stone slab beneath him shattered, fracturing into countless intricate lines. This was a result of his bones, now as solid as iron, having undergone 2 refinements, causing the slab of green stone, an inch thick, to buckle under the new density. Is this the power of bone refinement? Li Yuanshou felt a mix of delight and astonishment. Why does it feel less potent than the vital energy boost from the Hunyuan longevity posture? Although he could distinctly sense the transformation within his bones, and that his strength had surpassed 1,000 pounds, it seemed that the initial changes brought by bone refinement did not surpass the increase in vital energy. One upgrade of the Hunyuan posture adds 1,000 proficiency points. One upgrade of the Hunyuan longevity posture adds 5,000 proficiency points. The proficiency required for upgrading the Fierce Tiger Fist is the same as that for the Hunyuan posture. Perhaps this signifies that its potential is equivalent to that of the Hunyuan posture. Li Yuanshou pondered, arriving at this conclusion as the only feasible explanation. Nonetheless, bone refinement is bone refinement, and its strength naturally far exceeds that of blood refinement. It is simply that his foundational techniques have thickened the foundation of his vital energy. The two do not require comparison, as they complement one another. The vitality surpassing the strength brought by bone refinement is a fortunate occurrence. Blood is the cornerstone of martial arts, and the more abundant it is, the greater the potential, resulting in even stronger bones. Furthermore, the Fierce Tiger Fist is merely the beginning, yet to undergo transformation. In the future, it shall undoubtedly prove as formidable as the transformed Hunyuan longevity posture. Within Li Yuanshou, the rich vital energy surged forth, revitalizing his once frail physique. Though his hair remained white and his skin still bore the marks of age, a flush of vitality returned, and the majority of his wrinkles had faded. He cared not for the changes in appearance. What mattered was the hope that lay ahead. The hope for his wife's recovery, the hope for his grandchildren's martial training, even the hope for the healing of Yang Er's crippled legs. Having surmounted this hurdle today, no future challenge shall ever defeat me. Li Yuanshou clenched his fists, his gaze resolute, his spirit brimming with vigor akin to that of youth. The long-dormant desire for martial prowess now fully awakened. Chapter 3. Unwelcome guests arrive. The might of a martial artist. Clang. As Li Yuanshou was contemplating his future, a sudden thud resonated from the front courtyard. It was the sound of his own door being kicked open. Li Yuanshou, get out here. Simultaneously, a familiar yet foreign voice echoed from the courtyard, brash and filled with bravado. This wretch dares to come back. Li Yuanshou's eyes widened in anger as he stormed toward the front courtyard. In the courtyard, Li Yuanshou's grandson, Xiao Wu, and granddaughter, Yi, were practicing martial arts, having been instructed by their father or uncle to remain outside that day. Upon witnessing the intrusion, they were taken aback. The 2 little ones were startled, causing their composure to falter. Upon recognizing the familiar yet unfamiliar visage of the newcomer, the young girl instinctively hid behind Xiao Wu, timidly uttering, "You bad person, do not speak ill of my grandfather. Scoundrel, you treacherous little wretch, bearing the blood of the Wang family. Yet you dare to stand with that outsider against your own father?" The middle-aged man, clad in a resplendent robe, initially wore a smile that was soon replaced by a furious expression upon hearing his daughter's defense of the old man. His anger boiled over, and he exclaimed through gritted teeth, "Wretched daughter." With that, he raised his hand as if to strike. The 2 little ones stumbled back in fright, nearly losing their balance. "Wang Cheng, is this how you conduct yourself as a father?" A sharp voice rang out from the side room as Li Qingyang, straining against his wheelchair, arrived in the courtyard, fiercely rebuking the robed man. "Father, uncle." The 2 little ones rushed towards Li Qingyang. "Xiao Wu, Yi, do not be afraid." Li Qingyang extended his arms to embrace the 2 little ones, directing a fierce glare at Wang Cheng, who was once both a brother and a brother-in-law. "Wang Cheng, the Li family has severed all ties with you. Should you dare to cause any more trouble, I will not hesitate to bring you before the authorities. You, worthless scoundrel, are no better than that old fool. Besides reporting to the officials, what other skills do you possess?" Wang Cheng, infuriated by the mention of the authorities, sneered and retorted, "Do you really think that sending me to prison will lead to my demise? Nonsense." He spat vehemently, gritting his teeth. "Last time, you failed to end me. Today, I vow to repay you tenfold, 100-fold. You too, Go fetch that rebellious girl. Wang Qing cast a cold glance at the daughter nestled in Li Qingyang's embrace, impatiently gesturing to the two burly men behind him. You dare. At that moment, Li Yuanshou bellowed, striding into the front courtyard with a stern expression. Grandfather, he is a wicked man. He wants to harm Yaya and has insulted you and uncle. I do not want to go with him. The little girl, upon seeing Li Yuanshou, rushed into his arms, clinging tightly to his leg, terrified of being taken away. Do not cry, Yaya. Your grandfather will not allow anyone to take you away. Li Yuanshou had always cherished this granddaughter as if she were his own, never allowing her to endure such indignities. He immediately bent down, gently wiping away the little one's tears, taking her small hand in his, and stepping protectively in front of his descendants. Then, turning to Wang Cheng, his face darkened ominously, a fierce anger raging within him. You wretched creature, last time I spared you for the sake of Yaya and Qingqing, merely giving you a lesson. Yet, here you are, daring to stir up trouble once more. Do you truly believe I will continue to tolerate your insolence? Wang Cheng, upon seeing Li Yuanshou, was instantly consumed by fury. He recalled the torment he had endured during his 6 months in prison, while Li Yuanshou roamed free. The thought of it made him wish to devour Li Yuanshou whole. 5 months. 5 months. Do you have any idea how I survived those 5 months? It is all your own doing. Li Yuanshou felt Yi trembling and suppressed his anger, coldly commanding, get out at once, or do not blame me for my wrath. Ha! Wang Qing interrupted Li Yuanshou's words with a laugh. Did you all hear that? He boisterously laughed, casting his gaze upon the two burly men beside him, grinning shamelessly, baring his teeth. This old fool has clearly dwindled in vitality to the point of being dismissed from the Jindong martial arts school, utterly stripped of protection. Yet he still dares to threaten me. The two stout men remained silent. Wang Cheng, feeling suddenly disinterested, shook his head and looked at Li Yuanshou, his expression instantly turning icy. Old fool, I forgot to mention, thanks to you, I have now become the honorary vice master of the Black Tiger Martial Arts School. Not even the authorities can touch a hair on my head. He shook his head disdainfully, gritting his teeth, his fingers jabbing. You have already become, just like your worthless son, a mere relic of the past. Wang Cheng, Li Yuanshou's eyes widened in anger. Hey, at this point, I am not afraid to tell you. Wang Cheng let out a cold laugh and said ominously, do you know how your precious daughter met her demise? It was you. Li Yuanshou's pupils constricted, and his heart was filled with immense shock. He had always believed that his daughter had succumbed to illness. Never had he imagined that this wretched being could be so ruthless. Ha! Very well, I have come today solely to witness your expression of utter fury. Unable to retaliate against me. Wang Cheng laughed triumphantly, exclaiming with delight, how exhilarating. Yet, in the next moment, Li Yuanshou unleashed a thunderous roar. Beast! Li Yuanshou, filled with fury, struck fiercely across Wang Cheng's face. Wang Cheng let out a dreadful scream, staggering several meters away. Audacious! The expressions of the two burly men changed dramatically as they shouted in anger. Wang Cheng's proximity to Li Yuanshou left them no time to react. Witnessing Wang Qing being struck, both men threw powerful punches from either side, the force of their blows generating a fierce gust of wind. Such a strike would make even a 9th-tier blood-refining martial artist hesitate to confront it head-on. Get lost. Li Yuanshou extended his arms, merely pushing his hands forward. Two burly men, towering at 2 meters and as robust as oxen, were sent flying backward, spewing blood like kites severed from their strings. A bone refinement master. Before the two men even touched the ground, they exclaimed in astonishment, their faces contorted with fear. They were 9th-level warriors of the blood refinement realm. Who else could render them utterly defenseless, if not a bone refinement master? Father? Li Qingyang was equally astonished. Hadn't he his father already weakened to the point of being a mere blood refinement 3rd-layer practitioner? When had he transformed into a bone refinement martial artist? You take the little ones back first, keep an eye on your mother, and do not let her worry. Although Li Yuanshou was filled with anger, he did not forget his family. He gently lifted his granddaughter and grandson, placing them into his son's embrace. With a firm grip on the wheelchair's armrest, he deftly turned the chair around. With a mere light tap, he propelled the wheelchair towards the hall, 30 meters away. He observed as his son closed the door behind him. Li Yuanshou exhaled a deep breath, his gaze sharp and imbued with a palpable aura of menace as he advanced towards Wang Cheng. Is this old man truly a bone refinement martial artist? Impossible. In his prime, he could not enter the bone refinement realm. How could he possibly attain such a level after 30 years of waning vitality? At this moment, Wang Cheng watched in disbelief as 2 9th-tier blood refinement guards were effortlessly injured, their cries echoing in his ears. He felt as if struck by lightning, plunging into an abyss of despair. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not comprehend why Li Yuanshou, who had just been dismissed from the Jindong martial arts school, could possess the prowess of a bone refinement martial artist. I had offered you a chance. Li Yuanshou's footsteps were heavy, and his heart was even heavier. He had devoted himself to martial arts, neglecting his family, and had already been filled with remorse over his daughter's death. Now, upon learning that she had not succumbed to illness but had been murdered, an indescribable sense of oppression and anguish engulfed him. Father. No, Dad. Wang Qing suddenly awakened with a start, scrambling over to embrace Li Yuanshou's leg, crying out, "Father, I know I was wrong. I beg you, for my sake, no, for Qingqing's sake, spare me this once more. I promise, I will become a better person. Distance myself from Wanghu City, and never again bring shame upon your eyes." Wang Qing understood Li Yuanshou's ruthless nature better than anyone. The more composed his tone, the clearer it was that his murderous intent had been stirred. He did not wish to die. What right do you have to mention Qingqing? Li Yuanshou let out a thunderous roar, his fury erupting completely. Chapter 4. The Fiend. Accompanied by Wang Qing's anguished scream. Li Yuanshou's gaze was fierce, resembling that of a frenzied beast, as he ruthlessly snapped one of Wang Qing's arms. "Father, I understand my mistakes." Wang Qing cried out. "It was that venomous woman from the Black Tiger Martial Arts School who forced me. She compelled me." His anguished screams echoed as he struggled, his face a mixture of snot and tears. The excruciating pain caused him to writhe on the ground, yet he remained unable to break free. "Rest assured, I shall ensure she joins you." Li Yuanshou's voice was deep and his expression was grim as he crushed Wang Qing's arm. The man who had caused his daughter's demise would not escape unscathed. He would ensure their suffering was prolonged. "Father, I beseech you, for Yaya's sake, please spare me." Wang Chong, unable to withstand even the punishments of the county jail, found himself faltering under Li Yuanshou's torment, his speech becoming disjointed after just a few breaths. With a voice trembling with fear, he implored, "Surely you do not wish for Yaya to lose her father?" Li Yuanshou replied coldly, "Rest assured, in the future, Qingyang will provide her with the paternal love she deserves, while you shall no longer exist in her world." Li Yuanshou calmly grasped Wang Qing's leg, inch by inch, applying pressure with a deliberate slowness, meticulous yet forceful. "She is my daughter, bearing my blood." Wang Qing's face contorted in agony, veins bulging on his forehead. His eyes bulging as he cried out in a heart-wrenching manner, "If you truly dare to kill me, even if you are unafraid of the infamy, unafraid of being the subject of scorn, do you not fear being resented by Yaya?" The old man declared, "I would rather be remembered with resentment by her than allow you to live." Li Yuanshou had yet to relent. He possessed the power to extinguish Wang Qing's life at any moment, yet he chose instead to torment him, rendering Wang Qing to a state of unbearable agony. In but a brief moment, Wang Qing found himself rendered speechless. At that juncture, he lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, utterly incapacitated, resembling naught but a puddle of mud. Where was the arrogance he had exhibited upon forcefully entering? Hiss! This scene was witnessed by two burly men, who could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. Good heavens! How dare this worthless wretch offend such a formidable fiend? They, aligned with the Black Tiger Martial Arts School, which housed bone-tempering masters, were not particularly intimidated by Li Yuanshou's prowess. What truly instilled fear in their hearts was Li Yuanshou's ruthlessness. He could unleash such cruelty upon his own son-in-law, the father of his beloved granddaughter. How merciless must he be towards outsiders? Even though the Black Tiger Martial Arts School was inherently a grave force, populated by formidable individuals, none could rival Li Yuanshou's level of brutality. It was utterly shocking. However, knowing that Wang Cheng was the favored paramour of the schoolmaster and had come at the master's personal behest, they mustered their courage to implore, "Esteemed elder, you have already tortured him to the brink of death. Your wrath should have subsided. We beseech you to show mercy and spare his wretched life." Li Yuanshou turned a deaf ear. The burly man, bearing a scar across his face, with a countenance shifting between shadows and light, gritted his teeth and implored, "My master is also a bone-refining martial artist. I beseech you to show him some consideration." Upon uttering these words, Li Yuanshou paused momentarily, his head turning with a mechanical precision. His bloodshot eyes were devoid of any emotion, resembling the gaze directed at the deceased. His voice emerged like a specter clawing its way from the depths of the underworld, raspy and imbued with an icy malevolence. "Are you threatening me?" "And no, I wouldn't dare." The scarred brute shook his head fervently, retreating with great difficulty due to his grievous injuries. "Do not be hasty. Your turn will come soon enough. The entirety of the Black Tiger Martial Arts School shall serve as a grave for my daughter. And no, I will not allow you to perish so easily. I intend to deliver you to the Demon Hunter's Bureau, where you shall endure torment beyond what even demons can bear." At this point, Li Yuanshou's countenance twisted into a ghastly visage, his voice dripping with malice and madness, radiating an overwhelming aura of fury. "You've lost your mind. You are a lunatic." The two burly men felt a chill creep down their spines, their cries echoing like those of lost dogs as they frantically crawled away, their battered bodies dragging behind them. Enter the gates of the Li family and expect to leave? Li Yuanshou, akin to a ferocious beast, leapt forth and seized the ankles of the two individuals, swiftly casting them beside Wang Cheng. "No, stop, madman, stay away," they cried out in despair. Moments later, the three instigators of today's disturbance lay in a wretched heap. Yet, Li Yuanshou remained relentless. As he declared, he intended to deliver them to the Demon Capture Bureau for further torment. He procured a length of rope, binding their ankles together, and began to drag them out. "Madman, just kill me." Wang Cheng and his companions, having fainted from their agony, were roused again, their voices erupting in frantic wails. "How could I allow you to perish without experiencing the cruelest torments of this world?" Li Yuanshou whispered expressionlessly. disregarding his disheveled white hair and the grime and blood staining his clothes. With resolute steps, he dragged a few individuals onto the bustling street. Was that really Brother Yuanshou? How had he come to this state? In the early morning, the willow tree alley saw a gathering of many, both young and old, some being neighbors of Li Yuanshou, others former colleagues with whom he shared a bond. Upon hearing that Wang Cheng was causing trouble again, they assembled a group of acquaintances to aid Li Yuanshou, only to be met with the sight of him in such a ghostly demeanor. Everyone was taken aback. Brother Yuanshou, could it be that the wretched Wang Cheng has harmed you? An elderly person, filled with righteous indignation, attempted to inquire, but after taking just a few steps, he was struck by the scene behind. A sharp intake of breath followed. What had transpired? Is it that troublemaker Wang Cheng? How could it result in this? Were those not the notorious Scar and Ironhead from the Black Tiger Martial Arts Hall? They were formidable warriors of the 9th level of blood refinement, infamous for their ferocity, so much so that even Su, the master of the Jindong Martial Arts Hall, dared not provoke them. How had they ended up in such a state? Could it be that Uncle Shou had done this? The crowd murmured in disbelief, grappling with the inconceivable. Was it not said that he had already deteriorated to the 3rd level of blood refinement, unable to remain in the Jindong Martial Arts Hall? How could he have subdued the 2 fearsome figures from the Black Tiger Martial Arts Hall to this extent? What had transpired between them, compelling this kind and gentle elder to bring such torment upon them? Your goodwill is appreciated, old man acknowledges it. Li Yuanshou observed the furious expressions of the crowd, armed with clubs and swords, and immediately discerned their intentions. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and, with a hoarse voice, stated, "The matter has been resolved, so there is no need for your concern." With that, he navigated through the parted throng, dragging the barely conscious trio towards the demon catcher's bureau at the heart of the city. Once a demon catcher himself, though retired, he still held a lingering connection to the profession. In times of necessity, one could seek assistance from the bureau, and such opportunities were exceedingly rare. Each retired demon catcher was permitted to invoke this chance only once. In dire circumstances, it served as a life-saving talisman, safeguarding the lives of one's family. Thus, no one would squander it lightly. This was also the reason Wang Cheng felt emboldened to confront Li Yuanshou upon learning of his weakened state. He presumed that Li Yuanshou would not readily utilize this opportunity. After all, he was Li Yuanshou's son-in-law, the father of Yaya. Unfortunately, he underestimated both Li Yuanshou's capabilities and his ruthlessness. Erroneous judgments come at a cost. Today, Li Yuanshou intended to ensure that Wang Cheng experienced the terrifying tortures of the bureau, feared by demons, before facing his demise. Chapter 5. The Demon Catcher's Bureau. Old companions of the martial masters. Li Yuanshou, accompanied by Wang Cheng and another, strode purposefully towards the demon hunting bureau. Upon entering the bustling street, a wave of commotion ensued. This old man is remarkably fierce, having captured 3 shape-shifting demons. These 3 are demons? They appear somewhat familiar to me. Aren't these the Scarred Blade and Iron Head from the Black Tiger Martial Arts School? I recognize both of them, without a doubt. Could it be true? Scarred Blade and Iron Head possess the formidable prowess of the 9th level of blood refinement, and being from the Black Tiger Martial Arts School, who would dare to confront them? Dragging them along resembles the actions of Old Li. Old Li? Wasn't he supposed to be in a state of decline, unable to even maintain the 4th level of blood refinement? How could he possibly defeat 2 practitioners at the 9th level from the Black Tiger Martial Arts School? Li Yuanshou had resided in Wanhu City for 80 years, and it was not long before he was recognized by the townsfolk. As he walked through the streets, whispers and murmurs filled the air. However, the imposing aura that surrounded Li Yuanshou deterred anyone from approaching him, forcing them to follow at a distance. Upon reaching the demon catcher's bureau, 2 guards were taken aback at the sight of an elderly man accompanied by 3 robust men and a throng of people trailing behind him, causing a palpable sense of trepidation to settle in their hearts. Li Yuanshou voluntarily halted before the yamen, clasping his fists in salute to the 2 guards, his voice resonating like thunder. "Esteemed colleagues, I am the demon catcher Li Yuanshou. This is my long-estranged and nefarious son-in-law, Wang Cheng. Today, he has conspired with 2 martial artists from the Black Tiger Martial Arts School to brazenly intrude upon the private residence of a demon catcher in broad daylight, launching an assault on my family. Their crimes are egregious. I implore the yamen to deliver justice on my behalf." Li Yuanshou took the initiative to clarify his intentions, causing the 2 guards to breathe a sigh of relief. However, upon regaining their composure, they were struck with astonishment. As guards of the demon-slaying division, they had heard their superior, Lieutenant Sun Dingen, speak of Li Yuanshou with great reverence, despite the rumors of his waning vitality and declining health. It was hard to fathom that this elderly gentleman could have defeated 2 formidable practitioners at the 9th level of blood refinement. In the West City, at the Black Tiger Martial Arts School, the headmaster Zhao Rian, a towering figure with a robust physique, was taken aback by the news. "What? You mean Wang Cheng and his cohorts were bested by an octogenarian? That old codger even approached the demon-capturing bureau? In her presence, her burly disciples seemed diminutive, akin to fledglings. What a bunch of useless fools," she exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and fury coursing through her. To her, Wang Cheng was merely a plaything intended to please her, and she never anticipated that he would embroil her in such a significant predicament. Despite her ability to single-handedly manage the affairs of the Black Tiger Martial Arts School, she was acutely aware that the success of the establishment was not solely due to her efforts, but rather the backing of the Zhao family behind her. In the face of the formidable demon-capturing bureau, not only was her modest school inconsequential, but so too was the Zhao family. In an instant, Zhao Rian's dark complexion turned ashen. While Wang Cheng's demise was of little consequence, the fact that he had dragged her into this mess was intolerable. I have no choice. Only the Zhao family can save me. I must seek out my father. With urgency coursing through her veins, she hastened toward the Zhao residence. Soon after, at the Zhao family estate, Zhao Fu was taken aback by the sudden entrance of his daughter. Yuan, do not panic. Speak slowly, he urged. Having served as the steward of the Zhao family for decades and granted the surname Zhao, he had earned a certain level of respect, even from those of the bone refinement realm. He often advised his daughter to maintain composure in times of crisis, believing that as long as the Zhao family stood firm, they would weather any storm. I have offended the demon-capturing bureau. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu collapsed into his chair. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at his beloved daughter. Have you lost your mind? Father, it wasn't me. It was that useless Wang Cheng, a mere plaything I had been indulging. He mentioned seeking revenge on an old man, and I foolishly sent him to attendance. I had no idea. Zhao Rian recounted the entire ordeal. Zhao Fu felt as if half the world had crumbled around him. Finally, he sighed, stay here, I will go seek the Lord's assistance. After all these years, I may not have achieved great merits, but I have endured hardships. If the Lord is willing to intervene, you may yet keep your life. If he refuses to step in. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Dingyan emerged from the demon-capturing bureau and was momentarily stunned upon seeing Li Yuanshou. He had heard reports from his subordinates about an octogenarian who had incapacitated two fierce warriors from the Black Tiger Martial Arts School. But he had not expected that this individual would be the venerable Li Yuanshou, often spoken of with admiration. Commander Sunday. Li Yuanshou initiated a respectful greeting. Feeling a sense of melancholy within, Sun Dingyan, a junior by more than 20 years, should theoretically be experiencing a decline in vitality. However, he had ventured into the bone refinement realm at a young age, and his prowess was unfathomable. It seemed his vitality was currently at its zenith. Clad in a red-feathered black helmet and adorned in dark iron armor, he appeared to be no more than 30 or 40 years old. In contrast, Li, had it not been for the awakening of the system, could scarcely maintain the vitality of a mere fourth level in blood refinement. There's no need for formality. You are my senior, he expressed. Had it not been for your guidance in my earlier years, I might have fallen prey to demons on my very first mission. His gaze briefly flickered over Wang Cheng and his companions. Were these the individuals who dared to cause a disturbance in your residence? Sun Dingyan's eyes glinted with malice as he commanded, seize them and throw them into the dungeon. Have old Su pry their mouths open. I wish to uncover the audacity behind their actions against the kin of demon hunters. Upon hearing old Su's name, Li Yuanshou understood that Sun Dingyan was genuinely enraged. Old Su, known as the living king of hell within the Demon Hunter Bureau, was responsible for interrogations, and even demons would find it difficult to withstand his methods. Li Lao, it has been a long time since we last met. Please, allow me to escort you inside for a chat. Before Li Yuanshou, Sun Dingyan tempered his noble demeanor, adopting a cordial tone that was like a gentle spring breeze. He took Li Yuanshou by the arm and led him to a secluded courtyard within the demon-slaying department, where he graciously prepared tea for his esteemed elder. Not long ago, I heard you were facing some difficulties in life, and I thought perhaps you were too modest to voice your concerns to someone of my generation. I did not expect you to be a seasoned steed, still galloping forward. As a former subordinate of Li Yuanshou, Sun Dingyan had always kept a keen eye on him. He was acutely aware that this venerable elder had likely been on the verge of declining below the fourth level of blood refinement. Yet it seemed fortune had favored him unexpectedly. Forgive me, I have squandered much of my life. It is only in my later years that I have gained some understanding. And only recently have I broken into the bone refinement realm. Regardless, I must extend my congratulations to you, Li Lao. Li Yuanshou sipped his tea, savoring the lingering fragrance upon his palate, a taste that evoked endless reminiscence. During the exchange of pleasantries, he took the initiative to mention the Hunyuan Changshu stance, leaving Sun Dingyan momentarily astonished. Do you mean to say, esteemed Li, that your ability to maintain your vitality and even transcend to the realm of bone refinement is solely attributed to a technique of your own design? Initially, he had presumed that Li had stumbled upon some rare elixir or serendipitous opportunity, something beyond replication. He was taken aback to discover it was a method of cultivation. The significance of a technique capable of preserving a martial artist's vitality well into their 80s is profound. Throughout history, countless martial artists have succumbed to the decline of their vitality after decades of arduous training, their efforts ultimately in vain. Even the most formidable masters of the bone refinement realm can only rely on their profound skills to delay the deterioration of their life force. Yet now, a technique that can stave off this decline has emerged, a marvel that stirs the soul. Chapter 6, Meeting the Demon Slayer. Astonishing rewards. Indeed, Li Yuanshou nodded slightly and remarked, This cultivation technique is known as the Hunyuan longevity stance, a profound insight I have gleaned from years of contemplation on the Hunyuan stance after my internal retreat. I intend to submit it to the authorities. This had long been his premeditated rationale and intention. The significance of the stance for his future endeavors would diminish considerably. Thus, it would be far more advantageous to exchange it for cultivation resources. Moreover, the Hunyuan longevity stance still possesses the potential for further transformation. Submitting it would not evoke any sense of regret. Should the Hunyuan longevity stance indeed merit its name as imparted by the Venerable Li, it would undeniably be a boon for longevity. Sun Dingen's emotions surged as he connected the dots, realizing the immense benefits this new stance would bestow upon the demon capturers. It would be akin to granting warriors an extension of their lifeline. Given the gravity of this matter, he could not make a unilateral decision. Taking a deep breath, Sun Dingen solemnly declared, "Please, take a seat, esteemed elder. I shall return shortly." Before long, Sun Dingen reappeared, accompanied by 5 individuals. Among them, 4 wore dark iron armor, adorned with red-feathered black helmets, exuding an aura of vitality and prowess akin to dragons and tigers. In stark contrast, the leader appeared far more casual. Clad in a flowing white brocade robe, the fabric shimmered with a silky sheen, hinting at a quality far superior to that of Yuanshou City. This man appeared to be in his 30s, wearing a jade crown, with a handsome visage and a tall, slender frame that did not convey bulkiness. He resembled a refined young gentleman, exuding an air of elegance, yet each step he took radiated the unmistakable strength of a seasoned master. The distance covered with each stride seemed meticulously measured. "Esteemed elderly, allow me to introduce you," Sun Dingen said, standing beside the young man with a smile. "This is the elusive Lord Zhou, the demon-slaying envoy of our demon-capturing bureau, a formidable figure hailing from the Great Qian's demon-slaying division." Demon-slaying and demon-capturing, though similar in nomenclature, they are worlds apart. In the Great Qian, the demon-slaying division stands as the most powerful department. Without exception, it is established in at least the county capital. Conversely, the demon-capturing bureau, while termed a bureau, essentially operates as an extramural organization of the demon-slaying division in smaller cities. The two cannot be compared. I have had the honor of meeting the demon-slaying envoy. Li Yuanshou stood in solemn respect, clasping his hands in greeting. Although he had never encountered the demon slayer, he had heard tales of such individuals who traverse the land year-round. Even when stationed in one location, they tirelessly vanquished demons and monsters, often crossing cities and even counties, all dictated by official orders. Their toil was far more arduous than that of ordinary demon catchers. Li, an esteemed elder of the demon-catching bureau, required no formalities. Zhou Wanhao approached with a cheerful demeanor, lifting Li Yuanshou's spirits and casually gesturing, "Everyone, please take a seat." Once Li was settled, the rest of the assembly followed suit. Nevertheless, all eyes remained fixated on Li Yuanshou, brimming with astonishment. They had all heard from Sun Dingen about this venerable elder, who, after 2 decades of retirement, had, through his mastery of the fundamental stance known as the round stance, devised a unique form of training that sustained his vitality into his 80s. Remarkably, he had even ventured into the realm of bone refinement at such an advanced age. "I have heard from Dingen, and everyone is eager to witness this for themselves," Zhou Wanhao remarked with a smile, raising his hand in invitation. "Might I ask if elderly would be willing to demonstrate?" "Of course, I would be happy to oblige." Li Yuanshou moved with composure, slightly cupping his fists in salute to the crowd. He stepped into the hall, standing resolutely with his sword poised, initiating with a static stance before beginning his practice. Each move was deliberate and powerful, executed with precision, gradually stirring his vital energy to a boiling fervor. Cascading like a brook in full flow, a silent gust of wind began to rise. Li Yuanshou's garments fluttered with a resonant sound, as his every movement exuded an unbroken flow of vitality, seemingly boundless. The essence of his energy was both enduring and vibrant, yet it remained remarkably restrained and refined. This particular stance indeed bore the essence of the Hunyuan posture, yet it possessed an even greater finesse, surpassing many advanced postures in its intricacy. It was unexpected that the venerable elder was such a prodigy. The 3rd, 7th, and 9th forms of his stance were nothing short of a stroke of genius. Practicing this stance would undoubtedly yield a vitality more robust than that of advanced postures, establishing a more solid foundation. It perfectly inherited the merits of the Hunyuan stance while extending its capabilities manifold, truly a rare and exquisite technique. As Li Yuanshou engaged in his practice, the Xuanjiao leaders seated beside him were entranced, their eyes sparkling with admiration. With their cultivation and experience, they could discern from the movements and the flow of energy that this stance was extraordinary. Zhou Wanhao remained silent, seated with his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest, his focus unwavering. His profound cultivation allowed him to perceive nuances that many of his subordinates overlooked, and he was equally astonished. This stance nearly rivaled his family's ancestral technique. It is worth noting that he hailed from the Zhou clan of the county city, a lineage of 1,000 years, whose ancestral technique had been refined through generations of formidable practitioners. At this moment, Li Yuanshou had completed his demonstration and once again bowed courteously to the assembly. Elderly took his seat, and Zhou Wanhao, regaining his composure, smiled warmly as he surveyed the audience. Noticing their spirited demeanor, he formulated a plan. Having witnessed Elder Li's stance, the value of which they all had begun to assess internally, he pondered aloud. I wish to promote Li Yuanshou to the position of Xuanjiao leader, granting him the same salary as the 7th-rank officers in the army. Additionally, I propose to reward him with 100 low-grade bone-strengthening pills, 100 top-grade vitality pills, and a superior martial arts technique, the Serpent Fist. What are your thoughts on this? After speaking, Zhou Wanhe turned to the assembly. Although the office had a long-standing task of submitting techniques, there had never been a precedent for such rewards. Naturally, it was imperative that Li Yuanshou felt satisfied, while also securing the approval of these leaders. For leading the team was no simple endeavor. Replying to the Lord, I believe this is feasible, Sun Dingyan was the first to express his agreement. Raising both hands in support, I second the motion. Another leader chimed in. Li Yuanshou observed that the commander exchanged glances with Sun Dingyan, indicating a close relationship between the two. The subordinates expressed no dissent. The eldest commander seated opposite Li Yuanshou nodded with a smile and also conveyed his support. Out of the 5 commanders, 3 had voiced their agreement. Regardless of the opinions of the remaining 2, the decision was effectively made. Indeed, upon witnessing the consensus, the 2 remaining commanders followed suit. Very well, it was settled. Zhou Wanhe clapped his hands in delight, turning to Sun Dingyan. Dingyan, please assist Commander Li with arrangements shortly. Furthermore, he addressed the assembly with a cheerful demeanor. Tonight at Baobao Building, we shall hold a banquet to celebrate our new commander. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations to my dear brother Li on his promotion to commander. Henceforth, we must engage more frequently and support each other. After Zhou Wanhe had departed, the commanders rose to extend their congratulations. I am deeply grateful for your kindness. I shall treat you all to a feast on another occasion. Li Yuanshou exchanged a few pleasantries with the crowd, his smile warm and inviting. Subsequently, he followed Sun Dingyan to an uninhabited courtyard. Li Lao, this courtyard shall be yours from now on, Sun Dingyan declared, striding into the yard and gesturing towards the surrounding scenery. This is the finest environment among the remaining courtyards. Shortly, someone will come to clean and arrange the essentials. After tonight's banquet, you may move in with your family at your convenience. The 2 men first inspected the residence. Sun Dingyan then led Li Yuanshou to receive the dark iron armor, the command insignia, a sword, and the medicinal elixirs and martial arts knowledge that Zhou Wanhe had mentioned. Meanwhile, Li Yuanshou was tasked with compiling the Hunyuan longevity posture into a tome to present to Zhou Wanhe. With this command position, his status would be akin to that of a peak bone refinement master. Residing in the government office would secure his family's well-being, freeing him from worries as they ventured forth, while his children would enjoy a more favorable environment for martial training. After completing the process, Li Yuanshou found himself still somewhat dazed. This was a treatment he had never dared to even dream of in the past, yet it had now become a reality. The difficulties at home had vanished, and his path in martial arts would be unimpeded. He could almost envision a brand new road gradually unfolding beneath his feet. Chapter 7. Vanquishing Demons. Fiery Sun Blade Technique. 2 perfected martial arts. Old Li, shall we have a simple meal together at noon? It was still before noon. Sun Dingyan's invitation was gracefully declined by Li Yuanshou. My family is still waiting. I will return first, and we can gather later. Bidding farewell to Sun Dingyan, Li Yuanshou did not rush home. Instead, he took the opportunity to purchase a variety of meats and fresh vegetables along the way. Though the Li family is renowned for its martial prowess, like most ordinary martial families, few demon hunters return unscathed, unless one reaches the level of bone-refining martial master. Their fate is scarcely better than that of the common folk. Father, grandfather. Upon returning home, the family remains anxious. Fear not, such occurrences shall not transpire again. Li Yuanshou reassured his children and grandchildren, elucidating the situation and informing them that the family would soon relocate to the demon-catching bureau. Only then did his descendants feel a sense of relief. So, does this mean we will be residing in the demon-catching bureau from now on? Li Qingyang was in a daze, grappling with disbelief. The aspiration that had driven their family for 2 generations, which they believed would only be realized in the era of Xiao Wu and Yi, had unexpectedly been achieved. To his astonishment, his father had accomplished it at the age of 80. Li Qingyang remained silent for a considerable time before letting out a long sigh and saying, Father, you have worked so hard. What does this matter? Li Yuanshou joyfully embraced Xiaowu and Yaya, exclaiming with delight, as long as our family thrives and finds happiness, all hardships and toil are worthwhile. He sat beside his wife's sickbed, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, believing that the happiness of his family made every sacrifice meaningful. Returning to the demon-catching bureau, he resumed his role as leader. He had finally fulfilled his long-held aspiration, paving a new future for his family. At noon, the family enjoyed a splendid meal together, reminiscent of a festive celebration. After the meal, Li Yuanshou spent an hour instructing Xiao Wu and Yi in the practice of the Hunyuan Changshu stance. Once they had initially grasped the fundamentals of standing post, he retreated to the backyard alone, gripping his mysterious iron dagger, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Since his departure from the demon-capturing bureau, Life at home had become increasingly challenging. Over a decade ago, he had sold his beloved dagger, believing at the time that he would never again have the opportunity to wield a blade. I wonder if my demon-slaying techniques have grown rusty. Yuanshou, filled with excitement, swiftly wielded his long knife, revisiting the techniques he had painstakingly honed through countless days and nights. Demon-slaying blade technique. Proficient. Mastery level. 1, 252, 173, 000. Yuanshou had just sheathed his blade and stood at attention when the system panel reappeared before him, gazing at the impressive proficiency level exceeding 100,000. A smile broke across his face. My 30 years of relentless practice with the sword have not been in vain, training more than 5 times daily. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a distinction between methods of internal cultivation and martial arts. The former primarily seeks to elevate one's cultivation level, while the latter focuses on technique. Certain exceptional practices, such as the fierce tiger fist and the spirit snake fist, exemplify a harmonious blend of both internal methods and martial prowess. Any practice associated with cultivation necessitates a foundation of vitality and blood essence, as training demands energy and nutritional support. Conversely, pure martial arts do not impose such limitations. Thus, Yuanshou's demon-slaying blade technique stands as his most proficient martial art, second only to the Hunyuan stance and the fierce tiger fist. This remarkable level of proficiency is more than sufficient for an advancement in martial arts. With the Hunyuan stance as a shining example, Yuanshou felt a surge of anticipation. It only required 2 clicks. Yuanshou has successfully attained the perfected technique of the demon-slaying blade. As he grasped the sword once more, an entirely novel sensation enveloped him, as if he were on the verge of merging with the blade itself. His understanding of the demon-slaying blade technique deepened immeasurably. Not only did he comprehend the intricacies of the swordplay, with each move etched into his muscle memory, but he also gained insights that transcended the confines of this martial art. With this perfected technique alone, he felt confident in his ability to vanquish a 5th-level bone refinement martial artist. Yuanshou's gaze shimmered with insight, profoundly grasping the formidable nature of the perfect blade technique. Although the demon-slaying blade technique is classified within the blood-refining realm, many martial artists continue to employ it even as they advance to the bone-refining realm. Nevertheless, a significant number can only achieve a mere consummation. The distinction between a consummate martial art and a perfected one is but a single step in realm. Yet the disparity in power is exponentially greater. Observe the martial arts that emerge following an upgrade. Yuanshou was eager to continue enhancing his skills. In the next moment, the Fuyao sword technique underwent a breathtaking transformation, akin to the profound changes of the Hunyuan posture. Sun blade technique. Entry-level proficiency. 10, 721, 710. 000. Is this sword technique truly a form of bone-refining martial arts? Yuanshou found himself momentarily transfixed upon acquiring a brand new martial art technique. Conventionally, upon the advancement of blood-refining martial arts, one would expect a transition to bone-refining techniques, akin to the practices of the Hunyuan posture and the Hunyuan longevity posture. However, the newly acquired blazing sun blade technique was profoundly intricate, delving into the realm of internal energy. In the pursuit of martial arts, the journey encompasses 3 stages: blood refinement, bone refinement, and organ refinement, each primarily focused on the tempering of the physical body. It is generally understood that one must reach the bone refining stage to cultivate vital energy, while the application of internal energy necessitates the attainment of the organ refining stage. The fact that the blazing sun blade technique involves internal energy signifies that it transcends mere bone refining martial arts, venturing into the domain of organ refinement. Excellent, excellent, excellent. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yuanshou was genuinely elated. The ability to utilize martial arts from the bone refinement realm to the viscera refinement realm meant that he would no longer have to worry about his martial pursuits for the foreseeable future. Undoubtedly, this was a high-level martial art of value comparable to the Hunyuan longevity posture. Continue to enhance. Yuanshou swiftly increased his attributes. Soon, the Blaze Sun Sword technique was perfected. Blaze Sun Sword technique. Perfection proficiency. 4, 721, 750, 000. Has the proficiency reached its limit? Yuanshou was somewhat taken aback. The next transformation of the Fiery Sun Sword technique required an astonishing 50,000 proficiency. It was of little consequence if I could not enhance it, given my current realm. Even utilizing the perfected Fiery Sun Sword technique was a struggle, let alone mastering the esoteric martial arts of the refining organs realm. Typically, a refining bone master must reach the 9th level of the refining bone realm before they can access inner strength. However, I merely needed to advance to the 7th level of the refining bone realm and accumulate sufficient inner strength to wield it at will. Yuanshou felt a profound sense of contentment. The perfected demon-slaying sword technique had significantly augmented his combat prowess, not to mention the Fiery Sun blade technique that pertained to internal energy. Within the span of just a day, he had already mastered 2 complete and unparalleled skills, allowing his strength to truly rival that of the magistrate's commander. What more could he possibly desire? There was still ample time to further hone his skills in the fierce tiger fist. Yuanshou glanced at the sky, the sun still reigning high above. and continued his cultivation. He retrieved a bone-refining pill and a blood vitality pill from the ornate box and swallowed them, harnessing the searing energy coursing through his body. He began to practice his fist techniques. With the stance of a tiger poised to strike, he unleashed a fierce onslaught. The roar of the tiger echoed through the forest. In the past, Yuanshou had practiced this set of punches countless times without grasping its essence, his vitality insufficient to refine his muscles and bones. However, today, as he resumed this routine, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy, relentless and unyielding. This was not merely due to the consumption of the blood vitality pill and the bone-strengthening pill. The profound benefits of the Hunyuan longevity post contributed significantly as well. The vitality cultivated through this stance was several times more potent than that of an ordinary 9th-tier blood-refining warrior, with this formidable energy backing him. Each movement was steady and powerful, exuding an extraordinary force. At times, he resembled a fierce tiger firmly grounded, unshakable as Mount Tai. At others, he embodied a tiger leaping forth, cutting through the air with a roar. Or like a tiger's roar resounding through the mountains, his punches shattered the silence. As Yuanshou practiced, his proficiency visibly improved. Tiger Fist, Minor Mastery Proficiency, 25,733,000 in the span of merely 3 hours. Yuanshou's proficiency in the Tiger Fist has remarkably surged by 61 points. Upon entering the bone refinement realm, the efficiency of practicing this martial art has multiplied several dozen times. This is the disparity brought about by an elevation in realm. It is not solely the realm. The substantial foundation established through the Hunyuan longevity stance also contributes significantly, even with prior preparation, when he truly experiences it. Yuanshou is still astonished by the formidable depth of this stance. Chapter 8. The Jianghu within the Yamen. Evening. Yuanshou meticulously prepared the ingredients beforehand and, together with his son, crafted a sumptuous dinner before proceeding to Baobao Tower for an appointment. Upon his arrival, the demon exorcising office was just concluding its official duties. Today marked a celebration for him as the new commander, attended not only by several other commanders but also by numerous bone-refining martial artists. The renowned demon slayer, Yuanshou, graced the occasion with his presence. However, it was apparent that the esteemed slayer sensed the attendees' unease. After offering a few words of congratulations, he departed shortly thereafter. It seems that regardless of the setting, sharing a meal with one's superior inevitably brings about a sense of discomfort. Yuanshou felt unperturbed. However, he could distinctly sense that once Zhou Wan had departed, everyone else exhaled in relief, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. The junior, Su He, raised a toast to Captain Li, congratulating him on his return to the office. The junior also offered a drink in honor of Captain Li. The martial artists, who had been seated properly at the adjacent table, all rose to pay their respects with a toast. Yuanshou welcomed all visitors, albeit merely out of courtesy. Nevertheless, the martial artists found him quite amiable, which further enlivened the atmosphere. Some even cheerfully suggested attending a concert that evening. Yuanshou, of course, had no such inclination. Once the banquet had concluded and the raucous crowd swayed their way towards the brothel, he prepared to return home alone. However, Li Lao, Sun Ding'an, and 2 commanding officers caught up with him from behind, insisting that it was customary to present congratulatory gifts on such occasions. With that, the 3 of them produced their meticulously prepared brocade boxes. "This is unnecessary, truly unnecessary," he replied. Yuanshou repeatedly declined the offer. Sun Ding'an had already assisted him greatly, and it seemed inappropriate to accept further gifts. "There is no need for such modesty," said the middle-aged commander named Su Yuan with a smile. "This is an unwritten rule. Everyone receives their share, so please do not refuse." With that, he placed the ornate box into Yuanshou's hands and took his leave with a smile. "Commander Su is correct. This is the way of the office, and you shall gradually acclimate," added Sun Ding'an and Qian Duobao, who insisted on placing the box into Yuanshou's embrace. Immediately, Sun Ding'an exchanged a knowing glance with Qian Duobao, who promptly understood and smiled as he bowed, saying, "I shall take my leave first." Once he had departed, Sun Ding'an continued walking alongside Yuanshou, remarking, "I trust you have noticed, elderly, where there are people, there are disputes, and the demon hunting office is no exception." Yuanshou nodded slightly, feeling a twinge of melancholy within. Previously, while presenting the martial arts techniques, he had observed the leaders' expressions and sensed a lack of harmony among them. Today's banquet served to confirm his suspicions. "Given the bond between us, regardless of whether you align with the Sun or Qian families, the Zhao family will inevitably regard you as a potential adversary, especially since you harbor some grievances with the Black Tiger Martial Arts School." Sun Ding'an cautioned, "The Zhao family has always been domineering. You must remain vigilant in the days to come." "I shall take heed," he replied. Yuanshou was well aware of the situation, yet he still took note of the sentiment. He had looked after numerous juniors, many of whom were still engaged in the demon-catching bureau, aside from those who had retired due to injuries. Among them were several bone-forging martial artists. However, there was no one else who revered and cared for him quite like Sun Ding'an. The Zhao brothers would likely return and become aware of the matters concerning the Black Tiger Martial Arts School. It would be prudent for you to prepare yourself mentally in advance. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command. After speaking, Sun Ding'an clasped his hands in farewell and departed. The Black Tiger Martial Arts School, The Zhao family. Li Yuanshou breathed in the frigid air, his mind remarkably clear. The Black Tiger Martial Arts School had only a few low-tier bone refining martial artists, and its master, Zhao Ruyan, was merely at the third level of bone refining, with his own cultivation at the second level of bone refining, coupled with the fury of the Demon Slayer technique. He could effortlessly sweep through the entire Black Tiger Martial Arts School. The Zhao family, however, posed a more formidable challenge. Not to mention that the Zhao family boasted several peak experts in the bone refining realm. The presence of two among them in the Demon Catching Bureau was a troublesome affair. Among colleagues, mutual harm is strictly prohibited. This is an unyielding law. Those who dare to overstep the boundaries, even experts in the bone cleansing realm, cannot escape the calamity of extermination. Nevertheless, trouble is relative. While I may find it difficult to deal with the Zhao family, they equally dare not act against me, whether overtly or covertly. That said, I bear little enmity towards the Zhao family. The Black Tiger Martial Arts School is merely a pawn in their hands. Whether we reach that point will depend on the choices made by the Zhao family. Li Yuanshou is no longer the frail old man he once was. He is no longer someone that the Zhao family can manipulate. If the Zhao family insists on protecting the Black Tiger Martial Arts School, he would not hesitate to eradicate them. Time is of the essence. When Li Yuanshou returned home, his children and grandchildren were already asleep. He noticed that his wife was still awake, so he proceeded to give her a massage, soothing her muscles and invigorating her blood circulation. Once she fell into slumber, he quietly retreated to the backyard to practice martial arts. How did the second brother view Li Yuanshou? Meanwhile, the two leaders of the Zhao family were en route home, still discussing Li Yuanshou. This man, a solitary practitioner, ought to have been closer to Su Yuan, yet unexpectedly, he had formed a connection with Sun Ding'an. However, ultimately, his potential had been exhausted, posing no threat to the Zhao family. Zhao Mingren lifted the curtain of the carriage, feeling the cold wind, his gaze calm. A mere leader who had risen through fortuitous encounters could hardly influence the Zhao family standing. Indeed, even if he were to serendipitously step into the realm of bone refinement, it could not alter the fact that he was over 80 years old. His future was inevitably limited. Zhao Mingde pondered for a moment, chuckled softly, and chose not to elaborate further. The leader of the Demon Capture Bureau was not merely a symbolic position. It entailed intricate disputes over interests. Yet it seemed that an old man like Li Yuanshou was insufficient to sway the situation. Second master, third master, the eldest master requests your presence in the council hall. At the Zhao residence's entrance, Zhao Fu, anxious about his daughter's affairs, waited eagerly until the two gentlemen finally arrived, promptly greeting them. Oh? Zhao Mingren and Zhao Mingde exchanged glances, startled, and hastened towards the council hall. Soon, they learned about the grievances between their Black Tiger Martial Arts School and Li Yuanshou, and their furrowed brows finally relaxed. They had feared a significant issue. It turned out to be merely an offense against Li Yuanshou, a minor inconvenience. Yet nothing of great concern. What? Zhao Mingli, the head of the Zhao family, paused his tea drinking, raising an eyebrow as he inquired. Does this old fellow possess any noteworthy background? Not at all. Zhao Mingren succinctly recounted the day's events. So that's how it is, Zhao Mingli responded, shaking his head and chuckling, dismissing the matter lightly. He is merely a cunning old fool. Does he truly dare to offend the Zhao family? Here rests the plan. Second brother, third brother, when you leave the bureau tomorrow, invite him to Baobao Tower for a chat. I shall personally speak with him. He casually set down his teacup and continued, it's merely a trivial grievance. A little compensation will suffice. Just a small matter. They wouldn't dare to make things difficult for the Zhao family. The two brothers waved their hands nonchalantly. After discussing this matter, Second Master Zhao Mingren glanced around and quietly asked, eldest brother, has that matter encountered any complications? Rest assured, everything is in order. The personnel involved are all loyal servants cultivated by our Zhao family over the years. Eldest Master Zhao Mingli instinctively surveyed the surroundings and solemnly remarked, this time, it was father who personally led the team. That's good to hear. Zhao Mingren and Zhao Mingde's anxieties were entirely alleviated. For the first time in over a decade, they found Zhao Fu waiting at the entrance, initially suspecting a problem with their family business. Chapter 9. A glimmer of hope for recovery. The demon calamity approaches. In the night, the cold wind howled, and the moon shone dimly amidst sparse stars. In the small backyard, the sounds of punches echoed, and leaves danced in the air. Li Yuanshou descended the mountain like a ferocious tiger, exuding an aura as vibrant as a rainbow. His vital energy surged vigorously within, while his bones crackled and his sinews harmonized in a symphony of strength, creating a formidable presence. Only when he began to feel somewhat fatigued did he cease his exertion. Indeed, he had increased his proficiency by an impressive 42 points. Li Yuanshou glanced at the panel. Fierce Tiger Fist, minor accomplishment proficiency, 26, 153, 000. Only a mere 400 proficiency points remain until a breakthrough in Fierce Tiger Fist. Once he relocates, he will transcribe the Hunyuan longevity posture and submit it to the Demon Slayer. Li Yuanshou, taking advantage of the moment to calm his blood and breath, lit an oil lamp and began to practice the Spirit Serpent Fist by standing at the table. Unlike the Fierce Tiger Fist, the Spirit Serpent Fist was inspired by the lethal techniques of mythical serpents, emphasizing the flexibility characteristic of snakes, with the aim of cultivating resilience in one's bones. Each style possesses its unique advantages, and should one master both, the harmonious integration of rigidity and flexibility would yield undeniable lethality. That night, Yuanshou immersed himself in the study of martial arts manuals until late, and eventually drifted into a light slumber. The following morning, shortly after rising and freshening up, he was visited by Sun Dingyan. I understand that you prefer not to trouble others, but moving houses is far more complex than practicing martial arts. So I have brought a few horse-drawn carriages for you, Sun Dingyan stated, gesturing to the attendants who had accompanied him. Today, you shall heed Li Lao's instructions. Whatever he commands, you shall do. Understood? Understood, came the collective response from the 15 or 16 robust attendants. Li Yuanshou discerned that Sun Dingyan had something to convey. While he directed his son, Li Qingyang, to organize the household servants. Together, he and Sun Dingyan made their way to the backyard. Could it be that some upheaval has transpired in Black Tiger Mountain? You are indeed worthy of being the most seasoned elder in the yamen, Sun Dingyan exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration. But his expression soon turned grave as he spoke in a hushed tone. I have just received word that a formidable demon from the refining corpse realm has breached the borders of Black Tiger Mountain, potentially clashing with the Tiger King. From today onwards, we may very well find ourselves embroiled in turmoil. I have specially selected a few sensible maids from my household for you, who have been nurtured since childhood, to assist in caring for Aunt Yu. However, the primary responsibility still lies with you. He looked at Li Yuanshou with concern, his brow furrowed as he continued. According to the regulations of the yamen, each commander must bring their own men to guard the towns below. Black Tiger Mountain is teeming with demons, and whenever unrest arises, it invariably affects the surrounding villages, leading to calamities. The encounter of two demons from the refining corpse realm will undoubtedly result in turmoil more severe than any we have witnessed before. Are you worried that high-ranking bone-refining beasts may emerge? Li Yuanshou discerned Sun Dingyan's apprehension. Indeed, Sun Dingyan paused momentarily before stating, I can arrange for no more than 2 martial masters at the 5th level of bone refining. The advanced stage of bone refining specifically refers to beasts of the 7th level and above. The martial masters, armed with their weapons, would certainly enhance our chances of survival in the face of adversity. Let us see how the demon-slaying envoy chooses to proceed. Li Yuanshou understood that worrying was futile. Ultimately, it depended on the location. The farther one was from Black Tiger Mountain, the safer one would be. However, he was not overly concerned. With the 2nd level of bone refinement cultivation, coupled with an abundance of vital energy several times greater than that of a typical 2nd or 3rd level martial artist, and possessing 2 perfected sword techniques, he could certainly contend against a high-level bone refinement practitioner. There is one more matter I wish to convey to you. Sun Dingyan pondered for a moment and said, I have gathered some information that may be beneficial for Aunt Yu's recovery. Oh? Li Yuanshou was shaken to his core. Sun Dingyan, aware of the deep-seated affliction that troubled Li Yuanshou, chose not to keep him in suspense and spoke candidly. There are 2 approaches. One is to seek out a master of soft internal energy, skilled in refining the inner organs, who can gently realign Aunt Yu's meridians, supplemented by medicinal treatment. The other is far more arduous, requiring a journey to Yawang Valley in Hedong County. Both options present significant challenges. In the last few centuries, the Dacian dynasty has been plagued by malevolent creatures and sinister forces, leading most martial artists to cultivate fierce and aggressive internal energies, while the practice of soft energy has become exceedingly rare. As for Yawang Valley and Hedong, it is a colossal entity, far more profound than the great clans behind the demon-slaying envoy Zhou Wenka. Whichever path one chooses, it is an endeavor as daunting as scaling the heavens for a bone-refining martial artist. Dingyan, I am truly grateful. Li Yuanshou took a deep breath, filled with genuine gratitude. Although it was merely 2 pieces of news, they at least provided him with direction and a glimmer of hope. It was just past 8 o'clock. With the assistance of the Sun family's servants, Li Yuanshou and his family gathered their belongings, and 7 horse-drawn carriages set forth from Willow Tree Alley towards the Demon Capture Bureau. At last, you 2 have arrived. The Demon Slayer is eagerly awaiting your presence. It was only a matter of time before someone was sent to fetch you. The group reached the side entrance of the bureau. Li Yuanshou and Sun Dingyan had just disembarked from the carriage when they were met by a guard from the side gate, who hurriedly approached them with an air of urgency. It appeared that the situation was more dire than they had anticipated. The 2 exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowing in concern. Li Yuanshou imparted a few instructions to his son, while Sun Dingyan also briefed the servants and maids, and together they hurried to the training grounds. As anticipated, nearly 100 individuals had already gathered there. Apart from the demon hunters who were out on various tasks and some blood-refining warriors who had not received prior notification, everyone else was present. All stood in orderly rows, their expressions grave. The demon-slaying commander, Zhou Wanha, clad in silver armor and wielding a long sword at his waist, stood at the forefront, calling out names with the authority of a general mustering his troops. Upon noticing the hurried arrival of Li Yuanshou and Sun Dingyan, Zhou Wanha, who had previously been quite approachable, furrowed his brow and scolded, as leaders, should you not have arrived at the court earlier? However, he did not press the matter further and, in a deep voice, proclaimed, now that all the leaders are present, we shall commence the distribution of tasks. He refrained from mentioning the turmoil at Black Tiger Mountain and focused solely on the allocations. Sun Ding'an, you are assigned to Chimu Town. Depart immediately. And ensure that all the villagers from the surrounding areas are gathered there with utmost speed. Yes. Sun Ding'an stepped forward, clasping his fists. As he turned, he gave a slight nod to Li Yuanshou before swiftly leading his team, donning armor and drawing their swords, out of the court. Li Yuanshou, you were responsible for Yuanshou Town with the same mission. Finally, it was Li Yuanshou's turn. Zhou Wanha, evidently having made prior arrangements, intoned solemnly, Sun Ming, Sun Yu, Zhan Yun, the three of you will accompany Captain Li to guard Yuanshou Town. Should any mishap occur, you shall bear the responsibility. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. This demon-slaying commander had indeed shown favor to Li Yuanshou, not only assigning him 2 5th-level bone-refining warriors that Sun Ding'an had specifically retained, but also a wandering warrior. Additionally, he had provided several 1st and 2nd-level bone-refining warriors, along with a dozen blood-refining warriors. Li Yuanshou, newly appointed as the commander, found himself unacquainted with his duties as he was thrust into a mission. It felt akin to the first day at school, uncertain of where to report. Fortunately, he was accompanied by 2 trusted aides arranged by Sun Ding'an. Commander, this way, they urged, guiding Li Yuanshou to the reserve stable. Before long, the group donned their armor and, mounted on steeds, rode forth from the city, gallantly heading towards the heart of Yuanshou City, specifically to Yuanshou Town. As autumn deepened, leaves cascaded gently to the ground. Perhaps foreseeing impending turmoil, the main road remained devoid of passers-by. Yuanshou Town was not distant. It lay merely 20 miles from Yuanshou City. You several, take your men ahead to the town. Sun Ming, Sun Yu, Zhan Yun, let us act independently and head to the nearby villages. At the fork near Yuanshou Town, Li Yuanshou reined in his horse, assigning 2 1st and 2nd-tier martial artists to lead a portion of the group directly to Yuanshou Town. He, along with several martial artists of the 5th tier, would proceed to various villages before regrouping at Yuanshou Town. Understood, they replied without dissent. Each had, to varying degrees, faced the perils of demons and were well-versed in the protocol of the situation. However, a slight disagreement arose regarding the route. Commander, I shall take the northern path. Sun's 2 kin insisted, eager to venture along the northern countryside road. This route was closer to Heihu Mountain, and should any demons attack, it would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the assault. As they were entrusted by the 2nd master to protect the commander, they felt compelled to shield him from danger. No need, you may proceed to other areas, Li Yuanshou replied calmly. Li Yuanshou, without a shadow of a doubt, took the lead and charged towards the northern village path. Although there were 3 individuals in the team with a higher cultivation realm than his, none had perfected their blade techniques, making his leadership towards the north a more prudent choice. Alas, the 2 members of the Sun family exchanged silent glances. Very well, since our side bears the least burden, we shall allow the commander to proceed. To the north of Hu City lies the imposing Heihu Mountain, and to the south, the rugged Hungshan. Flanked by these 2 formidable ranges, where numerous demonic calamities have unfolded. However, Yuanshou Town has historically been the least affected by such disasters. They need not fret excessively. As long as they gather in the town and extend their utmost care to their commander, they shall be well. Chapter 10, The Wolf Demon Passes Through. A fateful encounter on a narrow path. Li Yuanshou led his companions along the country path, immediately enveloped by the profound essence of autumn. With the arrival of the cold dew, the autumn atmosphere deepened. The city and the countryside seemed like 2 distinct realms, particularly in the rural areas, where withered yellow leaves danced in the wind. The biting cold wind felt like 1,000 needles. Nevertheless, there was a silver lining. The landscape unfolded before them. With the sky a brilliant blue and the earth a rich yellow, the vast expanse of wilderness unencumbered by the foliage of flowers and trees, allowing their vision to expand tenfold. Ahead lay a creature of otherworldly nature. Li Yuanshou had not traveled far when he caught sight of several beastly figures in the distance. They were huddled together in the middle of the rural path, voraciously devouring something. Bring the bow. Li Yuanshou's expression darkened as he extended his imposing hand towards the nearby warrior. The individual promptly presented him with a bow and arrow. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, and his movements fluid and practiced, allowed him to knock the arrow with remarkable skill and precision. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows were deftly entwined and released in unison. A mournful howl echoed from a distance, piercing the air with its chilling intensity. Li Yuanshou simultaneously loosed 4 arrows. 2 struck the neck of a wolf demon, while the other 2 pierced the ribs of another. Fundamental archery technique, minor accomplishment proficiency. 810-2000. Li Yuanshou was greeted by the familiar sight of the panel before him, yet he had no time to attend to it. With a fierce shout of charge, he sharply spurred the horse's belly, causing the steed to rear in pain and gallop forward with astonishing speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he rode forth, the horse thundered across the terrain. Li Yuanshou and the skilled archers by his side swiftly knocked their arrows, unleashing a veritable storm of nearly 100 projectiles in the blink of an eye. It resembled a miniature rain of arrows. The distant wolf demons howled in alarm, yet none managed to escape. Those not yet at the refining corporeal stage found their physical forms to be only marginally sturdier than those of the human race. unable to withstand the piercing steel arrows shot forth by the martial artists and warriors. They pressed forward with renewed haste. Yuanshou, passing through the area, swiftly severed the head of a still-breathing wolf demon. His countenance darkened as he hurried onward. The others, equally grim-faced, hastened to deliver fatal blows and keep pace. For in the midst of the chaos lay two human corpses. There was no doubt, the nearby Zayaki village had fallen victim to a monstrous assault. These unfortunate souls were likely en route to the city to deliver news, only to be pursued and overtaken by the fleet-footed wolf demons, resulting in this tragic outcome. Soon, Yuanshou and his companions arrived at the outskirts of Zayaki village. In the distance, they beheld a scene of despair in the village's grain field, where 100 or so disheveled villagers knelt, men and women, the elderly and the young alike. Surrounding them were a dozen enormous wolf demons, reminiscent of wild bulls. At the forefront of the field, several creatures clad in animal skins, with wolf heads and human bodies, were ruthlessly snatching children from the arms of terrified women. "Oh, Lord Wolf God, we beseech you. The children are still so small. Consume us instead," cried several elders, kneeling before the wolf demons, their voices choked with tears and anguish. "Consume you?" scoffed the leader of the wolf demons, speaking in human tongue. "You old wretches are nothing but tough, sinewy meat unworthy of my appetite. Begone." A nearby wolf demon, acting with brutality, violently kicked an elder, sending him flying several dozen meters until he landed lifeless beside the bodies of several young men. "Bring them here," commanded the other wolf demons, viciously seizing several children, utterly disregarding the pleas of the women and elders. Anyone who dared to intervene was swiftly cast aside. What a wretched pack of beasts! Yuanshou's anger surged within him as he bellowed, "Blood refiners, take aim from a distance. Bone refiners, charge alongside me." Any creature capable of transforming into a human form is undoubtedly a bone refinement expert. Only through mastery of bone refinement can one begin to alter their skeletal structure, stand upright, and articulate human speech. It is only the bone refinement warriors who can engage in battle with them. "To arms!" The crowd echoed his fervor, their voices rising in unison. The warhorses galloped across the small river, splashing water in their wake as they surged towards the valley on the opposite bank. The demon hunters? The wolf demons in the valley, alerted by the commotion, turned their gaze toward the source of the sound, their expressions shifting to alarm. "This is perilous. A black-armored commander. This is a human warrior of bone refinement at the 7th level or above." The leading wolf demon's countenance paled as he bellowed, "Who approaches?" "I am a general under the command of Lord Tianlang from the Wolf God Ridge." "Go to hell with your nonsense about being a general." Yuanshou took the lead. And with only a few dozen meters left, he suddenly leaped into the air. Using the saddle as leverage, he propelled himself upward, executing a somersault mid-air, drawing his blade with both hands and delivering a downward strike. "Dare you lay hands upon us?" the leading wolf demon exclaimed, attempting to pull someone in front as a shield. However, a barrage of arrows from a distance compelled it to retreat hastily, for the archers were exceedingly precise. In an instant, a fierce gust of blade wind surged forth. The leading wolf demon, unwilling to confront Yuanshou directly, hastily rolled aside, narrowly evading the lethal edge and losing a tuft of its fur in the process. Fear gripped its heart, and cold sweat trickled down its back. Yuanshou did not afford it a moment's respite. After a missed strike, he landed and swiftly rolled, bringing his blade down in a horizontal arc. The wolf demon, unable to evade, extended its sharp claws, attempting to grasp the edge of the blade. "This is bad." At the very instant its claws struck the blade, the wolf demon's pupils constricted. Death. Yuanshou's vitality was remarkably profound. Under the surge of his fury, he unleashed the ferocious sun blade technique. This form of swordsmanship was even more domineering than the demon-slaying blade technique. It embodied the utmost yang and unyielding strength, making it arduous for even a 7th-layer bone refining martial artist to withstand. Not to mention a mid-tier wolf demon. Sizzle. Yuanshou wielded his longsword, severing 2 claw-like protrusions with precision. The blade continued its relentless descent, cleaving through the wolf demon's forehead down to its legs. A chilling scream echoed as the creature's chest was split in twain, meeting an immediate demise. The battle raged on, with others already engaged in close combat. Several wolf demons, clutching their offspring, attempted to leverage the children as shields. Yet, the seasoned martial artists pressed them into a corner, forcing them to abandon their progeny as bait and flee. However, arrows loomed ever closer from behind, their power intensifying. In the blink of an eye, 2 or 3 skeletal wolves fell, struck in the legs, rendered unable to escape. The slaughter continued unabated. Yuanshou vanquished the leading wolf demon, yet remained enveloped in an aura of murderous intent. To deal with the other wolf demons, the use of the demon-slaying blade technique would suffice to bring about their demise. In the blink of an eye, Yuanshou single-handedly vanquished 3 of the mightiest wolf demons. At this moment, the others concluded their battles as well, having eradicated a total of 21, including numerous uncivilized blood-refined wolf demons. The valley was awash with the stench of blood, littered with severed limbs and remnants, intestines spilling forth, and an overwhelming odor pervaded the air. The villagers, rendered dumbfounded by the scene, only regained their senses when a child began to wail, repeatedly expressing their gratitude and calling out to the great lord. Yuanshou felt a deep discomfort as he observed the elderly man being supported by several individuals approaching him. He sighed and said, "Let everyone rise. We cannot linger here any longer." The elderly man, accustomed to referring to himself as an old fool, quickly altered his words upon noticing Yuanshou's even whiter hair. "I am but the village chief of Xiaki village, representing over 100 souls in my community. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your life-saving assistance. These wolf demons are merely the beginning. Other malevolent creatures may arrive at any moment. We must prioritize the evacuation of our villagers." Yuanshou had no time to squander and urged the villagers to evacuate. He noticed crows circling above before soaring away, a likely indication of the presence of demonic spies. A mere moment's delay could spell disaster. Fortunately, the villagers recognized the gravity of the situation. They quickly organized their departure, with no one lamenting the loss of their livestock. Those over 20 had experienced at least one calamity caused by monsters. Not to mention, the bodies of more than 10 neighbors had yet to grow cold. You should escort the villagers as they evacuate, gathering those from nearby hamlets along the way, and hasten towards Yuanshou town with utmost speed. Yuanshou instructed others to manage the evacuation while he took up his sword and headed north, relinquishing his steed to a woman with a child. "Commander, are you certain?" Several bone-forging warriors' expressions shifted. "I shall hold the rear." Yuanshou was undeniably resolute, with an unwavering stance. It was inconceivable to expect a group of ordinary individuals to outpace the speed of the demonic creatures. Hence, it was imperative for someone to remain behind to hold the line. Exercise utmost caution. Everyone discerned that this new commander possessed extraordinary prowess. The wolf demon, at the mid-stage of the bone refinement realm, struck with such swiftness and precision that its strength was undoubtedly far beyond the rumored second level of the bone refinement realm. Especially notable was the mastery of the Fuyo sword technique, which had likely reached perfection. Suddenly, a cacophony of cawing ravens echoed in the sky. Concurrently, numerous dark figures became visible on the distant hills, rapidly descending toward the valley below. Yuanshou's expression shifted subtly as he commanded in a deep voice, "Hurry, go." Without hesitation, he brandished his blade and rushed towards the foot of the mountain, charging headlong at the horde of demons descending with great speed. Chapter 11. A New Discovery. Skill Proficiency Source. Commander. The demon hunters accompanying him felt their eyes welling with emotion. Initially, they had harbored doubts regarding the commander's ascent to authority, questioning his capabilities. However, now, whether it was the seemingly perfected demon-slaying blade technique or the swift and decisive slaying of 3 mid-tier skeletal wolf demons, or even the solitary grandeur of his retreating figure, they were deeply moved. Demon hunters are not strictly demon slayers, and the rules are not so rigid. Even if one were to flee in the face of danger, the consequences would be merely punitive, especially for a commander, who would often receive more leniency than others. After all, they were merely fighting for their livelihoods. How many would be willing to risk their lives to protect ordinary people? At least, the young demon hunters present had never witnessed such valor before. Yet at this moment, they did. "My lord." Many ordinary villagers turned back, overwhelmed with gratitude, tears streaming down their faces. They lived at the lowest rungs of society, toiling endlessly, and whenever calamity struck, they could only pray that it would not be their turn. They had never seen a martial artist of such stature fighting desperately to protect them. "Stop crying and hurry up." Young demon hunters scolded sharply while wiping their moist eyes. Several wished to follow Yuanshou but were stopped by seasoned skeletal martial artists, who prevented them from throwing their lives away recklessly. "You will only become a burden if you go. Do not waste the commander's efforts. You youngsters, split up and head to Yuanshou town and the other villages, as well as the magistrate for help, quickly." Upon hearing this, despite their hearts being heavy with sorrow and indignation, the group had no choice but to suppress their impulses and hasten their actions. Some went to Yuanshou town for assistance, others gathered people from nearby villages, and some looked back towards Hu City for aid. They all shared a singular thought: they must not let down the commander's earnest efforts. Unaware of the emotional turmoil of those around him, Yuanshou was astonished by the changes on his panel. He had just discovered that the techniques he employed to slay the wolf demons had indeed increased his corresponding proficiency. Ordinarily, one would only gain a slight increase in proficiency from practicing a martial art once. But now, every strike in battle contributed to this growth. Could combat truly offer such an advantage? This newfound revelation invigorated Yuanshou, serving as the impetus for his charge towards the demons. The fierce tiger fist was a mere 300 proficiency points away from a breakthrough. Perhaps today would be the day he transcended. Kill. The northern hill stood approximately 200 meters high, with a gentle slope stretching about a mile. Soon, Yuanshou encountered the oncoming horde of over 100 demons head-on. Children, the flesh and blood of human martial artists is the finest elixir in the world. A single taste will elevate you to the rank of demon generals. A wolf demon, with a human body and a wolf's head, adorned with blood-red fur, sat upon a sled carried by 4 humanoid gray wolves. It mimicked a human sitting posture, waving its arms and inciting its pack with the fierce tones of wolfish language. A horde of fiends, utterly oblivious to their fate. Yuanshou let out a fierce roar, akin to a tiger entering a pack of wolves. The group of wolf demons, much like those encountered in the valley, mistakenly believed him to be a leader of at least the 7th level of bone refinement, perhaps even at the pinnacle of bone refinement. Thus, the wolf demons of the bone refinement realm lingered behind, allowing the simpler-minded wolf demons of the blood refinement realm to charge ahead, exhausting their combat strength. A ferocious tiger descends from the mountain. A famished tiger pounces for its prey. Yuanshou seized this opportunity to enhance his proficiency in the fierce tiger fist. He was merely 300 points away from a breakthrough, which would elevate his cultivation to a new level, allowing him to replenish his energy. At that time, confronting those bone-refining wolf demons would become considerably easier. Slay, slay, slay. Yuanshou possessed a fierce demeanor, akin to that of a deity of slaughter. Having withdrawn from the realm of demon hunters for over 2 decades, many of his memories had faded, leaving only the remnants of family and livelihood in his heart. Today, as he once again confronted the savage, man-eating wolf demon, the horrific incidents he had long forgotten surged back into his consciousness, intertwining with the present sight. And his murderous intent had already reached a fever pitch. In an instant, chaos erupted at the foot of the mountain. A tide of wolves surged toward Yuanshou. As wolf demons were relentlessly struck down, blood splattering in every direction, and with each passing moment, more wolf demons met their demise. In the blink of an eye, Yuanshou vanquished over 30 wolf demons. The Tiger Fist, minor achievement, proficiency, 26,753,000. In but a fleeting moment, the proficiency of the Tiger Fist surged by more than 60 points. Human martial artist, you dare to slaughter over 30 of my kin? Once your strength wanes, I shall devour you whole. I will shatter your iron bones and fashion them into skewers. Your flesh shall be divided among my brethren. 100 meters away, the Crimson Elder Wolf, perched upon a sled, emitted a series of howls resembling the rumblings of thunder, imbued with a palpable aura of menace. Observing the slaughter of its kin, it seethed with fury yet maintained its composure. It had once faced a leader of the demon hunters in combat, narrowly escaping death, and bore the scars of that encounter to this day, though 2 decades had passed, and its cultivation had far surpassed that of its youth. Emboldened by the capability to slay human leaders, it opted for caution. In these tumultuous times, the mountains were rife with unrest. When 2 kings clash, one shall surely perish. Perhaps presenting an opportunity, it needed to remain in peak condition. As for the loss of its offspring, their blood shall not be shed in vain. Retribution would be exacted tenfold. Within the wolf pack, they listened intently to the elder wolf's fervent declarations. Yuanshou feigned indifference, his mind elsewhere. He discerned that this old wolf was exceedingly cautious, treating its core subordinates, the bone-refining wolf demons, with stark contrast to the pack of blood-refining wolf cubs. It sought to expend its strength through these cubs. Evidently, this old wolf harbored grand ambitions, perhaps intending to benefit as a bystander while 2 formidable demon beasts vied for supremacy. Yuanshou's thoughts flashed through his mind, his fists still formidable. The old wolf was stalling, and he too wished to prolong the encounter, hoping to delay until the tiger fist reached its zenith. Thus, beneath the watchful gaze of the old wolf, who appeared to hold all the aces, the scene unfolded. Yuanshou appeared to be lacking in power. Overwhelmed by the remaining pack of wolf cubs, previously he could dispatch a wolf cub with a single punch. But now he required several blows, and even needed to resort to consuming a blood essence pill. The wolf god is consuming pills. The crimson old wolf observed how the gray wolf beside it was eager to feast upon the flesh of the human leader. They had received guidance from the wolf god and understood that the human leader possessed a cultivation level beyond the 7th layer of bone refinement, corresponding to a high level of demon refinement. Should they devour such a master, they might very well achieve a breakthrough to the higher echelons of bone refinement. Foolish. The crimson old wolf snorted disdainfully, asserting, "Can you not see that he is feigning weakness? With cultivation like that of the human leader, how could he possibly become exhausted so swiftly? It had suffered such a loss, etched in its memory for 20 years, it would not fall for the same trick twice. You mean he is deliberately luring us to strike?" The nearby wolf demons suddenly realized, exclaiming that humans were indeed treacherous, and turned to praise the wolf god for his brilliance. Humph, there is an old saying among humans, even a calf can be taught. The crimson old wolf scoffed dismissively. It had captured numerous humans and learned their culture, standing in stark contrast to this group of fools. In this world, it was not only humans who could employ cunning strategies. 200, 100, 10, 9, 8. Yuanshou silently counted down his proficiency. At last, after slaying the final wolf cub, the mastery of the fierce tiger fist reached a critical breakthrough. Chapter 12. Breakthrough of the fierce tiger fist. Elimination of the commander-level wolf demon. Fierce tiger fist. Minor accomplishment proficiency. 3,000. Yuanshou did not hesitate to add points. In an instant, a warm current surged through his limbs and bones, causing a crackling sound as he completed his 3rd tempering. His strength increased by 300 pounds. His vitality experienced a slight enhancement, and the density of his bones doubled. His energy had grown to the thickness of a toothpick, and its quantity had doubled, allowing him to execute a perfect sunblade technique once. Yuanshou swiftly formed a rough assessment of the surging strength before him. Turning his gaze to the distant blood-red old wolf, he noted its countenance, dark enough to elicit a torrent of water. Its sinister, blood-colored eyes seemed almost capable of igniting flames, yet it remained firmly seated in its armchair. This ancient wolf exhibited a level of composure and prudence far surpassing that of its fellow wolf demons. However, its unwavering presence indicated a resolute confidence in challenging the leader. Yuanshou's gaze swiftly swept past the nearby wolf demon. Whether it was the four bearers of the palanquin or the two towering ironclad wolves resembling guardian deities, their imposing presence far surpassed that of the several robust creatures in the valley. Onward! Slay him! The blood-red old wolf crushed the armrest of his chair, emitting a low growl. 6 wolves, now beginning to take on a more human form, immediately surged forward like arrows released from a bow, propelled by a howling gale, forming a sweeping arc as they charged forth. Kill! Yuanshou decisively drew forth his dark iron saber. The 4-foot-long blade gleamed with a lustrous black sheen, radiating a chilling brilliance. The fierce sun saber technique. Yuanshou employed this exceedingly potent and resolute sword technique, launching a diagonal strike towards the leftmost wolf demon. This creature was one of the 2 hulking wolf demons acting as guardians, its physique towering like an iron tower, yet it galloped forth with astounding speed. It was the swiftest, the first to engage in close combat with Yuanshou. The clashing sound of metal echoed resoundingly through the mountains and forests. Yuanshou's long sword, wielded with precision, was ensnared by the opponent's wolf-like claws, which scraped against the blade with a piercing sound. Accompanying this clash were showers of sparks, reminiscent of a master at the 7th level of bone-forging martial arts. Yuanshou's gaze sharpened as the blade met formidable resistance, the opponent's strength far surpassing his own. In a flash, 2 wolf demons charged forth, their claws slicing through the air with a thunderous roar, aiming menacingly at Yuanshou's head and chest. Yuanshou swiftly twisted his long blade, transforming a downward strike into a horizontal sweep. The edge of the sword effortlessly severed the paw of the wolf demon, sending a spray of crimson droplets cascading forth as he executed a horizontal slash towards the 2 wolf demons on his right. Alas, the wolf demon on the left let out a wretched cry. The blade, forged from mysterious iron, was so exceedingly sharp that it cleaved through its bone. The other 2 wolf demons, reluctant to confront the long blade head-on, hastily halted their advance, sliding to evade beneath Yuanshou's feet, while their vicious claws lunged towards his waist. Yuanshou, seasoned by countless battles, swiftly changed his tactics and leaped high into the air, wielding his longsword to strike at the 2 wolf demons behind him. At that moment, the Iron Tower wolf demon on the far right charged forward. Its speed was equally impressive, as it too leapt into the air, its claws viciously aimed at Yuanshou's head. Bang! Yuanshou desperately tried to evade, yet was still struck upon the shoulder. His body, suspended in midair and unable to leverage any support, was propelled away by that immense force. Blood and chi surging within him, leaving scratches upon his shoulder blade. Roar! As Yuanshou was uncontrollably flung outward, the swift and formidable severed paw wolf demon roared, delivering a high, sweeping kick aimed at Yuanshou's ribs. Yuanshou spun gracefully, unleashing his longsword from beneath him. His formidable vitality, intertwined with immense strength, harmonized flawlessly with the blazing sun blade technique, cleaving off half of the wolf demon's leg with a single stroke. Beware of that sword. Several wolf demons were awed by the sharpness of the dark iron blade, which had the power to sever their repeatedly tempered bones. For a moment, they found themselves at a loss. Yuanshou, however, remained unfazed by these matters. With a longsword in hand, he executed his flawless swordsmanship, his abundant vitality surging endlessly, as if he were impervious to exhaustion, engaging in a frenzied battle. Though these wolf demons were formidable and numerous, they lacked any semblance of strategy. Beasts are merely beasts. No matter how much they learn, they will never resemble humans. In Yuanshou's hands, the blade shimmered with brilliance, cutting through the air with unassailable might. And the fierce wind it generated was omnipresent, growing more refined with each use. Even without the infusion of vital energy, it still compelled several wolf demons to find themselves in a precarious predicament. How, in but a fleeting moment, Yuanshou seized the opportunity and vanquished the legless wolf demon. In doing so, he endured several powerful blows, his armor now bearing fresh claw marks, yet his spirit soared with unyielding vigor. This old warrior, clearly in the twilight of his years, displayed an astonishing prowess in battle. The remaining 5 gray wolves were shaken to their core. When had an octogenarian martial artist of the human race been able to engage in such a fierce struggle against hundreds of wolf demons and still contend with them for such an extended period? This was far beyond the capabilities one would expect from a human leader. He was certainly no ordinary leader of the human race. At that moment, the Crimson Elder Wolf, who had been watching from the rear, finally discerned the truth and felt utterly deceived. With a furious roar, it charged forward. "Get out of my way," it bellowed, its claws raking fiercely. The 2 wolf demons in front were immediately propelled several meters away, causing others to stumble and fall. "Human, you dare to toy with me?" The bloodthirsty celestial wolf seethed with rage, realizing it had been outwitted by a mere ordinary martial artist clad in dark armor. The price of losing over 100 warriors and a battle commander was simply unforgivable. What a pity. Li Yuanshou's gaze swept over the several wolf demons. This presented a prime opportunity to vanquish them. However, it was the old wolf that had forged this moment, advancing relentlessly. Confronted by the inscrutable elder wolf, he found himself compelled to summon every ounce of focus and strength, aware of the vast disparity between them. Only by wielding the perfected solar blade technique could he hope to contend with such a formidable foe, yet to inflict any damage. He would need to channel his vital energy. Thus, he was left with but a singular chance. As Li Yuanshou's thoughts flickered, the blade flashed like a cascading waterfall. Relentless and unyielding. Clang, clang, clang. This old wolf was indeed ferocious, daring to withstand his dark iron longsword with its sharp claws. They exchanged dozens of strikes. Sparks flying, the sound of clashing metal resonating incessantly, while the howling wind stirred countless fallen leaves. Bang, bang. The old wolf exhibited formidable strength, its claws missing twice. Nearly grazing Li Yuanshou's armor, only to strike the nearby trees, shattering two ancient trunks as thick as water barrels. Li Yuanshou seized the opportunity to create distance. Yet, the old wolf relentlessly pursued him, emanating an astonishing ferocity, with each strike aimed not only at his head but also at his heart. There was an undeniable momentum and determination to deliver a fatal blow. He had underestimated this adversary. Within the techniques, there was almost a rudimentary semblance of martial arts principles. Li Yuanshou was acutely aware that he could not outlast his opponent, so he strategically retreated while continuously seeking opportunities. At last, in the fleeting moment when the old wolf struck down a large tree, the trunk fell and obscured its line of sight. Li Yuanshou plunged his blade into the earth, stirring up a vast array of fallen leaves and sand, seizing the moment to obscure the vision of the old wolf. Ah, you despicable beings of the human race. I shall ensure your bodies are torn asunder. Though possessing formidable strength in the bone-refining realm, the eyes remain one of the most vulnerable spots. And this old wolf is no exception, instinctively covering its eyes. The opportunity has arrived. Li Yuanshou let out a low growl. The scant energy within him surged into the black iron long knife, once again executing the perfected solar blade technique. This time, the blade shimmered with a faint glow. Entwined with visibly swirling air currents, its speed and strength magnified by more than tenfold. Thud, thud, thud. A series of continuous strikes landed upon the old wolf, each one fatal. In an instant, several 1-meter-long gashes were carved into the old wolf's body, deeply penetrating its chest. Ah! The old wolf emitted a heart-wrenching howl. With dust still clouding its vision, it could see nothing, only frantically waving its claws as it retreated. After a few steps, it realized its chest and abdomen were cold. By the time it attempted to cover the gaping wound, it was already too late. Death. Li Yuanshou rushed forward, his blade slicing through the air, severing a wolf's head with a resounding strike. Chapter 13. The Precious Elixir. Astonishing gains. Lord of the Wolves. The few gray wolves that had been cast aside let out a piercing scream upon witnessing the decapitation of their blood-colored leader. It was unfathomable. The wolf god, who had led them across this territory for countless years, had been slain by an old human. Kill him. Avenge our Lord of the Wolves, roared a towering gray wolf, its voice echoing with fury. For wolves, bearing the burden of their fallen leader, had their crimson eyes fixed on Li Yuanshou, charging forward. Yet one among them turned to flee, moving with a swiftness that surpassed even the speed at which Li Yuanshou had first encountered them. Wang Lai, do you dare betray the wolf god? The expressions of the remaining gray wolves shifted dramatically. Turning around, they saw another guardian of the wolf god fleeing as well. You, where do you think you're going? Li Yuanshou let out a piercing howl, brandishing his long blade with the intent to leap forward. Run. The wolf demons, paralyzed by fear, dared not engage in battle. Their earlier charge had merely been a reflex. Now that both high-ranking guardians of bone refinement had fled, how could they possibly confront a human deity capable of slaying the wolf god? Huff. Li Yuanshou leaned on his sword, watching as the wolves retreated into the distance. He took a few steps back and rested against the fallen tree, panting heavily. Just moments ago, he had merely sought to intimidate those wolf demons. After exerting his energy to slay the old wolf, he was utterly drained. His cultivated strength was still insufficient. Merely utilizing the perfected sun blade technique once had completely exhausted him. He could never afford to take such risks again. Li Yuanshou felt a lingering fear. His estimation was not incorrect, yet he had not anticipated such a tremendous backlash after exerting his energy. At this moment, he found himself lacking the strength even to contend with the blood refinement 9th layer wolf demon. Fortunately, he had consumed a blood vitality pill in advance. Li Yuanshou leaned against the trunk of a tree, his fingers reluctant to lift, silently awaiting the absorption of the energy from the blood chi pill. Oh, suddenly, he caught a glimpse of something luminous beside the corpse of the old wolf. He decided to wait until his strength was somewhat restored. Li Yuanshou stepped forward and used the tip of his knife to pry open the mass of filthy, blood-soaked earth that encased the intestines, only to uncover a heart emitting a faint, ethereal glow. Could this be the legendary elixir? Li Yuanshou was taken aback. He had previously heard tales of precious medicines, which not only originated from the earth but also could be nurtured within certain extraordinary creatures with unique bloodlines. Particularly, those beasts that had consumed such elixirs might experience a metamorphosis in specific parts of their bodies, transforming into precious medicines themselves. It is said that all such medicines are imbued with a distinctive fragrance. Yuanshou pondered as he removed the heart of the old wolf. It was astonishing that it remained untouched by dust, emanating a faint glow as if enveloped in a vigorous essence. Indeed, a subtle fragrance wafted forth. A wolf demon of the bone refinement realm, within its body, had unexpectedly given birth to a precious elixir. Yuanshou could hardly conceal his astonishment. He had heard that the mystical beast capable of nurturing precious elixirs required at least a cultivation level of the refinement realm, making this revelation an extraordinary surprise. Such rare elixirs must remain undisclosed to others. Yuanshou furrowed his brow. Such extraordinary entities are fiercely coveted even by the masters of the refining organs realm. After all, the heart of a demon beast, akin to a precious elixir, can aid these formidable practitioners in refining their organs, rendering its value beyond dispute, given his current cultivation level. Slaying a wolf demon at the pinnacle of the bone refinement stage was merely a stroke of luck, let alone contending with a master of the refining organs realm. Ideally, such precious elixirs should be utilized for alchemical concoctions to maximize their efficacy. However, I cannot afford to take such a risk. Yuanshou fell into a brief silence. Stealing himself before consuming the precious elixir raw. A person capable of refining such a treasure into a pill would certainly possess formidable connections, at least at the level of a refiner. In the entirety of Yuanshou City, only the demon-slaying envoy, Yuanshou, held such influence. Yet, if he sought Yuanshou, would he still have a share in this fortune? Boom. The elixir, upon entering his mouth, exuded a fragrant aroma, devoid of any trace of blood. The precious essence coursed through him like a heated torrent, initially as sweet as nectar, but soon transformed into a tempest, igniting his vital energies into a fervent boil. Once he had swallowed the entire fist-sized elixir, he could feel its effects surging within him. Yuanshou was engulfed in a feverish heat, his skin flushed a deep crimson, as if it were on the verge of oozing blood. The potent energy from the precious elixir surged within him, wild and untamed like a runaway stallion, violently coursing through his veins and limbs. A fierce tiger descends the mountain. The roar of a tiger reverberates through the forest. Yuanshou had not yet fully regained his strength, yet he was compelled to endure and swiftly practice the fierce tiger fist to assimilate the potent medicinal energy. To swallow the precious elixir in such a reckless manner was indeed unwise. Fortunately, his vitality was sufficiently robust, his foundation solid, and he possessed the cultivation of bone refining to support him. Had it been any other martial artist of the same realm, they would likely have been overwhelmed by this surge of power, leading to their immediate demise. Even so, Yuanshou felt utterly uncomfortable. Akin to a shrimp boiled to perfection, his body was drenched in perspiration, releasing wisps of white steam in the chill of autumn, rendering his consciousness somewhat hazy. Yuanshou gritted his teeth and persevered, the wind from his punches howling, quickening with each strike. Time slipped away unnoticed. When his awareness returned, he found his armor flung aside, leaving only a thin, padded undergarment clinging to him, his long, pale hair disheveled, resembling that of a madman. Yet, upon sensing the surging power within him, astonishment replaced all else. His physical strength had multiplied several times over, his might firmly surpassing 3,000 pounds. This signified that Yuanshou has attained the 6th level of bone refining. Unlike previous breakthroughs achieved through incremental enhancements, this advancement was facilitated by a precious elixir, rendering his consciousness hazy and preventing him from accurately determining the number of bone refinements. He could only make a rough estimation based on his foundational strength. A typical bone refining martial artist, upon entering the bone refining realm, possesses a strength of around 1,200 pounds, with each subsequent breakthrough yielding an increase of 200 pounds. However, due to his practice of the Hunyuan longevity posture, his vital energy is more robust, and his foundation is exceptionally solid. Upon entering the bone refining realm, his bones have been tempered to a greater degree, granting him an initial strength of 1,500 pounds, with each breakthrough augmenting his power by 300 pounds. With a foundational strength exceeding 3,000 pounds, this unequivocally indicates 6 instances of bone refining. Such immense power nearly doubles the norm, and this estimation is unlikely to err. A foundational strength of 3,000 pounds is comparable to that of a 9th-level bone refining martial artist. This breakthrough has caused Yuanshou's heart to race. With strength akin to the pinnacle of bone refining, combined with his profound vital energy and perfected Li Weiying blade technique, he is not only poised to dominate the bone refining realm, but undoubtedly stands among the elite. He may wish to consult with Ding and for further insights. Yuanshou understood clearly that his greatest shortcoming lay in his insufficient comprehension. The disparity of information in this world was even more pronounced. Commoners were oblivious to the true strength of martial artists, while martial artists remained unaware of the levels attained by masters. Moreover, a martial master who had emerged from ordinary circumstances could not compare in vision to those from prestigious families. To compound matters, his cultivation had surged dramatically in a short span, yet his understanding remained stagnant, rooted in the insights of decades past concerning the blood refinement stage. Moving forward, he would need to dedicate time to broaden his horizons and elevate his understanding. Li Yuanshou pondered as he began to tidy the battlefield. The over 100 blood refinement realm wolf demons held little value, at most yielding 30 or perhaps 100 life essence pills for the leader. However, this peak bone refinement realm old wolf was worth far more. The blood of such a wolf demon could be refined into exquisite life essence pills, easily producing over 100. Its fur could be crafted into superior training garments, while its bones could be utilized to forge weapons rivaling fine iron, making it a veritable treasure trove. This was an essential source of income for demon hunters. Although today's actions were somewhat reckless, the rewards were bountiful. Just a few bone refinement realm wolf demons were enough to rival the fruits of decades of my earlier endeavors, not to mention the acquisition of a precious medicinal herb. Li Yuanshou exhibited no disdain for the gruesome scene before him, nor did he mind the nauseating stench that permeated the air. He busily set about his task with immense satisfaction. The profession of demon hunter is fraught with peril yet promises substantial rewards. Such bounties, as witnessed today, are rare even for those of the highest rank, with some not encountering such opportunities for decades. Chapter 14. Demonic calamities erupt. Reinforcements head north. What? You say that in Xiaha village, over 100 wolf demons have appeared? And among them are numerous bone refinement realm wolf demons? In the town of Qishui, situated over 20 miles in a straight line from Xiaha village, the martial artists, separated in their endeavors, were struck with dread upon hearing the urgent plea for assistance from the young demon hunter. This is dire. How did these creatures manage to encircle us here? 100 wolf demons, and many at the bone refinement level. It seems the old wolf from Wild Wolf Ridge has stirred. A chill enveloped the backs of several martial artists as if they had plunged into an ice abyss. Quickly, head to the southern villages and inform the two Lords Sun and Lord Zhan. Tell them to disregard the villagers for now and hasten here to fortify Qishui town alongside us. The martial artists bellowed commands, urging their subordinates to relay the message. The young martial artist from Xiaha village was taken aback and could not help but inquire, shouldn't we be rushing to aid Captain Li instead? That old wolf possesses formidable skills. Even 20 years ago, it could contend with Captain Su. Now, it has likely reached the pinnacle of the bone refinement realm. Even several captains might struggle to subdue it. Relying on us for support, would that truly be assistance? It would be tantamount to courting death. One martial artist, his expression darkened, chastised the young demon hunter harshly, then to charge, quickly procure the town's strong liquor and fire oil, concentrating them in the northern part of the town. Gather the hunters and assemble them with their bows and arrows. The assault on Xiaha village came with alarming suddenness. Relying on Captain Li to hold the line is unrealistic. They must swiftly consolidate their forces and strategize to counter the impending threat of the wolf demons descending from the north. Meanwhile, the young martial artist, weary from his journey back to the demon hunting office for aid, encountered the Russian guards from the office along the way, who informed him that the demon slayer had already gone to support Captain Su. 3 pinnacle bone refinement bull demons had emerged there, and the situation was perilous. What of Lord Sun? He too faced at least 2 pinnacle bone refinement demons, and the office was overwhelmed, unable to assist. Yet Lord Sun had dispatched someone back to the Sun family to summon reinforcements. What about Captain Zhao? The demon slayer indicated that the current situation is unprecedentedly grave, and all parties are likely in peril. Therefore, I have come bearing the orders of the esteemed lord, seeking your aid. Upon hearing this, the young martial artist felt a chill settle in his heart. It is over. I have come seeking assistance as well. Over 100 wolf demons have appeared in Xiaha village, and many of them are at the bone refinement realm. Xiaha village, at the foot of the mountain. Li Yuanshou gathered several corpses of the bone refining wolf demons together for the convenience of retrieval later, and then surveyed the direction in which his team had departed. After a fierce battle lasting the span of 2 incense sticks, the individuals he had brought along with the villagers of Xiaha village had long since vanished without a trace. With the extermination of this batch of wolf demons, it is unlikely that a significant number of other fiends will emerge. Those few that fled should not dare to return. Li Yuanshou exhaled a heavy sigh, pondering for a moment before deciding to journey northward. His mission was to guard the tranquil town of Qishui. Given the recent eradication of numerous wolf demons and the demise of the Wolf King itself, it was likely that the Wild Wolf Ridge would harbor very few remaining wolf demons. Consequently, the town of Qishui would no longer face any demonic calamities. In this very moment, Li Yuanshou was apprehensive about potential troubles in Qimu town to the north. The wolf demons, coming from the Wild Wolf Ridge, would inevitably have to traverse through Qimu town, either taking a detour or leaving the town to fend for itself. There, Sun Ding'an was stationed in defense. Reflecting on this, Li Yuanshou resolved to ascend swiftly along the northern slope. Despite the absence of his steed, his cultivation had significantly improved, allowing him to traverse the terrain with remarkable agility. In fact, he found his pace quicker than if he were mounted. Meanwhile, in the northern town of Qimu, as Li Yuanshou had anticipated, Sun Ding'an encountered grave difficulties. The beasts had arrived with alarming rapidity. On the earthen and stone walls of Qimu, Sun Ding'an's countenance darkened as he gasped for breath. His arms felt heavy and numb from the relentless barrage of arrows. He had already dispatched over 100 bloodthirsty demon beasts, yet outside the town loomed a dark mass, with at least 300 to 400 creatures, including 2 to 3 dozen towering bone refinement realm demons standing upright like men. Most unsettling were the two imposing figures. Apex bone refinement tigers, likely offspring of the Tiger King from Black Tiger Mountain, their strength formidable and not to be underestimated. With a heavy heart, Sun Dingin turned to a fellow warrior from the Sun Clan and inquired, "Has there been any word from our family? Considering the time, reinforcements should be en route." The Sun Clan warrior, his expression grave, replied in hushed tones, "Second Master, those beasts are relentless and heedless of casualties. Even with the arrival of our elder, it may be challenging to hold the line." Sun Dingin interrupted sharply, "Such talk is unwarranted. Chimu must be defended. For the sake of its citizens and our comrades in Chishui Town, I remain uneasy. We must dispatch another messenger to Chishui Town, vigilant for any lurking threats." The warrior reluctantly nodded and departed to fulfill the order. Sun Dingin gazed at the ominous horde of demon creatures outside the town, inhaling deeply to steady himself. He reached for his quiver, only to find it empty. A glance at his companions revealed that even if they had arrows remaining, their stock was perilously low. Prepare the strong liquor and fire oil, ready to confront the impending demon assault. Sun Dingin's expression grew increasingly grave, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. Without the suppressive power of their arrows, it would not be long before the demon horde surged forward, marking the true onset of peril. "Children, their arrows are exhausted. Charge forth." As anticipated, within a mere quarter of an hour, the arrow formation dissipated. Instantly, a bone refinement demon roared, leading a multitude of beasts in a furious charge toward the walls of Chimu, a wave of creatures sweeping forward, stirring up clouds of dust. The ground trembled as if in an earthquake, causing the town walls to sway. Kill. Soon, a fierce battle erupted on both sides. When Li Yuanshou arrived at this location and lifted his gaze, he beheld hundreds of demon clansmen assaulting the town's towering 3-meter wall. The stone and yellow clay fortifications bore numerous massive breaches as waves of demons surged forth. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries, and dismembered limbs and remnants were scattered about in chaos. Li Yuanshou stood upon the slope, positioned beside a colossal rock, surveying the town below, which was besieged by malevolent creatures on 3 sides. Notably, the area at the foot of the mountain was particularly rife with such beings. Among them, there resided a formidable demon, astonishingly reminiscent of the Crimson Old Wolf, who was seated in a palanquin. In comparison to the wolf demon, these 2 tiger demons were even more imposing and ferocious, towering at a height of 3 meters. Their fur a lustrous black that exuded an aura of menace far surpassing that of the old wolf. Heya Mountain was renowned for its tiger demons, whose bloodlines were the most potent. The prowess of the tiger demons eclipsed that of other races, as they inherently possessed greater physical strength than their wolf counterparts. 2 of them it would be worth the challenge. Li Yuanshou had only heard tales of the immense strength possessed by the tiger demon, yet he had never encountered one. However, with his foundational strength surpassing 3,000, he was comparable to a peak bone refinement martial artist. Armed with his mysterious iron blade and the perfected techniques of the fiery sun swordsmanship, he felt emboldened. Most importantly, his vigor had multiplied several times over, allowing him to unleash his sword energy multiple times. He was ready to take on the challenge. Li Yuanshou did not conceal his intentions and charged down the mountain with unbridled speed. The 2 observing black tiger demons quickly sensed the commotion and turned their gaze toward the hillside behind them. A human leader? The demons, upon noticing the dark armor adorning Li Yuanshou, were taken aback. However, upon realizing he was alone, they could not help but chuckle. When did humanity become so audacious? Daring to confront us single-handedly? Very well, very well. It is rare to encounter such a willing sacrifice. One of the black tigers opened its massive maw and laughed heartily as it rose, leisurely advancing toward Li Yuanshou. Chapter 15. Slaying the Tiger Demon. The second precious herb. Humanity, you possess considerable courage. The black tiger's oppressive gaze fixated intently on Li Yuanshou, its step steady and powerful. It mimicked a human by placing its hands behind its back, standing proudly 30 meters away. Upon noticing the crimson-stained armor on Li Yuanshou, marked with numerous claw prints, it was momentarily taken aback. Have you encountered that foolish wolf and dispatched them all? Do not fret. You shall soon be reunited. Li Yuanshou dragged his long blade, his expression icy and resolute, aware of the gravity of the situation. From the formidable black tiger before him, he discerned 2 robust iron rods, each extending from its waist, resembling arms in their length. This was no ordinary beast, but a cunning great demon, armed for battle. It seemed that it truly had been you who killed it. The black tiger spoke coolly, noticing Li Yuanshou's gaze. It gripped the iron rods tightly, drawing its weapon into hand. These dark iron hammers were obtained by me 40 years ago, after slaying an aging commander much like yourself, it remarked with a hint of amusement, fixing its eyes on Li Yuanshou. He could be considered your predecessor, and he graciously bestowed this heavy gift upon me to assist in my slaughter of 2 commanders. Today, I shall personally bring about your demise. Li Yuanshou spoke thus, slowly retreating. You wish to flee? The black tiger taunted Li Yuanshou, fearful of his escape. As it spoke, it seized the opportunity to advance, the distance between them shrinking to less than 10 meters. Observing Li Yuanshou's withdrawal, it suddenly surged forward with great speed. Li Yuanshou retreated swiftly, The speed of this tiger demon was not particularly remarkable, yet its strength was undeniably formidable, likely exceeding 3,500. With its immense power, each step it took propelled its massive body several meters forward. In just a matter of a dozen steps, it closed the distance to Yuanshou. Its dual hammers roaring with the ferocity of a tempest, accompanied by an astonishing momentum as they came crashing down. Today, your blade shall also become my trophy. Yuanshou remained silent. He did not engage the fierce tiger in direct confrontation, instead evading its attacks and retaliating with the blazing sun blade technique. Your swordsmanship pales in comparison to that of your predecessor. The black tiger continued to taunt him. Yuanshou remained unfazed, his step swift as the wind, responding with an even quicker assault. Clang, 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 clang. The two combatants exchanged blows, engaging in a fierce duel that spanned over 100 encounters. No matter how swiftly Yuanshou wielded his blade, it was invariably met by the iron hammers of the black tiger, which seemed impervious to his strikes. Were it not for the use of adamantine weaponry, his long knife might well have dulled. You are far too weak. The black tiger's raw strength was astonishing. Its twin hammers swirling like a tempest. Each hammer, weighing nearly 100 pounds collectively, danced in its grasp with the ease of a sword, as if the weight bore no impact on its speed whatsoever. Bang, bang. Yuanshou advanced and retreated simultaneously. Before him, trees were relentlessly struck by a mighty hammer, shattering and collapsing to either side. At this moment, he and his tiger had created a distance of 200 to 300 meters from the formidable black tiger. The black tiger unleashed a flurry of lethal attacks, still taunting, "Old man, there's no escape for you. Today, you shall meet your demise here. It is you who is destined to perish." As Yuanshou retreated, he continuously ingested chi blood pills to sustain his energy and vitality. Amidst the struggle, he observed that the black tiger's speed in wielding his dual hammers had significantly diminished, signaling that the moment for counterattack was imminent. After a brief interlude of tension, the black tiger began to pant, his pace evidently reduced. "Do you intend to exhaust my strength?" The black tiger, belatedly realizing the situation, narrowed his eyes and ceased his pursuit. It was too late. The blade in Yuanshou's hand carved through the air, leaving behind countless phantoms. After enduring a dozen strikes from the black tiger, it ultimately revealed a flaw, as the relentless glimmer of the blade etched several long gashes into its body. A wave of despair washed over the black tiger, who detested such entanglements. Yet, Yuanshou pursued with unwavering determination, his strikes astonishingly swift, leaving no opportunity for retreat. "Brother, lend me your aid," the black tiger roared, calling out to his sibling. However, this plea was met with an even fiercer onslaught from Yuanshou. The battle raged on for what felt like an eternity. The iron hammer in the black tiger's grasp had become a cumbersome burden. Yet, it had no choice but to wield it in combat. Otherwise, its flesh and blood could not withstand the onslaught of the mysterious iron blade. Panic surged within it. Despite having the upper hand, it found itself at a disadvantage. "Do not harm my brother?" The distant black tiger thundered as it raced toward the fray. 200 to 300 meters may seem neither far nor near, yet for a peak bone-forging tiger demon, it was merely a matter of a few swift strides. However, the time taken to cover those strides was ample for Yuanshou to slay the black tiger. As the blood flowed, the gashes revealed bone beneath. With each drop, the black tiger's movements grew sluggish, and it struggled to parry even a single blow. The fiery sun blade technique. Yuanshou let out a low roar in his heart. His internal energy swiftly converged, surging forth from his palms into the black iron blade. No. The black tiger's pupils constricted as it emitted a frantic roar. The black iron blade, infused with a formidable and unyielding energy, sliced through the air, delivering a flurry of strikes upon the creature in an instant. In a mere moment, the towering black tiger demon, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, was dismembered on the spot. Its arms and legs were severed, flung several dozen meters away, while its chest was left a gruesome mess. "How dare you?" The black tiger roared like thunder from behind. Yet, the distance of several dozen meters felt like divine retribution. It could only watch helplessly as its own brother was cleaved into pieces before its very eyes. "I will kill you." The black tiger let out a long howl, and its fur began to grow wildly. In that moment, its already imposing 3-meter frame swelled further, transforming into a towering 5-meter-tall humanoid giant tiger. Die. It wielded a black iron weapon as well, a long blade, evidently stained with the blood of a certain leader from Yuanshou City. Kill. Yuanshou's gaze was somber, radiating an aura of lethal intent. With the absence of one tiger demon, the pressure diminished significantly. There was no need to conceal his prowess, and he could unleash his full strength in combat. The two adversaries clashed fiercely. This particular tiger demon was even more ferocious than the last, its blade slicing through the air with a thunderous roar. The gleam of the blade was swift as an afterimage, each strike infused with immense power, rendering any blow beyond the capacity of a pinnacle bone-refining martial artist to withstand. Yuanshou was repelled after just one clash with the creature. This tiger demon possessed a strength exceeding 4,000 pounds, rendering direct confrontation unwise. Moreover, it was likely infused with elixirs of great potency. This revelation stirred his interest, prompting a heightened sense of caution. Unlike the wolf demon, this black tiger evidently wielded a power that transcended its natural abilities, surely acquired through the consumption of precious medicines. With the blade's wind carrying an extraordinary force, Yuanshou's strength was not something he could confront head-on. He dared not expend his energy recklessly like his opponent. He could only continue to engage in the struggle. With a substantial supply of vitality-enhancing elixirs backing him, he was unafraid of outlasting a foolish tiger. Kill, kill, kill. Die for me. This black tiger had completely lost its mind. Li Yuanshou remained composed, choosing not to engage in a direct confrontation. Occasionally, he would retaliate, inciting the black tiger to rage uncontrollably. Relying solely on physical strength proved to be a disadvantage. He resolved to diligently study a martial art focused on agility or lightness in movement. Li Yuanshou furrowed his brow in silence. Encountering a brute such as the black tiger, even a mere struggle would be exceedingly taxing on one's stamina, had it not been for his recent breakthrough. Or if he had initially faced this reckless beast instead of the wolf demon, he would have undoubtedly suffered significant losses. However, from the moment the two tigers parted ways, the outcome had already been determined. The fierce battle lasted for the duration of an incense stick's burn. Li Yuanshou finally launched a counterattack, sending the nearly exhausted black tiger to the underworld. My father is the sovereign of Black Tiger Mountain. Once it has vanquished the intruders, all of you shall accompany my brother to the grave. The black tiger let out a mournful curse as it faced its demise. Li Yuanshou turned a deaf ear to this matter. With a swift and decisive motion, he wielded his long blade and plunged it into his abdomen in search of the precious medicine. Ultimately, he discovered a vibrant, jade-green tiger liver within the belly of the black tiger, which was as large as a basin and resembled a magnificent, independently growing mushroom, radiating vitality. Chapter 16. The ninth level of bone refinement. Reunion with Sun Dingen. The emerald fluorescence was visibly dim, as if the harvested spiritual herb was losing its life force after being uprooted from the soil. Upon witnessing this, Li Yuanshou decisively sliced it into more than 10 portions, consuming them one mouthful at a time. Much like the wolf heart, this tiger liver bore no fishy scent. Instead, it emanated a fragrant aroma, accompanied by a refreshing and invigorating coolness. Whether it was an illusion, one could not tell. Li Yuanshou felt that with every piece he consumed, his vision sharpened incrementally, until he could distinctly see objects 300 meters away. He could not only discern the forms of the chaotic beasts in combat, but also observe the scars and arrow wounds upon their bodies. It is often said that one can compensate for a deficiency by virtue of its counterpart. A strong liver indeed brightens the eyes, and this proved to be true. This miraculous elixir not only invigorated his blood and replenished his vitality, but also enhanced his eyesight. Perhaps due to a previous experience, his body had developed a certain resistance, or it could be that the tiger's gallbladder lacked the frenzied potency of the wolf's heart. After consuming the tiger's gallbladder, Li Yuanshou swiftly digested it, experiencing no unusual sensations. However, the transformation he underwent was even more pronounced than during his encounter with the wolf demon, resulting in a significant enhancement. His bones were refined twice, propelling his cultivation to the 9th level of the bone refining realm. His physique was augmented severalfold, with foundational strength surpassing that of the earlier tiger demon, likely reaching between 5,500 to 6,000 gene. The increase in his realm shattered the 300 gene limit, and his foundational strength, built upon the Hunyuan longevity stance, was further bolstered by this precious medicine. His energy had also multiplied several times, allowing for at least 30 to 40 applications of his blade technique. Such an enhancement was truly astonishing. This was merely the result of consuming the precious medicine twice. If he were to acquire more, would he not have the opportunity to ascend to the organ refining realm? Li Yuanshou found himself parched and restless, unable to quell the stirring within his heart. He had initially come to guard Qin Shui town against the calamities of the demons, but he had not anticipated the ferocity of such threats, which seemed to have mobilized in full force. Even more surprising was the fact that, in his proactive efforts, he had encountered not one, but 2 precious medicinal herbs nurtured by demonic beasts. He must swiftly resolve the demonic menace here in Dingon and then hasten to aid others, hoping to procure another precious herb. Perhaps just 1 or 2 would suffice to elevate him to the realm of refining the internal organs. This temptation was undoubtedly worth every effort for Li Yuanshou. At 80 years of age, stepping into the realm of refining bones would merely delay the onset of aging, allowing him to live a century free from ailments. However, achieving the realm of refining the internal organs could extend his lifespan to 150, or even 200 years. And there was also my fierce sun blade technique. As Li Yuanshou sped towards Chimu town, he cast a glance at the fading display of the fiery sun blade technique. Fiery sun blade technique, perfected proficiency, 4, 831, 950, 000. Having engaged in continuous battles against wolf and tiger demons, this technique, which intricately involves internal energy, astonishingly increased by over 1,000 proficiency points. With my current cultivation and physique, I am more than capable of supporting the refinement of martial arts. Any breakthrough at this juncture would be a significant boon. Li Yuanshou, brimming with anticipation and vigor, charged into the dark horde of demons like a vengeful deity, mowing down all in his path as if reaping wheat. The array of these demonic creatures was diverse, featuring tiger demons, deer demons, goat demons, and serpent demons, each equally formidable. Li Yuanshou, with a single strike, could sever several heads, akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep, showcasing an unparalleled prowess that far surpassed others at the pinnacle of bone refining. He was truly invincible. Alas, Another leader of the human race has arrived. Soon, a great demon of bone refining emitted a startled cry and retreated in haste. This cry attracted the attention of the demon hunters and bone refining demons engaged in combat not far away, who turned to investigate. Amidst the throng of monsters, a figure clad in blood-red armor had appeared, a reaper whose bloodied longsword was akin to scything through grass. Around the sanguine silhouette, a no-man's land of over 10 meters had formed, as neither humans nor demons dared to approach even a step closer. It was the esteemed leader of our demon-catching bureau who had arrived. The bone-refining warriors atop the wall let out a jubilant and triumphant roar, instantly invigorating many demon hunters consumed by frenzy. Alas, the two tiger lords have vanished. Simultaneously, the bone-refining demons, startled and glancing outward, suddenly realized that their own tiger lords were missing. Looking around, where was the shadow of the tiger lords? Those two black tigers had already been slain. Why do you not hastily capture them? Yuanshou let out a thunderous roar, which instantly threw the surrounding demons into a state of disarray. The tiger lord has fallen. The human reinforcements have arrived. Flee. Those engaged in battle, heedless of their injuries, desperately sought to escape the fray, rushing madly away. Yet, in such tumultuous times, the demon catchers were entangled with the demons, making escape far from simple. Reinforcements had indeed arrived. A commanding officer had come to the magistrate's office, having slain two fierce black tigers. Brothers, let us vanquish these wretches together. The demon catchers were invigorated, as if fueled by a potent elixir. Sun Dingan, already bloodthirsty from the battle, found himself cornered in a dilapidated alley, engaged in a fierce struggle against several bone-refining demons. Upon hearing of the arrival of a commanding comrade, he felt a surge of renewed spirit. Good. Let us fight together. Sun Dingan swallowed several vitality pills, and despite his trembling arms from exhaustion, he summoned every ounce of strength to continue the fight. Unlike Yuanshou, he could not replenish his energy at will. After having slain more than 200 blood-refining demons and a dozen mid-tier bone-refining demons, fatigue began to set in. Even a pinnacle bone-refining martial artist is not invincible. Now, he could only contend with 5 high-tier bone-refining demons for a little over an incense stick's duration, relying solely on sheer willpower to persevere. With over 300 demons having invaded the town, fewer than 200 remained, although the demon catchers were outnumbered. With a pinnacle bone-refining commander like Sun Dingan and several other bone-refining martial artists, the stalemate was a test of endurance. With the Yuanshou charging in, having first slain the 2 mightiest tiger demons, the morale of the demons crumbled, and he slaughtered them as if in a realm devoid of foes. The remaining 100 or so demons were thrown into chaos. Conversely, the demon catchers, bolstered by the presence of a commanding expert, surged with renewed vigor, retaliating fiercely. In this ebb and flow, in less than half an incense stick's time, the demons were decimated, with 90% perished. Fewer than 30 managed to flee, mostly blood-refining demons, with only 2 or 3 bone-refining demons escaping, rendering the situation untenable. Yuanshou finally reunited with Sun Dingan. Both were utterly soaked in blood, their bodies and faces smeared with grime, and on the dried bloodstains flowed fresh crimson, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Dingan, are you unscathed? Yuanshou wiped the blood from his face and helped the panting Sun Dingan, who could barely straighten his back. Li Lao? Sun Dingan exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had thought it was either Qian Duobao or Su Yuan who had arrived. To his surprise, it was Yuanshou. What? After just half a day apart, you fail to recognize me? Yuanshou observed someone bringing a bucket of water, seizing a ladle to drink deeply before splashing the remaining half onto his face to wash away the blood and grime. At that moment, Sun Dingan truly recognized him, and the shock within transformed into a tempest of astonishment. Li Tongling? It was not only Sun Dingan. Others quickly identified the newly promoted leader, their eyes widening in disbelief that the reinforcements came from this leader, perceived as the weakest among them. Everyone was filled with bewilderment. Was it not said that this veteran leader ascended to his position through the submission of techniques, with actual cultivation merely at the first or second level of the bone refinement stage? How could he possess such unparalleled valor? Chapter 17. The Elimination of the Demonic Threat. Gathering at Xingyang. It was my oversight not to detect that pack of wolf demons, which nearly cost you dearly, Sun Dingan remarked after inquiring about Yuanshou's ordeal, his face reflecting shame as he forced a wry smile. Fortunately, you managed to turn the tide. Otherwise, not only would Qinshui town have faced calamity, but the Qimu town I guard would surely have met the same fate. Let us not dwell on past matters. Yuanshou patted Sun Dingan on the shoulder and, with an air of carefree amusement, remarked, it is precisely thanks to you that old wolf went unnoticed. Oh? Sun Dingan replied, his expression one of astonishment. What brings you to say such a thing, elderly? Ha. Yuanshou stroked his long beard and chuckled with satisfaction, saying that wolf cub contained a precious medicinal elixir. Otherwise, do you think I could have slain 2 peak bone-refining tiger demons? This was, of course, a carefully devised explanation. For how else could he justify the fact that he had vanquished 3 formidable demons of the same caliber, now that the elixir had been refined? Even if he were to speak of it, others would merely attribute it to his good fortune. As for whether anyone might covet this human-shaped elixir, none in Wanghu City possessed the power to challenge him. The only one capable of suppressing him, Zhouanha, hailing from the Demon Slayer division, would never commit such a heinous crime against 9 clans. Li Lao actually obtained a precious elixir nurtured by a demon beast. Sun Ding'an was left speechless, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment, which soon turned into envy. Your fortune is such that even the Demon Slayers must envy you. For every martial artist, who does not yearn for a precious elixir? It is all a matter of luck. Li Yuanshou waved his hand dismissively. Then, glancing at his colleagues who were sprawled out around him, taking a moment to recuperate, he whispered, "Are you able to fight again?" Sun Ding'an's eyes flickered with understanding. And with a spirited tone, he replied, "It is a rare opportunity to fight alongside you. I am more than ready. Then let us set forth." Li Yuanshou swallowed several vitality pills to replenish his strength. Sun Ding'an also consumed a large handful of vitality pills and ordered 2 warhorses to be brought forth. The 2 immediately set off towards Qingshan Town, where Su Yuan was stationed. Qingshan Town lies directly to the north of Wanghu City. Situated over 40 miles northwest of Qimu Town, a distance that could be covered in merely a quarter of an hour by horseback. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that the crisis at Qingshan Town had already been resolved, and Su Yuan was nowhere to be found. Upon inquiring, they learned that 3 formidable bull demons at the peak of the bone refinement stage had appeared, creating a perilous situation that was only alleviated thanks to the personal intervention of the demon slayer, Zhou Wanhe. With Zhou Wanhe, a practitioner of the refining organs realm, personally taking action, the battle was swiftly concluded. Subsequently, Zhou Wanhe took Su Yuan to the far western town, Qingyang Town, which was under the guard of the Zhao brothers, where 2 waves of major demons had recently emerged. Upon receiving the news, Li Yuanshou and Sun Ding'an furrowed their brows, exchanging a glance that revealed the unusual glint in each other's eyes. As they swiftly made their way to Qingyang Town, Sun Ding'an spoke first. Heihu Mountain boasts the strongest lineage of tiger demons, followed by the bull, wolf, deer, sheep, and leopard demons. This aligns with the formidable demons we have encountered alongside several other factions. However, in Qingyang Town, the initial sightings were of the deer and sheep demons. Yet the subsequent encounters did not involve the great demons of Heihu Mountain. This suggests that the group of demons may have been brought by the foreign demon king from the refining filth realm. This notion resonated with Li Yuanshou's own thoughts. Aside from the Tiger King, Heihu Mountain is home to 3 peak bone refining tiger demons, yet only 2 have appeared in your vicinity. Li Yuanshou further elaborated, noting that since the final beast did not appear in Qingyang Town, it must have been involved in the battle against the 2 formidable demons. This suggests that the Tiger Prince might possess the strength of a refined demon. The clash among 3 refined demons presents a rare opportunity for Wanghu City. It is prudent to first investigate Qingyang Town, whether for the sake of precious herbs or to assist colleagues and protect the townspeople. The 2 of them must hasten their journey. As noon approached, with the sun hanging high in the sky, the weary Li Yuanshou and Sun Ding'an encountered a martial artist from the magistrate's office on their way to Qingyang Town. "How did you know I was seeking you?" The refined bone warrior expressed surprise at their fortuitous meeting. "The calamities in Qishui Town and Qimu Town have been resolved. We are en route to Qingshan Town upon hearing that Qingyang Town is still plagued by demons, hence our timely arrival to offer assistance." "Oh, I see. Your arrival is most opportune," the bone warrior replied with a respectful gesture. "The demons in Qingyang Town have already been eradicated by the demon slayer and the 4 commanders. I have come at the behest of the demon slayer to inform you both that he intends to lead you into Heihu Mountain to slay the Tiger King." The 2 were not particularly surprised by the news of the calamity in Qingyang Town. Zhao Mingren and Zhao Mingde were already formidable in their own right. And with the support of Zhou Wanhe and Su Yuan, it was evident that the 4 commanders, including the one from another town, Qian Duobao, would find it relatively easy to dispatch several peak refined bone demons. Their intent was to join forces if possible, but if that did not pan out, they still wished to ascertain whether Zhou Wanhe harbored plans to enter the mountain. With their thoughts aligned, it could not have been more fortuitous as they continued their journey at midday. Li Yuanshou, Sun Ding'an, and the bone-forging martial artist hastened to Qingyang Town, where they encountered Zhou Wanhe and his companions. It appeared that the 2 tiger demons had indeed posed no challenge for them. Zhou Wanhe and his companions were savoring roasted beast meat and, upon seeing Sun Ding'an's arrival, displayed no surprise, their faces adorned with smiles. However, they were somewhat taken aback by Li Yuanshou's presence. They had anticipated that he would remain stationed in Qishui Town and had not intended to inform him of their plans. Yet, the bloodstains and claw marks on Li Yuanshou's body suggested he had likely fought his way here. "We have already rested for a quarter of an hour, eagerly awaiting your arrival." Although Zhou Wanhe felt astonished internally, his expression remained composed as he smiled and gestured for the 2 to take a seat within the humble courtyard. Li Yuanshou and Sun Ding'an sat around a stone table with several commanders. After battling fiercely for half a day without food or water, they remained unaware of their hunger due to the tension. However, upon catching sight of the aromatic beast meat, they suddenly felt their stomachs rumble with hunger. Li Yuanshou fared somewhat better, having consumed 2 precious pills. Sun Ding'an, lacking such fortune, was already famished, his stomach pressing against his back, and immediately seized a large piece of roasted meat, devouring it ravenously. Li Yuanshou was rather unreserved. The higher the cultivation, the greater the appetite, necessitating more nutritional sustenance. Although he had consumed precious elixirs, they had long been assimilated into his vital energy and blood, leaving his stomach still empty, prompting him to devour his meal voraciously. Captain Li's cultivation appeared to be on par with our own. The other captains quickly discerned the extraordinary nature of Li Yuanshou's appetite, below the realm of refining the organs. One's consumption can indeed reflect their cultivation level. The higher the cultivation, the more one consumes. If Li Yuanshou were merely at the first or second level of bone refinement, it would be utterly inconceivable for him to consume over 30 pounds of roasted beast meat from a peak-level demon. The vital essence contained within the flesh and blood of such formidable demons can only be sustained in moderation, allowing for a maximum intake of merely 1 or 2 pounds upon entering the realm of bone refinement. By a stroke of fortune, he managed to slay a wolf demon and obtained a precious medicinal herb, thus enhancing his cultivation somewhat. Li Yuanshou felt the astonished gazes of others upon him and chuckled. Offering a simple remark, he casually glanced at Yuanshou town, where the ox demons had already been dissected for examination, indicating that everyone was aware of the significance of the precious medicine. The forthcoming expedition into the mountains was to be a collective endeavor. A modest display of one's cultivation would facilitate the opportunity to partake in the spoils. It must be noted that this endeavor was greatly aided by the assistance of elderly. Upon witnessing Li Yuanshou's indifference towards revealing the matter of the precious medicine, Sun Ding'an felt a stir of inspiration and proceeded to share Li Yuanshou's astonishing achievements with the crowd. Instantly, the small courtyard fell into a profound silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Chapter 18. The Spiritual Spring in the Mountains. The Conflict of Great Demons. Damn it, what kind of luck is this? The Zhao brothers, Zhao Mingren and Zhao Mingde, after a brief moment of astonishment, could not help but curse inwardly, their hearts brimming with envy and jealousy. They had encountered the most formidable demons, yet after 2 waves of confrontation, they had found not a single trace of them. Initially, they had been quite satisfied with their gains from the materials of the demon beasts, confident that they could outshine everyone else. However, upon hearing that Li Yuanshou had acquired the precious medicine, their previous satisfaction quickly diminished. No matter how valuable the corpse of a peak bone-refining great demon might be, it could not possibly compare to the allure of the precious medicine. Indeed, it seemed that Commander Li was truly blessed. The number of great demons they had faced together exceeded 10, yet they had not even caught a whiff of the precious medicine. Qian Duobao and Su Yuan, whether due to collaboration with the Sun family or a general lack of aversion, harbored mostly goodwill towards Li Yuanshou, openly expressing their envy. Not only they, but even Zhao Wanhe, who had been consuming beast meat, found himself frozen in his actions, his gaze vacant for an extended period. Having served in the demon-slaying department for over 20 years, he had slain no fewer than 100 peak bone-refining great demons. Yet he had never encountered even a whiff of the precious medicine. To him, such a thing existed solely within the realm of rumors. It seems that the precious medicine is far rarer than I had imagined. Li Yuanshou observed the expressions of those around him and realized that he had indeed underestimated the rarity of the precious elixirs. Having slain merely 3 bone-refining great demons, he had obtained 2 elixirs, leading him to believe that the probability of such demons at the pinnacle of bone-refining yielding precious elixirs was quite high. However, it now appeared that others had not encountered them, and it seemed even Zhou Wanhao had not had such an experience. In light of this, he pondered. The chances of those 3 bone corruption realm great demons producing precious elixirs must be significantly diminished. Li Yuanshou could not help but silently pray that the 3 formidable demons possessed miraculous elixirs. He harbored hopes of using this opportunity to advance to the realm of refining the internal organs. The eradication of the demonic scourge should have been a cause for celebration. The turmoil at Black Tiger Mountain was likely to incite conflict among the 3 powerful demons, presenting a rare opportunity for the demon catchers present. However, upon hearing that Li Yuanshou had acquired a miraculous elixir, both Zhou Wanhe and the other leaders felt a tinge of despondency. What significance did capturing the great demons of the refining realm hold if they did not bear miraculous elixirs? Only Sun Ding'an remained unfazed, heartily consuming nearly 40 pounds of beast flesh, satisfied only when he had thoroughly indulged. My lord, when shall we venture into the mountains? I suspect there may be treasures hidden deep within Black Tiger Mountain. Perhaps the 3 great demons are also in pursuit of miraculous elixirs. Upon uttering these words, the crowd's expression shifted, rekindling their enthusiasm. Indeed, it was not uncommon for peak refining bone demons to yield miraculous elixirs, likely from consuming the precious herbs that grew within the mountains. Everyone's spirits brightened, all eyes turning towards Zhou Wanhe. Initially, he regarded the situation merely as an invasion of foreign demons into the territory of the Tiger King, causing the ensuing chaos without much thought. Yet, at this moment, his interest was piqued. If everyone is prepared, we shall enter the mountains immediately. Naturally, the group had no objections. After Zhou Wanhe arranged the necessary affairs, they all set forth towards Black Tiger Mountain under his guidance. In the region of Yuanshou City, Black Tiger Mountain was undoubtedly the most perilous locale. However, for demon catchers, it was also a place brimming with untold treasures. This dense mountain forest stretched for thousands of miles, harboring many seldom-trodden areas, not only inhabited by fierce beasts and lurking demons, but also teeming with precious materials and medicinal herbs, including elixirs of immense value. Yet, opportunity has always been accompanied by danger. With the presence of the refining realm Tiger King and numerous peak refining bone demons, countless demon beasts lurked within, causing even the refining bone warriors to hesitate to venture too deeply. Throughout history, few demon slayers dared to delve into these depths. Yuanshou found himself presented with an unparalleled opportunity. The intrusion of foreign refining realm demons into Black Tiger Mountain had sparked the greatest demonic calamity in nearly a century. Yet it also provided the most fortuitous chance. This expedition consisted of a refining realm master and 6 peak refining bone masters, an unprecedentedly formidable assembly. It was rumored that refining realm masters could unleash their vital energy to slay foes from 100 paces away. How much strength remained in the great demons of Black Tiger Mountain? And what level had Yuanshou achieved in his cultivation? Yuanshou traversed the steep and rugged depths of the forest. He harbored in anticipation for the impending battle. Eager to witness the clash of masters within the realm of refining the marrow, he also yearned to ascertain how his current prowess measured against that of the marrow refining experts. The Yuanshou stance and 2 precious elixirs had significantly enhanced his foundation, endowing him with a potential that far surpassed that of other peak bone refining martial artists. His fundamental strength alone exceeded nearly 2,000 pounds, coupled with a robust energy capable of unleashing dozens of sword strikes. Along with the formidable sun blade technique that rivaled marrow refining martial arts, any one of these facets would be sufficient to sweep through the realm of bone refinement. Nevertheless, his perspective remained somewhat limited. Yuanshou let out a soft sigh. Had he possessed sufficient understanding, he might have ventured into the mountains alone. Yet, lacking the requisite background and foundation, his knowledge of the realm of refining was confined to mere hearsay. And he could no longer afford to be as reckless as in his youth. Once everything is settled at home, perhaps I should establish a channel for information. Yuanshou contemplated silently. The mountain forest in late autumn was particularly frigid, with the autumn wind howling and sand swirling in gusts. Fortunately, the group possessed sufficient cultivation to withstand the elements. By 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the sun was finally obscured by the towering peaks to the west. It was then that they discerned the commotion deep within Black Tiger Mountain. Fire Cloud Leopard, if you desire the precious elixir, I would willingly share it with you. There is no need for such coercion. Deep within Black Tiger Mountain, roars echoed like distant thunder. It was the Tiger King, Yuanshou whispered, raising his hand to signal the others to pay heed. I declare, you and your son must bow in submission, relinquish that sacred spring, and acknowledge me as your sovereign. Should you comply, I shall spare your lives today. Otherwise, this day marks your demise. Another voice resounded, filled with dominion, accompanied by the ominous sounds of splintering trees. The group advanced a few hundred more meters, and from behind a small hill, they glimpsed the scene of the valley below. Despite being late autumn, the valley nestled midway up the mountain retained a hint of spring, with numerous plants still vibrant and verdant. Amidst the ravaged valley, a colossal fire-red leopard had transformed into a humanoid form, sporting a leopard's head atop a human body. Clad in coarse leather and wielding a white bone staff over 2 meters in length, engaged in a fierce battle with a similarly humanoid, giant black tiger. At a distance, near the mouth of a cave, another slightly smaller black tiger bore numerous wounds from blunt force trauma, one of its hind legs visibly broken and hanging limply. It struggled to crawl toward the cave, clearly battered from the fierce confrontation. The battle was intensely fierce, the younger black tiger severely injured, while the Tiger King found himself at a disadvantage against the Fire Cloud Leopard. The sacred spring. There exists a sacred spring here. The thoughts of the group were entirely consumed by the mention of the sacred spring from Fire Cloud Leopard's lips, their expressions illuminating with excitement. Such a sacred spring, sought after by formidable demons, was surely comparable to precious elixirs. Chapter 19. The Yellow Sparrow lurks behind, slaying the Fire Cloud Leopard. Is this the true prowess of a demon at the refining corpse stage? Yuanshou also heard the ethereal spring. Yet his thoughts were predominantly focused on the 2 colossal demons. This marked his inaugural encounter with the confrontation of the refining viscera realm, which was not as astonishing as he had envisioned. The techniques displayed were rather rudimentary. The Fire Cloud Leopard wielded a bone club, while the Black Tiger King brandished a silvery longsword. The 2 formidable demons engaged in a primal style of combat, their weapons infused with vital energy clashing incessantly, as if competing to determine whose weapon was superior. Their behavior was nothing short of brutish, were it not for the surrounding surge of vital energy, which occasionally pierced through the mountains and shattered nearby ancient trees. One might scarcely discern that they were demons of the refining viscera realm. Their strength appeared to be relatively modest, likely around 5,000 pounds, but not exceeding 6,000. Indeed, their internal energy seemed more profound than mine, however. It is likely that their stamina was equally depleted. Yuanshou scrutinized the situation, contemplating his capability to confront the formidable Black Tiger King. It appeared that his strength had reached a level where he could contend with ordinary practitioners of the refining Zong realm. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his gaze shifted, and he noticed that the Black Tiger King was faltering, likely on the brink of defeat. Its weapon, clearly a human artifact, was scarcely longer than its arm, resembling a miniature tool in its grasp. It paled in comparison to the bone club wielded by the leopard demon, which was far more suited for combat. Prepare yourselves. Once the Tiger King is vanquished, we shall advance. Yuanshou perceived the impending fall of the Tiger King, inhaling deeply as he gripped the hilt of his blade that extended beyond his shoulder. Words were unnecessary. Every warrior unsheathed their weapons, bracing themselves for the impending clash. Moments passed, and finally, the Tiger King succumbed, its skull shattered by a single strike from the fire cloud leopard, resulting in instant demise. "Pa, what creature dares to challenge me?" The fire cloud leopard spat disdainfully upon the lifeless body of the Tiger King, its spirit undeterred despite the injuries it bore. Striding boldly towards the cave, once it eliminated the tiger cub, it would reign supreme over the spirit spring. Suddenly, as it fantasized about its glorious future, a flurry of arrows whistled through the air, striking towards it in rapid succession. "Who dares?" The fire cloud leopard roared in fury, swinging its bone club to deflect the incoming projectiles. "Attack!" With Su Yuan and Qian Duobao providing cover fire, Yuanshou, the Zhao brothers, Li Yuanshou, and Sun Ding'an rushed down the valley. Human martial artists? The fire cloud leopard was both astonished and enraged, never expecting the human warriors to arrive so swiftly. As it endeavored to shield itself from the barrage of arrows, Yuanshou had already surged forward, leaping high with the might of Mount Tai, unleashing a dazzling arc of blade light that showcased the overwhelming prowess of a refining Zong realm master. Li Yuanshou followed closely behind. After the clash between Yuanshou and the fire cloud leopard, the accompanying energy of the mysterious iron blade danced gracefully, creating countless afterimages. Commander Li wields his blade with remarkable skill. Yuanshou couldn't help but exclaim as he caught a glimpse of that familiar yet unfamiliar blade light. Though it was their first collaboration, the two exhibited a remarkable synergy. Yuanshou's swordsmanship, equally vigorous and unyielding, bore resemblance to the fierce sun blade technique. With its force akin to a gentle yet fervent flame, Li Yuanshou's blade shimmered with a faint golden hue. Yuanshou took the offensive, engaging him with unwavering resolve. Li Yuanshou, with an astonishing swiftness of blade, repeatedly struck with precision, leaving numerous cuts upon the formidable fire cloud leopard, compelling the beast to retreat incessantly. For a moment, the others found themselves unable to intervene. "Let us slay that ailing tiger." Sun Ding'an, quick-witted, charged into the cave. The others, regaining their senses, swiftly followed suit. "Despicable and shameless human race, even in death, I shall take you down with me." The fire cloud leopard, cornered against the stone wall with no escape, once more clashed fiercely against Yuanshou's blade. After forcefully repelling Yuanshou with its formidable bone club, it swung its massive 2-meter-long weapon, delivering a vicious blow towards Li Yuanshou. Li Yuanshou was well prepared, anticipating that the cornered creature might act out of desperation. He swiftly unleashed the fierce sun blade technique, executing a series of strikes to counter the assault of the bone staff, while simultaneously retreating rapidly to engage the newly arrived Yuanshou. What a formidable demon! Having severely wounded a black tiger and slain a tiger king, he still possessed such remarkable strength. Li Yuanshou, amidst the fierce battle, felt a surge of trepidation. This fire cloud leopard was far from being a mere novice in the realm of refining the internal organs. It was several times stronger than those two black tigers. Yuanshou, seemingly aware of his astonishment, spoke while engaged in combat. "This fire cloud leopard has already achieved mastery in one of the 5 vital organs, the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, or kidneys. If my conjecture holds true, it is the heart that has reached such mastery, comparable to a precious elixir." Upon receiving this revelation, Li Yuanshou was suddenly invigorated. Having savored the elixir born from the pinnacle of bone-refining demons, he craved more. If he could obtain even a fragment of the fire cloud leopard's heart, it might enable him to transcend once again. "Dream on if you wish to consume this king." The fire cloud leopard, incensed by their discussion of its flesh and blood, swung its bone club with even greater ferocity. "This king will fight you to the death." Suddenly, it bellowed and forcefully repelled both Yuanshou and Li Yuanshou. To their astonishment, it turned tail and fled. Still attempting to escape, Yuanshou summoned all his inner strength, employing a profound technique to leap forward like a swan in flight, landing deftly upon the rocky ground ahead. A flurry of blade-like energy sliced through the air, forcing the fire cloud leopard to retreat. However, in a surprising twist, the creature feigned a retreat and pivoted, thrusting its bone club towards Li Yuanshou. "Look out!" Yuanshou cried out, but he was too late to offer aid. It seemed the fire cloud leopard had devised a cunning strategy. Its retreat was merely a ruse. With its true target being Li Yuanshou, it was determined to fight to the death to take Li Yuanshou with it. Clang! Li Yuanshou had no time to retreat. Thrusting the black iron blade before him, with both hands pushing against the blade's surface, he managed to deflect the impending strike. Yet he instantly felt an overwhelming force surge toward him, propelling both him and the sword backwards at an alarming speed. His feet carved 2 half-foot deep marks into the ground. Death. The ferocity of the fire cloud leopard's murderous intent was astounding. Li Yuanshou could clearly see the crimson veins surging within those blood-red eyes, mere inches away. "With you, you shall not be able to slay this old man." Li Yuanshou let out a thunderous roar, just as he was about to be impaled against the stone wall. An immense force of 4,000 to 5,000 pounds erupted within him. He braced himself against the bone staff for a fleeting moment, leveraging the strength to step backward against the stone wall, ascending several meters in reverse, and then leaping towards the oblique rear of the fire cloud leopard. "Today, you shall perish." The fire cloud leopard growled, disregarding the shimmering blades behind it, and struck fiercely at Li Yuanshou's waist with the bone staff, simultaneously unleashing its final surge of energy. In an instant, the 2-meter-long bone staff extended into an almost 20-foot-long arc. This is bad. Li Yuanshou's gaze sharpened. Despite Zhou Wan's sudden change of tactics, intercepting the staff's radiance, a portion of that luminous strike still surged toward his waist. If this blow landed, he would undoubtedly be cleaved in two. Desperation took hold. In this critical moment, Li Yuanshou gritted his teeth, channeling all his energy. Although his internal force had yet to reach the level of external manifestation, he cast aside all hesitation, allowing his entire strength to coalesce upon the mysterious iron blade. With a mighty swing, he unleashed his full power. Boom! A deep sonic explosion reverberated through the valley. Li Yuanshou ultimately cleaved the staff of light. Yet, suspended in midair, his body was unable to evade the surging wave of energy, forcefully propelled several dozen meters away. Hiss! Despite his quick reflexes, he crouched down to absorb the impact. With one hand planted on the ground and his long knife embedded halfway into the earth, he still carved out a trench over 10 meters deep before he finally managed to stabilize his form. Thud! Li Yuanshou spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, narrowly evading that lethal strike. This minor injury was inconsequential to him, as he would recover in an instant. The remnants of the precious elixir within his body swiftly restored his vitality. Lifting his gaze once more at the fire cloud leopard, he realized that it had evidently fallen victim to Zhou Wanhao, who had seized the opportunity to sever its head. At that moment, Zhou Wanhao stared at him in astonishment. And upon their eyes meeting, he instinctively expressed his surprise. You are unharmed? Chapter 20, The Spiritual Spring Elixir. A Bountiful Harvest. Zhou Wanhao was genuinely taken aback. The fire cloud leopard's desperate strike would be challenging even for someone newly initiated into the bone refinement realm to withstand. For one at the bone refinement stage, survival was virtually impossible. Yet, there stood Li Yuanshou, not only having withstood that deadly maneuver single-handedly but also emerging with naught but a mere spurt of blood. Was this the prowess one would expect from an 80-year-old bone refinement martial artist? Perhaps he had fortuitously benefited from the effects of the elixir. Li Yuanshou casually wiped the bloodstains from the corners of his mouth and leaned on his sword as he returned to the cave entrance. In the span of merely a few dozen meters, he felt as though his injuries had completely healed. Undoubtedly, this was the effect of the residual elixir. However, it seemed that the elixir was not the sole factor at play. Zhou Wan scrutinized the old commander he had personally elevated to his position for the first time. His sword-like brows furrowing in contemplation as he remarked with deep significance, an elixir can at most enhance one's cultivation and strengthen the foundation, but it cannot bestow upon an individual the mastery of a perfected martial art. He recalled the sword techniques exhibited by Li Yuanshou. It was evident that they were indeed the embodiment of a consummate swordsmanship. In terms of martial prowess, this old comrade was even superior to him. After all, decades of cultivation should yield some insights. To this, Li Yuanshou merely smiled, offering no further elaboration. I believe you possess considerable insight. This sword technique must have been developed on the foundation of the demon-slaying sword technique. Am I correct? Zhou Wan's demeanor softened significantly as he expressed a tinge of regret. Had I encountered you 50 years earlier, I would have certainly recommended you to the demon-slaying bureau. You appear to be just in your 30s. Li Yuanshou regarded Zhou Wanhao with an air of peculiarity, perplexed by the latter's thoughts. Zhou Wanhao felt momentarily stifled. Though he had surpassed the age of 40, he was still significantly younger than Li Yuanshou, who had seen over 50 years of life before Zhou's own birth. Nevertheless, this did not deter his intentions. After a brief cough, he articulated, while I cannot recommend you to the demon-slaying division, should you be inclined, you could join my Zhou family as a veneration. The remuneration would be scarcely inferior to that of an ordinary demon slayer. This notion had just begun to take root in Zhou Wan's mind. Today, after vanquishing the fire cloud leopard, Li Yuanshou had contributed immensely and deserved a share of the leopard's heart. Furthermore, the spiritual spring within the cave, along with the potential medicinal treasures hidden within the two black tigers, would undoubtedly enable him to ascend to the realm of refining the organs. Coupled with his self-created perfected blade technique for refining the organs, he had become a worthy asset for his family to recruit. No wonder he has been so loquacious today. Li Yuanshou listened quietly, contemplating how to gracefully decline. Do not be hasty in your refusal. Zhou Wanhao seemed to perceive his thoughts, smiling as he spoke. Once you enter the realm of refining the internal organs, I shall elaborate on the situation in Linhe County and throughout the entire northern province. Then you may decide at your leisure. Very well. Li Yuanshou acquiesced. Although he had no desire to ally with the aristocratic families, his curiosity about the vast expanse beyond Wanghu City was insatiable. Within the cavern, upon Li Yuanshou and Zhou Wan's arrival, Sun Dingan and the others had already vanquished the tiger demon and were now resting against the rocky wall. The formidable demon of the refining organs realm was exceedingly powerful. Even severely wounded, it was far beyond the capabilities of those peak refining bones demons. Were it not for our combined efforts, we would have faced considerable difficulty. The group was engaged in reflecting on the recent battle. It was endowed with a treasure that bolstered its strength. Had you possessed a precious elixir to nourish and cultivate your inner energy, slaying it would have been a mere trifle. Zhou Wan chuckled lightly in response. My lord. The others promptly rose, clasping their hands in respect, their gazes instinctively drawn to Li Yuanshou. Previously, they had only heard of precious elixirs, their effects existing solely in the realm of imagination. However, witnessing Li Yuanshou's displayed prowess, they now held a tangible impression of the elixirs and felt an intensified yearning. Had they possessed such elixirs, they would have fought the fire cloud leopard together rather than being rendered impotent. Let us go and explore the so-called spiritual spring. Yuanshou stepped ahead, guiding the way. The cavern was illuminated by crude stone lanterns, burning with beast oil, emanating a subtle, savory aroma that was not overwhelming. The corridor glowed a warm yellow, sparing them the need for torches. Soon, they reached the cavern's end, beholding the spiritual spring within the fire cloud leopard's maw. The cavern was expansive, measuring several dozen meters in diameter, with a ceiling soaring 10 meters high. The surrounding stone walls were adorned with various claw marks, evidence of excavation, and hung with more stone lanterns alongside pearls and precious gems. Yet, all eyes were drawn to the pool of clear water at the center of the cave. The spiritual spring, measuring a mere 10 feet in circumference, had been deliberately hewn out. Within it, white mist swirled, bathed in the surrounding golden glow of the flickering firelight. It resembled the newly birthed clouds at the horizon, resplendent and breathtaking, a scene of ethereal beauty. In that moment, everyone was captivated by the mesmerizing mist within the cave. Their senses overwhelmed by its splendor. Li Yuanshou unconsciously stepped back. He gently tugged at Sun Ding's sleeve, quietly urging him to retreat a few steps, creating distance from the crowd. Having spent decades as a demon hunter, he had witnessed numerous colleagues torn apart over spoils, their greed for immense profits surging uncontrollably. Despite explicit prohibitions, Sun Ding felt that Li Yuanshou was being overly cautious. Nevertheless, he followed suit and retreated, only to suddenly realize that Zhao Wan's fist was continuously clenching and unclenching in a rhythmic cycle. Clearly, this demon-slaying master was harboring some intentions. He hastily glanced at Li Yuanshou. Do not be hasty. Li Yuanshou shook his head at him. Acting impulsively would only transform struggle into inevitability. He gazed intently at Zhao Wanha, quietly retreating a few paces. After a while, it seemed everyone sensed something unusual, feeling the unsettling silence. Zhao Wan's palm finally ceased its movements, and his voice emerged, laden with gravity. This pool of spiritual spring must be the legendary innate spiritual water. It is said to cleanse the tendons and marrow, expand the meridians, refine the muscles and flesh, thereby enhancing the body's foundation. Upon uttering this, he tested the depth with his long blade, then turned to survey the crowd, declaring, "This pool of spiritual water appears to be the result of 6 months' accumulation, sufficient for only 2 individuals." Observing the dripping speed from the pool's wall, he continued, "However, such a treasure can only be utilized once by each person. Therefore, let us form a queue, and everyone shall have their share." Upon hearing this, the anxious hearts of the crowd finally found relief. Yet soon, thoughts began to stir again. Those who partook first would seize the advantage and gain the upper hand. All present were at the pinnacle of the bone refinement realm, each possessing the potential to enter the organ refinement realm. Zhao Wanha was acutely aware of this. To prevent internal strife, he swiftly curtailed their musings with a firm stance. In this endeavor, both I and Captain Li have contributed the most. In terms of merit, we shall take precedence. However, considering Captain Su's advanced age and greater urgency, I have decided that Captain Su and Captain Li shall be the first to partake. Who is in favor, and who opposes? Naturally, the crowd found themselves unable to refute this. Even the Demon Slayer relinquished their opportunity. What dissent could they possibly voice? After all, in 6 months, enough could be accumulated for 2 individuals, and everyone had their share to look forward to. With no objections raised, they proceeded to distribute the precious medicine. Zhao Wanha led the group in dissecting the 3 great demon corpses, yielding 1 leopard heart and 2 tiger livers, distributed likewise according to merit. Li Yuanshou and Zhao Wanha joined forces to slay the fire cloud leopard, dividing among themselves half of its heart. The remaining individuals shared a singular tiger liver. As for the Tiger King's liver, it was distributed equitably among all, a reasonable arrangement devoid of bias. Leaders Li and Su, you may utilize the innate spiritual water to refine the precious medicine. Merely bathing in it will suffice for absorption, as this treasure is remarkably gentle. Zhao Wanha briefly instructed others before leading them towards the stone platforms adorned with animal hides. Lord Zhou, upon hearing this, Li Yuanshou called out to Zhao Wanha. Unable to restrain his curiosity, might this spiritual water be beneficial for blood-refining warriors with damaged meridians and atrophied bodies? He recounted the condition of his wife, Wang Yuer, to Zhao Wanha. Zhao Wanha's brow furrowed at this revelation. He had not anticipated that, in the presence of such a treasure, Li Yuanshou's first thought would be for his paralyzed wife of many years. This sense of responsibility strengthened Zhao Wanha's resolve to cultivate a closer bond. And he responded without hesitation. In such a case, merely 100 or so drops, diluted in clear water for bathing over the course of half a month, would suffice for recovery. However, its efficacy does not lie solely in healing. It must be complemented with quality medicinal herbs during this period. If you are willing, you may incorporate that small piece of tiger liver into the medicine. Chapter 21. Breaking through the blood-refining realm. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. Li Yuanshou, overwhelmed with emotion, repeatedly bowed in gratitude. His wife's paralysis had been a lingering affliction for many years, and he had believed that only by fulfilling the conditions set by Sun Ding could she possibly recover. To his astonishment, he had found hope in the treacherous Black Tiger Mountain. In comparison to the spiritual spring he could obtain, a mere 100 or 80 drops were but a trivial matter. As for the small piece of tiger liver, it was merely a handful, shared among the crowd. He had consumed far more before and had no need for this insignificant morsel. Congratulations, elderly. Sun Dingan sincerely expressed his joy for his esteemed senior. Allow me to fetch 2 containers for you. Elderly, the containers have arrived. Li Yuanshou had just separated half a pool of spiritual water from Su Yuan when Sun Dingan arrived with a porcelain vial, evidently pilfered from the village. After cleansing it, he generously rinsed it with a small amount of spiritual water, filling the vial and sealing it with a wooden cork. He then stored the piece of tiger liver in a jade box. Only then did he remove his armor and step into the small pool that held half a pool of spiritual spring. This half of a leopard's heart, derived from the fully refined fire cloud leopard, left him wondering if it would enable him to enter the realm of refining the internal organs. Li Yuanshou, filled with anticipation, sat in the pool where the spiritual water rose to his chest, swallowing the leopard heart that resembled a fiery red gemstone. Boom. Li Yuanshou felt as though he had swallowed a ball of fire. The heart of the leopard was surprisingly scorching, and as he chewed, it transformed into a surging wave of heat that coursed down his throat into his innermost organs and limbs. In an instant, a feverish discomfort enveloped him entirely. Even submerged in the cool, ethereal spring, he remained drenched in sweat. His meridians and flesh felt as if they were immersed in lava, seemingly melting from within, inciting an unbearable restlessness that made him feel as though he might explode. The Yuanshou stance. The pool was quite small, and while he needed to bathe, it was ill-suited for practicing martial arts. Li Yuanshou drew his sword and mounted his steed, initiating a meditative stance as he employed the Yuanshou stance to accelerate the absorption of the potent essence of the furious elixir. As he began to settle into his posture, the tumultuous force within him became notably more docile. At that moment, he could distinctly perceive the torrent of energy, transformed from the heart of a leopard, coursing through his meridians in a cyclical flow, ultimately surging into his heart. This formidable energy was refining his heart. The heart, the master of the blood vessels, serves as the central hub of the human circulatory system, through which vital energy and blood traverse the entire body, circulating through the limbs and various organs. Furthermore, it is the cradle of consciousness, governing the operations of the internal organs. Thus, in the realm of cultivating the internal organs, the heart is universally regarded as the primary foundation for practice. Undoubtedly, at this moment, Li Yuanshou was engaged in the alchemy of the internal organs. However, he did not practice the techniques of refining the organs but instead relied on the Yuanshou stance, repetitively honing his vital energy. Even so, his heart was visibly strengthening at a remarkable pace. When beings are born, their internal organs conceal the innate life essence. Yet, due to postnatal growth, the food consumed and the air inhaled are tainted with impurities, leading to the corruption of this life essence. This even causes the innate energy to self-seal, lying dormant within the internal organs, inaccessible for utilization. The purpose of refining the organs is to excavate this innate life essence anew, allowing it to refine the vital energy and merge with it, ultimately transforming both into genuine internal strength. The distinction between the realms of organ refinement and bone refinement lies here. Although the bone refinement realm can also produce vital energy, it tends to be scattered and insubstantial, lacking in refinement, and thus cannot be released effectively. In contrast, the vital energy derived from the organ refinement realm is not only more concentrated but also integrated with the innate life essence, transforming it into a true force capable of breaking through the body. The reason Li Yuanshou could distinctly sense his growing strength lies primarily in the transformation of his vital energy. His heart, having undergone rigorous refinement, now circulates a blood essence imbued with a notably superior quality of energy. This vitality resonates with the same potent force as that of Zhou Wanhai and Hu Yunbei. At long last, he has stepped into the realm of refining the internal organs. Li Yuanshou, having settled his vital energy and entering a state of tranquility, began to circulate his internal force, which evoked an indescribable joy within him. Although he had anticipated the existence of a precious elixir that could hasten his journey into the realm of internal refinement, he had not expected such happiness to arrive so swiftly. From this moment forth, he would be regarded as one of the foremost masters of Wanghu City. Yet, he pondered whether, upon entering the realm of internal refinement, he would still be able to enhance his bone-forging martial arts. Observing the murky waters of the pool, he noted the absence of spiritual energy. Li Yuanshou leapt from the pool, his entire being infused with a powerful energy, shaking off the droplets of water from his body and inner garment as he donned his dark iron armor. Like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, he immediately unleashed a series of tiger fist techniques. Enhanced by his vigorous energy, each strike of the fist became increasingly fierce, every movement resembling a true ferocious tiger. Even more formidable than the infamous blood-refining Tiger King. Tiger Fist, Mastery Level, 15,000. Fortunately, the breakthrough in his realm did not affect the distribution of points on his panel. Li Yuanshou let out a sigh of relief, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of profound astonishment. The fierce Tiger Fist, a martial art focused on bone refinement, could still be enhanced even in the realm of internal organ refinement. Did this not imply that the foundation of his skeletal strength could continue to be elevated? Or perhaps it meant that regardless of the heights his cultivation might reach, as long as his proficiency was sufficient, he could perpetually augment the corresponding power of his realm? Even though he could now be considered a master of internal organ refinement, practicing the primordial longevity stance could still bolster his vitality. Similarly, training in the fierce tiger fist and the spirit serpent fist would allow him to further refine his bones. Yuanshou finally recognized the astonishing nature of the system. As the saying goes, human strength has its limits. For martial artists, this often refers to potential, which can also be interpreted as innate talent. Each individual possesses their own ceiling of talent. For instance, he initially entered the bone refining realm with a foundational strength of 1,500 pounds, while others only achieved 1,200 pounds. With each breakthrough, he increased by 300 pounds, whereas others only augmented by 200 pounds. This exemplifies the disparity in potential. Although the effect of the Hunyuan longevity posture plays a role, it is essential to understand that martial arts techniques merely assist in unlocking the human body's latent capabilities. Ultimately, the true limit is determined by one's potential. Lacking sufficient potential, no matter how proficient one becomes in their techniques, their ceiling remains irrevocably fixed. The quality of the techniques merely influences the pace of cultivation. A physique destined for a limit of 1,200 pounds cannot be altered, regardless of how much one strives to excavate it. Yuanshou experienced a similar journey. In the early stages of his bone refining realm, he consistently increased his strength by 300 pounds with each breakthrough. It was only upon ingesting a precious elixir that he deepened his foundation, reinforced his roots, and enhanced his potential and talent, thereby shattering his previous limits. However, after transcending these boundaries, his potential merely escalated to a new plateau, with a slightly elevated ceiling, unless he acquires another extraordinary elixir to further excavate his latent capabilities. His current potential remains largely fixed. Yet, therein lies the source of Yuanshou's exhilaration. While others require elixirs to solidify their foundations and elevate their potential, he possesses the unique ability to enhance his prowess through skill proficiency points in addition to elixirs. This revelation opened a new realm of possibilities for him. Previously, he had been solely focused on accelerating his cultivation to alter his family's circumstances, neglecting these insights. Now, he realizes it is not too late. He can continue to refine these techniques at any time. As long as his proficiency is sufficient, he can elevate them all. This implies that with each martial art he masters, he gains the equivalent of an additional precious elixir. Chapter 22. Rebirth. Dazzling achievements. The journey to Black Tiger Mountain. Yuanshou has undoubtedly reaped the greatest rewards. Firstly, he has achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, reaching the realm of refining the internal organs. Complemented by a formidable strength nearing 5,000 pounds and a perfected sunfire blade technique, making his prowess likely on par with Yuanshou. Furthermore, after undergoing the cleansing of the spiritual spring, his meridians have been expanded several times, allowing him to harbor a greater reservoir of vital energy, which signifies that in the future, he will be capable of refining more internal force than others. In addition, his physical vitality has significantly increased. To describe it specifically, his previous physique was plagued by aging components. It relied solely on robust bones and abundant vital energy to support his strength. Now, after the baptism of the spiritual water, his bones, meridians, and flesh have been rejuvenated as if they were replaced with new parts, shedding the weariness of age. His bodily structure is no longer rusty, but rather completely revitalized, akin to a rebirth, rivaling the vigor of those in their 20s or 30s. The most significant gain, undoubtedly, is the hope for wearer's recovery. Yuanshou cherished the porcelain vase and the jade box, cradling them closely to his heart. Each time he thought of his wife's recovery, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. The others had already absorbed the rewards of this journey, each experiencing personal growth. However, a few leaders had yet to step into the inner sanctum of refinement, receiving scant treasures, and would require future cleansing from the spiritual springs to solidify their foundations. Su Yuan continued his cultivation, placing great significance on this opportunity. He refrained from hastily consuming the 2 pieces of tiger liver he had obtained. Instead, he first utilized the spiritual spring to refine his body, waiting for Sheng to enter before carefully swallowing the tiger liver, rejuvenating his physique. At over 70 years old, Su Yuan was the most senior leader aside from Yuanshou. Had it not been for his early venture into bone refinement and his vigorous progress during his prime, reaching the pinnacle of bone refinement, he might have already begun his decline. Originally, in a decade's time, he would also enter a phase of waning vitality. Yet, the spiritual springs and precious medicines from Black Tiger Mountain granted him a rebirth, allowing him to step into the inner sanctum of refinement, becoming the 3rd master of inner refinement in Yuanshou City. Gratitude was unspoken, and words were superfluous. After concluding his practice, Su Yuan approached Yuanshou with a commanding presence. Bowing respectfully, "From now on, should you require my assistance, I shall not decline." Su's words were earnest, but Yuanshou, with a gentle smile, replied, "Everyone has reaped their due rewards. Tonight, we shall celebrate at the 8 Treasures Tower. The demon threat of Black Tiger Mountain has been entirely eradicated." Yuanshou had accomplished what generations of demon-slaying masters had failed to achieve, a feat that would undoubtedly leave a significant mark in the annals of Yuanshou City's history, earning him accolades from the demon-slaying department. Before departing, Yuanshou cleaved through several massive stones to seal the cave's entrance, preventing any remaining demons from wandering in and disturbing the reservoir of spiritual water. Subsequently, The group transported the corpses of the three great demons back to the nearest Qingyang town. After an afternoon of cleanup, the beast's remains were brought back to Yuanshou City, with only a small contingent awaiting the demon-slaying master Yuanshou and leaders like Yuanshou. For a considerable time to come, everyone could afford to rest well. On the return journey to Yuanshou City, spirits were buoyant. Black Tiger Mountain had posed the greatest threat within hundreds of miles, and now that it had been vanquished, the remaining demons could be dealt with by ordinary demon hunters. Yet, Li was still concerned. Sun Ding'an rode alongside Yuanshou, observing his furrowed brow, and offered a comforting smile. The demon-slaying master has assured us that you will surely recover. Without witnessing it firsthand, one could not help but feel a twinge of unease. Yuanshou smiled faintly and said little more. He had never doubted Zhou Wan's words. There was no reason for him to deceive him. In fact, his thoughts were preoccupied with the old wolf that had nurtured the precious wolf heart elixir. Among the numerous pinnacle demon beasts of bone refinement in Black Tiger Mountain, each possessed far greater strength than that old wolf, yet none had produced such a treasure. This indicated that those formidable demons had not been granted the opportunity to cleanse their marrow in the spiritual spring. Yet, that old wolf had achieved it. Either it was closely allied with the Tiger King, receiving the king's favor and the gift of the spiritual spring, or it had encountered some other fortuitous circumstance. Yuanshou reminisced about the two black tigers he encountered in Qimu town, reflecting on the disdainful demeanor of the wolf demon, and concluded that it could not possibly belong to the former. Thus, could one infer that the old wolf's lair holds another mystery? The Wild Wolf Ridge. Yuanshou secretly noted this location, intending to explore the Wild Wolf Ridge once his wife had recovered. After the group returned to the city, darkness fell and time was of the essence. They agreed to reconvene at the rear of the 8 Treasure Pavilion an hour later, and thus, each individual dispersed. Yuanshou hurriedly made his way to the demon-catching bureau, seeking his father. Li Qingyang had heard that today's demonic calamity was particularly severe. He was anxiously awaiting news in the courtyard when he spotted Yuanshou returning and hurried to greet him. In this bitterly cold late autumn, Yang, you must take care of your health. Yuanshou pushed the wheelchair as he entered, speaking with enthusiasm. Today has brought me numerous opportunities. I have already stepped into the realm of refining the internal organs. Together, we have vanquished Black Tiger Mountain, so you need not worry any longer. He succinctly conveyed the day's events to his son, seeking to reassure him of his concerns. Here is the primordial spirit water and the tiger liver elixir, capable of cleansing the tendons and marrow, nourishing the meridians, and invigorating the vital energy and blood. In just half a month, your mother will be fully restored. Yuanshou eagerly shared the delightful news with his son. Is it true? That's wonderful. Li Qingyang was filled with excitement. His mother, paralyzed and confined to bed, weighed heavily on his heart. He constantly yearned for the day she would rise once more. He believed that the days to come would only improve. Yuanshou's eyes glistened with emotion as he gently patted his son's shoulder, proclaiming, in the future, I shall also seek precious remedies for you, so that you may rise once more. The son replied, Father, there is no need for further words. I am well aware of my limits. When Yuanshou returned his son to the house, a maid outside had already prepared hot water and set up the bathtub for him. Yuanshou summoned a maid to prepare another bucket of hot water. Subsequently, he indulged in a refreshing bath, and after donning a fresh set of garments, he personally added a portion of spiritual water to the newly prepared bathing tub. My lords, let us attend to the lady. 2 maids approached cautiously. You have toiled all day. It is best to retire early. Yuanshou smiled gently, caring for his wife with unwavering devotion for decades. He bathed her tenderly and sliced small pieces of tiger liver to prepare her medicine, feeding it to her with great care, observing the noticeable improvement in her complexion. A look of relief and joy spread across his face. As he massaged her muscles, he softly murmured, Where? You will soon recover. Reflecting on their shared past, he found himself shedding silent tears. Since his wife had fallen ill, he had restrained his emotions, fearing they might affect her, holding back for many years. Fortunately, she would soon regain her health. After ensuring that his wife was peacefully asleep, Yuanshou leisurely made his way to the Baobao building. This evening, the Baobao building was particularly lively. With the eradication of the monstrous threats, the entire Yuanshou city was in a festive spirit, adorned with lanterns and decorations as if celebrating the new year. Greetings, Commander Li, esteemed elderly. Along the way, he encountered numerous martial artists and masters, all of whom paid their respects with eyes filled with admiration. As the demon hunters returned from various towns, word had spread far and wide. The seemingly oldest commander had single-handedly vanquished a pack of wolf demons in Xiaha village. Subsequently, he rushed to Qimu town to turn the tide, slaying 2 pinnacle bone-refining demons and countless others from the blood-refining and bone-refining realms. Even in the final battle deep within Black Tiger Mountain, this venerable elder led the charge, joining forces with the demon slayer to vanquish a formidable demon of the filthy refining realm. Such remarkable achievements shone with unparalleled brilliance. Chapter 23, On Merits and Rewards. The Zhao family conspiracy. Tonight, Yuanshou City buzzed with excitement, and the Baobao building was exceptionally vibrant. The Demon Slayer had issued a decree for a collective celebration at the Demon Capture Office, allowing all but the personnel on duty to partake in the festivities. The Baobao building, a property of the Demon Capture Office, was entirely reserved for this occasion, filled to capacity with demon hunters. Commander Li, Elderly, when Yuanshou arrived, The hall was already filled with individuals, all of whom were young practitioners at the blood refinement realm. Everyone rose to greet him with expressions of reverence. Outside, one could afford to be more casual. Li Yuanshou wore a benevolent smile, devoid of the aloofness one might expect from a master of the dark arts, and responded to the young individuals with utmost amiability. Ascending to the second floor, he continued in the same vein, exchanging glances and greetings with everyone. Upon reaching the third floor, he entered the exclusive private room designated for him. Old Master Li has arrived. Within the room, Sun Dingyan and Su Yuan were present, both rising to their feet and clasping their hands in greeting. There is no need for such formality in the future. Li Yuanshou walked directly to sit beside Sun Dingyan, engaging in light conversation with the two while awaiting the arrival of others. Before long, Qin Duobao, the Zhao brothers, and the demon-slaying envoy Zhou Wanhao arrived in succession, filling the private room with lively chatter. As they savored exquisite dishes crafted from prime demon beast meat, discussions naturally turned to the recent calamity caused by demons, punctuated by pleasantries and mutual flattery. Ultimately, the conversation shifted to reflections and discourse on martial arts experiences. After several rounds of wine, Zhou Wanhao cleared his throat and broached the matter at hand. With the demon threat eradicated today, it was only fitting to confer rewards. This has long been a cherished tradition of the Demon Capture Bureau. Whenever there are achievements, accolades are always bestowed, and today would be no exception. Li Yuanshou attended such an occasion for the first time. He listened intently as Zhou Wanhao, holding a statistical ledger, recounted the achievements of each individual. Noting the demon beasts they had slain, all meticulously recorded. Each level of demon beast came with a corresponding reward. Demon beasts were treasures in their entirety. Their hides, bones, and flesh held significant value. Unlike ordinary demon catchers, the leaders, akin to demon slayers, were rewarded based on their merits, which could be exchanged for elixirs, techniques, martial arts, weapons, and even properties such as taverns, martial arts schools, and farmlands, as well as gold and silver. The three prominent families of Yuanshou City, the Zhao, Qian, and Sun families, had risen to prominence through this system. Su Yuan, being a loose cultivator, ascended later and currently possesses only a modest estate. Li Yuanshou is the least affluent among those present. However, today, he has accomplished the most, and consequently, his merits are unparalleled. Commander Li, your recorded achievements amount to over 3,700 points. Should there be any discrepancies in the records, they may be raised later for individual rectification. After discussing Li Yuanshou's merits, Zhou Wanjin added, later, you may consult Commander Sun regarding the specific application of your achievements. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Understood. Li Yuanshou nodded slightly. Such trivial matters were of no concern to him. He would certainly take the time to understand them. Achievements essentially lay in that realm. The materials from the demon beast had yet to be tallied, and they could simply consult Qin Bo later. After speaking, Zhou Wanhao shared a few more drinks with the others before departing with the record of merits. The rest of the group could enjoy an early respite, yet for him, the demon-slaying envoy, there were numerous matters to discuss with the county office. With nearly 4,000 merits, it seemed that Old Li was poised for a meteoric rise. Haha. From this day forth, we shall witness the transformation of Yuanshou City from 3 prominent families into 5. Congratulations to Old Li for stepping into the realm of refining the viscera, thus elevating the Li family to new heights. Also, congratulations to Old Su for breaking through to the same realm, leading the Su family to stand tall at the pinnacle of Yuanshou City. A toast to both masters of refining the viscera. A toast to the new clan leaders, regardless of the sincerity behind their sentiments. The leaders of the old 3 prominent families raised their glasses in unison, celebrating Li Yuanshou and Su Yuan. Their advancement into the realm of refining the viscera would undoubtedly usher in a new era for their respective families. Henceforth, they would become the ultimate aspiration for the thousands of lowly cultivators in Yuanshou City. That night, Li Yuanshou indulged in a fair amount of drink. Seated by the window of the 8 treasure pavilion, he gazed upon the myriad lights below, and after a long while, he realized he had reached the pinnacle of this city, which had struggled for decades. The grand ambitions he had harbored in his youth had finally begun to materialize. That evening marked the first time in his life that he felt intoxicated. He could not resist Sun Dingyan's insistence and was escorted back to the government office by a servant of the Sun family. Meanwhile, the Zhao family was far from tranquil. Zhao Mingren and Zhao Mingda returned from the 8 treasure pavilion and roused their elder brother, the family head Zhao Mingli, who had already succumbed to slumber. The matters concerning the Black Tiger Martial Arts School required reconsideration. After sharing Li Yuanshou's current circumstances with their elder brother, the discussion hall fell into a prolonged silence. Had Li Yuanshou remained an easily manipulated ordinary martial artist, the troubles instigated by Zhao Ruyan would have been mere trifles, and they would have been entirely confident in silencing him. However, the situation had markedly changed. Li Yuanshou has ascended to the ranks of a master in the realm of refining the body, necessitating a profound re-evaluation. Zhao Mingli furrowed his brow, remaining silent for an extended period before finally speaking. Zhao Fu has toiled for our Zhao family for decades, though he may not have accomplishments to boast of. His hard work is undeniable. If we were to surrender him and his daughter, it would surely dishearten many. The aristocracy carries its own clout, yet it is not without its burdens. The entirety of the Zhao family is not solely upheld by those who bear the Zhao surname. There are many who have been granted the name Zhao and those of other surnames who strive alongside them. Casting aside one Zhao Fu may seem inconsequential, yet it could incite widespread trepidation. Zhao Mingren and Zhao Mingde, the two brothers, were well aware of this. Thus, they refrained from making hasty decisions at the Babao Pavilion and sought counsel from their elder brother. What news from father? Zhao Mingren inquired, breaking the silence. The message has yet to return, but I anticipate it will proceed smoothly, Zhao Mingli replied, clearly understanding the implication of his younger brother's question. He continued, do not place your hopes on father intervening, nor on those individuals. Confronting a master in the realm of refining the body, particularly the leader of the demon-catching bureau, is no trivial matter. However, we cannot afford to delay this matter. Zhao Mingren sighed softly. The longer this drags on, the heavier Li Yuanshou's resentment will become. The delicate balance between the Zhao family, the Qian family, and the Sun family is already precarious, and maintaining neutrality with Su Yuan has required considerable effort. Presently, Li Yuanshou is clearly aligned with the Sun family. A delay might be permissible, Zhao Mingde suddenly interjected, carefully considering his words. Let us not forget about that spiritual spring. Spiritual spring? Zhao Mingli raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Today, we stormed into Heihu Mountain, Zhao Mingren recounted to his elder brother, reflecting. The third brother speaks wisely. That spiritual spring can rejuvenate two individuals within 6 months. The next time, there will undoubtedly be a position for a demon slayer, while the other remains undecided. Regardless of the outcome, within a year at the latest, we shall step into the realm of refining the body. Zhao Mingde's eyes glimmered as he mused. By that time, the demon slayer may have been reassigned, and our Zhao family will boast 3 masters in the realm of refining the body. If all goes well with father, we should have 4. Zhao Mingli added with a calm demeanor. The 3 brothers exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Currently, there are only 4 masters in the entirety of Yuanshou City, or rather 6 if we include those 2 old fellows. Soon, our Zhao family will possess 4 masters in the realm of refining the body. This force is sufficient to sweep through Yuanshou City and would rank among the elite in the prefectural city. Why should we fear an old fellow who is half in the grave? Chapter 24. The situation in Northern Province. Cultivating the 9 realms. Within the rear courtyard of the demon-catching bureau, perhaps under the influence of alcohol, Li Yuanshou found his emotions in a state of disarray. His children and grandchildren were fast asleep, and his wife had also retired for the night. He sat alone in the courtyard, bathed in the silvery glow of the moon. His thoughts a whirlwind. It is often said that as one ages, the fondness for reminiscing grows stronger. In his youth, he was burdened by the struggles of life, seldom finding peace of mind, yet now he stands, almost unwittingly, at the pinnacle of Yuanshou City, with the weight of his responsibilities suddenly lightened by more than half. Li Yuanshou felt an unprecedented sense of relief, allowing himself to unwind as he unconsciously reflected on the steps he had traversed throughout his life. To speak candidly, although his life had been fraught with hardship and fatigue, his family was relatively harmonious. His wife was considerate, his son dutiful, and his grandchildren were well-behaved. The sole regret lay in the untimely passing of his daughter. Qingqing, that unfortunate soul, had departed from this world. After the banquet, Li Yuanshou listened to old Su's account. This morning, Wang Cheng had met his demise, alongside the 2 henchmen from the Black Tiger Martial Arts School who had been crushed to death. Old Su had arranged for their bodies to be disposed of at the outskirts of the city in a mass grave. The few witnesses had observed the vultures devouring the remains of those 3 brutes before returning. Regarding this wicked son-in-law, Li Yuanshou found that he remained unaffected by the news of Wang Cheng's tragic fate. His heart stirred not with the anticipated satisfaction but rather with an unyielding resolve. He harbored no regrets about his decision. Soon, as a father, he would ensure that the remaining individuals would also face their reckoning. Li Yuanshou gazed upon the tranquil waters, akin to the serene depths of a secluded valley, dark and profound. Today, he had observed the Zhao brothers attempting several times to speak, presumably to advocate for the Black Tiger Martial Arts School, yet ultimately, they refrained from doing so. The Zhao family ultimately opted to uphold the Black Tiger Martial Arts School. Perhaps they possess some hidden trump card, but their father shall ensure they regret their choice made today. Li Yuanshou sat in contemplation for a considerable duration before rising and stepping outside. Under the astonished gaze of the guards at the entrance, he made his way alone to the training grounds. The advantage of the government office over ordinary private residences lies in its spaciousness and well-equipped facilities. The residential area behind the office is situated at a considerable distance from the training grounds, ensuring that martial practice does not disturb the rest of the family. The grounds are adorned with various training apparatuses, including weapon racks filled with an array of arms, as well as stone locks, grinding stones, and iron man-posts, among others. Li Yuanshou today shall not practice his swordsmanship, but rather dedicate himself to mastering the fierce tiger fist. Amongst the demon hunters, internal strife is strictly forbidden. He must confront those hidden within the Zhao family's Black Tiger Martial Arts Hall, which inevitably brings him face to face with Zhao Mingren and Zhao Mingde. Therefore, he cannot employ his signature martial arts. Nevertheless, he remains undeterred. He will soon facilitate a transformation of the fierce tiger fist. Furthermore, he can acquire more martial arts through his meritorious deeds, requiring only a brief period before he becomes unrecognizable to all. The days that follow are rather tranquil. With the eradication of the demonic scourge, Black Tiger Mountain has been cleared, and the remaining fiends will be dealt with by ordinary martial artists and blood-refining practitioners. These creatures are not worthy of commanding a leader's attention, and it is also prudent to allow his subordinates to earn their livelihoods. Li Yuanshou, as per his usual routine, maintained his late-night and early morning habits, a relentless cycle spanning decades. The higher one's martial prowess, the more vibrant one's spirit and vitality become, resulting in boundless energy. This phenomenon is particularly pronounced in the realm of internal cultivation. Even after a fortnight of sleeplessness, he remained as vigorous as a dragon and as fierce as a tiger. However, such practices inevitably exert an influence on one's vitality. Thus, Li Yuanshou adhered to his custom of resting for 1 or 2 hours each day. When not in the company of his family, he devoted himself to the practice of the fierce tiger fist. By day, he trained in his courtyard, and by night, he ventured to the training grounds, consistently dedicating over 15 hours to his practice each day. His robust foundation allowed him to execute his movements with remarkable speed and ferocity. The abundant vitality cultivated within, along with the enhancement of his liver through precious herbal remedies, ensured a ceaseless flow of energy. Even in the absence of any elixirs, he could sustain this high-intensity training, practicing hundreds of times each hour. On the morning of the 6th day, Li Yuanshou has perfected the Fierce Tiger Fist to its utmost level. Fierce Tiger Fist, Mastery Level, 5000, the familiar plus sign has appeared. Li Yuanshou's face revealed a faint smile as he proceeded to enhance his abilities, subjecting his bones to yet another round of refinement. This particular martial art, after all, was somewhat lacking. Given his current foundation and depth, the increment was negligible. His physical strength remained largely unchanged, with only a slight enhancement in his skeletal structure. He tested his strength using the nearby measuring cauldron, achieving a total of 6,000 pounds by adding an additional 200 to his original 5,800. This gain undoubtedly paled in comparison to that of precious elixirs. However, it is essential to recognize that the Fierce Tiger Fist is fundamentally an inferior martial art, primarily suited for the early stages of bone refinement, and can only be perfected up to the 4th level of bone refinement. Yet, Li Yuanshou had already reached the realm of advanced organ refinement. His physique had already undergone the baptism of innate spiritual water and various precious medicines, having surpassed numerous limits. To achieve any further enhancement on such a foundation is a pursuit that countless individuals yearn for yet cannot attain. The essence of cultivation lies in gradual accumulation. Without a modest increase of 1 or 200, how can one expect to attain the monumental strength of thousands? Li Yuanshou felt a profound sense of satisfaction within. His dedication to mastering the Fierce Tiger Fist was not solely for the sake of its enhancement. Rather, it was driven by the desire to acquire a formidable martial art that had undergone evolution. Without pause, he continued his training, eagerly anticipating the transformation the Fierce Tiger Fist would undergo. When I heard from others that you had been fervently practicing the Fierce Tiger Fist, I initially dismissed it as mere rumor, only to discover that you were indeed committed to it. In the afternoon, after tirelessly engaging in discussions with the county office regarding the aftermath of the demonic calamity, Yuanshou finally made his appearance in the training arena. Scholars often say, a book read 100 times reveals its meaning. Is not the practice of martial arts akin to this? Li Yuanshou was aware of the purpose behind Yuanshou's visit that day. After completing a set of martial arts practice, the two made their way towards a distant tea house. No wonder you have been able to establish 2 distinct schools of martial arts, Yuanshou remarked as they walked. Not only in Yuanshou City, but even in the county town, it is rare to find individuals as diligent as you. Li Yuanshou smiled faintly, opting not to respond. The martial artists of the county city boasted a more formidable background, having been exposed to elixirs and precious medicines from a young age. With such resources at their disposal, their cultivation could rival that of the warriors from Yuanshou City, who would toil for half a month or even a full month. They possessed the means, and thus did not need to exert themselves excessively. Unlike those of us, mere commoners and impoverished individuals who ventured into this path, relying solely on relentless effort to acquire more resources. To speak candidly, if everyone had access to such resources, who would willingly risk their lives to strive? Today, I received news that the northern province has descended into chaos, plagued by disturbances and calamities. The Blackwater River has also become rather turbulent. Upon entering the tea house and settling down, Yuanshou accepted the tea, dismissed the individuals nearby, and cryptically remarked, I have heard that a new commander with a firm hand has recently taken charge in the northern province. In less than 6 months since assuming office, he has made 7 incursions into the Myriad Demons mountain range, slaying no less than 2 master-level demon kings. You may still be unaware of what constitutes a master. He paused for a moment before elaborating. In the realm of cultivation, there are 9 stages. The lower 3 stages are the post-heaven stage, focusing primarily on refining the physical body, hence the practices of blood refining, bone refining, and organ refining. The middle 3 stages are the pre-heaven stage, emphasizing the cultivation of true energy. Beyond the organ refining stage, one must return to the post-heaven to attain pre-heaven, either by awakening innate energy within the body or by absorbing heavenly materials and earthly treasures to transform or temper one's vigor into true energy. The initial stage of pre-heaven is the transformation of energy stage, also known as the pre-heaven true energy stage, which we commonly refer to as pre-heaven experts. Only by progressing further does one reach the realm of the master. Masters possess profound techniques, capable of moving mountains and overturning seas, summoning clouds and rain at will, and traversing the heavens with ease. At this point, Yuanshou's eyes betrayed an unmistakable yearning. Yet, he swiftly shifted his gaze to Yuanshou, enunciating each word with clarity. Our Zhou family's ancestor is a master. Chapter 25, the olive branch of a millennium-old clan. Yuanshou hailed from the rural outskirts of Yuanshou City. Having wandered and begged since childhood, he spent decades without ascending to the upper echelons of Yuanshou City, remaining utterly ignorant of the martial realms and the state of the world. This was the first time he had heard of the realms beyond the refining organ stage, innate realm, master realm. Each invoked a sense of longing within him, particularly the latter. Merely contemplating the ability to traverse the skies and seas stirred his blood, igniting a fervent desire to witness such prowess firsthand. It must be said that Zhou Wan had truly tantalized his curiosity. The depth of the Zhou family's heritage astonished Yuanshou. He had surmised that the Zhou family possessed experts beyond the refining organ stage, yet he had not anticipated the presence of a master. In the vast world of martial artists, there were countless practitioners, yet those at the refining organ stage were already exceedingly rare. To ascend to the innate level was even more extraordinary, with perhaps only one emerging from 100,000 martial artists. As for the master realm, Yuanshou's admiration for it was profoundly intense. Such figures resembled true dragons of the nine heavens, surveying the mortal realm from above. However, a wave of despondency washed over him. In the 13 prefectures of Beizhou, how many talented youths existed? Some prodigies could reach the innate realm before the age of 30. Yet, even among these exceptional individuals, few could attain the master stage. Even the Linhe Zhou family, boasting a millennium of heritage, abundant resources, and guidance from innate experts, still dared not dream of a master. That realm felt too distant. Though he refrained from aspiring to the master title, he believed that with his lineage, achieving the innate realm within his lifetime was not an insurmountable task. He sipped his tea to soothe his throat, regaining confidence and radiating vitality to become an innate powerhouse. Governing a prefecture would indeed mark him as a dragon among men. Today, as I share this with you, I wish to convey that. Yuanshou raised his teacup with a radiant smile, saying, although my Zhou family's foundation may not rival that of the demon-slaying division, we are nonetheless a prestigious 1,000-year family in Beizhou. If you are willing to join the Zhou family, I can ensure you become a top expert beneath the innate realm. Once I achieve innate status and govern a prefecture, bestowing upon you the title of Great General of Demon Suppression will be no difficult feat at that time. You too may command legions and bring glory to your ancestors. Although Yuanshou was somewhat advanced in age, his intelligence was remarkable, having developed 2 martial arts. The saber technique he mastered was particularly a form of refining organs martial arts, perfected to completion. Such talent, with a little nurturing, could elevate him to the pinnacle of the refining organ stage. If he could be brought under Zhou Wan's wings, it would greatly benefit both his standing within the family and his future governance of a prefecture. Setting aside the abstract, let me speak of practical matters. Zhou Wan placed his teacup down and continued, if you are willing to accompany me to the prefecture city, I can offer you a splendid estate spanning 10 acres, along with several refining organs guards and 100 household servants to ensure your family is well cared for. I have heard that your grandchildren are of the age to learn martial arts. I can arrange for them to train alongside the children of the Zhou family, where they will encounter experts of the 5 organ stage and occasionally receive guidance from innate warriors. As for your son, once I attain the innate stage, I will also assist him. As for you, whatever you require, martial arts, medicinal herbs, techniques, or weaponry, I can procure anything beneath the innate realm for you. It was evident that Zhou Wanha had genuinely invested effort in courting him. Not only had he thoroughly researched Yuanshou's background and made the necessary preparations, but he had also promised benefits enticing enough to sway any refining organs practitioner. However, Yuanshou listened silently, remaining unclouded by excitement. To immerse oneself in a prestigious family may seem to promise a bright future, yet one must remember that no pie falls from the sky. The reason a family can endure for a millennium is not through charity. The more they offer, the more they wish to extract in return. What is given can just as easily be taken back. At that point, one's life and death would be at the mercy of others, one's freedom controlled. With every action meticulously orchestrated, lacking the right of choice, one could only submit. To put it more charitably, that might be termed patronage, yet, in harsher terms, what difference is there from being a dog? 3 months. Just as Yuanshou pondered how to politely decline, Zhou Wanha slowly rose, somewhat disheartened, and stated, in 3 months, I shall return to the prefecture city to report on my duties. During this time, you still have an opportunity. With that, he departed without a backward glance. Everyone understood. As long as one did not agree immediately, it was tantamount to a refusal. Yuanshou rose, wishing to express his gratitude for the other party's sharing. Yet the individual had already departed. To speak candidly, Zhou Wanha is a commendable person. In the presence of the spiritual spring and precious medicine, he managed to uphold his principles. Though he could have partaken of the spiritual spring first, he graciously deferred the opportunity to Su Yuan. Hailing from a venerable family with a history spanning a millennium, he bears none of the arrogance typical of aristocratic offspring. Nor does he exhibit the pretentiousness often associated with the Zhao clan. He is indeed a respectable colleague and a superior. Alas, their paths diverge due to differing philosophies. And from this day forth, they are destined to drift further apart. However, Li Yuanshou remains unconcerned. The other's tenure is limited to merely 3 months. And as fellow experts in the realm of refining, with the surrounding threats now eradicated, he has no apprehensions about the possibility of Zhou Wanhe undermining him. In the time that follows, Li Yuanshou's focus remains steadfastly on both the fierce tiger fist and his beloved wife. Each day is devoted to practicing his martial arts, assisting his wife with soothing massages to unblock her meridians, administering medicine, and bathing her in revitalizing waters. As the days pass, Wang Yue's health visibly improves. On the 10th day, she regains her senses, able to speak and feel her limbs once more. You have finally awakened. Li Yuanshou found it difficult to contain his excitement as he devoted himself to caring for his wife by her bedside, temporarily setting aside his martial pursuits. It was not until the 17th day that Wang Yue finally emerged from her long-standing ailment, rising from her sickbed once more. Her frail physique, rejuvenated by the nourishing effects of the tiger's gallbladder, blossomed anew. The atrophied body, weakened from years of confinement to bed, regained its vitality and fullness. Her skin regained its luster and a healthy hue. By the time the tiger's gallbladder was completely consumed, she had transformed from a frail, ailing old woman into a figure resembling one in her 40s, possessing nearly the strength of her prime. Under the nurturing influence of the tiger's gallbladder, her entire being was invigorated, her vitality more robust than that of a martial artist newly entering the bone refinement realm. Li Yuanshou could no longer contain his emotions and embraced his wife, feeling the reassuring warmth of her body and inhaling the familiar, soothing fragrance. He experienced an unprecedented sense of ease and contentment within his heart. Over the years, they had been unable to communicate, though they were close in proximity. It felt as if they were worlds apart. Now, at last, they could hold each other once more, sharing their feelings and exchanging their joys and sorrows. Brother Yuanshou, I thought I would never see your face again, nor be able to speak with you. I was so afraid of passing away, leaving you alone in this world. Forlorn and sorrowful, Wang Yue clung tightly to Li Yuanshou, feeling a profound sense of security in his broad chest, her tears flowing freely as she poured out her longing. Though she had been rendered mute over the years, she could still hear and was acutely aware of the burdens her husband bore, the immense pressure he endured for their family and for her sake. That day, the couple held each other close, sharing their thoughts for a long while, yet feeling as though there were still countless words left unspoken. It was not until nightfall that they finally parted. Li Qingyang prepared a grand reunion feast and called for Xiao Wu and Ye to join the meal. Chapter 26. The Tiger Demon Body Refinement Technique. Ever since Wang Yue recovered, the Li family of 5 has finally regained its vitality. Li Yuanshou once again felt the profound difference brought by the presence of a woman in the household. In the past, they managed their own laundry, prepared their own meals, and handled an array of trivial matters by themselves, all while also practicing martial arts and teaching at the dojo. He and his son, Li Qingyang, were perpetually engaged in a whirlwind of activity. Much of the work fell to his son, while he himself primarily focused on earning a living. Now, however, with Wang Yue revitalized, she adeptly manages both minor and major affairs far more efficiently and appropriately than the pair of them could. This is particularly evident in her care for the 2 little ones. When the father and son looked after the children, it was akin to merely keeping them alive, ensuring they were neither starved nor cold, but little else. Today, with Wang Yue personally attending to her 2 cherished grandchildren, they are nearly spoiled like young masters and young ladies. Everything they require at their tender age, food, clothing, and playthings, has been meticulously arranged by her mother. To be careful not to spoil them too much. Li Qingyang often offered counsel, yet he was invariably reprimanded by his mother. In the past, the family endured hardship, compelling them to suffer. However, now his father has become a master of refining the occult and serves as the leader of the demon-catching bureau. The children are clearly capable of living a good life. Do you wish for them to endure unnecessary hardships? Wang Yue, having succumbed to paralysis early on, was unable to witness the birth of her beloved grandchildren or bid farewell to her daughter in her final moments. Her heart is laden with guilt, which she strives to compensate through her grandchildren. Nevertheless, she does not indulge them without reason. She believes in imparting wisdom and understanding, for it is this very principle that has nurtured a dutiful son like Li Qingyang. In this regard, Li Qingyang often finds himself at a loss. Li Yuanshou often gazed upon this scene with a smile, adding his own jest. The reason your mother and I strive so fervently is simply for your well-being. After all our hard work to reach this point, if you still have to endure hardships, wouldn't that render all our efforts futile? Fine. It's all my fault. Li Qingyang repeatedly acknowledged his mistakes. Li Yuanshou has seldom returned to a normal life, relishing a rare moment of familial bliss. For the first time in decades, he has completely relaxed and enjoyed a half-month respite. The biting cold wind gradually intensifies, and unbeknownst to anyone, winter has crept in. Everything in the courtyard has been tinged with a desolate chill. Fortunately, the entire family consists of martial artists. Even Li Qingyang, whose vitality has significantly diminished, possesses a physique far sturdier than that of an ordinary person. Li Yuanshou no longer frequented the martial arts arena for training. After a fortnight of recuperation, his wife's health had remarkably surpassed that of her youth. Under his guidance, she began to practice the Yuanshou posture. Once her vital energy and blood circulation became fully stable, she would be poised to pursue martial arts and strive for the bone refinement stage. The two young ones had been practicing the Yuanshou posture for over a month now. Their vitality was already comparable to that of ordinary adults, and it was believed that by the end of the year, they would enter the blood refinement stage. The family lived harmoniously, gathering each day to stand in posture and practice their martial arts together. In such a nurturing environment, their cultivation flourished. Yuanshou's proficiency in the Fierce Tiger Fist has quietly reached the critical threshold of 10,000. Fierce Tiger Fist, Mastery Level, 1000100000 points allocated. In the blink of an eye, a brand new technique emerged. Tiger Demon Body Refinement Technique, Beginner Level, 010000, much like the round post, and the Subduing Demon Blade Technique. The Fierce Tiger Fist has transformed and seamlessly transitioned into a new discipline. The distinction, however, is quite apparent. Although it remains a form of boxing inspired by the ferocity of the tiger, it is no longer confined to merely bone refinement. Instead, it amalgamates blood refinement, bone refinement, and organ refinement into a singular practice. It has evolved into a comprehensive body refinement technique. This transformation took Yuanshou by surprise. From the previous upgrades and proficiency, he surmised that the transformation of the Fierce Tiger Fist would surpass the strength of the preceding two martial arts. Yet, he did not anticipate such a significant enhancement. The Blazing Sun Blade technique merely brushes upon the realm of organ refinement martial arts. It encompasses techniques that utilize energy without a corresponding organ refinement system. Strictly speaking, it can only be classified as a half-complete system of organ refinement martial arts. Conversely, the Tiger Demon Body Refinement Technique has entirely metamorphosed into a comprehensive organ refinement system, complete with a corresponding martial arts framework. Excellent, excellent. It truly has exceeded my expectations. The extraordinary transformation of the Fierce Tiger Fist brings immense joy to Yuanshou. Black Tiger Prowling Heart, Tiger Demon Shifting Mountains. Yuanshou has always been infatuated with martial arts, eagerly immersing himself in practice. Each move and technique still bears the shadow of the Fierce Tiger Fist, yet possesses an even more formidable and dominating essence, infused with a hint of the supernatural. During his cultivation, the vital energy within Yuanshou's body automatically transformed into the ferocious Tiger Demon Force. Not only was it more refined than his previous energy, but it also contained strands of malevolent aura, rendering it more lethal and tempestuous. The wind from his punches howled, stirring up sand and stones. He seemed to embody a demonic tiger from the mountains, his sinews crackling like thunder, subtly producing a sound akin to a tiger's roar, leaving the nearby martial artists in awe. What kind of martial art is this? Why does it feel over 10 times more ferocious? Wang Yue was taken aback. Having entered the bone refinement realm just a few days prior, she had opted for the renowned Fierce Tiger Fist instead of the Serpent Fist, intending to establish a solid foundation with the former before transitioning to the latter. Although she had merely begun her practice of the Fierce Tiger Fist, she was already quite familiar with its techniques. Most importantly, she recognized that the martial art before her, though bearing the shadow of the Fierce Tiger Fist, was certainly not it. It must be a new martial art created by her father. Li Qingyang was aware that his father had pioneered the Hunyuan longevity post and the Liang sword technique, showcasing an extraordinary talent for martial arts. It is not difficult to comprehend that he could create another unparalleled skill by harnessing the power of the Fierce Tiger Fist. Grandfather is truly remarkable. Grandfather, oh grandfather. I too wish to learn this martial art. The two little ones danced with joy, fervently cheering for their grandfather, their flushed faces radiating pride. This is not merely a technique, it is a profound physical art. Yuanshou completed a set of the Tiger Demon Body Refinement Technique and, with a smile, began to explain to his family. This technique is known as the Tiger Demon Body Refinement Technique, derived from the formidable and powerful essence of the tiger demon. It allows for the refining of blood, bones, and organs, while also enabling the mastery of martial arts and boxing. How impressive! Each family member's eyes sparkled with excitement, their faces radiating joy. The name Tiger Demon Body Refinement Technique indeed carries an air of dominance. Old Li's prowess remains undiminished. He is likely to soon reclaim the vigor of his youth. Another round of admiration echoed as Sun Dingyan, beaming with delight, entered, carrying a stack of exquisite gift boxes. Noticing the family's gaze upon him, he cheerfully raised the gift boxes and said, "Aunt Yu has fully recovered from her severe injuries. This is a moment of great joy. It took me a month to come and convey my congratulations. I hope you two elders do not hold it against me." Upon hearing the latter part of the conversation, Yuanshou couldn't help but jest, "You little rascal, when did you learn to be so sly? How could you possibly label Dingyan's special visit as cunning?" Wang Yue gently nudged Yuanshou, stepping forward to accept the gift box, and with a wistful glance at Sun Dingyan, remarked, "Time truly flies. The last time I saw Dingyan, he was still a young man. In the blink of an eye, I suppose he must be ready to hold a grandchild now?" Although she was slightly older than Sun Dingyan, she too was a contemporary demon hunter, having emerged under the tutelage of her husband, thus they were no strangers. It is worth mentioning that throughout their marriages, Sun Dingyan had lent a helping hand to their families on numerous occasions. Indeed, just last year, I welcomed a grandson and granddaughter, so I share the same blessings as you both. Sun Dingyan beamed. Soon, I shall bring my wife and children to pay their respects to you both. Over the years, given that Li Yuanshou's wife had been bedridden, he had longed to introduce his family but feared it might distress this venerable elder. At last, it seems the two families can engage more frequently. That sounds splendid. Come, let us head inside. I've prepared extra dishes for you today, so that your Uncle Li and Qingyang can enjoy a few drinks with you. Chapter 27. The Division of the Demon Slayer Bureau. A request from Sun Ding'an. It has been quite some years since we have gathered like this. Indeed, it has been many years. In the living room, Li Yuanshou, Li Qingyang, and Sun Ding'an were seated around a small wooden table, reminiscing on the warmth of their gathering, albeit with a hint of melancholy. The last time they had shared such an easy reunion was when Li Qingyang was still able-bodied. Back then, Li Yuanshou's wife, daughter, and son-in-law were all in good health, and his daughter Qingxing had just married. The family was at its most joyous. Yet, in the blink of an eye, everything had changed. Today is a day of celebration, so let us refrain from discussing sorrowful matters. Li Yuanshou rubbed the corners of his eyes and smiled at Sun Ding'an. I heard that you have been preoccupied with escorting goods lately. What brings you to my humble abode? Is it not to visit Aunt Yu? Sun Ding'an chuckled softly, then fell into a moment of silence. I have heard that you had some unpleasantness with the Demon Slayer. Has this matter reached your ears as well? Li Yuanshou shook his head and chuckled. It's a trivial matter. It doesn't matter. Sun Ding'an cautiously inquired. Is it true that the Demon Slayer wishes for you to go to the prefectural city, but you have turned down the request? Indeed. Li Yuanshou nodded and, with a nonchalant smile, remarked, at my age, I have no desire to wade through the murky waters of aristocratic families. Sun Ding'an gently inquired. What? Do you wish to invite me to your Sun family? Li Yuanshou chuckled playfully. That is out of the question. If you disregard a family with a millennium of history, how could a humble household like ours possibly accommodate such a revered figure as yourself? Sun Ding'an repeatedly waved his hands, then pondered for a moment before responding. I was merely curious if you had any intentions of ascending. Ascend? To where? Li Yuanshou was momentarily taken aback. The demon-slaying department. Sun Ding'an's gaze became vacant as he lightly tapped his forehead. I had thought the Demon Slayer had mentioned it to you. He glanced toward the door and, lowering his voice, continued. If the Demon Slayer did not inform you, it is surely because they hope you will join the Zhou family. In truth, individuals of your caliber, such as yourself, are also eligible to enter the demon-slaying department. He paused for a moment before elaborating. The demon-slaying department is actually divided into inner and outer divisions. Upon hearing his account, Li Yuanshou has just realized that he has once again fallen victim to the disparities of information. According to Sun Ding'an, the demon-slaying division is divided into internal and external branches. The internal branch resembles a military organization, following a path of nobility and titles. In contrast, the external branch operates with a more relaxed and free-spirited approach, akin to demon hunters. Naturally, there are distinctions in their treatment. Members of the internal branch receive focused training. They are tasked with guarding a specific area and are guaranteed a steady allocation of resources and salary, regardless of the presence of demons. Should demons emerge, they will gain merit by vanquishing them. Conversely, the external branch primarily follows directives without much insistence. Like demon hunters, their success relies on personal initiative, obtaining resources through their own endeavors, which often translates into a struggle for sustenance. Yuanshou once mentioned that had they met earlier, he would have recommended him for entry into the internal branch. This is because the internal branch is strictly controlled by influential families and nobles. Unless one becomes a congenital powerhouse, the only path lies in recommendations. The external branch, however, is significantly more lenient. One merely needs to possess the cultivation of the refining Zong realm to join. If one breaks through to the congenital stage or accumulates sufficient merit, they can apply for a transfer to the internal branch, thus securing a government salary. So, are you contemplating a change? Li Yuanshou raised his eyebrows in surprise as he regarded Sun Ding'an. In the past, such thoughts would have been unfathomable to me. Sun Ding'an shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, it is not as if the spiritual spring has been discovered on Black Tiger Mountain. In due course, I too shall be able to ascend to the realm of refining the organs. Those proficient in this art can live for at least 150 years. In contrast, I have barely lived half that time. I cannot possibly spend the latter half of my life in retirement in this modest place, like my father and grandfather. They were once ambitious warriors, determined to scale the heights of Linhe County and even the peaks of Beizhou. Alas, their limited talents meant they never even set foot in the realm of refining the organs during their lifetimes. Now, with the hope bestowed by the spiritual spring of Black Tiger Mountain, I shall, at the very latest, achieve that long-coveted level within a year. Naturally, I am eager to attempt it. This reasoning is sound. Li Yuanshou nodded in acknowledgement. Sun Ding'an's eyes brightened as he eagerly inquired, would you care to join us? Although he had acquaintances from Wanghucheng and other towns, none were as familiar or trustworthy as Li Yuanshou. The outside world was far more ruthless than Wanghucheng. While there were surface-level prohibitions against colleagues harming one another, in the desolate mountains and vast marshes, it would be all too easy to dispose of a body without a trace, and the demon-slaying department might never uncover the truth. Ultimately, venturing out alone could never compare to having a trusted companion by one's side. Li Yuanshou took a sip of tea, glanced at his silent son beside him, and candidly remarked, I wish to go, but I must deliberate carefully and make adequate preparations. There's no rush. I still have a few months to half a year before I can make a breakthrough. Sun Dingyan only sought a response, eagerly rubbing his hands together as he said, as long as you go, everything will be fine. We will look out for each other. Just then, Wang Yue entered, carrying a steaming dish. Why didn't you call for me? Li Yuanshou was about to descend to join in the serving when he was halted by his wife. You all continue your conversation. I have Staolan and Xiaoju to assist me. Wang Yue cheerfully pushed Li Yuanshou back onto the Kong and, without further ado, beckoned the maid who had just entered, Staolan. Please uncork the wine brought by Dingyan and fill everyone's cups. Certainly, madam. In no time, the table was laden with food and wine, and 2 additional stoves were lit, filling the room with warmth and a cozy atmosphere. Aunt you should also dine here with the children, Wang Yue suggested. Initially, she had set a small table in the kitchen for herself and the 2 children, along with Xiaolan and Xiaoju, but just as she reached the doorway, she was called back by Sun Dingyan. Since he had come to visit the elders today, how could he allow the seniors to eat in the kitchen? Dingyan was no outsider. They should all dine together here. Li Yuanshou beckoned everyone to come over, saying, let us arrange for a larger table tomorrow and invite everyone at Dingyan's place to join us. From now on, I shall frequently intrude upon your gracious company. As the guests indulged in food and drink, the atmosphere grew lively. After several rounds of toasts, Sun Dingyan, with a slightly flushed face, sincerely exclaimed, I truly did not expect that at your age, you could still brave the currents and become a master of the craft. You may not realize it, but you are now a legend in Yuanshou City. Just the other day, while escorting goods, I heard storytellers in Wonia City and Bailu City recounting your tales. As he spoke, he repeatedly gave a thumbs up. Yet, he knew that external accolades should not be taken too seriously. Li Yuanshou feigned modesty, yet inwardly he felt quite pleased, particularly due to the pride and satisfaction reflected on his family members' faces, which brought him immense comfort. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Sun Dingyan suddenly recalled something and, with a hesitant expression, inquired, Elderly, may I discuss a matter with you? To which Li replied, there is no need for such formality between us. Li Yuanshou's complexion was slightly flushed as he lightly tapped the table, declaring, in light of your courtesy, I shall drink a cup myself. With that, he willingly poured himself a drink. Sun Dingyan, without a moment's hesitation, downed his cup as well. Subsequently, he blocked Li Qingyang's hand from refilling the drinks and took the wine pot for himself, pouring generous amounts for both Li Yuanshou and Li Qingyang before filling his own cup. He raised his glass and said, to be candid, I feel that the ancestral strength of my family pales in comparison to your tiger demon body refinement technique. Might I request your esteemed guidance in its improvement? I can assure you, on behalf of my elder brother and my father, that a satisfactory reward shall be provided. This notion had just sprouted in his mind after witnessing the tiger demon body refinement technique earlier that day. Though there existed a family decree against imparting their martial arts to outsiders, he was confident that both his father and elder brother would wholeheartedly agree, should elderly consent. This could potentially be the greatest opportunity for the Sun family in 2 centuries. Chapter 28, Preparations Before Departure. A visit from Commander Su. Improving your family's ancestral techniques? Li Yuanshou gazed at Sun Dingyan in astonishment, taken aback by his unexpected notion. The family-inherited martial arts differ significantly from ordinary techniques. The aristocratic families regard them as more precious than life itself, with rigid rules dictating that only direct descendants may inherit them. Although the Sun family is merely a small clan in Yuanshou City, not quite a prominent faction, their regulations are comparatively lenient. However, as an outsider, one must tread carefully. To speak bluntly, if a member of the Sun family were to overhear such words, they might very well accuse Sun Dingyan of treachery against his own kin. Have you discussed this matter with your family? Li Yuanshou paused in silence, savoring a sip of wine. Rest assured, I shall persuade my father and elder brother. Sun Dingyan set down his cup, his expression grave as he earnestly replied, This matter is my request to you. It shall not implicate you in any way. Since you place such trust in this old man, untroubled by the thought of me studying your family's martial art, I would indeed be delighted to acquire another skill. Li Yuanshou smiled gently, acknowledging the matter at hand. Acquiring an additional skill was undoubtedly advantageous for him, especially since it could assist his only friend. The connection between individuals is reciprocal. This junior had offered him considerable support and had always been considerate of his needs. Thus, he could not solely rely on the benevolence of the younger generation. Moreover, this arrangement was inherently beneficial for both parties involved. I knew you cared for your junior. Sun Dingyan quickly seized the opportunity, cheerfully raising his cup and suggesting, from now on, I shall refrain from calling you Li Lao such a formal address, and instead refer to you as Uncle Li. What do you think? You rascal. You call my wife Aunt Yue yet refer to me as Li Lao, making me feel ancient. Li Yuanshou, his face aglow with merriment, clinked glasses repeatedly and feigned displeasure, saying, You ought to change your form of address. Haha. From now on, feel free to call me Uncle Li. The 2 of them downed half a flask of wine in one go. Qingyang, my younger brother, come, I toast you as well. Brother Dingyan, as I am younger. It is I who should toast you. Amidst the clinking of cups and the exchange of pleasantries, the atmosphere grew increasingly amicable. Henceforth, The bond between Li Yuanshou and Sun Dingyan would not merely be a private friendship but would blossom into a connection between the Li and Sun families as their interactions deepened. Uncle Li, it will no longer be suitable for you to reside at the Yamen when you visit the county town in the future. Moreover, this place is rather uncomfortable. If you would like, I can offer you a residence. As the banquet drew to a close, Sun Dingyan proposed the idea of providing a house. There is no need for such trouble. We can simply return to the old residence. However, I would indeed appreciate your assistance in contacting some craftsmen to renovate my old house. Li Yuanshou discussed this matter with his wife, and they concluded that the old residence was more comforting, having lived there for several decades. Very well, I shall arrange for someone to assist you. Xiaofang, please see them off to Dingyan. Li Yuanshou instructed the guards at the entrance to escort Sun Dingyan back home. Upon returning indoors, he found his family watching him, their expressions hesitant and unspoken. I heard from Yang'o that you wish to visit the demon-slaying division in the prefecture? Wang Yuer, sitting behind him, gently massaged Li Yuanshou's temples. Her brows slightly furrowed with concern. Indeed, while there is still some strength left, it is wise to strive and endeavor further. Li Yuanshou never shows favoritism. He is determined to seek a miraculous remedy to restore his son's health, hoping to see him rise again and bring wholeness back to their family. I know I cannot dissuade you, but I still wish to offer my gentle admonitions. Wang Yuer said softly that you are now a master of the refining organs realm. The outside world is no less perilous than Wanghu City. You must exercise caution as you venture forth. Li Yuanshou gently held her hand, offering a reassuring smile as he said, do not worry, I am not an impulsive young man in my 20s or 30s. Thus, the matter was settled. In the days that followed, Li Yuanshou, in addition to his martial arts training, occasionally returns to inspect the progress of the renovations on his ancestral home. He also seizes opportunities to wander through the city, contemplating potential additions to his family's enterprises. The aspiration to ascend in life and to elevate the fortunes of one's family cannot rely solely on individual endeavors. It is the establishment of industry that sustains a clan. Much like the Zhao, Sun, and Qian families, even when faced with generational challenges, as long as there remains an enterprise, the family need not fret over their livelihood. With just a few individuals from several generations entering the ranks of monster catchers, the preservation of such enterprises is assured. Before departing, Li Yuanshou not only sought to consolidate his martial prowess but also aimed to arrange a stable livelihood for his family, ensuring that he could proceed without any lingering concerns. Additionally, there was the Zhao clan, a potential adversary that needed to be addressed before his departure. Amidst Li Yuanshou's fervent preparations, it was but a few days before Sun Dingyan and Su Yuan arrived almost simultaneously. Commander Su? Commander Sun? Both men expressed surprise upon seeing one another. Please, take a seat. Li Yuanshou welcomed the two individuals into his abode. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he discerned their intentions. Sun Dingyan, after conferring with his family, was unable to fulfill his desires. His esteemed elder and family patriarch were only willing to provide the foundational techniques of the Mangyo Jing, specifically the Mangyo Fist, which was suitable for those at the bone refinement stage, permitting Sun Dingyan to experiment as he wished. This outcome fell well within Li Yuanshou's expectations. The Sun family had toiled for generations to acquire the Mangyo Jing. It constituted the very foundation of their clan and would not be relinquished lightly. As for Su Yuan, his visit came as a surprise. As a solitary expert dwelling outside the three prominent families of the city, Su Yuan had always maintained his independence, establishing roots in the eastern city, where he possessed establishments such as taverns and martial arts schools. Though not as formidable as the three families, he was by no means weak. Had it not been for Li Yuanshou, he would have inevitably emerged as the fourth powerhouse of Wanghu City, claiming a corner for himself among the other families. However, with Li Yuanshou's sudden rise and his own status as an independent practitioner from the eastern city, recent days had seen Li Yuanshou hastily renovating his residence, suggesting a potential return, which naturally piqued Su Yuan's interest as a prominent figure of the eastern city. His visit today aimed to gauge Li Yuanshou's sentiments. Sharing a common background as independent practitioners and adept cultivators of the refinement stage, hailing from the same region, he sought to avoid conflict with Li Yuanshou, wishing not to provide the three families with any advantage. This sentiment was not articulated outright. Rather, it was inferred through Li Yuanshou's observations of Su Yuan's demeanor and expressions, leading him to a firm conclusion. Li Yuanshou, preferring directness over circumlocution, stated plainly, I shall soon venture to the county city, and once I establish myself, I will bring my family along. In the meantime, I wish to acquire some properties to secure their livelihood. If Commander Su could offer some guidance, it would be most appreciated. He had no desire to entangle himself in disputes or bring trouble to his family, and his impression of Su Yuan was quite favorable. It was fortuitous that he currently lacked direction, and consulting with Su Yuan, the dominant figure of the East City, to arrange for properties while avoiding conflict would be ideal. Is it possible that Brotherly harbors such grand ambitions? Su Yuan was taken aback. He had anticipated that Li Yuanshou would, like himself, put down roots in East City, transforming his family into one of the fourth or fifth prominent families. It appeared he had underestimated Li's aspirations. With a wry smile, he bowed repeatedly and said, It is not that I am overly suspicious, but rather I have tread carefully these years, fearful of offending others and endangering my family. despite his seemingly prosperous exterior. Su Yuan had faced considerable pressure from the Zhao family in business matters prior to breaking through to the refining vessel stage. In fact, during the earlier years when the Zhao family was not as dominant, both the Qian and Sun families had also exerted pressure on him. It was only in recent years, as the Zhao family grew increasingly powerful, that the two families united their efforts against them. Having experienced similar trials, the elder understood well. Li Yuanshou sighed softly, paying no heed to Su Yuan's subtle provocation. Setting aside their similar backgrounds and experiences, one could simply note that his life in the East City was tranquil, characterized by harmonious relations among neighbors, devoid of the chaos prevalent in the West City. There was no instance of anyone flaunting Su Yuan's reputation, nor of him behaving tyrannically. This alone attests to the goodness nestled within Su Yuan's heart. It can only be said that wandering cultivators have their own trials. Today's events stem from my younger brother's oversight and abruptness. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan clasped his hands and said, "If my elder brother does not mind, I would be willing to assist in settling your family in the East City. That would be splendid. I shall trouble you, dear Su." Li Yuanshou found himself at a loss, and having the assistance of Su Yuan, a prominent figure in the Eastern City, was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome. Once I select a suitable shop and land, I shall return to seek my elder brother. Su Yuan did not linger for long and soon departed. Sun Ding'an also did not stay for an extended period. After a brief conversation, he left after leaving behind the mangle fist. Li Yuanshou was simultaneously guiding his wife and grandchildren in their practice while perusing the ancestral Sun family martial arts. Chapter 29. The completion of the Mangnia Fist. The Mighty Bull Demon Fist. The Mangnia Horn Strike. The Mangnia Ground Stomp. In the courtyard, Li Yuanshou embodied the spirit of a raging bull, exuding an aura of ferocity and strength as he practiced the Sun family's ultimate technique, the Mangnia Fist. His passion for martial arts was profound, and upon acquiring the Mangnia Fist, he swiftly grasped its essence. This technique truly deserved its status as the treasured martial art of the Sun family. Embodying the path of unyielding strength, it was derived from the essence of the bull and was even more ferocious than the tiger fist. This was a martial art of bone refinement, pioneered in the realm of internal cultivation. Li Yuanshou's perceptive abilities have evolved beyond comparison, effortlessly discerning the essence of the Ming Fist. The profundity of this martial art surpasses even that of the Spirit Snake Fist. With potential that approaches the fierce Sun Blade technique, it is a discipline capable of delving into the realm of internal refinement. It is no wonder that the Sun family has maintained their standing in Yuanshou City for 3 centuries, resilient against the Zhao family. Given that the foundational techniques of the bone refinement realm have already achieved such a level, one can only surmise that the subsequent Ming power is bound to be even more extraordinary. Nevertheless, when juxtaposed with my Tiger Demon Body Refinement technique, it still falls short. If we were to categorize martial arts based on their levels of refinement, placing blood refinement techniques in the 3rd tier, bone refinement in the 2nd, and internal refinement in the 1st, and further subdividing them into inferior, intermediate, and superior grades, the martial arts of Li Yuanshou can be broadly categorized as follows: the fierce tiger fist, the subduing demon blade technique, and the circular stance are regarded as 2nd or 3rd tier inferior martial arts. The spirit serpent fist can be classified as a mid-tier martial art. The primordial longevity stance, the blazing sun blade technique, and the rampaging bull fist can be considered as upper 2nd tier martial arts. As for the tiger demon body refinement technique, Li Yuanshou believed that his skills could be classified at least as intermediate within the realm of first-rate martial arts. However, the glimpses of the bull force he could discern from the fierce bull fist could at most be considered as a lower-tier martial art, highlighting a significant disparity between the two. Nonetheless, given the high starting point of this martial art, it could potentially surpass the tiger demon body refinement technique once its limits were transcended. This was also the rationale behind his decision to practice the fierce bull fist first, rather than the spirit serpent fist, after achieving the realm of internal refinement. Li Yuanshou's comprehension of martial arts, alongside his mastery of several profound techniques, has become increasingly refined and effortless. His efficiency in cultivating the bone refinement martial arts has significantly improved as well. In a mere span of a few days, he has brought the Might Bull Fist to the brink of transcendence. Might Bull Fist, Perfection Proficiency, 2000200000, as Li Yuanshou had surmised. The potential of this martial art is indeed exceedingly high. Breakthrough, Mighty Bull Demon Fist, Novice Proficiency, 020000. A fresh enlightenment surged within him, giving birth to a new technique. The Might Bull Fist has successfully transformed into the internal organ refinement martial art, with its newly formed level surpassing the Tiger Demon Body Refinement technique, reaching an extraordinary caliber. Meanwhile, Li Yuanshou's skeletal structure crackled, and his physique experienced a remarkable enhancement, augmenting his strength by a staggering 1,000 G. The potential of his cultivation technique proved to be even more formidable, yielding greater increments after surpassing its limits. This constituted a significant boon for him. The Mangnia Fist began its amplification from a state of completion, initially increasing his strength by 300 G. Now, having transcended its limits, he has further augmented his foundational strength by an additional 1,000 G. Consequently, his raw physical power has soared to a remarkable 7,500 G. Such an elevation is undoubtedly swifter than the arduous path of cultivating vital energy. The realm of refining the internal organs centers around the purification of the visceral organs, transforming vital blood into vital energy, which in turn is employed to refine the internal organs, creating a cyclical process throughout the body. This stage primarily focuses on enhancing the internal organs and internal energy, resulting in minimal improvement to the overall physique. Conversely, the enhancement of physical form not only amplifies strength but also fortifies the organs, simultaneously invigorating the vital blood and enhancing the body in a holistic manner. The former process is comparatively gradual, while the latter is decidedly more expedient. Thus, during this period, Yuanshou dedicated himself to further refining his bones, strengthening his foundational essence, and elevating his corporeal form. With a solid foundation established, the efficiency of refining the internal organs will undoubtedly improve in the future. Next, he will embark on the practice of the spirit serpent fist. Yuanshou gazed upon the impressive proficiency of 20,000 in the mighty bull demon fist and, without hesitation, shifted his focus to the serpent fist, preparing to elevate this technique to the realm of refining the internal organs. In contrast to the fierce tiger fist and the rampant bull fist, the serpent fist emphasizes flexibility, enhancing the resilience of the bones. The resultant energy is notably more gentle, capable of fortifying the meridians. As the saying goes, excessive rigidity leads to breakage, while excessive softness leads to decay. In the path of martial arts, the true essence lies in the harmonious integration of both strength and gentleness. In the span of half a month during which Yuanshou diligently practiced the Magnia fist, Yuan managed to secure a prosperous enterprise for him. This titan of the eastern city, having risen to prominence merely in the last few decades, does not possess the same level of control over the region as the three esteemed families. There remain numerous territories beyond his reach, many of which are still under the jurisdiction of the authorities. Among these, there are several lucrative ventures that Su Yuan has recommended to Yuanshou. Excluding the escort agency and martial arts hall, Yuanshou harbored no desire to contest for territory. His sole concern was for the safety and stability of his family. Reluctant to expose his loved ones to peril, he resolutely relinquished those ventures that appeared most promising. The tavern, butcher shop, clinic, weaponry store, and land deeds were among the few that remained satisfactory. After discussing these thoughts with his wife and children, Yuanshou ultimately settled on one decision: the land deed. The Li family possesses insufficient resources. The restaurant lacks signature dishes and skilled chefs, while the weapon shop and butcher's shop suffer from a scarcity of supplies. And both are prone to complications. They are all reluctant to be entangled in the trivialities of such intrigues. Li Qingyang, facing physical limitations, is ill-suited for external ventures and has 2 children to care for. Wang Juer, having consumed the precious elixir, has undergone a remarkable transformation and has now ventured into the bone-refining realm, aspiring to continue her martial pursuits alongside her husband. Thus, a consensus emerged among everyone. Collecting rent also seems appealing. In the future, our family shall indulge in the lifestyle of the landowners. Yuanshou chuckled playfully. Subsequently, he approached an elderly peer, Qin Bo, who managed logistics within the government office, to exchange for a land deed that encompassed a quarter of the eastern city. This endeavor was not insignificant, as it directly consumed 1,700 merit points, leaving him with a remaining balance of 2,000 merit points. Yuanshou inquired about Qin Bo, which cannot be brought to the county city as it is not recognized by the demon-slaying department. You may exchange for the martial arts techniques of the bureau, such as the barbaric elephant strength, the rampant bull strength, the fierce tiger strength, and the spirit serpent strength. Additionally, you can customize a treasure weapon suited for the refining organs realm, which can be utilized in conjunction with your energy. This bureau can facilitate an upward application for you. The most senior elder in this bureau provided such advice. The Zhao family, the Sun family, and the Qian family have all acquired these techniques, accumulating into centuries-old prestigious lineages. Su Yuan recently exchanged for one of these refining organs techniques, priced at 2,000 merits. What of the customized weapon? Yuanshou decisively abandoned the exchange for the refining technique. It merely required 1,500 merits, and here lies the weapon schematics. You may select one, and it shall be delivered to you by the year's end. I shall choose this blade. The remaining 500 merits will be exchanged for elixirs. Upon emerging from the logistics warehouse, Yuanshou found his merits utterly depleted, leaving him with nothing but a land deed and a substantial bundle of elixirs. With such an abundance of chi blood pills and bone-strengthening pills, it is sufficient for Yuer to cultivate to the pinnacle of the bone refinement realm, and ample for the 2 little ones to utilize for many years. The residence in Lu Tree Alley of the East City has been completely renovated. Yuanshou emerged with the exchanged resources and, together with his family, prepared to relocate back to Willow Tree Alley. Although the Yamen provided safety, it felt akin to imprisonment. There is no place more comfortable than one's own home. The family expressed immense joy at returning to this old residence, where they had lived for decades. Feeling as though they had cast off a heavy burden, the atmosphere within the Yamen was excessively cold and austere. The neighbors were all warriors, either training or on missions, making interactions far less pleasant than those in Willow Tree Alley. Now that their arrangements were nearly complete, it was time to take a moment to visit Wolf Ridge. Yuanshou did not forget the peculiarities of the old wolf on the other side of Wild Wolf Ridge. The tiger demons, unaware of the treasures birthed by that old wolf, exhibited disdain towards it, and thus it was evident that they would not bestow any spiritual springs upon it. He was still preoccupied with this matter and planned to investigate it the following day. Chapter 30. Breakthrough in Sword Technique. Nine Sons Blade Technique. Brotherly. Has your family moved back? Oh, is this sister you? Have you recovered? That's splendid. We thought that after your promotion, we would no longer see your family. Indeed. I heard that Uncle Yuanshou has become the leader of the demon-catching bureau, and we presumed you would reside there henceforth. It's good to have you back. We can enjoy tea and chess together again. Come now, Brotherly is now the leader of the bureau and a master of the refining Zong realm. He hardly has time to play chess with an old man like you. Uncle Yuanshou, sister you, do visit my home often. The neighbors around expressed both astonishment and warm enthusiasm at the return of Li Yuanshou's family. The residents of Lushu Hutong were all ordinary demon catchers, many of whom were former companions or seniors and juniors, fostering a camaraderie that surpassed typical neighborly bonds. Otherwise, when Wang Cheng came to cause trouble, they would not have rushed over in a flurry. Well, let's make an effort to visit more often. Li Yuanshou had always treated these neighbors well and never held himself aloof, cheerfully responding to their warmth. It is often said that distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors, and this seems undoubtedly true. This Dingyan quietly has accomplished a significant feat. During the tenure of Li Yuanshou, he had returned on occasion, but it was only today that he discovered the old abandoned residence behind his yard had been renovated. The entire courtyard now extends several dozen meters to the north, effectively doubling its area. What was once a modest backyard has been transformed into an expansive new courtyard, with the surroundings redesigned to exude grandeur, featuring a vast martial arts practice area. The adjacent wing rooms, corridors, tea room, and weapon racks are all complete. Notably, every corner is free of sharp edges, clearly designed with his son's convenience in mind, allowing for easy movement throughout the courtyard. Each of the two little ones has been granted their own separate rooms, thoughtfully adorned in warm hues, transformed into the perfect bedrooms for a young boy and girl. Dingyan has truly shown great consideration. Wang Yu sighed, feeling deeply moved. She instinctively grasped Li Yuanshou's broad hand and said, in the future, you must look after this child more. She hesitated, realizing that referring to him as this child was inappropriate, and instead continued, Dingyan has done much for our family, and we should also lend him a helping hand whenever possible. Rest assured, I shall, Li Yuanshou replied, knowing that even without his wife's urging, he would hold this gratitude close to his heart. That evening, Sun Dingyan and Su Yuan arrived at their doorstep with a gift box to extend their congratulations. Li Yuanshou and his companions indulged in lively conversations until the late hours of the night, discussing the tumultuous situation in Linhe County and the intricacies of martial arts. Truly a gathering of joyous guests. Brotherly, he said, it was my adopted son who acted thoughtlessly before. Henceforth, if any of your grandchildren come to my Zhendong martial arts school, they shall not be charged a single coin. I will ensure they receive the finest masters, the best meals, and nourishing medicines. Before departing, Su Yuan extended an invitation to Li Yuanshou, encouraging him to visit Zhendong martial arts school, revealing that the esteemed Master Su was, in fact, his adopted son. Su Yuan had already heard of Li Yuanshou's dismissal from the martial arts school and had come today to offer his apologies, while also expressing his desire for the younger members of the Li family to practice at Zhendong. Coincidentally, I had also been contemplating sending them to the martial arts school and shall pay a visit in the near future. Li Yuanshou accepted the invitation, previously dismissed. He acknowledged that it was due to his own inadequacies, and he bore no ill will towards others. It is worth noting that the Zhendong martial arts school had provided him with a means of livelihood, fostering a sense of gratitude that prevented resentment. In this regard, Sun Dingyan did not contest the matter. While these residents in the East City offered better conditions, it ultimately posed challenges due to the distance, as his own home was in the North City. Moreover, as merely the second heir of the Sun family, he would soon depart. The presence of Su Yuan, a local figure of influence in the East City, would be far more beneficial in looking after the younger generation of the Li family. Dingyan, I have begun to grasp the essence of the Magnia Fist. I will provide you with a response in due course. Li Yuanshou and Sun Dingyan shared a few more drinks, deliberating. I can assure you that this martial art can enhance one's abilities severfold. Oh? Sun Dingyan exclaimed with delight upon hearing this. You have already discerned something so soon? His intentions were solely for the benefit of his family and future generations. He sought neither haste nor abundance, and even a delay of 10 or 20 years would pose no issue. However, he had not anticipated Li's fervent dedication. Please. You have been quite busy lately. Attend to your matters first. The improvement of the Magnia Fist can wait. There is no need to rush. Sun Dingyan wished to avoid placing undue burden on this esteemed elder. Not at all. Amidst my training, it is merely a matter of convenience. Li Yuanshou did not announce the emergence of a new martial art. To develop a cultivation technique in the span of merely half a month is truly astonishing. If it were merely Sun Dingyan's endeavor, one might feel at ease. However, this martial art was sought after by Sun Dingyan for his family. Even if he can restrain himself and his immediate family, he cannot silence the voices of the hundreds of members of the Sun clan. Once Sun Dingyan departs, Li Yuanshou diligently practiced in the newly established training ground in his backyard. At present, he sought to enhance two martial arts, the Spirit Serpent Fist, and the Fiery Sun Blade technique, with particular emphasis on the latter. He was merely 1,000 proficiency points away from breaking through its limits, although he had not intended to rush this advancement. He planned to venture out to the Wolf Ridge the following day. To ensure greater security, he resolved to push the blade technique to its critical threshold tonight. Fiery Sun Blade technique, perfected proficiency, 500,005,0000, with the achievement of 50,000 proficiency points. He swiftly completed the breakthrough. 9 Yang Blade Art, beginner proficiency, 010,0000 through a transformative process. This newly acquired blade technique elevated from the realm of mere experimentation to a level worthy of being classified as a premier martial art. Not only did its power grow exponentially, but it also fully transformed into an internal energy martial art. It gave rise to an entirely new path of cultivation. Distinguishing between the internal cultivation technique, 9 Yang Blade Force, and the external martial art, 9 Yang Blade Technique. The former is a purely internal cultivation method that focuses on internal energy, capable of cultivating the formidable and dominating 9 Yang Blade Force. The latter, conversely, is a pure martial technique that emphasizes the use of moves and energy, aiming to enhance combat prowess. In that instant of entering the blade art, Yuanshou felt a significant refinement of the internal energy within him, surpassing the level he had achieved when defeating the Fire Cloud Leopard. Moreover, his internal strength had increased considerably, boasting a remarkable enhancement of over 50%. This assessment only accounted for the 9 Yang Blades energy. Excluding the fully formed Tiger Demon and Bull Demon energies, the combination of all three would be even more astounding. He was eager to ascertain the extent of his prowess. However, considering that his family had already retired for the night and the courtyard was newly renovated, he refrained from causing any disturbance. He decided it would be prudent to test his capabilities at Wild Wolf Ridge the following day. Yuanshou pondered in this manner as he returned to the front room, where he quickly refreshed himself before embracing his wife, who was still awaiting him in the realm of dreams. The following morning, after sharing breakfast with his family, he proceeded, as was his custom, to report for duty at the Demon Capture Bureau. After exchanging greetings with Su Yuan, who was on duty that day, he departed alone, making his way towards the northeastern region of Wolf Ridge, situated beyond Yuanshou City. It was the midst of winter, and the surroundings outside the city were particularly desolate and frigid. Even in the absence of demonic calamities, the official road remained scarcely trodden. Upon departing the city, Yuanshou exerted his utmost strength, racing swiftly towards the Wolf Ridge. His speed enhanced by a surge of vital energy that rendered him nearly several times faster than a warhorse. The demon-catching bureau lacked any forms of lightness or agility techniques. He had not acquired such martial arts skills during this period, and could only hope to remedy this shortcoming once he joined the demon-slaying division in the future. Chapter 31. The Mysterious Messenger. The Wolf Demon's Treasure. Yuanshou set out from the East City, journeying towards the Wild Wolf Ridge. In the West City, a procession of horse-drawn carriages slowly entered, traversing several streets before coming to a halt before the grand and imposing Zhao residence. From the foremost carriage, an elderly gentleman alighted. With hair as white as snow yet a visage youthful, his rosy complexion suggested he was in his 80s or 90s. Yet his vigor surpassed that of many in their prime. Each movement exuded an air of mastery, with a gait reminiscent of a dragon and tiger, enigmatic and profound. "Father, you have finally returned," exclaimed Zhao Mingli, the head of the Zhao family, as he rushed forward with his brothers Zhao Mingren and Zhao Mingda, their faces alight with joy. Not so fast. The venerable elder raised a hand to ward off the eager embrace of his sons, surveying the surroundings and gesturing for them to disperse the onlookers. Could it be? The three Zhao brothers widened their eyes, breath-quickening, struggling to contain their excitement as they hastily instructed their attendants to clear the area. Once the surroundings were devoid of outsiders, the elder Zhao gave a slight nod, adjusted his collar, and approached the rear of the carriage with his sons. "Ambassador, we have arrived at Tiger City." The elder Zhao bowed respectfully, his demeanor humble. "Zhao Tai and his sons extend a warm welcome to you in our humble abode." "Indeed." A cold voice emanated from within the carriage. The maidservant promptly lowered her head, stepping aside to draw back the curtain, revealing a tall figure clad in a black robe, hooded and masked, the face obscured by a sinister black visage. Upon the sight of this figure, the Zhao family members grew even more respectful. The elder Zhao personally led the way, with his sons trailing closely behind, mirroring his every step. Once the father and the ambassador entered the hall, Zhao Mingli glanced at the steward Zhao Fu stationed at the entrance, giving a slight nod. Zhao Fu immediately understood, swiftly directing the household staff to clear the area of any lingering servants and maidens. "Are you certain that a spiritual spring has been discovered at Black Tiger Mountain?" The cloaked envoy sat in the hall, voice chilling and androgynous. "Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes." The elder Zhao promptly introduced his two sons to the envoy. "Greetings, esteemed envoy." The brothers, taken aback by the honor, bowed deeply and recounted their observations from Black Tiger Mountain in detail. "Primordial spiritual water," the black-robed envoy murmured softly. After a prolonged silence, a voice, somewhat cold and resonant, emerged from beneath the mask. "You are to send someone to the county city to inquire when the next demon-slaying envoy will arrive. Rest assured, I have already dispatched individuals for this task. Zhao Mingli interjected hastily, eager not to miss this opportunity for recognition. Excellent. The black-robed envoy nodded with satisfaction. There are indeed experts from my sect en route. You must ensure their arrangements are secure and discreet. Should this endeavor succeed, I shall personally recommend you to the Hall Master, advocating for your merits. The elder Zhao, upon hearing this, felt a flush of excitement wash over him, his hands trembling as he promptly led his sons in a deep bow of gratitude. Meanwhile, on another side, Li Yuanshou sprinted with all his might, swiftly arriving at the wild wolf ridge. Just as he followed the traces of the monstrous beast in search of the old wolf's den, he caught sight of two furtive figures in the distance. Focusing his gaze intently, he observed them for a moment before breaking into a smile. Those two seemingly sneaky figures were, in fact, the very two gray wolves that had once accompanied the old wolf, towering like iron pillars, the loudest in their howls, and the swiftest in their runs. Indeed, the old wolf had left something behind. Li Yuanshou harbored suspicions that these two individuals believed the danger had passed and had returned in search of the treasures left behind by the old wolf. He stealthily trailed behind them, crossing over numerous mountain ridges and several deep ravines. At last, he arrived at a crude mountain stronghold. This stronghold was nestled on the westernmost edge of Wolf Ridge, near a peak 300 meters high, at the foothills of Black Tiger Mountain. It was situated in a sheltered valley, where a vast expanse of land had been cleared. Surrounding the valley were numerous caves that had been excavated. Li Yuanshou's gaze followed the two figures as they descended into the depths of the mountain hollow, where a cavern of considerable grandeur awaited. Surrounding the entrance were numerous stone martial arts apparatuses, and a solid stone door sealed the cave. With a resounding thud, the two gray wolves grasped the iron rings on the stone door, exerting force in unison, generating a series of muffled thuds. Once the door swung wide enough to permit their passage, the wolves ceased their efforts and swiftly dashed into the cavern. Li Yuanshou followed closely without a moment's hesitation. With his current cultivation, even if the two gray wolves intended to ambush him, they could not inflict the slightest harm. Were it not for the necessity of having them guide the way, he could easily slay those mere two bone-refining realm demons with a mere flick of his hand. However, he simply awaited his entry into the cavern. Li Yuanshou involuntarily furrowed his brows. Perhaps it was due to the stone door being sealed for 2 months. The cave was enveloped in darkness, with all lights extinguished. After walking a few dozen meters, it became utterly pitch black. Even with his cultivation, he could barely discern the indistinct forms within a 20-meter radius. Li Yuanshou unconsciously quickened his pace, closely pursuing the two gray wolves, anxious that there might be a fork in the cave where he could lose them. Fortunately, the situation remained under control. After traversing over 100 meters, he caught sight of a distant glow, along with the flickering silhouettes of two tall figures cast upon the walls. Just how deep had this cavern been excavated? Li Yuanshou could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. This cavern delved far deeper than the lairs of those black tigers, extending a staggering 150 meters yet still showing no sign of an end. Who could it be? Suddenly, the flames before him extinguished. A sharp and vigilant bark echoed ahead, emanating from a gray wolf. Indeed, there was something lurking within. Li Yuanshou let out a low chuckle, striding forward with determination, closing the distance to within 20 meters of the two gray wolves. Humans? Seeking death. Upon hearing the taunt, the wolves roared in unison and charged back. The wind howled, stirring up clouds of dust. With their intimate knowledge of the terrain, the wolves swiftly approached Li Yuanshou, one on the left and the other on the right, their claws slashing toward him. In an instant, a faint crimson blade gleamed across the air. Li Yuanshou calmly sheathed his sword and took a step forward. The two headless wolf corpses, propelled by inertia, rushed past him for several meters before crashing to the ground with a thud. He turned back to search his person and retrieved a fire starter. Today, in an effort to maintain a low profile, he had refrained from changing his attire, eschewing the black iron armor and leaving behind his usual fire starter. It was just as well. Li Yuanshou ignited a fire stick. Under the faint glow of the flame, he dissected two headless wolves and discovered that their wolf hearts emitted a subtle luminescence, albeit significantly fainter than that of the old wolf. It is no wonder that within a mere 2 months, they had surged to the 8th level of bone refinement. Li Yuanshou raised an eyebrow, refraining from hastily extracting the heart of the wolf. According to several colleagues who had gathered herbs on Black Tiger Mountain, one must not be impatient after a beast's demise. Allowing a little more time could enhance the potency of the precious medicine. When a beast perishes, its vital essence reverses, returning to the site of the treasured herb. Reflecting on this, he realized that his initial 3 precious herbs had been somewhat squandered, failing to attain their utmost perfection. With these thoughts in mind, Li Yuanshou advanced steadily, aided by the flickering firelight. Had he arrived near the lair of the Tiger King? Li Yuanshou's astonishment grew with each step he took. After traversing over 20 miles, he found himself near the deep valley of Heihu Mountain. Could it be that the wolf demon had dug a tunnel to intercept the primordial spiritual water guarded by those black tigers? Chapter 32. The Second Spiritual Spring. The Spirit Serpent Body Refining Technique. As it turned out, he was indeed correct. After traversing a considerable distance, Li Yuanshou discovered a small, constricted cave at the end of the cavern. Within this cave lay a pool, scarcely 2 meters in diameter. Above, a milky white spiritual water dripped continuously, converging into the small pool below. That wolf certainly possessed audacity and cunning. Li Yuanshou was astounded by the actions of that old wolf. It was utterly audacious to excavate a tunnel stretching 20 to 30 li right under the watchful eyes of the two refining dirty realm tiger kings, siphoning off the innate spiritual water. This fellow was truly reckless. The spiritual spring above will most likely be completely monopolized by the Zhou family after the purification by Dingyan and his companions. I had previously contemplated purchasing a few portions from the Zhou family for Wei, Qingyang, and Little Wuyang to cleanse their marrow and fortify their essence. It seems, however, that this will no longer be necessary. Li Yuanshou secretly rejoiced at his foresight in making this journey. Otherwise, it was likely that this place would soon be claimed by the two gray wolves. If they remained discreet, no one might uncover this treasure. Excellent, from now on. My family, the Li clan, shall also possess a spiritual spring. Li Yuanshou glanced around, noting the scant amount of spiritual water, likely recently utilized by the old wolf. The remaining essence amounted to merely half of what he had originally received, insufficient for his wife's vital rejuvenation. Thus, he refrained from disturbing the precious liquid and quietly retraced his steps. As he neared the exit, he took with him the corpses of two wolf demons. Upon emerging from the cavern, he felt a sense of relief. Li Yuanshou took a deep breath, his entire being brimming with energy and with a tremendous force. He struck towards the entrance of the cave with a powerful slash. Boom. A brilliant blade of light, 7 zhang long, instantly cleaved a massive chasm. The swirling dust transformed into shockwaves that swept to both sides, while colossal boulders plummeted vertically, swiftly sealing the cave entrance entirely. Is this truly the extent of my current strength? Li Yuanshou felt a subtle tremor in his heart at the sight before him. The tangible blade energy extending 20 meters surpassed Zhou Wanhe's displayed prowess by several magnitudes. According to Dingyan's explanation, the realm of refining organs is not as intricately divided as that of refining bones and refining blood. It comprises merely 5 stages: entry, minor achievement, major achievement, perfection, and transformation. The most discernible difference between these realms lies in the distance one can project their internal energy without compromising their strength. 1 meter of energy signifies the entry level of refining organs, while energy extending over 10 meters indicates minor achievement. Achieving over 30 meters corresponds to major achievement, and over 90 meters denotes perfection. The specifics of the transformation realm remain elusive. However, given my current cultivation, I should be at the stage of major achievement, nearing perfection. Li Yuanshou was quite pleased with the validation of his own strength, having achieved the pinnacle of refining his internal organs. He should not be considered weak in the county city. After all, the demon-slaying envoy, Zhou Wanhe, had only recently reached a minor accomplishment. Simply destroying an entrance was far too conspicuous. Li Yuanshou paused for a moment, contemplating, before unleashing a flurry of strikes. In an instant, several chasms appeared, carved from above. 6 caves, including the lair of the old wolf, were completely obliterated by the force of his blades. Should anyone stumble upon this location, they would merely perceive it as the work of a master eradicating the remnants of a demonic calamity. With this satisfaction in mind, Li Yuanshou returned to Wanghu City, carrying the corpses of 2 gray wolves. Upon entering the city, he made his way directly to a butcher shop run by a blood-refining warrior, where he requested the proprietor to prepare the meat. After procuring a substantial bundle of meat, along with the freshly extracted wolf heart, he headed home. Have you been to the mountains? Wang Yue expressed surprise at her husband's return. Previously, during the extermination of the demonic threat, several high-tier bone-refining wolf demons had escaped. Today, he had dealt with 2 and brought back some fine meat for their nourishment. Li Yuanshou briefly instructed his wife to rest while he took on the role of the chef himself. As he simmered the meat, he discreetly mixed in the finely chopped heart of a wolf, concocting a nourishing pot of soup and meat. The spiritual water used by the 2 wolves was insufficient to serve as a precious elixir. For him, who practiced refining the internal realm, it held little flavor and was deemed wasteful to discard, rendering it nearly useless. However, for his family, this pot of restorative soup was undoubtedly a grand tonic. Delicious. Ah, it's so hot. Wow, I too feel extremely warm, as if I might catch fire. That evening, the 2 little ones feasted with grease coating their mouths. But soon their faces flushed crimson, their bodies feeling as if they were boiled prawns. All right, you 2 can no longer indulge. Li Yuanshou observed as they each consumed a chunk of meat the size of a fist, followed by a small bowl of meat broth, and then urged them to commence their stance practice. The 2 youngsters complied obediently, beginning their exercises. However, their postures were regrettably comical, resembling 2 inebriated revelers from the outset. They wobbled incessantly, akin to 2 little weebles. With such formidable vitality, how could they possibly endure this? Wang Yue soon sensed the astonishing energy within the broth and meat. Casting a reproachful glance at her husband before hastily embarking on her own practice of the fierce tiger fist. After all, it was merely the flesh of 2 bone-refining wolf demons. The sons of the Li family could certainly partake and withstand it. Though Li Yuanshou spoke thus, he nonetheless offered guidance to the 2 young ones, occasionally channeling his own vitality to gently clear their meridians. His actions were not reckless. He discerned their progress. After more than 2 months of cultivation, the 2 youths were on the brink of mastering the primordial longevity stance, poised to become blood-refining warriors. Today, they would fortuitously benefit from the essence of the wolf demon's flesh, lending them a significant advantage. With a master of his caliber, having attained the pinnacle of internal refinement, The two youngsters effortlessly surpassed the threshold of blood refinement. Haha, I have finally become a warrior. Hee, I'm a warrior too. Grandfather. Look at the set of punches I can demonstrate. Whoosh. Ha. Whoosh. Ha. Upon breaking into the realm of blood refinement, the two little rascals, their faces flushed with excitement, could hardly contain themselves as they swung their fists, executing a disjointed series of strikes. Excellent. Truly. My family's offspring are far more accomplished than I was at their age. Yuanshou looked on with great joy as the two little ones performed their antics, seamlessly imparting to them the subsequent postures of the martial arts. Joyful moments always seemed to pass swiftly. Unbeknownst to them, winter had deepened. Shortly after the arrival of the 12th lunar month, Yuanshou took his leave from office. The day before his departure, Yuanshou, along with several commanding colleagues and a martial artist who had reached the 5th level of bone refinement, customarily went a bid farewell. After 2 attempts at persuasion, Yuanshou had evidently abandoned this notion, displaying a markedly cooler demeanor. Yuanshou said little, merely raising his glass symbolically in a toast with the others, before the gathering concluded amidst a rather somber atmosphere. The following morning, shortly after Yuanshou had left the city, the heavy sky began to shed large flakes of snow. This marked the first snowfall of the year in the 873rd year of the Great Qin dynasty, and the 27th year of the reign of the current Qin Yuan emperor. The wind and snow herald the arrival of a nobleman. It remains a mystery which esteemed individual will assume the role of the new demon slayer. His colleagues whispered quietly among themselves. Yuanshou did not linger for long. He graciously declined the invitations from Sun Dingan and Su Yuan to drink at the 8 Treasures Pavilion, returning home early. It appeared that the snow would continue for several days. For him, this was a promising omen, a harbinger of vengeance to come. During this period, Yuanshou has mastered the Spirit Serpent Fist to an extraordinary level, thereby acquiring a novel martial art known as the Spirit Serpent Body Refinement Technique. Furthermore, he inadvertently comprehended a unique movement technique, which he named the Spirit Serpent Step. As this technique was entirely self-derived, it defies conventional classification. However, its agility is remarkable. When combined with the Spirit Serpent Fist and the 9 Young Blade art, it becomes exceptionally profound. In addition, Yuanshou disguised himself and ventured out in the dead of night to the black market established by the Zhao family in the West City, exchanging a bone-strengthening elixir for a rudimentary palm technique. He has diligently practiced this technique to its limits, thus acquiring a completely new martial art form. Tonight, he intends to employ this newfound skill to infiltrate the Zhao residence. Chapter 33, A Night of Murder Amidst Wind and Snow. 7 Zhongwen Thunder Force. Today is indeed a fortuitous day. As the saying goes, a timely snow heralds a bountiful year, and next year shall undoubtedly be a turning point for the Zhao family, as we will uphold the sacred teachings and dominate Wanghu City. Yuanshou has made a splendid departure. Just in time, the newly appointed demon-slaying envoy has yet to arrive, allowing us to act. The Zhao family in the West City is particularly lively today. The servants, bewildered by the sudden cheerfulness of their usually taciturn masters after many days of silence, are first instructed to decorate the premises with red lanterns and carpets. Once the preparations are complete, they are rewarded with bonuses to return home and reunite with their families. This exuberant atmosphere persists well into the evening. East City. The Li family. Yuanshou's mood today was quite pleasant. Not only did he order exquisite dishes from the Baobao building, but he also uncorked 2 jars of fine wine that Sun Dingan had sent him recently from the county town. Even his wife, Wang Yuer, who was usually close to him, found it difficult to comprehend her husband's demeanor today. Perhaps it was due to the departure of the demon-slaying envoy, who had a slight rift with his father. Wang Zui pondered this and speculated with her son. Regardless, her husband was joyful, and naturally, as his wife, she shared in that happiness, along with their children and grandchildren. That evening, Yuanshou enjoyed a delightful feast with his family. Once everyone had retired for the night, he felt the energy coursing through his body, the flush on his face subsiding. Quietly rising, he donned the night attire he had prepared for days, wrapping a black scarf around his head to conceal his white hair, revealing only his pair of eyes. He leaped over the high walls, utilizing the agility of his serpent-like steps to navigate effortlessly across rooftops. As he had anticipated, the snow was still falling heavily that night, with nearly no pedestrians on the streets. The homes, taverns, and entertainment houses along the way were all shuttered tight, and even the night watchman had not ventured out. After a day of snowfall, a layer of half a foot had already accumulated. Yuanshou treaded softly upon the snow, leaving only faint traces that were swiftly obscured by the swirling winds and snowflakes. Thus, he stealthily made his way to the Zhao residence in the western city. Come, drink. Let us celebrate the Zhao family's dedication to the holy teachings, soaring ever higher from this moment forth. I raise my glass to the esteemed envoys, who have traveled from afar to grace our humble abode, bringing honor to the Zhao family. Furthermore, I toast to all of you, and I kindly ask for your continued support in the days to come. Haha, now that we are part of the holy teachings, we are all brothers. Let us speak openly and amicably. When Yuanshou arrived at the Zhao residence, he was still filled with astonishment. The area 100 meters away had been cordoned off, with numerous martial artists concealed within, yet the Zhao estate lacked any attendants or guards, and not a single maid or family member was in sight. To his surprise, He soon heard the resounding laughter echoing from the courtyard. The holy sect? What holy sect? What kind of mischief was the Zhao family up to? Li Yuanshou's eyes flickered as he stealthily approached the corner of the main courtyard hall. There, he beheld the familiar figures of brothers Zhao Mingren and Zhao Mingda, accompanied by two middle-aged men and an elder who bore a striking resemblance to them. They occupied the seats closest to the middle-aged man and the elder. The table hosted only 5 individuals, yet the 4 most prominent members of the Zhao family, evidently the most formidable in strength, were clustered around a mysterious figure clad in a black robe, whose face was partially obscured by a ghastly mask. As he observed further, he noted that several dozen meters away, there were a dozen other tables arranged. Among them were Zhao Ruyan from the Black Tiger Martial Arts School, whom Li Yuanshou had inquired about, and her father, Zhao Fu. The remaining guests included various martial artists from the Zhao family, as well as other peculiar individuals dressed in black robes and wearing ghostly masks, each exuding an unsettling aura. Suddenly, the black-clad man at the Zhao family's table emitted a sharp command. As he turned to glance in Li Yuanshou's direction, a wine cup flew towards him, imbued with a chilling, dark energy. Such remarkable cultivation. Li Yuanshou's gaze sharpened as he flicked his fingers, shattering the air with his formidable energy. It was merely a cursory probe, yet he discerned that the individual before him had indeed reached the pinnacle of the refining realm, though the distance to perfection remained uncertain. Who dares to intrude upon the Zhao family? Are you seeking death? He thundered, his voice resonating with indignation. What audacity! A thief so bold as to trespass into my residence. You must be weary of life. Seize him. In an instant. All the martial artists in the vicinity sprang into action, rushing forward with urgency. From 100 meters away, shouts and the sounds of hurried footsteps accompanied by gusts of wind could be heard, indicating that the concealed martial masters had also detected the commotion and were converging upon their location. Do not move. The masked figure in black, who had already tested the waters, declared in a grave tone, he is a master at the peak of the refining realm. What? Upon hearing this revelation, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, and they halted in unison. The masked figure paid no heed to their reactions. His brow furrowed as he fixed his unwavering gaze upon Li Yuanshou. Might I inquire as to your identity and the purpose of your visit? A nameless wretch. Come to spill blood. Li Yuanshou, with an unchanging expression, brushed off the snowflakes from his clothing and stepped forward. Who to kill? The ghost-faced man furrowed his brows deeply. The Zhao family. Li Yuanshou's footsteps were relentless. The Zhao family? The ghostly figure glanced at those beside him, only to find the Zhao father and son displaying expressions of utter confusion. A chill crept over his countenance as he coldly addressed Li Yuanshou, setting aside whether the Zhao family has truly offended you. The fact that they have now allied themselves with my Yuanshou sect and received the protection of our holy ancestor renders them beyond your arbitrary oppression. If you possess any sense of prudence, retreat at once. Otherwise, do not blame this holy envoy for employing overwhelming force against the few. As he spoke, he stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the Zhao family. To associate with the Zhao family, one might presume that your so-called holy sect is, in fact, a cult of darkness. Li Yuanshou advanced with unwavering determination, his internal energy surging, exuding an increasingly formidable presence, akin to a resurrecting ferocious beast. Insolence. The masked fiend seethed with rage. As a practitioner of the demonic arts, one must also uphold the tenets of purification. Li Yuanshou suddenly accelerated, his feet gliding with the grace of a serpent, swiftly closing the distance between them to a mere 20 meters. He raised his hands, and the force of his palm stirred the air, creating a tangible distortion that resonated with the sound of thunder, transforming into a vibrant shade of azure and violet. This was none other than his newly perfected first-class martial art, the thunder palm. Boom, boom, accompanied by the sound of air being shattered. A continuous barrage of azure and violet palm prints surged forth, targeting the ghostly figure's face. The Seven-Zhang Thunderous Force. The ghost-faced man gasped, his body tensing as he launched a series of counterattacks. In an instant, a multitude of black fist prints collided with the azure and violet palm prints. Li Yuanshou exuded an aura of invincibility, akin to a startled dragon, as he unleashed his wind and thunder palm with unparalleled mastery, forcing the ghost-faced man into a retreat. Why are you still hesitating? The ghost-faced man bellowed, awakening those around him from their stupor. You scoundrel, do not be so arrogant. The Zhao father and son reacted the quickest, striking in unison. Particularly the elder Zhao, whose seemingly frail physique transformed into that of a mighty beast amidst the swirling winds, exuding an overwhelming and unmatched force. How dare a mere novice in refining the internal organs attempt to show off in front of us? Li Yuanshou merely raised his hand and struck, sending that old Zhao flying away. The fierce energy surged forth like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Merely brushing against the Zhao brothers caused them to feel as though they had been struck by lightning, and they were sent reeling backward, blood gushing uncontrollably from their mouths. Esteemed ones, your grievances are of no concern to my holy sect. Li Yuanshou, unmatched in strength, forced the ghost-faced man to bow his head and plead for peace. Yet, Li Yuanshou clearly discerned the hidden weapon concealed within the man's sleeve. Whoosh! The sound of the air being sliced through approached swiftly. Li Yuanshou tilted his head to evade. Already pursued for several meters. Death. The ferocious and domineering force of wind and thunder transformed into a colossal hand, shattering the numerous fist imprints of the ghostly figure. ruthlessly penetrating his chest and sending his battered body flying for dozens of meters. What nonsense about a saintly envoy? Chapter 34, The Bloodbath of the Zhao Family. Astonishing atrocities. What utter nonsense about a saintly envoy, merely a pawn seeking recognition, daring to howl in vain. Li Yuanshou cast not a glance at the so-called saintly envoy, whose eyes remained defiantly open in death. With footsteps as silent as the falling snow, he turned to face the Zhao family. You lunatic! You dare to slay the envoy of the Holy Church. Even if you escape today, there shall be no refuge for you in the entirety of northern province. The elder Zhao's visage was as pale as parchment, clutching his chest as he continuously coughed up blood. It was a stroke of fortune that he had survived the formidable blow. Having merely entered the realm of internal cultivation, there was no chance he could withstand another strike. Scoundrel! My holy church possesses innate masters and revered elders in attendance. Should you dare to harm us, our formidable warriors shall ensure you find neither life nor death. The head of the Zhao family, Zhao Mingli, spoke with a countenance both fierce and foreboding. You are, at that moment. Zhao Mingern discerned a hint of revelation in the voice, his eyes widening in disbelief as he prepared to unveil Li Yuanshou's identity. Bang! A thunderous palm strike whistled through the air, reducing him to mere pulp on the spot. No, do not kill me. Zhao Mingde, caught off guard, was engulfed by an indescribable terror. He had been so frightened that he soiled his trousers, screaming in panic as he stumbled backward. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hastily cried out, Senior, I possess secrets of the Holy Church that could spare my life. Silence. The elder Zhao and the other figures cloaked in black were taken aback, their faces shifting in hue, their voices booming like thunder. Enough of this clamor. Li Yuanshou furrowed his brow and struck consecutively. Despite the desperate counterattacks from the crowd, they were all severely injured, apart from old Master Zhao and the deceased ghost face. The rest were merely at the bone refinement stage, easily vanquished with a mere gesture. Escape. Flee quickly. Many turned to make their escape, but were thwarted by Li Yuanshou's formidable energy extending for dozens of meters. Anyone daring to rush towards the exit or the walls was mercilessly crushed into a pulp by his palm strikes. In an instant, the entire courtyard fell into a profound silence. Both the Zhao family members and the so-called disciples of the sacred sect trembled in fear, collapsing onto the ground in a state of utter helplessness. Zhao Fu and Zhao Ruyan were no exception, huddling among the crowd like two quivering quails, shaking in terror. Li Yuanshou caught a glimpse of them from the corner of his eye but refrained from hastily eliminating them, opting instead to deal with them later at his leisure. He chose to storm into the Zhao residence, both to conceal his retribution against that wicked woman and because the Zhao family failed to appreciate the gravity of their situation. However, at present, he found himself intrigued by the sacred teachings mentioned by Zhao Mingde, curious about the Zhao family's entanglement with this sinister cult. Speak. Li Yuanshou's voice was deep and hoarse, his words measured and sparse. Indeed, he replied. Zhao Mingde, disheveled and grimy, lay on the ground, trembling as he spoke. The sacred teachings are referred to in the outside world as the Dark Demon Sect. They possess a secret method that can transform the living into elixirs. Furthermore, they can refine treasures from the bodies of martial artists and masters. Upon hearing these words, Li Yuanshou's expression darkened beneath the black cloth, and a formidable killing intent erupted from his eyes. These wretches, in an era ravaged by demons, dared to refine medicine using human lives. Their cruelty surpasses even that of the fiends. Senior, all of this was orchestrated by the envoy and my brother's father. Zhao Mingde, sensing the murderous aura, turned pale and exclaimed, The secret technique is hidden in their treasury. I can lead you to retrieve it. He spoke rapidly, valuing his life above all. I am the captain of the demon-catching office and have never colluded with them. As a demon hunter, one should recognize that their actions are akin to those of the demons themselves. Li Yuanshou's voice was sharp and cold like the biting wind. Even if you did not participate, your act of sheltering others warrants equal punishment. No, you cannot. Zhao Mingde still sought to cling to the authority of the demon-catching bureau. Li Yuanshou offered him no chance. In a swift motion, he crushed his skull into his chest cavity. At this moment, an inferno of rage blazed within him. Initially, he had come seeking vengeance for his daughter, with his primary focus on the Zhao family, intending to use them as a faude. However, the actions of the Zhao family had now ignited a deep-seated fury within him. You all deserve to perish. Li Yuanshou, consumed by uncontrollable rage, unleashed a murderous tempest. In an instant, amidst countless anguished cries, he exterminated everyone except the Zhao father and daughter, leaving no trace behind. The courtyard transformed into a river of blood, with vibrant crimson flowing from the pavilion, staining the pristine white snow beneath. Under the glow of red lanterns and the reflection on the crimson carpet, the scene was indescribably enchanting. Elder, my daughter and I are merely ordinary servants. We were unaware of this matter. Zhao Fu, long accustomed to tranquility, had completely cast aside his composure, his robust frame trembling as he clutched his daughter. Where is the Zhao family's treasury? Li Yuanshou clenched his fist tightly and inquired with an air of indifference. I will escort the senior. Zhao Fu's eyes glimmered with a flicker of hope as he exerted effort to lift his somewhat weakened daughter, staggering towards the grand hall. The design of the Zhao family's treasury was remarkably intricate. While most individuals would opt to construct underground vaults in inconspicuous locations favoring remote areas, the Zhao family took a contrary approach. They established their treasury directly beneath the central hall, with mechanisms concealed above the beams, and the entrance cleverly hidden beneath the expanse of silk carpets just inside the door. They had only just entered. Li Yuanshou furrowed his brows tightly. The vast treasury, spacious and illuminated, was surrounded by oil lamps, and the walls were adorned with rows of luminous pearls. Yet, what struck him was an overwhelming stench of blood. He frowned as he trailed behind Zhao Fu, maintaining a distance of 5 zhang. And only after advancing more than 10 meters did he comprehend the source of that ghastly odor. Beneath the main hall of the Zhao family, there lay 2 rows of blood pools. The central bluestone pathway divided the ground into 2 halves, with blood pools flanking either side. Floating within them were numerous corpses. They were the servants of the Zhao family, who, upon witnessing the arrival of the emissaries from the holy demon sect, had been dealt with by the master. Zhao Fu sensed the intense killing intent emanating from behind him. His breath caught in his throat as he trembled while explaining. Li Yuanshou's expression was ominously grim. He remained silent, pressing onward, and the sight became increasingly horrifying. The blood pool was not merely filled with Zhao family servants. As he ventured deeper, he encountered numerous stripped youths, both male and female, as well as small children, their bodies swollen from being immersed in the blood. Despite their grotesque condition, the rough and sallow texture of their skin testified to their unfortunate origins. They were clearly the impoverished, emaciated denizens of the lower strata, some even beggars. This was no treasure trove. It was, in fact, a den of horrors, utterly shocking. After a considerable time, he finally reached the true treasure vault at the end of the passageway. Li Yuanshou slowly raised his head, closed his eyes, and let out a deep sigh. Today, none of those I have slain are innocent. How easily they meet their demise, truly a boon for these wretched beasts. He recalled the time in his youth when he had begged his way to Yuanshou City, remembering the inexplicable disappearances of his fellow travelers along the way. At the time, he had thought they had perished from hunger. Yet now, it seemed likely that many had ended up in this Zhao residence, submerged in this pool of blood. Senior, this is all the doing of the Zhao family. It has nothing to do with my daughter and me. Zhao Fu trembled, quickly grasping his dazed daughter. Turning to kneel on the ground, repeatedly pleading, I too was deceived by them, forced to take on the role of steward, never having participated in such matters. No, he has indeed participated. Suddenly, Zhao Ruyan, beside him, forcefully pushed her father away. Her robust physique trembled like a frightened chick as she stepped back. Her expression filled with terror as she pointed at her father, declaring, Senior, I can attest that he did it. He kidnapped those beggars, which I discovered. And he even delivered me to the Zhao family, forcing me into this wretched state. Senior, he is a devil. Kill him. Quickly kill him. Chapter 35, The Matter Resolved. I depart in silence. Yenner, you. Zhao Fu turned back in disbelief, never expecting his daughter to betray him. I did everything for your sake. You did not save me. You acted for your own benefit. You delivered me to the Zhao father and son for your own security as steward. And it was you who caused my mother's demise. Zhao Ruyan cried out like a madwoman, retreating in panic. So this is how you perceive me, father? Zhao Fu seemed drained of all vitality, instantly aging decades, his face pale and trembling, struggling to find his voice. After a long silence, he finally looked up at Li Yuanshou with a heart full of despair. Senior, as the steward of the Zhao residence, I have indeed committed numerous heinous acts, and I cannot absolve myself of the blame. Yet my daughter is innocent. She has long been sent outside to open a martial arts school and has had no involvement with the demonic cult. I implore you to spare her life. With that, Zhao Fu prostrated himself on the ground, seeking only to meet his own end. Do you know, old man, for whom I have come today? Li Yuanshou gazed at the father and daughter with an expression devoid of warmth. Was it not for the sake of magic? Zhao Fu instinctively lifted his gaze and beheld Li Yuanshou removing the black cloth from his face. A shiver ran through him, and his fingers trembled as he pointed at Li Yuanshou, stammering, You are. It is me. Li Yuanshou spoke with a calm demeanor, showing no surprise at being recognized. So it was. Zhao Fu had completely given up hope. He had thought that he and his daughter were merely collateral damage. Little did he know that they were the true culprits, while the Zhao family was the one truly entangled. You are the father of Li Qingqing. At this moment, Zhao Ruyan was no longer deranged. Her face was etched with fear as she gazed at Li Yuanshou. No, that incident was not my doing. It was Wang Qing's fault. And he has already fallen victim to your machinations. She retreated repeatedly, pressing herself against the wall, left with nowhere to escape, and then hurriedly crawled forward. Senior, I acknowledge my mistakes. I am willing to atone for Qingqing and serve you in your old age. If you are still dissatisfied, I possess some charm. Within a few months, I can regain my youthful beauty. You may do as you wish. Zhao Ruyan had no desire to meet her demise. She felt that her first half of life had been fraught with misfortune, and having finally become a bone-refining martial master, she had achieved a position of superiority. How could she simply perish like this? Before the old man arrived, she had longed to witness the regret on your faces, but now, all she felt was revulsion. Li Yuanshou gazed upon the grotesque spectacle of the father and daughter, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him with each lingering glance. With swift precision, he unleashed his formidable energy, severing the sinews of both individuals. He then employed his power to seal their vocal cords, rendering them mute, before mercilessly casting them into the foul, blood-soaked pit. Not a single glance more was bestowed upon them. Having completed these actions, Li Yuanshou stepped into the true treasure vault ahead. Inside, it was resplendent with golden brilliance, the walls adorned with gilded foil, epitomizing opulence, while precious jewels lay scattered across the floor. Within the vast treasury, there existed an abundance of gold and silver riches, as well as an array of exquisite weapons, martial arts techniques, and elixirs, everything one could possibly desire. Li Yuanshou was not one to be polite. After breaking the limits of the Spirit Serpent Fist through the Spirit Serpent Body Refinement technique, his fundamental strength surged to 8,000 pounds. The treasure trove, filled with gold, silver, and jewels, though vast in number, weighed no more than 2,000 or 3,000 pounds. Additionally, the weapons, elixirs, and martial arts manuals amounted to just over 3,000 pounds. He returned to the main hall of the Zhao family and seized a fine carpet made from the hides of dozens of great demon beasts at the bone refinement stage. With this beast hide carpet, he bundled all his possessions to carry away, casting a glance at the deceased Zhao Ruyan and her daughter. Li Yuanshou returned to the courtyard. He lifted his gaze to the colorful decorations above, where red lanterns adorned the entire expanse of the sky. With a swift motion, he conjured a powerful hand that extended several zhang, tearing down all the lanterns. In the midst of the swirling snow, the multitude of red lanterns spread across the courtyard, igniting into a roaring blaze. Li Yuanshou ascended to an abandoned watchtower, standing in the shadows of the lofty structure. The flickering flames reflected in his eyes as he silently witnessed the magnificent Zhao family, which had flourished for centuries, reduced to ashes. Today, the Zhao family had invited individuals from the demonic sect, deliberately sending away hundreds of their household members. The surrounding area, extending for over 100 meters, had also been cleared. It was not until 2 hours later that anyone discovered the conflagration engulfing the Zhao residence. By that time, the Zhao family had already been transformed into mere remnants and ruins. Li Yuanshou glanced at the scene before him and quietly departed. The heavy snow continued to fall, blanketing the ground in a shimmering layer of silver, rendering the night remarkably luminous. Li Yuanshou, burdened by a 3,000 gene package, moved with the grace of a serpent, light as a feather, tracing a faint path quickly concealed by the swirling snow and wind as he returned home. During the night, he excavated a cellar over 10 meters deep in the neglected firewood shed of his backyard. Everything, save for his martial arts techniques, was buried within. His household now lacked neither gold nor silver, nor elixirs or weaponry. It was best to conceal them, for it would not be too late to reclaim them after a decade or two. The excess soil was compacted with his formidable energy. Once the entire floor of the house was solidified to a porcelain-like finish, he relaid it with blue bricks, ensuring that even his family would perceive not the slightest hint of alteration. As for the martial arts techniques, they were inscribed on animal skin scrolls. Li Yuanshou concealed it in his bosom, intending to incinerate it once he completed his practice. Have you visited the Zhao family? Li Yuanshou had just returned home when he noticed his wife, who had already fallen asleep on the bed, turning over and softly inquiring about him. As Wang Wei lay there, the more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She sensed that her husband was acting unusually today. Based on her understanding of him, she had an inkling of the underlying issue and contemplated offering her counsel. However, knowing that it concerned their daughter, she recognized it as her husband's hidden torment. Despite her inner turmoil, she refrained from voicing her concerns and, taking advantage of the effects of the wine, chose to succumb to slumber. Shortly after Li Yuanshou's departure, she awoke, and now, upon seeing his return, she felt a profound sense of relief. She decided to put this matter aside, not wishing to burden the children with worry. Li Yuanshou uttered no more words. His night attire had long been destroyed. After changing out of it, he slipped into bed and embraced his wife. Rest now, it is all behind us. Wang Yue spoke little, gently caressing her husband's cheek. Moments later, the couple fell asleep in each other's arms, drifting into slumber. A momentous occasion. A grand celebration. The Zhao family colluded with demonic forces and was annihilated by an unnamed master last night. The following morning, as Li Yuanshou awoke, he heard the sound of drums and gongs outside, with people bustling through the streets to announce the Zhao family's downfall. The Zhao family was the most prominent clan in Yuanshou City, known for their arrogance and tyranny. It was widely recognized that the Zhao family of the West City was the wealthiest, yet the West City remained the most impoverished and desolate among the 5 districts. A significant portion of the beggars and refugees in the city hailed from the West City. Were it not for the demon-catching office stationed in the central city and the financial restraint from the Qian and Sun families, alongside the emergence of Su Yuan in the East City, the Zhao family's influence would have already engulfed the entire city. Even so, many in the East City had suffered under the Zhao family's oppression. Now, witnessing the Zhao family's bloodbath, even amidst the fierce wind and heavy snow, with drifts exceeding 1.5 feet, which had already risen above the knees, could not dampen the fervor of the city as populace. Drums and gongs echoed throughout every district, as news spread rapidly. Wang Zhuer, now a practitioner of the second realm of bone refinement, also heard the commotion outside. Her expression remained calm. She simply exchanged a smile with Li Yuanshou, saying little. The Zhao family's downfall, no matter how sensational, did not interfere with the Li family's breakfast. Together, they enjoyed a harmonious and delightful meal. Li Yuanshou did not attend the official court but chose to remain at home with his wife and children. As the year drew to a close and matters concerning the Zhao family were resolved, his household had been adequately arranged. awaiting the arrival of the weapons and the newly appointed demon slayer from the government. He was to embark on a journey to the county city with Sun Ding'an. Until that time, if no pressing matters arose, he wished to spend each day in the company of his family. Chapter 36, A Whale Falls, and All Things Thrive. Today, Yuanshou City was particularly bustling. The biting cold wind intermingled with the swirling snow could not extinguish the fervor in the hearts of the populace. By midday, word had spread throughout the city that the Zhao family had fallen. The afternoon in the western part of the city descended into utter chaos. The heavy snowfall, fierce and relentless, caused numerous buildings to collapse, leading to the tragic deaths of many homeless and beggars from the cold. Those who survived, along with families suffering losses, surged into the Zhao residence, desperately seeking anything that might sustain them. Even a few copper coins could grant them another day of life. Once oppressed by the Zhao family, the warriors now surged en masse into Zhao's enterprises, unleashing their pent-up grievances through plunder and destruction upon the remnants of the Zhao clan. News of this turmoil spread rapidly. In a state of panic, the county office hastily sought assistance from the demon-slaying bureau, requesting the intervention of several leaders. Yuanshou also received a visit from the constables. By the time he leisurely finished his lunch and ambled his way to the demon-catching yamen, others were even more dilatory than he. The Zhao family bore a grudge against him, and others did as well. Yuanshou personally eradicated the upper echelons of the Zhao family, hence it was inconceivable for him to extend aid to the remaining members of that clan. His presence at the yamen was merely to avoid suspicion, to blend in and make an appearance. It is quite apparent that Sun Ding'an, Su Yuan, and Qin Duobao shared this sentiment. In the absence of the demon slayer, the affairs of the yamen were undoubtedly in the hands of these few leaders. Why did Li arrive so early? After approximately half an hour, Sun Ding'an arrived fashionably late, adorned in a black fox fur coat and a hood. With his hands tucked within his sleeves, he strode in while humming a tune, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of recent events. Yuanshou did not conceal his demeanor, a faint smile gracing his face. Many were aware of his grievances with the Black Tiger Martial Arts Academy, encountering such a situation. It was only natural to revel in the misfortune of others. Who could have been so audacious as to obliterate the Zhao family's lineage? Sun Ding'an, shaking off the snowflakes clinging to him, chuckled with delight, seemingly indifferent. This is what they call man proposes, heaven disposes. It's not that retribution is absent, rather, the time has yet to arrive. Indeed, the wheel of karma turns in its own time. Yuanshou chuckled as he followed along. Amidst their pleasantries, Su Yuan and Qin Duobao arrived. After exchanging a few jests at the expense of the Zhao family, they boarded the carriage and proceeded at a leisurely pace towards the western city. Good heavens! The blow was indeed ruthless. Upon reaching the Zhao residence, the sight of the crumbling walls and remnants left everyone astonished. Hiss. This palm print suggests a mastery of the refining organs realm. Su Yuan discovered some traces from the charred remains, and he gasped in shock. The cultivation indeed reached a remarkable level. The impact of that strike sent a person flying several dozen meters, and from the distance between the marks, it was evident that the force extended at least 7 zhang outward. This palm technique is no trivial matter. The internal organs showed signs of charring, indicating that the energy contained either lightning or fire attributes. Initially, they had come merely to witness the spectacle, but after analyzing the traces, each of them felt a chill run down their spine, their hearts pounding in trepidation. Their expressions turned grave. This individual was also a master of the refining organs. Yuanshou diligently followed the investigation, naturally examining the corpse of the ghastly figure before him, his countenance stern and his demeanor grave. Indeed, after the examination, Sun Ding'an and his companions were even more alarmed, yet their curiosity was piqued. When had the Zhao family acquired other practitioners of the refining corpse realm? For centuries, their 3 families had been locked in fierce rivalry, each well acquainted with the other. Aside from the patriarchs and elder generations, there were no other practitioners of this level among them. It was evident to all present that this iron-faced, charred refining corpse master was of considerable youth. Moreover, there were many iron-faced figures, each of whom possessed skills beyond the 7th level of bone refinement. The group soon discovered other unidentified individuals. What was the Zhao family plotting? Where had they sourced such formidable masters? Could it be that they intended to overrun Yuanshou City in the absence of the demon slayer? Both Sun Ding'an and Qin Duobao were drenched in cold sweat. The elders of their families had surpassed a century in age, akin to the Zhao patriarch, and were not easily provoked. Yet, aside from the patriarch, the Zhao family harbored a young practitioner of the refining corpse realm. The traces suggested he was significantly stronger than the Zhao patriarch. Were he to engage them, it would undoubtedly result in a sweeping defeat. Fortunately, an unidentified master had eliminated them. Su Yuan also felt a chill run down his spine. If the Zhao family sought to exploit this opportunity to eradicate the Sun and Qian families, they would certainly not spare him and Yuanshou. Captain, there is a tunnel here. Suddenly, a bone refinement master, surveying the area, raised his voice to alert the others. They turned towards the sound. In the main hall of the Zhao family, 2 martial artists had pried open a dimly lit entrance beneath the charred beams extinguished by melting snow. Let us investigate. The group hastened towards the cellar. However, they quickly emerged, retching uncontrollably. Beasts. The Zhao family is nothing but a den of savages, unworthy of existence. Even those esteemed as captains in the demon hunting ranks, accustomed to bloodshed and violence, felt their scalps tingle at the sight within the cellar. Even Li Yuanshou, who had witnessed horrors before, found himself profoundly unsettled. His face turned ashen as he inhaled deeply and commanded in a low voice, "Take people to remove those corpses. Summon the citizens of the West City to identify them. For those with families, let arrangements be made for their burial. For the unclaimed, let the county office take them to the southern outskirts for interment." "Yes, sir." Two martial artists suppressed their nausea and departed to carry out the order. Soon, the martial artists and warriors who had come to restore order arrived, beginning the grim task of moving the bodies from the cellar. "Sir, the count is complete. Including Zhao Fu and his daughter, there are a total of 371 corpses in the cellar." Half an hour later, the martial artist Zhang Yun arrived to report. "The subsequent matters will be handled by the county office. Today, all of you have worked hard. Return to find Qin Bo to collect your rewards. And rest early at home." Li Yuanshou briefly instructed a few commanders before turning to leave. As he exited the Zhao residence, the expressions of his companions remained ominously grim, their hearts seething with indignation at the atrocities they had witnessed within the Zhao family. It was unfathomable that the Zhao clan had committed such heinous acts, akin to those of demons. The ease with which they met their demise was a grave injustice to these wretched beings. Although they were unaware of which valiant predecessor had vanquished the Zhao family, this deed was indeed a cause for great jubilation, a splendid accomplishment. Upon returning to the Demon Capture Bureau, the group continued to vocally condemn the Zhao family. The wickedness of the Zhao clan was so extensive that it was beyond mere documentation. What are your thoughts on the remaining assets of the Zhao family? As the collective fury began to subside, Li Yuanshou quietly posed this question. The others were momentarily taken aback. Su Yuan and Qian Duobao exchanged puzzled glances, slightly frowning. Sensing that Li Yuanshou's intentions were rather callous, contemplating the Zhao family's assets so soon after their downfall. However, it was Sun Ding'an who understood Li Yuanshou better. He tentatively speculated on Li Yuanshou's thoughts and inquired, "Uncle Li, do you wish to distribute the Zhao family's wealth among the citizens of the West City? If that is the case, it would be most commendable." Li Yuanshou nodded slightly. In the Western City, they not only witnessed the dismal fate of the Zhao family, but also encountered beggars and refugees frozen to death by the roadside. Given the current circumstances of the Li family, they could only ensure their own family's prosperity, insufficient to extend assistance to the multitude of homeless individuals. However, the Zhao family's assets could. To those present, these properties may seem trivial, yet for those beggars and refugees, they represented a lifeline, sufficient to sustain thousands through the harsh winter. According to the law, the Zhao family's heinous actions warranted suppression by our Demon Capture Bureau, with all assets to be confiscated. Sun Ding'an wholeheartedly agreed with Li Yuanshou's perspective, adding, "Since we did not spill blood ourselves, whether or not to confiscate the assets is entirely at our discretion. With no demon slayers present, the decision rests with us." The division of assets was at their command. What they chose to give or take was entirely within their purview. Those properties were originally amassed through the Zhao family's exploitation of the citizens of the Western City, and countless refugees and beggars were the byproducts of the Zhao family's misdeeds. It was only right that these assets be returned to the people. Qian Duobao and Su Yuan also supported this notion. With the four highest-ranking leaders of the Demon Capture Bureau reaching such a consensus, there was naturally no room for dissent. That very afternoon, a large contingent of demon capturers, accompanied by county constables, mobilized to seize the Zhao family's properties. All confiscated goods were converted into porridge, rice, and silver, either for the repair of homes or the establishment of shelters for the distribution of porridge. Li Yuanshou, Sun Ding'an, Qian Duobao, and Su Yuan, the four prominent leaders, took the initiative in action, personally engaging to ensure the implementation of the strategies discussed. Soon, the once lifeless West City regained its vitality. Chapter 37, The New Demon Slayer. The Spirit Iron Sword. As the ancient saying goes, when the whale falls, all things flourish. The downfall of the Zhao family has ushered in a new life for countless commoners, exemplifying the principle of resource utilization. Indeed, having not visited West City for quite some time, I was unaware of its decline from its former splendor to such a state of desolation. In the evening, the weary group returned to the Demon Catching Bureau, filled with a sense of melancholy. Henceforth, we must remind our families to be cautious in word and deed, and to refrain from oppressing the weak, as the Zhao family did with their arrogance. The Zhao family likely met their demise due to their numerous misdeeds, incurring the wrath of those they should not have provoked. We must take the Zhao family as a cautionary tale, ensuring we do not follow in their footsteps. Sun Ding'an, Qian Duobao, and Su Yuan exchanged grave expressions, admonishing one another. With families and numerous confidants behind them, the more people they had around, the more flaws would inevitably surface. The destruction of the Zhao family served as a stark reminder for them. It was indeed fitting. Li Yuanshou wholeheartedly agreed. Although the downfall of the Zhao family was orchestrated by him, rather than a consequence of their own transgressions, the enmity with the Black Tiger Martial Arts School was also a part of the reckoning, whether as colleagues or friends. He sincerely hoped that everyone present could remain composed and avoid attracting trouble from those who bully the weak. That day, the matter of the Zhao family was thus concluded. The city remained abuzz with gossip, yet for Li Yuanshou, this chapter had closed. He continued to practice at home, cherishing time with his family until the end of the lunar month. Finally, the new demon slayer arrived. The elder, who had once departed from Yuanshou City, weary of wandering after many years, now sought to return to his roots. He expressed his gratitude for the future guidance he would receive. The newly appointed demon slayer was an elderly gentleman, over 100 years old, with white hair yet youthful features, exuding vibrant energy and politeness in his speech. Accompanying him was a young man of handsome appearance and cold demeanor, bearing a long sword, resembling a stoic assassin, silently standing beside the elder with a scrutinizing gaze. "Allow me to introduce myself." The elder introduced himself as Gu's son and presented the young man beside him. "This is my son, Gu Xian, who has been appointed as the white-robed demon slayer of the county." Observing his son merely nodding slightly, he shook his head helplessly and explained on Gu Xian's behalf. He has come to track a group of demonic practitioners from the Netherworld Demon Sect. The Netherworld Demon Sect? Li Yuanshou and the others exchanged glances, their expressions filled with astonishment. Could it be a group of individuals adorned with ghostly masks and iron visages? Indeed. Both the elder and the youth were taken aback, their eyes shimmering with intelligence. "Have you encountered them before? If they truly are those individuals, then this esteemed demon slayer Gu Xian may very well find his journey to be in vain." Li Yuanshou, the most senior commander, was today chosen by the assembly to liaise with the newly appointed demon slayer. He succinctly recounted the events concerning the Zhao family to the two individuals. His account, of course, spoke of an enigmatic master who had annihilated the Zhao clan and their cohort of demons, subsequently setting ablaze the Zhao residence, leaving no trace behind. Such a tale was truly astonishing. The elder Gu Sun furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, the taciturn and cold-hearted youth Gu Xian, with his keen gaze, scrutinized Li Yuanshou and the others. Abruptly, he spoke, his voice frigid. "That masked specter is an envoy of the Netherworld Demon Sect, possessing mastery at the pinnacle of the refining viscera stage. How could such a formidable figure materialize out of thin air in the humble Yuanshou city? Are you attempting to deceive me?" As he spoke, his icy gaze bore an intensity of scrutiny, laden with blatant skepticism. Even a refining viscera warrior, when subjected to flames, could remain uncorrupted for years. Li Yuanshou, perceiving the man's fierce demeanor, furrowed his brow and adopted a slightly colder expression, responding with an indifferent tone. "If you doubt my words, feel free to verify. The corpse lies in the northern outskirts at the mass grave." "Impudence! A mere captain dares to confront the demon slayer!" Yu Xian exclaimed sharply, his aura surging with intensity. He stepped forward with resolute determination, his countenance icy, clearly poised to reprimand Li Yuanshou. "You are not the demon slayer of Yuanshou City." Sun Dingyan glared, positioning himself beside Li Yuanshou, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "Xian." The elder Gu Sun interjected firmly, grasping Gu Xian's arm. He then turned to Li Yuanshou and Sun Dingyan, offering an apologetic smile. "I apologize. My son is impulsive and did not intend to offend Captain Li. I hope you can forgive him. Elderly, Dingyan, let us remain composed." Su Yuan and Qian Duo urged, tugging at Li Yuanshou's sleeves. Sun Dingyan gazed at Li Yuanshou, displaying a resolute determination to stand his ground should Li Yuanshou disagree. The elder demon slayer is quite gracious. Upon hearing the elder's apology, Gu Xian turned away, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Li Yuanshou's expression finally eased, and he chose not to dwell on the impetuous youth but instead continued his conversation with the old demon slayer regarding subsequent matters. Ultimately, he proposed his resignation from the position of leader to venture to the demon slayer office in the prefectural city. With the surrounding demonic calamities now eradicated, and no immediate threat of a significant resurgence of monsters, the younger generation also wished to relinquish the leadership role and accompany him to the prefectural city. Sun Dingyan, feeling quite displeased, stepped forward to clasp his fists and inform the elder of his intention to retire. "Both of you wish to join the demon slayer office?" The old demon slayer furrowed his brow slightly, suspecting a tiff between them. However, upon observing Li Yuanshou's seemingly premeditated demeanor, he pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. "Very well. The higher-ups have permitted this old man to return for a peaceful retirement, recognizing that you all have eradicated the malignant presence of Heihu Mountain. It appears I have benefited from your efforts." Though he would have preferred the company of two skilled allies for support, he acknowledged that with the threat to Hu City now eliminated, it was unnecessary to risk offending two local powers by impeding their futures. "Let us proceed in this manner." The old demon slayer mused. "I have some connections in the external office. I shall draft a letter shortly, which may facilitate your journey. Then I shall trouble you." Gu Demon Slayer. Li Yuanshou and Sun Dingyan simultaneously approached the elder with clasped hands and cupped fists, hailing from the same origins in Yuanshou City. The elder wished to avoid any conflict, just as they desired not to offend him. It was most beneficial for all to coexist in harmony. "Ah, indeed. I have come to present a custom-made spiritual iron sword to Commander Li." The elder, tasked with slaying demons, produced a slender wooden box, from which he extracted a long blade, approximately 4 feet in length and 4 fingers in width, glistening with a deep, polished black sheen, and handed it to Li Yuanshou. Li Yuanshou took the treasured blade and infused it with a modicum of his vital energy. Instantly, he felt an unobstructed flow of internal strength, smoothly and effortlessly surging forth from the tip of the sword, unlike the cumbersome nature of the mysterious iron blade. "What an exquisite weapon!" Li Yuanshou exclaimed with genuine admiration. Having cultivated the body refinement technique of the spiritual serpent, He now possessed an immense strength of 8,000 janes, and his cultivation had reached the consummate stage of refining the internal organs, with internal energy vastly amplified. The mysterious iron blade provided by the demon-catching bureau was insufficient in terms of weight, quality, and the infusion of energy. In contrast, this treasured sword was undoubtedly a perfect match. Li Yuanshou pondered briefly. The blade, seemingly crafted from modest materials, actually weighed a substantial 150 pounds. He attempted to bend it, gradually exerting 8,000 pounds of force, yet the edge remained unyielded, evidencing its remarkable durability. With this treasured sword in hand, his strength could potentially double. Even if it did not suffice to sweep through the refining corpse realm, he would at least rank among the elite. Commander Li, your cultivation is impressive. The old demon-slaying master observed Li Yuanshou testing the sword and, in the subtleties, gleaned certain insights, causing his eyes to narrow in admiration. With his own experience of having reached the pinnacle of refining corpse, he could discern that the power exhibited by Li Yuanshou during the test was near 7,000 to 8,000 pounds. Moreover, the slight concentration of energy demonstrated was at least at the level of a consummate refining corpse practitioner. At this moment, even the cold and aloof young demon-slaying master, Yu Xian, found himself stealing a few glances at Li Yuanshou, recognizing that his cultivation was far from ordinary, his expression fluctuating between various emotions. He had initially presumed that in a desolate place like Yuanshou City, no formidable experts could exist. Even if he encountered someone in the refining corpse realm by chance, they would merely be for show. Thus, he sought to establish authority for his aging father, aiming to facilitate his father's dealings and prevent him from being marginalized by local bullies. Little did he know, among these individuals lay a master of consummate refining corpse skill. Chapter 38. All is prepared. We have arranged a banquet at the 8 Treasure Pavilion tonight to welcome the demon-slaying master, and we hope he will grace us with his presence. Certainly. I shall attend punctually. After exchanging pleasantries, the group departed from the magistrate's office. There was no need for father to be overly courteous to them. Once the others had left, Gu Xian frowned, harboring displeasure towards several of them, particularly Li Yuanshou, who had dared to retort him, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable, suspecting that these local figures aimed to assert their dominance over them. You are still too young. The old demon-slaying master sat down, sipping his tea before speaking earnestly. Xianer, remember, when you step outside, it is not merely about fighting and killing. One must navigate the complexities of human relationships. Colleagues are not demons. You must learn to be flexible. If today it were you assuming my position, what would you do? Would you scold them or strike them? Do you believe that such actions would earn their respect? Even if they submit today, what about the future? Will you intimidate them with force every time you need their assistance? He sighed heavily, shaking his head repeatedly. You are a father now. Temper your disposition and foster camaraderie with your colleagues. It will only benefit you. Gu Xian remained silent, feeling deeply unconvinced. He had the opportunity to become a demon suppression general, merely needing to maintain order in a locality to earn a salary from the court. Yet, he chose the external office instead. Why? Was it not for the sake of freedom, unencumbered by the trivialities and intrigues of court life? He planned to draft a letter of recommendation for them later, to bring along to the banquet. A father knows his son best. The old demon-slaying master understood his son's temperament well and shook his head. Unfortunately, they are headed to the prefectural city, and in the future, you will interact with them more than I will. I sincerely hope you can coexist harmoniously with them, preferably introducing them to your master. When you are out in the world, having more connections will always serve you well. Having said all that, whether Gu Xian would heed this advice remained to be seen. Gu Xian's lips moved, still unyieldingly retorting, I have my master above and my brothers below. I do not need their connections. Do you not see that Commander Li is exceptional? Just because he has reached consummate refining corpse does not mean his strength surpasses mine. Furthermore, who knows if those demonic cultists in the Zhao family schemes were not instigated by him? Impudent. The old demon-slaying master's brow furrowed as he slammed his teacup down on the table, admonishing sternly, who taught you to hastily speculate about your colleagues? Gu Xian immediately fell silent, refraining from further comment. He merely felt aggrieved, and his outburst was not born of genuine suspicion towards his colleagues, naturally. He dared not retort again. Otherwise, his father might resort to familial discipline. I have warned you countless times, trouble arises from careless words. Regardless of your inner thoughts, you must verify before reaching conclusions. You, of all people, have become increasingly unrefined. The old demon-slaying master chastised Gu Xian fiercely for a good half-hour before his anger subsided. You are not a child anymore. I shall give you this last piece of advice today. As you venture out on your own, ponder wisely. He felt somewhat fatigued, waving his hand dismissively. This matter is of great significance. Go inform Xiner, and we shall head to the northern outskirts now. This young demon-slaying master may be youthful, but his temper is anything but small. What is this? Are they attempting to intimidate us? Accusing Uncle Li without basis. I see no difference between him and the Zhao family. He will inevitably face consequences. Sun Ding'an emerged from the magistrate's office, still seething with indignation on behalf of Li Yuanshou. Enough, calm down. There's no need to be provoked by a hot-headed youth. Li Yuanshou waved his hand dismissively, stating that when they arrived in the county town, they should maintain their distance and refrain from any association with him. After saying this, he He cast a glance at the silent Qian Duobao and Su Yuan beside him, and with a faint smile remarked, "This old demon slayer appears to be quite a decent fellow." Indeed, Sun Ding'an also held a favorable impression of the old demon slayer. Qian Duobao and Su Yuan remained quiet, seemingly lost in their own thoughts. The group exchanged no further words and returned to their respective homes. Wasn't today the day to meet the new demon slayer? In Li's residence on Lushu Alley, Li Yuanshou returned home to find his wife practicing martial arts. Noticing the lack of a smile on his face, she immediately approached him with concern. "Is something troubling you regarding your affairs?" she inquired. "Not at all," he replied. For the past fortnight, there had been no snowfall, and the earlier snow had long since melted away. Today, the weather was splendid, a day bathed in bright sunshine. Li Yuanshou decided to sit in the courtyard and share with his wife the matters concerning the government office. "In my opinion, it is unlikely that the father and son duo are trying to intimidate you. Rather, it is more probable that the young demon-slaying envoy is acting on his own volition to bolster the authority of the elder envoy." Wang Yue gently massaged Li Yuanshou's temples, alleviating his worries. "This much I can discern, which is why I chose not to hold it against him." Li Yuanshou nodded, then shook his head with a soft sigh, saying, "What I have in mind is for Xiaowu and Yayu to continue their cultivation at home. It is for the best." Wang Yue had no objections. She discerned the underlying meaning. Today, her husband and Ding'an had clashed with the minor demon slayer, even if the senior demon slayer was not overly concerned. Given Su Yuan's temperament, he would likely ponder the higher intentions and distance himself from their connections. The household is not lacking in anything at present, and the surrounding demons have been sufficiently dealt with. There is no need for you to return to the government office. Li Yuanshou gently grasped his wife's hand and softly said, "Once I have settled matters on my end, I will bring you all over. I will heed your wishes." With the spiritual iron sword now in hand and the household affairs largely in order, he awaited only the completion of Sun Ding'an's marrow cleansing and his entrance into the realm of refining the internal organs. Li Yuanshou was prepared to journey to the county city alongside Sun Ding'an. That evening, after the welcoming banquet at the 8 Treasure Pavilion concluded, the old demon-slaying master called out to Li Yuanshou and Sun Ding'an, patiently discussing various matters from the outside world before presenting them with a handwritten letter. Thus, the two formally relinquished their positions and withdrew from the demon-catching office. In the blink of an eye, the year-end approached. The spring festival of Daqian commenced on the day of the beginning of spring, marking the time for spring plowing. The new year, referred to as Sui Dan, involved 3 days of bidding farewell to the old, 5 days of welcoming the new and honoring ancestors, and 10 days of paying homage to the god of fortune, totaling 18 days of celebration. As Li Yuanshou had anticipated, during this period, Su Yuan indeed seemed to distance himself. When Sun Ding'an returned, Qian Duobao did not accompany him again. Li Yuanshou paid little mind to this. During this time, he imparted the Great Strength Bull Demon Fist to Sun Ding'an. Although this martial art was not comprehensive, serving as a precursor to the Sun family's ferocious strength, its inherent potential remained considerable, allowing it to ascend to the ranks of superior martial arts upon breaking through its limits. Sun Ding'an was greatly invigorated by this, generously gifting shops and industries in gratitude. Li Yuanshou categorically declined. Although he was assisting this younger generation and a friend, he also gained a remarkable martial art in return, a mutually beneficial arrangement. He has always been generous towards friends and family. However, he stipulated one condition: this martial art should not be disseminated back to the Sun family for the time being. Firstly, the powerful Bull Demon Fist is excessively domineering, unsuitable for both the young and the elderly. It requires at least a strong and capable individual at the bone refinement stage to practice. Secondly, introducing a top-tier martial art in such a short period would be too astonishing and could attract undue attention. It is prudent to maintain a low profile. To this, Sun Ding'an had no objections and agreed to fulfill this pact. Li Yuanshou, keeping track of time, took his wife to the Wild Wolf Ridge before Sun Ding'an underwent the marrow cleansing. The underground spiritual spring in that area had accumulated sufficiently, enough to allow his wife to refine her tendons and marrow, enhancing her innate constitution, fortifying her essence, and ensuring a smoother path in her cultivation. After his departure, it would be necessary for his wife to support the household. The journey was remarkably smooth. Soon after, Sun Ding'an also completed his marrow cleansing and entered the realm of internal alchemy. At last, the moment for their departure had arrived. Chapter 39, The Unparalleled Demon King. The Achievements of the Ancestors. Li Yuanshou harbored a deep aversion to farewells. Having grown up devoid of family, even during the years spent begging for survival, where he became accustomed to the harsh realities of life and death, he still felt a profound resistance within his heart. Yet, he found himself compelled to forge ahead. As his cultivation advanced and his lifespan increased, he realized that his wife and children would inevitably lag behind. The thought of witnessing them depart from this world before his very eyes filled him with dread. Moreover, his son's legs weighed heavily on his mind. Thus, he set forth towards the county city. Li Yuanshou was indifferent to the fame he could achieve or the accomplishments he could establish. His greater aspiration was to procure a miraculous elixir that could prolong life and restore severed limbs, as well as to secure opportunities that would enable him to bring his family to reside in the county city. In contrast, Sun Ding'an's thoughts were considerably simpler. He had no desire to remain in Yuanshou City, with the Sun family's ancestral support and his elder brother poised to inherit the family business. His presence was of little consequence. He resolved to venture out, and it would be all the better if he could bring his loved ones along. After a brief farewell, the two mounted the hybrid demon horse raised by the Sun family and departed the city. This demon steed, however, fell short in comparison to the azure-scale beast wielded by the old demon slayer Gu. Along the journey, Sun Dingin felt somewhat dissatisfied with the horse he had nurtured, which was comparable to a 9th-level blood-refining demon beast. He had witnessed the azure-scale beast that had pulled the cart for Gu's son and his son. It was a spirit beast cultivated by the demon slayer's office, gentle like a horse yet rivaling high-tier great demons in strength. It was truly a sight to covet. After all, the Gu family had established roots in the county city for generations. Hadn't the old demon slayer mentioned that such spirit beasts could be exchanged freely with sufficient merit? Li Yuanshou chuckled. Once we establish our footing in the demon slayer department, we shall procure a few beasts ourselves. His companion replied with fervor, we must exert ourselves diligently, striving to return next time with the grandeur befitting the esteemed elder Gu. The demon slayer. Their faces radiated anticipation. The old demon slayer was a commendable person, possessing a greater aptitude for social interaction than his son, Gu Xian. He generously shared numerous tales about the demon slayer department, captivating them with stories of rare and wondrous treasures. The journey ahead was indeed arduous, and the outside world was tumultuous. Yuanshou City lay in the southeast of Linhe County, almost adjacent to Hengshan County. To reach the county seat, they would need to traverse over 1,000 miles towards the northwest. The northern region was rugged, making the official roads difficult to navigate, especially when faced with snowy paths that proved even more challenging. Excluding their rest periods, the two spent a total of 8 hours on the road. Much of the delay was attributed to occasional encounters with demon beasts, and at times, they were besieged by flying fiends, which significantly prolonged their journey. By the time they arrived outside the county seat, it was already the afternoon of the second day since their departure. There, they believed, lay floating Cloud Mountain, the location of the external branch of the Demon Slayer department. Li Yuanshou and Sun Dingin arrived at the mountains overlooking the county town, pausing to survey their surroundings. In the distance, they beheld the towering mountains situated directly to the west of the county town. It was now the second month of late spring. Yet the climate of the northern state remained frigid, rendering the wilderness desolate, with trees failing to obscure the view. Through the sparse woodland, they could see the majestic peak rising hundreds of meters high, along with a small fortified town nestled amid the mountainside. The demon-slaying department was distinctly divided into internal and external divisions, each having its own clearly defined territory. The internal division was stationed within the town, akin to a demon-catching bureau, firmly establishing their authority. Conversely, the external division was situated in the wilds, operating independently. Their objective lay tantalizingly close. Instead of wandering through the county town, the two men made their way directly to the small town atop the mountain. Who approaches? As they ascended to the mountainside, guards at the entrance of the fortified town confronted them, brandishing their spears to block their passage. Esteemed sirs, we are demon catchers from Yuanshou City, here to assume our positions. This is an official letter pinned by the Bureau's Inspector for Demon Extermination. Li Yuanshou dismounted gracefully, raising the envelope in his hand. A handwritten note from the esteemed Elder Gu? The young guard raised an eyebrow, stepping forward to examine it. Indeed, the familiar personal seal adorned the envelope. Since it was a recommendation from Elder Gu, let us proceed. The guard instructed his companions to lead their horses while he guided the two into the small, yet formidable, demon-slaying division. Li Yuanshou and Sun Dingin exchanged glances, both astonished by the surprise reflected in each other's eyes. This handwritten letter was a kind gift from Gu's son, and they had reluctantly accepted it, not wanting to refuse his goodwill. To their astonishment, it turned out to be exactly as he had described. Indeed, the old man had quite the network. With the intention of not wasting the elder's heartfelt gesture, Li Yuanshou and Sun Dingin followed the guard into the Bureau of Demon Slayers. It must be said that the Bureau stands as the most formidable power in the Great Qian, its structure ingeniously built against the mountains. The outer walls resemble those of a city, while the interior exudes grandeur and majesty. Upon entering, they were greeted by a training ground that stretched endlessly to the east and west, seemingly constructed in harmony with the surrounding mountains, with a north-south span of 500 meters. However, their gaze was soon drawn to a colossal figure perched on the mountainside. In the center of the grand staircase facing the entrance stood an enormous beast, towering at an astonishing height of 4 to 5 zhang. This creature resembled a fearsome dragon clad in a menacing shell, akin to a giant tortoise with limbs covered in armored scales. Its back was adorned with thick, backward-facing spines, each as thick as a thigh and towering 3 to 4 feet high, topped with a single horn stretching a foot long. It appeared to be howling at the sky, its cavernous maw wide open as if to roar, revealing 2 formidable teeth reminiscent of an elephant's, curved and menacing. Simply standing there, it exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Particularly striking were its enormous, ink-black eyes, vivid and piercing, as if they could consume one whole. Even from a distance of over 1,000 meters, one could feel the weight of its gaze, a sensation akin to being hunted, sending shivers down the spine. Li Yuanshou's gaze sharpened, withstanding the oppressive aura. He scrutinized the figure for a moment before uncertainly inquiring, "Is that a statue?" "Your insight is remarkable," the guard exclaimed, taken aback by Li Yuanshou's perceptiveness. his tone unconsciously shifting. That is a statue of our great Qian's founding emperor, the martial emperor, who established the demon-slaying division and vanquished countless formidable fiends during his southern and northern campaigns. It was born from the Blackwater River. After the martial emperor slayed it, he commanded the creation of this statue to stand here, eternally intimidating the demons of the Blackwater River below. The name of Linha County originates from its proximity to this very river. The demon-slaying division stands here to instill fear in the malevolent creatures dwelling within the Blackwater. To think such a statue could exude such terror, could it possibly be a master-level demon? Sun Dingan, regaining his composure, couldn't help but inquire. Master-level? The youthful guard shook his head with a confident smile, declaring proudly, "This is a manifestation of a demon core, comparable to the pinnacle of grandmasters, a supreme demon king." Hiss. Sun Dingan immediately inhaled sharply. A grandmaster. Li Yuanshou's heart, usually as calm as an ancient well, could not help but race with excitement. He had heard from Zhou Wanhe about the extraordinary achievements of the master at the headquarters of Beizhou. This grandmaster, having held office for merely half a year, had ventured into the depths of the Wanao mountain range, emerging victorious 7 times and slaying over 10 master-level demon kings. Such feats were indeed astonishing. Yet, he had not anticipated that the founder of the great Qian dynasty was even more formidable. It was nearly inconceivable to fathom the extent of power possessed by that emperor. It is said that innate warriors can live for 300 years, and the martial emperor, a transcendent figure beyond even the grandmasters, could potentially live twice that long. Perhaps still alive. Li Yuanshou's heart surged with emotions, filled with aspirations. Yet, with his knowledge and imagination, he could not conjure the visage of such extraordinary figures. To me, these great personalities seem exceedingly distant. At present, my primary concern is to firmly establish myself at the exorcism station and strive to break through to the innate realm as soon as possible. Chapter 40. The White-Robed Exorcist. Exorcising Demons at Tiger's Lair Mountain. Sister Su, this is the newcomer from Yuanshou City, recommended by the esteemed Gu Sun. The guard led the two across the martial arts arena and up the 100 steps to a high platform, arriving at a row of exquisite halls. The main hall was spacious, adorned with minimal furnishings, resembling a county magistrate's court. Within, a middle-aged woman, reminiscent of a county magistrate, was engrossed in writing. Upon hearing their arrival, she lifted her gaze. The woman received the handwritten note and dismissed the guard. After perusing its contents, she nodded slightly, saying, "Since it is a recommendation from the esteemed Gu Sun, we shall forego the review. However, the necessary procedures must still be observed." She beckoned to a young girl nearby, giving her brief instructions to escort the two through the required processes. And thus, the next steps began. Li Yuanshou and his companion have certainly encountered the intricacies of the grand officialdom. Firstly, they must verify whether their cultivation has reached the level of refining the internal organs. Next, they will examine if their inner energy harbors any demonic or sinister influences, followed by an assessment of their bone structure and appearance for any signs of disguise. Only after completing this elaborate process can they proceed to the formalities of employment. By the time they finalize their onboarding, it is already nightfall. Fortunately, with the assistance of handwritten documentation, they have saved some time. Otherwise, they might have been ensnared in a cumbersome process lasting 3 to 5 days. The accommodations arranged for them have elicited some complaints from Sun Dingan, primarily due to precautions taken against the potential infiltration of demonic beings. Li Yuanshou, unfazed, smiled lightly and remarked, "Overall, it is quite satisfactory. They have indeed arranged for a significant number of personnel." This sentiment was echoed by Sun Dingan, who expressed his contentment, stating, "Aside from the cumbersome processes, everything here is far more comfortable than in Yuanshou City." From this day forth, the two men formally commenced their roles within the demon-slaying external division, becoming white-robed demon slayers. Each was assigned to a manor, replete with comprehensive facilities and attended to by servants and maids for their daily needs, in addition to being paired with a young martial artist as an aide. Although it was commonly said that the external division's treatment was inferior to that of the internal division, Li Yuanshou felt that this arrangement exceeded his expectations, leaving him quite satisfied. "My lord, here is the map of the 103 cities within the prefecture, complete with annotations regarding the various demons," said his aide upon their return to the manor. Standing before the sand table map, Li Yuanshou surveyed the entirety of Linha Prefecture, his gaze gradually sweeping over the surrounding prefectural cities and towards Yuanshou City. This was the route he had traversed, encountering numerous demons along the way. Notably, the area between Yuanshou City and Wonia City, known as Flying Eagle Ridge, harbored formidable flying beasts. He had heard from Sun Dingan that those eagle demons, leveraging their ability to fly, frequently attacked neighboring villages and passing caravans, causing many merchant groups to reluctantly abandon their trade routes. In all of Yuanshou City, only the Zhao family caravan dared to traverse that path, aside from Sun Dingan, who had personally ventured there the previous year. However, both Li Yuanshou's first-hand experiences and Sun Dingan's conjectures were not entirely accurate. The sand table bore markings indicating the presence of eagle demons, denoted by 4 dark notches. The black marking signified the existence of a formidable demon at the refinement stage, and the 4 notches indicated that at least one of these demons had achieved perfection in that realm. This intelligence had been gathered by the demon-slaying division's intelligence department, where experts had conducted the reconnaissance, thus minimizing the chances of error. Flying Eagle Ridge. Li Yuanshou furrowed his brow slightly. He yearned to commence his endeavors in this locale. However, the aerial demonic beasts proved formidable adversaries, which explained their continued presence. Additionally, there were places like Hundred Spirits Mountain, Songyuan Cave, and Pan Ridge. As a martial artist hailing from Wanghu City, his first inclination was naturally to target the markers surrounding Wanghu City. Yet, aside from Eagle Ridge, the other sites appeared to be infested with innate great demons, complicating matters further. My lord, in 3 days, a green-robed demon slayer will be imparting martial wisdom at the Martial Pavilion. If you wish to undertake a mission, it would be prudent to select a nearby location to avoid missing this opportunity, a young martial master beside him softly reminded. Oh, Li Yuanshou raised an eyebrow. The demon-slaying envoy clad in green robes was a practitioner of innate strength. Such formidable individuals were elusive, rarely encountered in daily life. Even when offering guidance in martial arts, they typically prioritized mentoring their own prot-gs. It is said that within the entire demon-slaying division, no more than 5 would willingly provide instruction at the Martial Pavilion. Moreover, such opportunities were exceedingly rare. One might not encounter them even once in a year. Having someone to support you is indeed a blessing. Li Yuanshou sighed inwardly and slightly nodded to his young assistant, expressing gratitude. Thank you for the reminder. This is all part of my duties. The young martial artist, having never encountered such an affable senior, felt a rush of excitement that reddened his face, causing him to stutter in his speech. There is no need to feel nervous. And you needn't be so formal in the future. Li Yuanshou chuckled casually, continuing to examine the map. After a prolonged contemplation, he set his sights on the formidable Wohu Mountain located to the southeast of the county town. This area lies in close proximity to the Demon Extermination Office. Despite having endured numerous visits from the Demon Slayers, it still harbors several formidable demons, making it one of the most challenging adversaries within a 200-mile radius. My lord, there are several fully formed, formidable demons congregating in this vicinity, making them exceedingly troublesome. I urge you to consider this carefully. The young martial artist beside him offered a prudent reminder. This was indeed his duty, having been nurtured from a young age to assist the demon slayers until he too became one of them. Fear not, I shall merely take a look, he replied. Li Yuanshou smiled and graciously declined his assistant's kind offer. Having established clear objectives, he instructed his subordinate to inform Sun Dingin the following day, to prevent this old friend from becoming anxious over his inability to locate him. During this period, Sun Dingin had been diligently practicing the mighty bull demon fist, and he was beginning to see results. The newly recruited demon slayers had a 6-month growth period during which, despite not being assigned tasks, they still received their salaries. Therefore, Sun Dingin was determined to seize the opportunity to enhance his skills. Li Yuanshou could not afford to wait indefinitely. He ought to contemplate the pursuit of innate advancement, for he could not allow the obligation of escorting others to hinder his own progress. That evening, he retired early. The following morning, after a hearty breakfast, his deputy had already prepared the steed. It was a verdant-scaled beast, strikingly similar to the mount of the demon slayer Gusun, yet more imposing in stature. Standing 2 meters tall, its powerful, sinuous form was adorned with azure scales, impervious even to dark iron, capable of withstanding internal forces. Most importantly, this creature possessed a gentle temperament and remarkable speed. Even when confronted by innate masters, as long as they were not adept in swiftness, there was a high probability of escape, making it an unparalleled choice for the white-cloaked demon slayer's journeys. Li Yuanshou mounted his gentle and obedient steed. He received the spirit iron saber from his deputy, securing it at his waist alongside a small pouch of jerky and a water flask, setting off towards Mount Wahoo. Truly, it was a spirit beast mount meticulously cultivated by the Demon Slayer division. Upon departing from the division, Li Yuanshou swiftly experienced the astonishing speed of the Qinglin beast. The 200 miles encompassed nearly half mountainous terrain, yet the Qinglin beast traversed it as if it were level ground, racing like the wind, its pace far surpassing that of an ordinary refining martial artist. In just over half an hour, he was well on his way. Li Yuanshou hastened to the foot of Mount Wahoo. Wait for me by the official road. If any monsters appear, you may return. The Qinglin beast possesses a certain spiritual intelligence. Although it cannot transform into human form like the bone-refining demon, it is capable of understanding human speech. After a brief explanation by Li Yuanshou, he ventured alone into the depths of the mountains and forests. As he raced forward, he reflected on the marked points of the map, hastening towards the nearest one. The demons of Wahoo Mountain had undergone numerous purges, rendering them exceedingly cunning, with multiple lairs that still required thorough investigation. Suddenly, he heard a cry. 2 eagle demons soared overhead, and Li Yuanshou felt an unsettling premonition. Indeed, these creatures were both shrewd and troublesome. He glanced up to see one of the eagle demons circling before turning back towards the depths of Wahoo Mountain. Since he had come this far, he felt compelled to investigate further. Li Yuanshou adhered to the principle of not seeking unearned gains. Allowing the eagle demon above to monitor him, he slowed his pace, feigning the appearance of an ordinary practitioner of the bone refinement stage, and continued to delve deeper. Chapter 41, The Wind and Thunder Squad. Slaying the Eagle King. With a piercing cry, the eagle soared through the sky, its clarion call startling the group that had ventured deep into the tiger-lurking mountain. Those clad in withered leaf hats and cloaks quickly dropped to the ground, unable to suppress their curses. Damn it, these demons are far too cautious. 2 of our scouts just passed, and 1 has already turned back. At this rate, when will we ever reach their lair? Wait, one's returning, something's amiss. Could it be that other beings ascending the mountain have been spotted by that scruffy bird? It's hard to say, but it's highly likely. The expressions of the group grew increasingly grim. They had been crawling and scouting for several days, and now, with only 3 strongholds left, they encountered such a setback. How infuriating. Knowing that our Wind and Thunder squad aims to tackle this challenge, they dare to meddle. Fuming, they vowed to deal with those intruders once they returned, eager to discover who possessed such audacity. The more they pondered, the angrier they became, feeling that the newcomers were utterly disregarding the unspoken rules of the hunt. Everyone understood that Tiger Lurking Mountain was a formidable challenge. The great demons were exceedingly cunning, hence, they would always communicate when one of them was about to strike. If one squad appeared, the others would retreat to avoid revealing vulnerabilities. Who could have foreseen that? Despite their meticulous preparations, they would still be disrupted? Enough. Let's find a concealed spot to hide and weather the storm. The leader, a middle-aged man, said with a stern countenance. With such a grand display, they are bound to leave empty-handed. Once they depart, we will continue. But what if those rascals, frightened by this commotion, decide to change locations? Though still incensed, the group had no choice but to lie low. They had prepared for this mission for so long and had invested several days, they could not simply abandon it now. In the heart of Tiger Lurking Mountain, which stretched for hundreds of miles, the eagle demon that had turned back swooped down into a concealed valley nestled beneath a precipice. Hey, Xiaojiao, weren't you supposed to be patrolling? In the valley, several large demons sat upon tattered garments, partaking in flesh and blood, and were taken aback by the eagle's return. This eagle demon, of low bloodline, could not transform even after refining its bones and was incapable of human speech. Only the nearby elder demon, who had transformed with an eagle's head, could comprehend its words. Moments later, the elder demon's gaze sharpened. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. A white-robed demon slayer has come alone. What? The other large demons questioned, doubting their hearing. A white-robed demon slayer has ventured into our Tiger Lurking Mountain? Haha. Indeed. This is amusing. Has this person consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? Or is he merely a fool unaware of the dangers? Hey, Tiger. While you may insult others, could you refrain from dragging me, an old bear, into this? Fine. Let us not discuss you two. This person is audacious, to say the least. The large demons laughed boisterously, completely dismissing the newcomer. Could it be a disguise of a green-robed demon slayer? The ape demon furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. No way. The eagle demon scoffed, asserting, Xiaojiao has said that this individual moves much slower than these fools we've devoured. I fear he is merely at the bone refinement stage. TCH, I expected at least a perfected bone refinement practitioner, or even a half-step innate, yet he is but a beginner. The elder demons found the situation utterly uninteresting. If none of you wish to act, then I shall. The eagle demon, shaking its head in resignation, devoured the human arm it had caught, carelessly wiping the blood from its mouth. It took only a few steps before transforming into a colossal black eagle, soaring into the sky. Before long, it spotted a white figure racing through the forest below. Indeed, a fresh face and of low cultivation. Though the eagle demon deridedly Yuanshou verbally, it remained vigilant, circling to observe closely. Once it confirmed its assessment, it swiftly dove down. An eagle demon of the perfected bone refinement stage? Below, Li Yuanshou had already noted the eagle's presence. At this moment, observing its speed and momentum, he recognized it as one of the elder demons entrenched deep within Tiger Lurking Mountain. With a thunderous roar, the eagle descended, the sound akin to a muffled thunderclap, accompanied by a series of sonic booms. The eagle demon, swift and massive, sent waves of air crashing towards Li Yuanshou. There was but a single opportunity for a strike. Li Yuanshou calculated in his heart, retreating repeatedly to evade the onslaught. He was acutely aware that the eagle demon's advantage lay in its ability to soar through the skies. Thus, it was imperative to strike decisively, ideally delivering a fatal blow or at the very least severely damaging its wings. Should it take flight, pursuit would become exceedingly difficult. Lost in thought, the eagle demon charged forth, yet it was not a reckless assault. The formidable physique of a fully realized great demon could not withstand such an unbridled approach. Upon closing the distance to 20 or 30 meters, the eagle demon executed a swift maneuver, unleashing 2 waves of potent energy from its wings. It was exceedingly cautious. Li Yuanshou decisively unleashed several streaks of 7-zhong blade energy. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions reverberated continuously. Li Yuanshou wielded his blade with relentless precision, feigning utmost exertion to dissipate the 2 razor-sharp arcs of energy. In a bid to lure the eagle demon down, he retreated several dozen steps, engaging in a tactical withdrawal, allowing the ancient trees around him to be shattered. Quite the stratagem. The eagle demon soaring above the forest, realizing it could not harm Li Yuanshou, emitted a startled cry before plunging down once more. This time, as it descended upon the treetops, it instantaneously transformed into a human form with an eagle's head, darting through the gaps in the trees, directly charging at him. Demon, prepare to meet your end. Li Yuanshou's momentum surged as he let out a fierce shout, unleashing a formidable 8-zhong blade aura. This is bad. The eagle demon was startled by a sudden roar, nearly believing it to be a display of exceptional skill, and quickly altered its offensive approach, darting to the side. Upon regaining its composure, it realized it was merely a trivial Ajong blade aura. What an audacious old fool, daring to deceive this king. The eagle demon's face contorted with rage, its eyes burning with a fierce intensity. How could the esteemed young king of Flying Eagle Ridge be intimidated by a mere martial artist at the pinnacle of the refining viscera stage? Seeking death. The eagle demon roared in fury and lunged once more, its sharp claws gleaming coldly, as sharp as blades. Clang, clang, clang. Li Yuanshou engaged in a fierce struggle for dozens of rounds, his heart filled with astonishment. The claws of this eagle demon were remarkably resilient, capable of colliding with his spirit iron sword without sustaining any damage. No wonder it dared to confront me head-on. He had not exerted his full strength and was brimming with confidence. Even with his Ajong blade aura, he believed he could vanquish this creature. He resolved to prolong the battle, allowing the eagle hatchling above to recognize his mastery and refining the inner essence. Perhaps this would diminish the vigilance of the other formidable demons, facilitating his infiltration. How could this ancient one possess such concentrated energy? After countless clashes, the eagle demon remained unable to gain the upper hand, leaving it profoundly shocked. It was certain that this elder had merely reached the pinnacle of refining the inner essence. Yet his internal strength was even more refined than that of a perfected practitioner, consistently thwarting its lethal attacks. Old fellow, I wonder how long you can endure. Enraged and humiliated, the eagle demon struck with even greater ferocity. Li Yuanshou, undaunted, was prepared to engage in battle once more. The opportunity has arrived. Suddenly, he detected a flaw in the eagle demon's defense. As he deftly parried the demon's sharp claws with his sword, his left hand surged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the creature's chest. With a thud, the eagle demon, preoccupied with fending off his blade, was caught off guard by the unexpected strike. Li Yuanshou unleashed the formidable bull demon fist. His fist, imbued with an immense force of 8,000 pounds, instantly pierced the chest of the eagle demon. Shameless rogue. You ambushed me. The eagle demon, in disbelief, gazed down at the fist that had punctured its chest, its claws trembling as it pointed accusingly at Li Yuanshou, dying with its eyes wide open. Chapter 42. Riding the face and unleashing fury. The old demon was driven mad. With a piercing cry, the sight of the eagle king's demise sent the black eagle soaring through the heavens, racing towards the depths of Wohu Mountain to report this dire news to the elder demons. What are you gesturing? A few elder demons were gambling, wagering on how long it would take for the eagle king to eliminate the intruder. However, after a significant while, they were met not with the eagle king but with this fledgling eagle. Observing its anxious gestures, the elder demons wore expressions of confusion. The eagle king was absent. Who could decipher its bird-like language? When the fledgling repeatedly gestured at its heart, a glimmer of realization dawned upon the elder demons, their faces darkening. Had the eagle king encountered an ambush? The black eagle nodded vigorously, then shook its head, continuing its frantic gestures. Could it be that it claims the eagle king is fallen? The monkey demon blurted out. The elder demons collectively paled, ready to refute. But upon seeing the black eagle nodding repeatedly and emitting mournful cries, they were left aghast. Damn, it's true. But how could a mere perfected practitioner of the refinement realm have vanquished the eagle king? With cold and commanding gazes, the elder demons scrutinized the black eagle, demanding, "Did many arrive?" The black eagle shook its head. Was he concealing his true power? Again, the black eagle shook its head. Then what could it be? Is it conceivable that a mere perfected practitioner of the refinement realm could slay the eagle king? The black eagle nodded once more. Damn, is the eagle king a fool? Would he not flee if he could not win? The elder demons seethed with fury, their anger reaching a boiling point. After all, this creature was of equal renown. Yet it had suffered such a humiliating defeat at the hands of a mere perfected practitioner. How disgraceful. Chirp, chirp. The black eagle protested vehemently, gesturing with one wing in front of its face while the other formed a stabbing motion. Are you saying that the eagle king was betrayed? The monkey demon pondered deeply. Did he feign defense with a weapon while secretly plotting? The black eagle nodded earnestly. Damn, such a despicable character must not be allowed to return alive. The elder demons erupted in rage. They had dominated this territory for over a century, and aside from the battle that led to their lair's destruction, they had never suffered such a significant loss. To be ridden by a perfected practitioner was one thing, but losing a brother over it was intolerable. How could they face the world after this? Let us go and slay him. No matter how many tricks he has, I, old bear, refuse to believe he can outsmart us all. The bear demon growled, baring its teeth. Today, that man cannot be allowed to leave alive. The leopard demon, its golden fur shimmering, also unleashed a terrifying aura of killing intent. Old monkey, what say you? The tiger demon, with a grim expression, turned to the monkey demon. This individual managed to deceive the eagle. He may not be harmless. We should tread cautiously. The monkey demon's gaze flickered uncertainly. Yet, we must avenge our fallen comrade. He came all the way from Flying Eagle Ridge to help us, having repeatedly aided us in evading the Demon Extermination Division as hunts, even assisting us in slaying many of their agents. We cannot allow his sacrifice to be in vain. Moreover, it paused, its voice lowering, with the eagle's demise. We cannot afford to face the Flying Eagle King without an explanation. Damn it, then let us kill him and avenge the eagle. The bear demon and leopard demon seized their weapons, Clutching hammers and bows, they donned the patchwork armor fashioned from beast sinews, trophies accumulated over the years. Little one, return and inform the Eagle King of this event. We shall seek vengeance. The tiger demon donned its armor, retrieving a spear from the cave. It instructed the black eagle that had returned first to fly back to Flying Eagle Ridge with the news, guiding the mourning black eagle ahead. The elder demon surged out of the valley with fierce determination. What was that black eagle doing, flitting about endlessly, in a sheltered hollow behind a mountain ridge? Members of the Thunder and Lightning Squad lay flat on the ground, hearing the cries of the eagle multiple times, occasionally spotting a black eagle flying past. They were left utterly perplexed. It must be returning with news, as it always had. Ignore it. Just wait. Those reckless individuals are closely monitored by the black eagle. Damn. These fools. I hope I don't find out who they are. Such matters could not remain concealed. They would settle the score upon returning. The group simmered with indignation. Little did they know, the elder demons had already departed, charging out of the deep mountains. I will maintain my guise as a perfected practitioner. This should attract those elder demons, should it not? Yuanshou maintained a steady pace, carrying the lifeless body of the eagle demon as he ventured deeper into the mountains. Initially, he had no need to bear the burden of the demon's carcass. However, after some contemplation, he decided to do so, as it exuded a greater sense of contempt and made him appear more like an inexperienced novice. After all, true masters are imbued with confidence. Who among them would be overly concerned about the corpse of a beast? Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed from above, heralding the presence of an eagle. Yuanshou felt a stirring in his heart. It has arrived. He decided to abandon his previous efforts, discarding the corpse of the eagle demon, and proceeded to dissect it on the spot, unleashing his prowess. The thoroughly refined beast possessed vital organs that were treasures in their own right, brimming with abundant life essence. And some, with exceptional bloodlines, even contained treasured blood. Alas, it was merely a mongrel eagle. Yuanshou pried it open, revealing only the resplendent treasures of its vital organs. Creatures possessing such rare bloodlines are indeed scarce. Nevertheless, even in the absence of precious blood, one could still exchange it for a substantial amount of merit. The merits from the demon-slaying division are far more tangible than those from the demon-catching bureau. Not only can one exchange them for essential resources such as techniques, weapons, and elixirs, but one may also seek guidance from esteemed masters. With sufficient merit, one could even summon a grandmaster. Outrageous. Cease at once. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance. Yuanshou raised his head and beheld several towering figures sprinting towards him. Under the radiant sunlight, their armor gleamed, reflecting the light brilliantly. Truly, these were formidable demons capable of surviving in the vicinity of the county town, their intelligence remarkable. Yuanshou whispered in a low voice, his eyes filled with an astonishing murderous intent. Demons, by their very nature, possess limited intelligence and require growth and learning to master human speech and wield weapons and armor like mortals. Undoubtedly, the lives lost at the hands of these fiends amount to an astounding figure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was merely the blink of an eye. Yuanshou sensed an astonishing surge of energy approaching, furrowing his brow to capture the fluctuations in the air ahead. It was an arrow. Without hesitation, he swung his blade to intercept. Amidst the whirling blade aura, arrows were severed one after another. Damned human race. Today I shall rend your body into pieces to alleviate my deep-seated resentment. 3 monstrous beasts charged forth, a tiger demon, a monkey demon, and a black bear. Yuanshou continuously cleaved the arrows, discerning the nature of the swiftly approaching fiends. Behind them lurked a golden leopard, poised to unleash its deadly strikes. Astonishingly, there were 4 distinct races, coupled with that eagle demon. Indeed, it was a motley assembly of wretched beasts. Yuanshou bellowed fiercely as he confronted the oncoming horde of demons. Bold ruffians. Several elder demons seethed with fury, fluent in human speech. Having previously captured and learned from mortals, they were acutely aware that this creature was mocking them. You shall perish. The simian demon, the swiftest among them, swung a meteor hammer from its neck, leaping through the forest and utilizing the branches to ascend. It was the first to reach the forefront. Bounding off a sturdy branch of an ancient tree, it soared 30 meters into the air, brandishing the meteor hammer, and swung it mightily towards Yuanshou. Buzz. The air vibrated violently. Even before the hammer struck, a formidable wave of force surged forth, spanning 12 zhang. Chapter 43. Slaying the Great Demons. The Blade Technique Breakthrough. 12 zhang of Vitality. This was a power far surpassing the complete mastery of the 9 zhang Vitality. Indeed, the formidable demons that could withstand the relentless onslaught of the demon-slaying warriors at Wohu Mountain were no ordinary adversaries. Such was the case with the eagle demon, and likewise with this elder ape. Yuanshou chose not to confront it directly. The leopard demon was positioned at a considerable distance, and such formidable fiends excelled in speed. Recklessly revealing his full strength might frighten it away. Instead, he could simply exhibit a fraction of his power, much like he did with the Eagle King. In that fleeting moment, Yuanshou made a decisive judgment and deftly evaded with the serpent step. There was no escape. The old ape relentlessly pursued him, and with a missed strike, landed and swung its arm horizontally. 7 or 8 trees, each requiring the embrace of 2 or 3 individuals, were cleaved asunder. Yet, It remained utterly unfazed, using its meteor hammer to split the fallen trees, ceaselessly in hot pursuit. Boom, boom. Yuanshou met the challenge with the 9-yang blade technique. Channeling the surging energy of his perfected internal cultivation, instinctively extending it over 10 zhang, he compressed it into 8. The blade emitted 9 afterimages, resembling 9 blazing suns soaring through the sky. Each time the old ape swung its meteor hammer, it was cleaved apart. The formidable force it wielded shattered into fragments. Having attained a significant mastery of his internal energy, he was on the brink of transcending perfection, nearing a state of transformation. Are you a paragon of the human race? Such a confrontation is intriguing. I shall use your head as a goblet. The old ape's visage contorted in rage, a low growl rumbling like distant thunder. Then I shall take his arm as a toothpick. The Tiger King roared fiercely as he charged forward, his spear in hand, its cold gleam exploding forth, creating a tumultuous cacophony of energy. I shall use his leg bones as drumsticks. The bear demon opened its cavernous maw, wielding 2 massive hammers, launching an attack from the rear. Yuanshou was instantly encircled by 3 monstrous beings, with the occasional cold arrows shot from the golden leopard, placing him in a precarious situation. Yet, he remained remarkably composed, skillfully bearing the assault of the 3 formidable demons while simultaneously evading their strikes. Moving with the grace of a spinning top, his blade swirling like a tempest, his trajectory was undoubtedly directed towards the golden leopard. Truly, he was a remarkable prodigy of the human race, an old fellow, indeed amusing. The 3 great demons, witnessing such relentless offense, engaged in a ferocious battle for several hundred exchanges without managing to subdue Yuanshou, leaving them visibly embarrassed. They were internally astonished that a mere perfected practitioner of the refinement stage could contend with their combined might. Brothers, such a figure is likely to break through to the innate realm. He must not be allowed to escape. The golden leopard, skilled in archery, found itself at a disadvantage as its 3 companions pressed the attack, their onslaught fierce, while Yuanshou moved with unpredictable agility. It became increasingly difficult for the leopard to find an opportunity to strike. In frustration, it let out a mighty roar, wielding its longbow like a curved blade. Charging into the fray, in an instant, it was surrounded on all sides. Despite Yuanshou's mastery of several top-tier martial arts and his formidable strength, he found himself somewhat constrained. The intensity of the attack left no room for concealment. Just in time, the foolish leopard had approached, and he was unafraid of its escape. Yuanshou's gaze turned icy as his spirit iron blade whirled like a radiant wheel, cleaving through several weapons with a brilliance akin to fire, striking the leopard demon with a fierce horizontal slash. This is dire. He has concealed his cultivation. The 13-zhang blade radiance pierced through the air, causing the leopard demon's countenance to shift dramatically. In a panic, it raised its longbow in a desperate attempt to defend itself. Yet, Yuanshou's speed was unparalleled. The blade's brilliance accelerated further. How could a response devised at an 8-zhang distance withstand the unpredictable might of a 13-zhang blade radiance? With a swift thrust, the leopard demon was cleaved through the forehead. Golden leopard, the 3-headed elder demon, let out a furious roar, a blend of rage and astonishment. Fear not, for I shall soon send you to accompany it. Beneath the 9 springs, you shall continue your fraternal bond. Yuanshou executed the serpent step, his body flowing like an agile serpent, as graceful as a startled dragon, advancing without hesitation or retreat, unleashing his full combat prowess. With the formidable foundation of 8,000 gene of strength, combined with the radiant and refined blade aura spanning over 10 zhang, he became virtually unstoppable, cutting through all in his path with a few swift strokes. Yuanshou severed the chain of the old ape's meteor hammer, forcefully repelling the tiger demon's spear and the bear demon's twin hammers. With a fierce thrust, he plunged his blade deep into the heart of the old ape. The old ape, the tiger demon and the bear demon's bell-like eyes narrowed dramatically, their pupils trembling, as waves of terror surged within them. A transformation. This was a creature that had entered a state of metamorphosis. Infuriating. The shameless old rogue, so insidious, having already lost 3 brethren. The 2 great demons were filled with dread, and thoughts of retreat began to take root. No matter how profound their brotherly bonds or how great their enmity, nothing could outweigh the value of their lives. Old bear, we must flee. The tiger demon decisively turned and dashed away. The bear demon, panting heavily and filled with trepidation, began to retreat as well. Upon hearing this, they fled in opposite directions. Even if the person was swift, it was impossible to pursue both simultaneously. Nowhere to escape. Yuanshou bellowed fiercely, hurling his long blade with precision, piercing through the thigh of the bear demon. Ah! The bear demon let out a harrowing cry, collapsing onto the ground and rolling for several dozen meters. Yuanshou paid no heed to the discarded bear demon, swiftly retrieving the longbow of the leopard demon and extracting 3 sharp arrows from beneath its form. He took aim at the back of the tiger demon and decisively released the bowstring. With a resounding twang, the bowstring vibrated. All 3 arrows simultaneously pierced through the tiger demon's body. A piercing scream escaped the tiger demon as it collapsed to the ground. The arrows were embedded in its back, lower back, and tail vertebrae, delivering such tremendous force that they nearly penetrated its spine. Yuanshou brandished his blade, pursuing the bear demon. The injured creature, despite its wounded leg, exhibited remarkable agility. It dropped to the ground, transforming into its true form as a black bear, relying on its 3 legs to flee. I am the heir of the Black Bear King of Black Bear Ridge. Should you slay me, even innate warriors cannot shield you. The bear demon, filled with trepidation, revealed its lineage. What of the Black Bear King? I shall send it to meet you in due time. Yuanshou, without a hint of hesitation, severed the head of the bear demon and swiftly pivoted to pursue the tiger demon. In contrast to the bear demon, the tiger demon was significantly more subdued. Nearly impaled through its spine, it lay on the ground, limp as a puddle, unable to revert to its original form. As Yuanshou approached, it managed a sorrowful smile and lamented, "My brothers and I have roamed the treacherous tiger mountain for many years, thwarting countless ambushes. Yet I never imagined my downfall would come at the hands of a single individual like you." At this juncture, it had resigned itself to its fate. Fully aware that escape from death was no longer an option, Yuanshou did not hasten to slay it. His piercing gaze fixed upon the creature, "Who provided you with your armor and weapons?" "The mountain demons. They are being purged by the outer department." However, the outer department possesses only internal armor, lacking external protection, which is the hallmark of the inner department. He suspected that there were collusions within the county's inner department with these ancient demons. Heh. The tiger demon wished to laugh, but the blood flowed uncontrollably, nearly choking it. It turned its body, resting its shoulder against a tree, and displayed a mocking smile towards Yuanshou. "Besides your comrades who revel in luxury within the city, who else could it be?" Yuanshou's gaze turned icy as his long blade pierced the creature's leg. "Ah!" The tiger demon let out a wretched scream, its body convulsing as it gritted its teeth and exclaimed, "Even if you kill me, you shall never uncover the identity of my accomplices. Many partake in such deeds. What difference does it make if I reveal their names to you? They hail from esteemed human clans, akin to my Linha demon clan's sacred mountain of the 100 spirits. Do you dare to lay a finger on them? Haha. It seems I have gained the upper hand, for you shall not survive for long. Our ancestors are all innate demon kings. They will avenge us." Yuanshou chose to remain taciturn, wielding his blade to sever the head of the tiger demon. The Nine Suns Blade Technique. Entry level, proficiency, 1000001000000. In that instant, the interface materialized before him. After months of arduous training since the last limit-breaking moment in the Nine Suns Blade Technique, coupled with this exhilarating battle, he had finally reached the threshold of a breakthrough. Chapter 44, The Innate Powerhouse. Nine Suns Blade Technique. Minor achievement. Proficiency, 0150000. With the allocation of points, the Nine Suns Blade Technique ascended to the realm of minor achievement. Within Yuanshou's body, the power of the nine young blades surged instantaneously by 2- or 3-fold, elevating his swordsmanship to a new echelon. Yet, a weighty gloom enveloped his heart, devoid of the usual elation. The river-dwelling demon clan exchanged resources and maintained connections with several formidable demons backed by innate great demons. But none of this could penetrate his inner turmoil. The emergence of the internal armor among the demons was a troubling revelation. Whether it was the evidence itself or the Tiger King's assertions, both instilled a profound skepticism regarding his colleagues within the county's internal affairs. The internal affairs were responsible for safeguarding territories, capable of mobilizing entire armies, even legions of thousands. Each deployment consisted of meticulously organized battalions, tasked with eliminating the large swathes of demon clans that the external affairs struggled to subdue. Just as the initial clearing of the hidden Tiger Mountain was executed by the internal affairs, the remaining scattered demons became the responsibility of the external affairs. Such extensive operations required thorough battlefield clearance, with armor and weaponry meticulously retrieved. The internal affairs operated under strict regulations, forbidding solitary actions. If not for deliberate collusion with external elements, how could armor possibly be found in external hands? The internal affairs, steeped in lineage and tradition, held a gravity that demanded caution. Yuanshou's eyes flickered with a fiery glow. After a considerable pause, he took a deep breath and silently gathered his spoils. The demon-slaying division was overseen by an inspector, and it was not within the purview of the demon slayers to intervene. His position as an external demon slayer did not grant him the authority to interfere in the internal affairs controlled by the aristocracy. To dwell on such matters would only invite unnecessary troubles. It is best to address them another time. Yuanshou had never considered reporting the matter. As a newcomer, he was still unfamiliar with his surroundings and lacked acquaintances. How could he ascertain whether anyone from the external company was involved? If he were to report it, and the information fell into the hands of the colluding parties, it would only lead to his own demise. He was no longer the reckless and impulsive young man of his past. He understood what actions were prudent and what should be avoided in his current situation. A brief moment passed. Yuanshou meticulously organized the spoils of his journey. The precious internal elixirs of 5 formidable demons, along with tiger skin, tiger bones, and eagle claws, were among his acquisitions. Each of these demons weighed several thousand pounds, amounting to tens of thousands collectively, rendering it impossible to carry them all back. Thus, he decided to select only the most significant and valuable items for transport. He had brought along a bag crafted from the skin of a serpent demon, which demonstrated exceptional elasticity, toughness, and lightweight convenience, allowing him to effortlessly bundle over 3,000 pounds of precious elixirs and materials. Lifting his gaze, he noticed that the black eagle overhead had long since vanished. Yuanshou harbored no intention of seeking it out. After burying the weapons and armor, He shouldered his bundle and hastened back. The weapons and armor were connected to the internal affairs and could neither be taken away nor left in plain sight to be discovered by others. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly bring him trouble. As for whether anyone had pinpointed my location through the merits of demons and monsters, that remained uncertain. Yuanshou wore a smile devoid of warmth. He was not fond of exerting unnecessary effort, finding it bothersome, however, if someone sought to create difficulties. He was not one to shy away from confrontation. This harvest should bear considerable merit. If possible, he intended to first settle his family. With such thoughts in mind, Yuanshou swiftly returned to the foot of the mountain, where the azure-scaled beast awaited, unharmed. He mounted the astonishing creature, and by midday he had reached Fuyun Mountain. Seniorly, you just commenced your duties yesterday, and today you were already on a mission? The guard on duty, the same one who had guided him the previous day, expressed astonishment at the large bundle on Yuanshou's back. It was his first encounter with a newcomer who, having barely begun their tenure, was urgently dispatched on a task, and remarkably returned triumphantly on their inaugural outing as a demon-slaying envoy. Age brings a sense of urgency for advancement. Yuanshou responded with a smile. I understand your eagerness to accumulate merits and ascend to the innate realm, but this matter truly cannot be rushed. The young man patiently and enthusiastically advised. Given your familiarity with Elder Gu, you can rest assured and devote some time to your cultivation. After 6 months, joining the Lingyun team will undoubtedly prove to be far more efficient than going it alone. Thank you for your reminder. I will reflect on it thoughtfully. Yuanshou did not dampen the enthusiasm of the young man. After returning the Qinglin beast to the Spirit Beast Garden, he made his way back to his estate, laden with his bundle. Sir, you have returned. His assistant, Huang Yuan, was practicing his punches and hurriedly approached to take the package. No, it's heavy. Yuanshou raised his hand to block him. The young man, possessing only the 5th level of bone refining, was taken aback by the sudden weight of over 3,000 pounds on his back, which could easily injure his tendons and bones. Let us proceed, he said with a smile to the bewildered youth. Take me to the meritorious hall to submit a task. Ah, have you completed the task at Mount Wahoo? Huang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had heard the rumors that particular task had claimed the lives of numerous demon slayers, and many teams had suffered setbacks, prompting advisories against it just the night prior. Who would have thought that a senior, newly appointed, would accomplish what so many others could not? Although the lair had not been located, it was presumed that, given the cunning nature of those elusive creatures, their den held little of value. As for the treasures possessed by those ancient demons, they were right here. Yuanshou was aware that the mission entailed dismantling the lair of several ancient demons. However, he opined that the act of slaying these malevolent beings was no different from obliterating their stronghold. After all, the true malefactors were the demons themselves, not their dwelling. No, there was indeed no distinction. Huang Yuan, visibly agitated, flushed with excitement, stammered, I shall escort you there immediately. After all, this was a mission involving multiple fully formed ancient demons. The prowess of this venerable senior was beyond question, standing out even among the elite of various squads. As the aide to such a formidable expert, he could undoubtedly bask in the glory as well. Before long, under Huang Yuan's guidance, Yuanshou arrived at the Merit Pavilion situated on the mountainside to the west, where he submitted all the task materials. The demon-slaying department possessed a pill pavilion dedicated to the refinement of precious medicines. Transforming these materials into elixirs yielded results superior to mere ingestion, although there was a minor discount on processing fees. The overall returns were far more cost-effective than pure medicinal herbs, enhanced by the addition of numerous century-old herbs. My lord, I have completed the inventory on this end. Due to the absence of flesh and blood, the total merit amounts to 4,500 points. Do you find any discrepancies? The young woman responsible for merit, proficient in the bone refinement realm, respectfully presented the detailed inventory and corresponding merit list to Yuanshou. In the demon-slaying department, the merit for refining blood demon beast was not accounted for, while those in the bone refinement realm were rated between 1 and 9 points based on their cultivation level. The merit for refining demon beast in the filth refinement realm was determined by their stages: entry, minor achievement, major achievement, completion, and transformation, with a complete corpse valued at 100, 200, 500, 1,000, and 5,000 points respectively. Incomplete corpses would be assessed with deductions based on the value of the missing parts. This merit calculation system diverged entirely from that of the Demon Capture Bureau. The advantage was that the merit accrued in the demon slaying department was universally applicable across all branches in the headquarters in the vast Dacian, with no restrictions on the exchange of treasures. Everything appears to be in order. Please record it. Yuanshou nodded and handed over the token. The young girl promptly took the booklet and the token, entering the inner chamber. The achievements of the demon slayer must not only be recorded in the registry but also inscribed on the token. This inscription, performed by innate masters through special methods, ensures longevity and prevents forgery. Are you Yuanshou? Before long, the girl returned. She stood beside a young man, maintaining a respectful distance, half a step behind him. Clad in an embroidered azure robe and adorned with a jade belt, the young man emanated an ethereal aura. As he emerged from the inner chamber, his gaze fixated on Yuanshou, his eyes gleaming with an intensity that seemed capable of piercing through one's soul. You are new here, are you not? An innate master? Yuanshou's gaze sharpened. Chapter 45, The Good Intentions of the Merit Hall Master. The depth of the demon-slaying division. The demon-slaying division differentiates itself by the color of its armor. The internal demon-slaying division dons soft armor beneath flowing robes, with the color of the robes signifying their rank and status. Those in the refining organ realm wear white robes as demon-slaying envoys, while those in the innate realm wear blue robes. Others, such as deputies and guards, are relegated to gray robes, distinguishing them from the demon-slaying envoys. Undoubtedly, the individual before him is a formidable innate expert. Return to the Hall Master. Yuanshou clasped his fists in greeting, neither servile nor overbearing, his demeanor composed. I just joined yesterday, he stated. No wonder the lord of the meritorious hall appeared momentarily bewildered. Then, as if recalling a delightful anecdote, a smile played at the corners of his mouth as he restrained his laughter and remarked, at your age, to maintain the vigor of youth and such remarkable efficiency is indeed commendable. My name is Zheng. In 3 days, I shall be at the martial hall to impart martial arts, should you find the time. Feel free to come and observe. With that, he snapped his fingers, handing the token to Yuanshou, nodded with a smile, and turned to enter the inner chamber. What was he laughing at? Was it merely an illusion? Yuanshou gazed at the silhouette of the innate powerhouse, seemingly trembling slightly, as if stifling a laugh, yet devoid of any malice. Beside him, Huang Yuan and the young girl both averted their gazes, clearly oblivious to this nuance, unable to fathom the underlying reason. He shook his head, affirming that the merits inscribed on the token were accurate. He then turned to Huang Yuan, instructing him to prepare for a visit to the other pavilions. As one of the most powerful figures in the Deqian realm, the demon-slaying division was meticulously equipped, encompassing various specialized departments such as the alchemy pavilion, the weapon pavilion, the transmission pavilion, and the martial pavilion. Although many tasks could be delegated to his subordinates, Yuanshou preferred to familiarize himself with the inner workings, ensuring he possessed at least a fundamental understanding of his surroundings, rather than being entirely uninformed. The entirety of the afternoon unfolded in this manner. Under the guidance of Huang Yuan, Yuanshou meticulously explored various departments. At last, he attained a lucid understanding of the foreign company to which he belonged. After this extensive journey, he discovered nearly 10 locations fortified by innate powerhouses. Moreover, considering those engaged in missions elsewhere, the count of innate experts likely surpasses 20. In our daily encounters, we are fortunate to interact with practitioners who have reached the pinnacle of the refinement stage, while those at the transformation stage are a rare sight. And innate beings are seldom encountered, often eluding us for years. Today, we owe it all to the patronage of our esteemed leader. Huang Yuan, suppressing his inner excitement, spoke with remarkable fluency. This marked the first occasion in his life that he laid eyes on the legendary innate experts, although he dared not gaze up closely. It nonetheless fulfilled a long-held aspiration. I observe your diligent cultivation, and perhaps one day you too may ascend to the realm of the innate. Yuanshou smiled encouragingly and said, the younger generation would not dare to indulge in such aspirations. Huang Yuan, filled with excitement, stammered as he repeatedly waved his hands, exclaiming, if I could witness your esteemed self entering the realm of the innate, it would be sufficient to bring glory to my ancestors. The innate realm. Yuanshou sighed deeply. Although he had already reached the pinnacle of internal cultivation, poised to break through to the realm of innate mastery, he remained utterly perplexed about this advanced state. He was even uncertain about the transformative stage that lay between the completion of internal cultivation and the innate realm. Logically, with his level of internal strength, he should be considered to have entered this transformative stage. Yet, he felt that this transition could not be so straightforward. Otherwise, it would not stand as a distinct state separate from both the completion of internal cultivation and the innate realm. Perhaps he would gain some enlightenment from Master Zheng in 3 days. This innate master had shown him kindness, not only revealing his name but also advising him to visit the martial pavilion in 3 days. According to Huang Yuan, innate masters were lofty figures who seldom engaged with those outside their inner circle. The fact that Master Zheng, usually elusive, chose to appear today and converse with him might indicate a favorable view of his potential. Yuanshou remained noncommittal regarding this notion as evening approached. Yuanshou visited the residence of Sun Dingan. Uncle Li, you have returned? Sun Dingan, who had been engrossed in his cultivation today, had been informed and assumed he would be away for a considerable time. The mission proceeded smoothly, allowing for his return by midday. Yuanshou today earned over 4,000 merit points and stands to receive numerous precious elixirs, which has put him in high spirits. He informed Sun Dingan that he had taken a stroll in the afternoon. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he revealed his purpose for visiting. Having amassed merit, he intended to indulge in a culinary experience at the 8 Treasures Pavilion. Would Sun care to join him? The 8 Treasures Pavilion in Yuanshou City is a property of the Demon Catching Bureau, constructed in the style of the 8 Treasures Pavilion of the Demon Slaying Department. He had heard from Huang Yuan that the 2 establishments are not to be compared. The 8 Treasures Pavilion of the Demon Slaying Department is renowned for its 8 signature dishes, purportedly utilizing ingredients sourced from primordial great demons. The prices at this pavilion are quite steep. Sun Dingan felt a twinge of excitement, yet hesitated. He had heard from his subordinate that a meal there could easily cost several hundred merit points, equivalent to slaying several low-level great demons. No worries, it's on me. Li Yuanshou firmly pulled Sun Dingin out the door, exclaiming, "This meal will undoubtedly be worth it. Is there perhaps some hidden benefit beyond just the ingredients?" Sun Dingin remained skeptical. "Once you go, you'll understand." Li Yuanshou smiled silently. Soon, the two arrived at the majestic 9-story building constructed entirely of white jade. Its prime location on the western edge allowed for a breathtaking view of the Heishui River, adorned with exquisite embellishments that enhanced the night scenery. "Shall we gather in the grand hall or the private chamber?" Before they reached the entrance, a warmly enthusiastic attendant approached them. "The grand hall it is." "Ah, I see you both enjoy a lively atmosphere. I shall make the arrangements forthwith." The young attendant swiftly secured a central seat for them. "How does this location please you?" "Perfect. We shall take this one. Here are the delicacies from our 8-treasure pavilion, with beverages at the back. We have 8-treasure ginseng soup, bear paw and wine sauce, and a bottle of clear breeze and white clouds." "Very well. Please hold on for a moment." Li Yuanshou, after placing the order, noticed Sun Dingin was about to speak, and gently shook his head to signal him to listen quietly. Positioned in the center, he could hear conversations from all directions. When one is not paying attention, it is difficult to capture those subtle sounds, but when one listens intently, the discussions of those around become easily discernible. If it weren't for the absence of the old Eagle King, how could we have so easily vanquished Eagle Ridge? It's a pity that our leader made a fruitless trip. Indeed, it seems that the old eagle will likely hide in Lark Mountain from now on. Eagle Ridge has been destroyed? Li Yuanshou was somewhat astonished. When he examined the map last night, there were still markings indicating the location's existence. Little did he expect that it would be obliterated by today. He glanced at the group of individuals, noting the absence of further information, and turned his ear to listen to others. Before long, he overheard some valuable tidbits. Lord Lingyun truly lived up to his reputation as a sword cultivator. These past few days had been an enlightening experience. Indeed, with just a flick of the wrist, sword energy spanned several hundred meters, and the innate old deer on Baiyun Mountain was cleaved into several pieces on the spot. But that is not all. I distinctly witnessed the mountain itself vanish. Nonsense. I was present as well. The entire mountain was unequivocally reduced to level ground. Can boasting really lead to such disputes? Li Yuanshou felt a sense of helplessness. However, he managed to glean some valuable information. Locations where innate great demons reside typically attract a multitude of monsters, rendering them forbidden zones that cannot be entered by those in the refining realm. Recently, Baiyun Mountain has drawn the attention of formidable innate beings who have slain an innate great demon. Consequently, the danger level will soon diminish, transforming it into a suitable hunting ground for the white-robed demon slayer. If one can seize the opportunity presented by this information disparity, there might be a chance to partake in some spoils. Chapter 46. The Current Situation. The Martial Pavilion Preaches. The commander of the northern state, in a decisive strike last year, descended upon Zhuixie County and vanquished several master-level great demons. Turmoil has erupted upstream of the Heishui River, prompting our external division to unite with the local division in the county, advancing 300 miles northward to eliminate dozens of innate great demons and severely injure a master river demon. The ghostly nether sect has become increasingly rampant, with its presence felt in various cities, leading to the exposure of numerous small families colluding with them. The cuisine at the 8 Treasures restaurant is indeed quite expensive. This meal cost Li Yuanshou over 600 merit points, equivalent to 2/3 of a fully refined great demon. Nevertheless, he deemed it worthwhile. As he acquired a wealth of useful information, Uncle Li came to gather news. Upon their exit, Sun Dingin exhaled deeply, to avoid hindering the gathering of intelligence. He adhered to the principle of listening more and speaking less, remaining silent throughout the meal. Unlike Wanghu City, it is always prudent to listen attentively. After bidding farewell to Sun Dingin, Li Yuanshou returned to the courtyard and promptly summoned Huang Yuan, who was practicing martial arts in the yard, to the sand table map. He conveyed the news regarding Baiyun Mountain to Huang Yuan and sought his counsel. "My lord, this task pertains to innate powerhouses, and it is beyond my capacity to gather intelligence on them. Those with innate abilities often form small teams. Apart from maintaining amicable relations with certain innate powerhouses, only a few renowned teams can exchange information with them." Huang Yuan lowered his head, his face awash with shame. Within the Demon Slayer division, there exists a hierarchy based on cultivation levels. The information available to him typically consisted of rudimentary tidbits, at most insights from newly appointed assistants to the Demon Slayers. The circles within the Demon Slayers differ markedly from those of their assistants. You inquire about this situation, would there be any merit to seize upon? And does it constitute an overstep? Li Yuanshou understood the difficulties faced by the youth and simplified the issue somewhat. According to the rules, it was permissible to take advantage of an opportunity, provided it did not breach any boundaries. Huang Yuan's response was filled with vigor. However, it soon diminished somewhat. Nonetheless, such actions are typically frowned upon and may lead to scorn and exclusion. In that case, let it be. Li Yuanshou waved his hand with a sense of disinterest. He was not particularly concerned about being looked down upon, yet he wished to avoid being marginalized by the innate strong. Such opportunism held no value for him. The prospect of Baiyun Mountain was unfeasible. Other locations were rather distant, making it easy to miss the guidance of the innate strong. After some contemplation, he resolved to engage in a few days of cultivation. Initially, he had hoped to assess whether completing the task at Wohu Mountain would allow him to accumulate enough merit to relocate his family to the demon-slaying division. After inquiring with Huang Yuan, he learned that a merit score exceeding 10,000 was required, while settling them in the county city was relatively straightforward. Li Yuanshou harbored doubts about the internal division in noble families, wishing to refrain from placing his family under their vigilant gaze. It was precisely for the purpose of swiftly amassing the necessary 10,000 merit points that he decided to visit the 8 Treasures building, seeking to gather some valuable information. 3 days would not pose a significant issue. Li Yuanshou immediately immersed himself in his cultivation. His perfected mastery of the refining arts was achieved through the accumulation of numerous techniques. Among the various martial arts he practiced, the fastest progressing was the Nine Suns Blade technique, which had only recently reached a minor accomplishment, leaving ample room for further enhancement. 3 days swiftly passed by. Li Yuanshou, filled with anticipation, invited Sun Ding'an to accompany him to Wuge. Unbeknownst to them, a small group was lying in wait at Huahu Mountain for the so-called opportune moment. Wuge, situated to the north, was surrounded by a serene environment, in close proximity to both the Chuangong Pavilion and the Songshu Pavilion. Upon their arrival at Wuge early in the morning, they found a considerable gathering of people, a bustling crowd of no fewer than several hundred. Among them were the elderly, the young, and the middle-aged. Many had formed their own circles, engaging in animated conversation and laughter. Newcomers like Li Yuanshou and Sun Ding'an remained at the periphery, some chatting with companions to pass the time, while others stood solitary in the corners, feeling the cool breeze. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd. The pavilion master has arrived. After waiting for about an hour, the exclamations resonated through the throng. Li Yuanshou gazed at the crowd, following their gaze upward. There, he beheld a familiar and ethereal figure, gliding gracefully like a gentle breeze, effortlessly sweeping over the heads of many. Above the steps of the martial pavilion, the figure elegantly spun twice before descending to the ground. Li Yuanshou found this pavilion master to be quite extraordinary. We have encountered pavilion master Zheng before. Many white-clad demon slayers gazed upon him with fervor, bowing in respect. You have all waited long, Zheng Yi remarked coolly, his hands clasped behind his back, as he ascended to the martial pavilion first. The martial pavilion comprises several levels, with a vast interior space that is relatively open, also featuring numerous quiet chambers on each floor. Today, a multitude of visitors had gathered. Therefore, Zheng Yi had already arranged for the third floor's communal martial hall. Li Yuanshou and Sun Ding'an followed the crowd, ascending the stairs in an orderly fashion to enter the martial hall, casually choosing a corner to sit cross-legged and commence their listening. It is widely acknowledged that the path of martial arts embodies a triad of realms. One refines blood, bones, and internal organs, thereby forging one's physique, encompassing the innate, the master, and the grandmaster. One harnesses the primordial energy and commands the forces of heaven and earth. As the innate strongman Zheng Yi began his discourse, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Li Yuanshou gradually developed a clearer and more specific understanding of the known realms of martial arts. Even his experiences in the blood refinement and bone refinement stages gained richer insights, and his comprehension of the transition from refining organs to the innate realm was truly enlightening. The audience was captivated, entranced by his words, their hearts racing with longing. That will be all for today. Zheng Yi concluded after approximately 2 hours of discourse on martial arts. Isn't there still guidance to be offered? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Traditionally, the sessions consisted of 2 hours of instruction followed by 2 hours of questions and answers. However, the opportunity to receive teachings from an innate master was a rare blessing, and no one dared to inquire further, fearing they might offend him. Li Yuanshou, please stay for a moment. Just as Li Yuanshou was about to turn away, a faint voice reached his ears. He paused, glancing back to see Zheng Yi nodding at him from a high platform, 100 meters away. Simultaneously, the voice echoed again. No need to be surprised, it is I. Was this a method of secret transmission? Li Yuanshou was astonished, realizing that the voice was audible only to him, and the distance of 100 meters was truly remarkable. A thought flickered through his mind. Could it be that I am to receive individual guidance? He then instructed Sun Ding'an to return first, while he leaned against the wall, waiting for others to pass. Those who walked by regarded him with perplexity, unable to comprehend his purpose for lingering there. Li Yuanshou maintained a serene demeanor until the crowd thinned, at which point he proceeded towards the elevated platform ahead. What could this individual be seeking? Surely, he does not intend to seek counsel from Master Zheng alone, does he? How naive. He is likely a newly arrived wanderer, still clinging to the quaintness of his humble origins. Let us wait outside for a while and see if Master Zheng casts him out. Many turned to glance at Li Yuanshou's retreating figure, their faces adorned with peculiar smiles. Once the crowd had dispersed, Zheng Yi snapped his fingers, channeling his vital energy to close the doors of the martial hall, his previously imposing presence suddenly relaxing as he casually beckoned Li Yuanshou to take a seat beside him. Li Yuanshou, unreserved, took a seat beside him. Once again, they met. Zheng Yi offered a faint smile and said, I called you over today primarily to remind you of a few things. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanshou felt a stir in his heart and replied, Please, esteemed leader, offer your guidance. A few days prior, I noticed a certain disarray in your aura. Zheng Yi pondered for a moment before inquiring, Have you been practicing multiple techniques? Is it truly possible to discern such a thing? Li Yuanshou was taken aback, and after careful consideration, he remarked, I hail from a small town on the outskirts of the prefecture, where martial arts techniques are scarce. Later, during my cultivation, I selectively discovered that practicing various martial arts could expedite the enhancement of my strength, and I communicated this to the innate expert. This information is a secret in Yuanshou City. Yet it is common knowledge within the Demon Slayer division. I am untroubled by the prospect of others knowing that I have cultivated multiple martial arts. Chapter 47. Individual Guidance. What is the transformation realm? Indeed, it is as you say. Zhengyi nodded slightly, then shook his head gently. It is quite remarkable that someone from a remote place like Yuanshou City could comprehend such a method to enhance strength and even master it. This speaks volumes about your considerable talent. He initially expressed acknowledgement and admiration, then shifted his tone. However, this path is not the correct one. But is it related to the transformation realm? Li Yuanshou proposed his conjecture. Indeed. Zhengyi raised an eyebrow, casting a surprised glance at Li Yuanshou, acknowledging his perceptiveness, and candidly remarked, in the realm of martial arts cultivation, quality surpasses quantity. Throughout history, only those who find themselves at an impasse, their potential utterly exhausted, would resort to simultaneously practicing multiple martial arts in a bid to enhance their combat prowess. If given a choice, no one would tread this path. Therefore, you are currently misplacing your priorities. He paused briefly before continuing. However, I observe that your vital energy remains unperturbed, and the foundational essence of the martial arts you practice is closely aligned, leaving room for redemption. Please, esteemed leader, offer your guidance. Li Yuanshou clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, humbly seeking guidance. Allow me to elucidate the concept of the transformative realm. Zhengyi expressed his intention to mentor Li Yuanshou today, no longer holding back. He patiently expounded upon the transformative realm and the means to transcend the innate. Under his tutelage, Li Yuanshou gained profound insights. Li Yuanshou felt a sudden clarity in his heart. The once vague and indistinct path ahead gradually unfolded into a realm of transformation and innate potential. The term transformation refers more to a transitional state than a definitive realm. A practitioner of internal cultivation refines their vital organs through the tempering of their life force, mobilizing the elusive innate energy hidden within, transforming it into a tangible and discernible inner strength, thus converting the ethereal into the corporeal. Innate energy, on the other hand, is achieved by removing the acquired forces from this inner strength, leaving behind the genuine essence of innate energy. Transformation serves as a bridge between these two concepts. To construct this bridge, a medium known as intention is required. Intention comes in many forms, categorized into the realms of cosmic intention and martial intention, among others. Cosmic intention can be further divided into elemental realms, such as the intention of wind, fire, etc., which demand a profound understanding of the universe and are the most challenging to cultivate. In contrast, martial intention, such as sword intent, knife intent, and fist intent, is relatively more accessible, representing mainstream paths. According to Zhengyi, regardless of the chosen direction, reaching its zenith will yield intention. However, this intention is equally elusive, necessitating specialization and a significant investment of time to grasp and comprehend. This singular endeavor alone has thwarted many aspirants. Moreover, comprehending intention is merely the threshold to innate mastery. One must also devote time to refining innate energy by using intention as a medium to eliminate acquired forces. This step can exhaust 90% of martial artists. If I am not mistaken, you likely lack a perfected technique. The mastery of internal cultivation is built upon the foundation of multiple techniques. Zhengyi's expression turned grave as he spoke solemnly. This apparent strength is but an illusion. It may appear unproblematic in the short term. Yet achieving transformation is a daunting task. The more techniques one practices, the greater the multitude of intentions one must comprehend. Countless martial artists, having strayed from their paths, spend their entire lives struggling to elevate even a single technique to the realm of transformation, let alone multiple ones. He raised 2 fingers and continued, I offer you 2 pieces of advice. First, abandon superfluous techniques and focus on mastering one. Dedicate your time to honing all other energies into this singular form. Second, approach this from an external perspective, accumulating merit to exchange for innate treasures that suit you, using them as a bridge to leap past transformation and directly into the realm of innate potential. However, you should be aware of the challenges posed by this latter option. Additionally, the level of innate power achieved through such breakthroughs hinges entirely on the quality of the treasures obtained. While it appears to be 2 choices, in truth, there exists only one, as such treasures are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, to exchange for multiple items, one must possess a sufficiently high grade. Li Yuanshou once observed at Lingao Pavilion that any spiritual artifact associated with the innate realm begins its value at a staggering 100,000 merits, with their quantities being exceedingly scarce. Even the least valuable among them is equivalent to vanquishing a formidable innate demon. The most crucial aspect is that innate spiritual artifacts are perpetually in short supply. Each time they appear, they are swiftly exchanged by powerful innate beings, leaving little opportunity for the younger generation, particularly the martial practitioners of the refining arts. Is there truly no technique capable of integrating multiple forms of vital energy? Li Yuanshou could not restrain his curiosity. He had traversed an unconventional path to arrive at his current position, always regarding this as an advantage he was unwilling to relinquish. Yet, he also sensed the disarray in his learning. Such a haphazard approach could not be sustained for long. even with a systematic panel that could significantly reduce time. He ultimately had to divert his focus towards cultivation, making it arduous to achieve true mastery, when he had just transcended to the realm of refining the internal organs. The cost-effectiveness of specializing in a single discipline paled in comparison to the rapid breakthroughs offered by mastering multiple bone-refining techniques. However, reaching perfection in refining the internal organs meant that this advantage was considerably diminished. You, who have just begun refining the internal organs, desire to learn the myriad techniques of a grandmaster? Zheng Yi retorted without providing an answer. Li Yuanshou found himself at a loss for words. Some inquiries, when posed, already harbor answers within the heart. I understand your reluctance. Those who have strayed from the path often think this way. Zheng Yi, offering no further elaboration, approached and gently patted Li Yuanshou's shoulder, sighing as he spoke. Allow me to offer one final reminder. Should one fail to enter the realm of the innate before the age of 100, the innate vital energy within will begin to dissipate. Unless one compensates with greater innate spiritual artifacts, one shall inevitably lose the opportunity to attain the innate. With that, he prepared to depart. Zheng Pavilion Master. I have a question, Li Yuanshou interjected. Li Yuanshou called out to the innate master, clasping his hands in respect, and inquired, May I ask, esteemed leader, is today's guidance related to the mission concerning Mount Wohu? Haha, I nearly forgot about that. Zheng Yi replied with a hearty laugh, not even turning his head. You executed that mission quite well. It left my old rival in quite a predicament. Allow me to remind you, however, that your undertaking effectively snatched a morsel from the jaws of the Thunderstorm Squad. Those foolish birds are still loitering around Mount Wohu. Ha ha ha. This time, Li Yuanshou finally comprehended why Zheng Yi had seemed to smirk during their task assignment days ago, and why he was being treated with such special consideration today. It dawned on him that, during his inaugural mission, he had inadvertently usurped someone else's opportunity. However, it could not be deemed as such in the realm of tasks. It is inherently a matter of first come, first served. This certainly could not be held against him. Even if given another chance, he would still make the same choice. Nonetheless, one must acknowledge that a seasoned adversary among innate warriors is still formidable in their own right, is it not? Li Yuanshou felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. The opportunity to seize the moment at Baiyun Mountain was avoided solely to prevent offending the innate strong. Yet, the outcome was paradoxical. By evading one, he inadvertently antagonized another. Contemplating this, he hastily departed from the martial pavilion, seeking to inquire with Huang Yuan about the true nature of the Wind and Thunder team. What was the situation? Why did Master Zheng leave first? Could it be that Master Zheng was not only unperturbed by this reckless individual but also offered him private guidance? It appeared that Master Zheng seemed quite pleased. Could it be that this man had prepared some treasures? Hiss. It is indeed possible. This fellow is not to be underestimated. The old man truly possesses a remarkable skill, managing to discern Master Zheng's preferences and catering to them in exchange for direction. Outside the martial pavilion, a considerable number of people lingered. These individuals had initially anticipated a spectacle. However, after waiting for quite some time, they were astonished to see Master Zheng emerge with a smile, which instantly ignited a flurry of excitement. Old senior, please, stay a moment. A keen-minded demon slayer quickly approached Li Yuanshou as he stepped out, eager to seek his counsel. Chapter 48, The Feast of Beasts on Demon Mountain. The Wrath of the Great Demon. Li Yuanshou was taken aback by such an unexpected call. This group of individuals had previously regarded him with mocking eyes in the martial arts hall, yet in an instant, their expressions transformed into smiles, showcasing their remarkable ability to change faces. Upon hearing their various requests, he finally understood their intentions. It turned out they sought to inquire how to win the favor of the esteemed Zheng, hoping to gain his guidance. Indeed, it is true that no one rises early without the prospect of profit. Li Yuanshou chuckled silently, yet upon reflecting on the price he had paid for it, his smile froze, and even the slightest inclination for politeness vanished. He retorted with irritation, if you possess the ability, go ahead and learn at the expense of offending a congenital powerhouse. With that, he pushed through the thronging crowd and departed without a backward glance. Offending a congenital powerhouse? The onlookers were left in stunned silence. At that moment, a chill wind swept through, causing everyone to shiver. Perhaps it would be best to forego such an opportunity. I wouldn't he dare accept it. The demon slayers hastily made their exit, fearful of drawing the attention of the congenital powerhouse. Although the Demon Slayer Bureau had a strict rule against harming fellow colleagues, a master would not dare to breach it. Yet the leeway beneath such an ironclad rule was vast. The mere mention of a congenital powerhouse was enough to leave even seasoned martial artists gasping for breath. Li Yuanshou returned to his abode, still feeling somewhat perturbed. The more he pondered, the more he sensed that this matter was far from simple. The fact that Zheng Yi appeared so elated and even took the time to offer guidance indicated that the so-called opponent was certainly not to be trifled with. When he inquired with Huang Yuan, the latter fell into a prolonged silence. The Thunderstorm team ranked among the top 5 squads in the Demon Slayer division, boasting 2 innate realm demon slayers clad in green robes. Moreover, these 2 innate beings were notoriously meticulous. Sir, I have also heard that a senior from the transformation realm was specifically targeted by those 2, resulting in decades without any assignments. Even when tasks were available, they were invariably snatched away by the Thunderstorm team. That esteemed elder was merely a hair's breadth away from obtaining an innate spiritual object, which would have allowed him to break into the innate realm, yet he was tragically thwarted at this critical juncture. Listening to Huang Yuan's cautious recounting of this tale, Li Yuanshou felt a growing sense of unease. Li Yuanshou felt utterly unwell. After a considerable time, his gaze sharpened as he approached the sand table map. Placing his finger upon Mount Baiyun. "My lord, are you intending to journey to Mount Baiyun?" Huang Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, having already offended 2 innate beings. "Do you not fear incurring the wrath of another?" "I must swiftly accumulate 10,000 merits," he replied. Li Yuanshou's gaze was sharp and his resolve unwavering. After meticulously studying the map, he set forth towards Baiyun Mountain with determination. Having already incurred their wrath, what difference did it make whether there were 2 or 3 adversaries? Ultimately, they could only suppress him within the confines of established rules. As long as he swiftly addressed the shortcomings regarding his family and secured their positions within the demon-slaying division, he would be free from any lingering concerns. Once liberated from such burdens, he would be more than willing to engage in their games of oppression at his own pace. Li Yuanshou, harboring this thought, made his way directly to Baiyun Mountain. His objective for this journey was to amass 6,000 merit points. At the foot of Baiyun Mountain, Li Yuanshou paused to survey the vast mountain range. His gaze fell upon the blood-stained ground, interspersed with the severed limbs of monstrous beasts. As patches of pine forest lay transformed into a scene of utter devastation, it was evident that a fierce battle had recently transpired. Indeed, no one had arrived. He left the Qinglin beast behind and descended Mount Baiyun alone. Upon reaching a lofty peak, he looked around. For miles, there was no sign of life, no beasts, nor any traces of humanity. Ordinarily, when a congenital powerhouse sweeps through a demon lair, the location is tacitly recognized as the adversary's stronghold. Henceforth, should anyone venture here, it would likely be their subordinate team seeking experience. Unless, of course, it was an area like Mount Wohu, purged by the internal officials. Or if a new great demon had taken residence in a previously cleared location. This constitutes an unwritten latent rule. It is not decreed by the Demon Extermination Agency. Yet it is adhered to by countless warriors. Once I become congenital or even a master, I shall see who in Linhe County dares to speak of rules to me. Li Yuanshou paid no heed to these trifling rules. At this moment, as the Lingyun team was taking a respite and others dared not approach, he seized the opportunity to savor a bowl of meat soup alone. Just as Li Yuanshou ventured into the Baiyun Mountain, far away at the Bailing Mountain, several demon kings attending the beast feast finally received news from the Wohu Mountain. "What? My son is dead? Xiaohu and Xiao Yuan have also fallen victim to the minions of the Demon Slayer division?" Upon hearing the report from the little black eagle, King Feiying felt as though struck by lightning. "What? My son is in peril?" The old ape king of Tsang Yuan Cave and the tiger king of Wohu Mountain exchanged glances, their eyes wide with disbelief as they leapt to their feet. "What of my leopard? And my bear?" The leopard king of Huafeng Mountain and the bear king of Heixiong Ridge looked anxiously at King Feiying. "Speak, old eagle." "Dead. All dead." King Feiying seemed drained of all strength, his lithe and powerful frame slumped against the stone seat, his sharp black claws trembling as they pressed against his forehead. His heart bleeding. Those were his most promising offspring, destined to reach the innate realm. Dead? The demon kings gazed at King Feiying in disbelief. How could this be? With your little eagle around, the green-robed demon slayer could never have captured them. Could it be that those ancient monsters from the Demon Slayer division took action? How infuriating. A dignified master stooping to harm mere youngsters. Do they wish to incite our wrath? The demon kings were consumed with rage, particularly the Tiger King. His Wohu Mountain had been laid waste by the Demon Slayer division, thousands of his kin reduced to ashes. He had cherished that lone survivor, showering it with love and seldom chastising it. And now, it had been slain. This was a bid to exterminate his lineage. Not a master, nor innate. King Feiying leaned back against the stone seat. After a prolonged silence, he croaked, it was a treacherous and vile white-robed demon slayer who lured them out and ambushed them. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Old eagle, are you jesting? My son possesses innate potential, unmatched among his peers. How could he be vanquished by a mere white-robed demon slayer? Indeed. My bear, after refining his bones, possesses a might of 6,000 gene. How could he possibly lose to a mere martial artist of the refining stage? The demon kings reacted vehemently, unable to accept this narrative. They had been too careless. That shameless scoundrel had first employed despicable means to kill their offspring, then feigned weakness, luring their young ones into a trap for revenge, only to ensnare them all. King Feiying, exhausted and despondent, wished to say no more, believe it or not. The truth remains. Infuriating. Regardless of whether he is a white-robed demon slayer, I shall make him regret ever being born into this world. Count me in. I will flay him alive, dismantling his corpse piece by piece. The demon kings seethed with rage, their murderous intent palpable. This fierce atmosphere soon alerted other demon kings and the host of the beast feast, the great demon king of Bailing Mountain. Noticing the displeasure on the great demon king's face, the towering tiger demon seated next to him immediately admonished in a cold voice, "What is all this uproar about? Please, Your Excellency, intervene on our behalf." Several demon kings below hastily rose, bowing and lamenting their plights. Such a thing has occurred? The tiger demon above furrowed his brow, casting a troubled glance at the great demon king. "Mountain Lord, what do you think? Since this matter has its reasons, let us absolve them of their transgressions." replied the imposing green-haired lion, his expression easing as he spoke. We are amidst tumultuous times. This situation might very well be a trap. If you heed my counsel, it would be wise to recall your offspring from the outside, keeping them close at hand, lest the human race seize the opportunity. His authoritative gaze swept across the gathering. Finally, it rested upon the several innate demon kings, their faces marked by sorrow. As for you, remain here in Bailing Mountain for the time being. I shall find a way to uncover the culprit, and when the time comes, you shall be able to vent your grievances. Faced with one of the most formidable beings in Linha County, the innate demon kings dared not defy him. Yet, upon hearing his willingness to take action, they could not help but burst into tears of joy, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, Mountain Lord. If you can assist us in identifying the fiend who harmed our offspring, we shall willingly join Bailing Mountain, ever at your command. Chapter 49. The blade points to Baiyun Mountain. The cunning old deer. Baiyun Mountain Range. Li Yuanshou remained blissfully unaware that the troubles of Mount Wahoo were still spreading. Apart from the Thunder Squad, which was braving the northwestern winds, the primordial demon kings behind several formidable monsters had also received the news. This even stirred the elite beings of Hundred Spirits Mountain. At this moment, he was traversing through the pine forest, seeking traces of the demons. The Baiyun Mountain Range was grander than Wahoo Mountain, extending from south to north and connecting at its tail to Wahoo, situated directly east of Linha County. If he were to search according to the task, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. However, this area had recently undergone a cleansing. He merely needed to follow the traces. Was that the mountain peak that had been severed by the demon-slaying envoy in the azure robe, Lingyun? Half an hour later, Li Yuanshou stepped into the heart of Baiyun Mountain and beheld the recent battlefield. Gazing upon the severed peak, the bald mountain, which had been cleaved in two, and the ravines nestled among the towering 100-meter summits nearby, he found himself utterly astonished. Just days prior, while listening to tales at the 8 Treasure Pavilion, he had dismissed them as mere exaggerations. Yet, in light of the current reality, aside from the one who boasted about leveling the entire mountain, the accounts of others proved to be remarkably accurate. Is this the formidable power of a congenital master? Li Yuanshou's understanding of the concept of innate abilities remains at the level of imagination. The only genuine experience he has encountered was during Zheng Yi's discourse at the Wuga, where he demonstrated a particular skill, which, to be frank, was not awe-inspiring. It pales in comparison to the breathtaking spectacle of a mountain peak being cleaved in half before one's eyes. Such extraordinary feats are truly astonishing. If I possessed such prowess, why would I need to wander aimlessly across the mountains? Li Yuanshou gazed intently for a long while, his heart surging with tumultuous emotions and fervent blood coursing through his veins, awakening an unprecedented yearning within him. A longing to step into the realm of the innate and possess such celestial abilities. Suddenly, a distant, urgent, and lingering call pierced the air, ethereal and jarring. The sound reverberated through the desolate mountains like a clap of thunder, echoing endlessly. Had he been discovered? Li Yuanshou turned towards the sound and beheld, not far away, an aged deer that had transformed from a humanoid form into a tawny, graceful creature. With lithe and elongated strides, it galloped away, its hooves flying in a frenzy. Just moments ago, it had let out a resounding call to signal its presence. Whoosh, whoosh. Li Yuanshou shot an arrow without the slightest hesitation. Drawing from his experience at Mount Wahoo, he had deliberately brought his bow and arrows this time. Alas, a distant cry of anguish resonated. 2 arrows were firmly embedded in the rear of an elderly deer. Li Yuanshou swiftly caught up. Just as the old deer was about to transform back into human form to remove the arrow, a long blade pressed against its neck. Take me to your lair, or you shall face the consequences. You shall not succeed. The old deer, though paralyzed with fear, spoke defiantly in a hoarse voice. Even if you were to carve me into 8 pieces and skin me alive, I would never yield. Wait, please. Esteemed master, let us discuss this. Li Yuanshou observed its submission in the bloodied edge of the blade, no longer applying pressure. I shall not repeat myself. Master, may I retrieve the arrow? Hiss, it hurts. No more nonsense. Very well, I shall take you. The old deer finally complied. It strained to rise, limping as it moved forward. Li Yuanshou sheathed his long sword and held a bow and arrow, trailing behind. The true threat lies with the group of white deer. We, the yellow deer, have no connection to them, for we are herbivorous. The old deer, verbose in his musings, continued to murmur as they walked. Enough with the chatter. Li Yuanshou coldly reprimanded. If I do not encounter the 6 fully formed demonic beasts today, I shall disassemble you into 6 pieces to take back. The old deer immediately fell silent. Quietly leading the way, Li Yuanshou steeled himself, his gaze sweeping constantly. Based on his experience, places that had recently been ravaged would, after a few days, witness the resurgence of numerous demons and monsters. They might seek out a new leader or ally, or search for treasures left behind by ancient beasts. It remains uncertain whether the absence of these creatures around Baiyun Mountain is due to the prior intervention or not. Several days have passed without a trace of any demons. Even this old deer was only discovered because of its own noise. Thus, it stands to reason, Li Yuanshou did not directly slay it. You would do well to be honest. Along the way, Li Yuanshou occasionally struck the old deer. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly assist you in fulfilling your task. The old deer, with a furtive glint in its eyes, nodded and bowed. Soon, the man and the deer traversed the flattened terrain, crossing numerous mountain ridges, and arrived at the innermost depths of Baiyun Mountain. Do you intend to lead me to the Yuanshou mountain range? Li Yuanshou gazed into the distance at the majestic mountain range, which undulated like a great dragon in flight, his eyes narrowing, revealing a piercing cold glimmer. No, no, no. Do not misunderstand. The old deer tumbled to the ground with a thud, tremblingly explaining, if you seek the refined and complete essence, and require 6 in total, you must seek out that group of white-haired ones. Their chieftain was slain by your innate powerhouses, and the remainder have fled to the deepest recesses of Mount Bayun. It lies just ahead in the ravine. As it spoke, it raised its foreleg to point forward. There, shrouded in mist, 2 small mountain ranges converged, concealing a narrow ravine that was hardly discernible without careful observation. It is best this way. Li Yuanshou cast a cold gaze as he stealthily approached. Moments later, he stood atop the ridge, surveying the scene from his elevated position. Through the dense white mist, he discerned faint traces below. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as an old deer sprang to life, its hind legs striking out violently towards Li Yuanshou. A reckless move. Li Yuanshou had long anticipated its unruliness. With his left hand gripping the longbow, he executed a horizontal strike. Empowered by an immense force of 8,000 jin, the bow resembled a long blade, swiftly severing the hind legs of the old deer before it could utter a sound. Li Yuanshou had already executed the serpent step. Dashing to the side of the old deer, and with a fierce thrust, his iron arrow pierced through its skull. He paid no heed to the lifeless creature. With eyes sharp as a hawk's, he surveyed the herd of white deer below. It was evident that the old yellow deer bore animosity towards the white deer, deliberately luring him to this spot. Its earlier cries were not a signal for the white deer. He glanced around at the surroundings. Li Yuanshou took advantage of the dense pine forest to conceal his figure, evading the prying eyes concentrated in the ravine. He soon arrived at a cliff that jutted out towards the valley. Despite being besieged by formidable innate experts like Ling Yun, how was it possible that so many deer demons still remained? Li Yuanshou stealthily approached the precipice, gazing downward. He detected the presence of a dozen vile deer demons, among which 3 appeared to be formidable entities at the peak of their refinement. My venture, fraught with the peril of offending innate powerhouses, has not been in vain. Li Yuanshou felt a profound sense of assurance. Even merely those ordinary demon beasts of the refining marrow stage could amass sufficient merit. Chapter 50, A Familiar Strategy. Slaying the deer demon. This group of white deer had just endured a brutal battle and remained exceedingly cautious. Numerous deer demons of the refining bone realm patrolled the vicinity, primarily safeguarding the nearby ravine, while the ridges on either side were only occasionally monitored. Li Yuanshou did not rush to take action. He concealed himself on the protruding cliff of the mountainside, utilizing the shelter of a massive rock to spend half a day gathering intelligence. Were there still many people imprisoned here? As dusk approached, he observed numerous figures of young men and women being herded out of the cave, each subjected to the lash as they toiled as slaves. Some were stitching animal skin garments, while others were kindling fires to roast meat, though the details were indistinct. The grotesque shapes of the meat clearly suggested they were human limbs. Additionally, several high-ranking deer demons were seen, holding human maidens in their arms, indulging in their whims, occasionally accompanied by shouts and blows. These beasts, having just suffered a catastrophic massacre of their kin, still dared to act with such audacity. Li Yuanshou's gaze was piercing, and a fierce killing intent surged within him. However, there remained numerous residual deer demons. Those few, brazen and audacious, exuded an aura that was not inferior to the formidable beasts of Yuanshou Mountain, each a formidable adversary. It would be prudent to wait until they had feasted and returned to their lairs to rest before taking action. Otherwise, should they escape once more, the consequences would not be limited to just these few dozen individuals. Li Yuanshou remained composed, shouldering the spirit iron treasure blade, while tightly grasping his longbow. Ling Yun's failure to eradicate them entirely had allowed them to escape to this elusive location. Should they not be completely eliminated this time, those fiends would surely flee eastward into the Yuanshou mountain range, the largest mountain range in the North State, stretching thousands of miles from north to south. After approximately an hour, the night descended gently. The group of gluttonous, foul beasts, having satisfied their appetites, carried the young boys and girls toward the cave, while the remaining deer demons continued to feast and drink. Li Yuanshou, seizing this opportunity, has already reached the edge of the valley. Observing the monstrous fiends entering the cave, he unhesitatingly draws his bow and nocks an arrow, each time conjuring a volley of 4 or 5 shafts, regardless of their accuracy. He charges forth while unleashing his arrows in rapid succession. Amidst the cacophony of screams, he swiftly depletes his quiver of 200 iron arrows. Subsequently, he unsheathes his spiritual iron blade and plunges into the chaotic throng of demons. An enemy assault. Humans have infiltrated. Countless fiends shriek in terror, and the scene devolves into utter pandemonium. Some call for their comrades, others hurl boulders, many grasp weapons, while a significant number lie incapacitated on the ground, writhing in agony. Li Yuanshou's gaze was as icy as a tiger among a flock of sheep, unleashing a massacre. A blade of energy, spanning several dozen feet, swept forth. The encroaching deer demons were instantly felled, severed in twain at the waist. In just a few strokes, the carnage continued. Within a radius of 40 to 50 meters around Li Yuanshou, no other demon could rise to its feet. The realm of refining the viscera. This is the domain of the human race's viscera refinement experts. The multitude of bone-refining deer demons shrieked and scattered in panic. Get out of the way, you fools. Clear the path. accompanied by several sharp commands, 3 deer demons, having transformed into humanoid forms, each towering at 4 to 5 meters with antlers 2 feet high, charged forth from the cave. Each was a towering figure, wielding long weapons. Following in their wake were 14 to 15 humanoid deer demons, each standing 3 meters tall. It was evident that they were all formidable demons of viscera refinement, with the leaders appearing to be those who had achieved complete mastery in the art. What audacity from this human, daring to single-handedly invade the White Cloud Gorge. A mere white-robed demon slayer has slain hundreds of my kin. Today, I shall ensure you return no more. This group of bipedal beasts had already inflicted grievous losses upon my clan, even slaying our ancestors. They relentlessly pursued us. And only by flaying him alive could my heart's resentment be alleviated. No more words. Incapacitate him and savor the torment. The 3 great demons, armed with massive blades and long spears, surged forward with a murderous aura, their weapons slicing through the air. In an instant, the dimly lit gorge transformed, shining brightly as if it were day, ablaze with vibrant colors. Li Yuanshou's gaze sharpened. These formidable beasts exhibited a mastery of energy far superior to that of the demons at Woe Mountain. However, in the face of such a dire situation, there was no room for hesitation. The 9 Suns blade technique. He could only engage in a fierce battle with all his might. As the golden red blade light sliced through the air, boom, 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 the clash of blade energy and spear light created a tumultuous force, echoing with a terrifying presence. The surrounding demons had retreated far away, unable to intervene, while the dozen or so refined demons dared not approach. The 3 deer demons moved in perfect harmony, their strikes swift as a tempest. The dazzling waves of energy surged, layer upon layer, leaving Li Yuanshou no respite whatsoever. Li Yuanshou stood undaunted. The 9-Yang sword technique, blazing like fire and swift as thunder, shone like the blazing sun in the sky. Were he to confront such a pincer attack before Mount Hu, he would undoubtedly find it arduous, perhaps even suffer a setback. However, during his expedition to Mount Hu, he experienced a breakthrough in his swordsmanship, enhancing his prowess further. His energy became more robust, more refined. Boom. In the mountain gorge, sand and stones danced wildly, and debris flew through the air. Brilliant energy clashed incessantly. In the blink of an eye, Li Yuanshou engaged in fierce combat with the 3-headed demon countless times. His vigorous energy surged ceaselessly, radiating an overwhelming aura. Yet the 3-headed demon visibly began to falter. How infuriating. Though they were all at the pinnacle of the refinement of the viscera, how could his energy be so robust? The 3-headed demon sensed something amiss, its expression darkening and its heart weighed down by unease. Should we call for our elder brother to intervene? One of the deer demons suggested this notion. Absolutely not. Our elder brother has just recovered from injuries inflicted by a master of the transformation realm. To act now would invite backlash. Sustaining minor injuries is one matter, but if his foundation is compromised, he could lose the chance to ascend to the innate level, which would be a tremendous loss. The other 2 deer demons resolutely dismissed the idea. Let us hold him off. We shall expend our utmost efforts to deplete his energy, buying time for our elder brother and creating opportunities for our kin. Indeed. Let us not forget there are still 15 of our kind in the refinement of the viscera behind us, no matter how formidable his inner strength. He cannot exhaust all of us. In an instant, the 3 deer demons reached a consensus. They began to retract their energy, no longer engaging in reckless expenditure, and instead closed in for close combat. This strategy would significantly reduce their own losses while prolonging the conflict. They intended to buy time? Li Yuanshou stood approximately 60 to 70 meters away from the 3-headed deer demon. They deliberately lowered their voices, making it difficult to discern their words amidst the cacophony of clashing energies. However, by piecing together their actions and fragmented phrases, he managed to deduce a few clues. Could it be that another transformed deer demon had narrowly escaped calamity? Li Yuanshou's thoughts surged, prompting a decisive shift in tactics. He restrained the blade's energy, concentrating it at the edge, and engaged in close-quarters combat. The sounds of metal clashing resonated incessantly, while brilliant sparks erupted like a shower of rain. One man faced 3 formidable opponents. The trio of seasoned adversaries exhibited remarkable combat prowess and seamless coordination, frequently unleashing the force of their blades and spears in an attempt to deliver a sudden and devastating blow to Li Yuanshou. However, Li Yuanshou's combat experience is exceedingly rich. He alters his tactics with the same objective in mind, to replicate the methods of the eagle demon that met its demise at the hidden Tiger Mountain. How could he not take precautions? Clang. After hundreds of clashes, Li Yuanshou finally seized the opportunity, cleaving through 2 long spears with his swift and fierce blade, striking towards the old deer wielding a great sword. The treacherous human race, I have long anticipated your move. The old deer let out a hearty laugh, meeting the blade's radiance with his own. Who informed you that I intended to strike? In the moment when Li Yuanshou swung his long blade, he abruptly struck with his left palm, unleashing a tempestuous force that transformed into a dazzling palm imprint spanning several feet. Suddenly, this strike was so unexpected that it instantly pierced through the chest of the old deer. You despicable creature! The old deer exclaimed, its eyes widening and its face turning pale as snow. Die. It perceived that there still lingered a flicker of life within. At this moment, Li Yuanshou unleashed the brilliance of his blade, the 9 Suns blade technique swiftly cleaving the opponent's massive sword aside, while the fierce blade light descended with unrelenting force. Bang! The towering figure of the old deer, standing 5 meters tall, was instantly split asunder, under the tremendous impact of the force. Its shattered form was hurled violently to either side, crashing into 2 other old deer. Old 4. The 2 remaining deer let out thunderous roars. Chapter 51. Penetrating the Demon Cave. The Duel of Transformation. Shameless old thief. I shall fight you to the bitter end. One of the deer demons, nearly driven to madness, brandished a spear, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh, and fiercely lunged at Yuanshou. I take great pleasure in aiding demons. I shall ensure your family is reunited. Yuanshou let out a long laugh, his flowing white hair dancing wildly. While his once pristine white robe was now stained a deep crimson, resembling a fearsome specter, he wielded a long knife, cleaving through the spear with ease, followed swiftly by a thunderous palm strike. The simultaneous assault of blade and palm forced the deer demon to retreat in disarray. Haunted by the recent demise of its kin at the hands of this formidable technique, second brother, I am here to assist you. The other deer demon, regaining its senses, relinquished the half of its fallen brother and, gritting its teeth, charged forward in a furious onslaught. Armed with 2 long spears, it exploited its weaponry advantage, launching a relentless barrage of thrusts, the spear light cascading like rain. Yuanshou remained calm and unhurried. Having slain a formidable demon, the pressure upon him diminished significantly, rendering him unafraid of the 2 frenzied deer. It was suspected that an even stronger deer demon lurked within the cave. He needed to reserve some tactics to ensure it could not escape. He exerted nearly 5,000 pounds of brute strength, yet even so, it was sufficient to incite the 2 elder deer into a furious uproar, bellowing in rage. Despicable human race, dare to confront my brethren in open combat. Shameless old thief. If you possess courage, do not hide. The 2 elder deer continued to roar incessantly. As you wish. Yuanshou's footwork, akin to that of a mystical serpent, paused momentarily as he unleashed a thunderous roar, his aura surging to unprecedented heights. Like a wild goose taking flight, he ascended with his blade gleaming brilliantly, radiating the overwhelming force of Mount Tai descending upon the earth, striking downward with ferocity. Infuriated, the 2 deer demons dared not confront him directly and swiftly rolled aside to evade his onslaught. Yuanshou yearned for this very opportunity. He accelerated his descent, and with a fierce strike, his long blade plunged into the ground, cleaving a chasm several dozen meters long between the 2 deer demons. A torrent of formidable energy surged forth, stirring a tempest of dust and sand into the air. Taking advantage of a fleeting moment, Yuanshou summoned all his strength and struck fiercely towards one of the deer demons with a sweeping force akin to 1,000 troops. The deer demon, in a state of panic, hastily summoned its energy, positioning its spear vertically before itself to defend. With a resounding thud, the deer demon was instantly propelled hundreds of meters away by the tremendous force. Kill. Yuanshou pivoted and launched an attack towards the left, his long blade swirling with formidable energy, piercing through the air like a flying dart. Dust and grit obscured the vision. The deer demon, sensing the ominous gust and witnessing the glint of the blade, hastily raised its spear to counter the assault. However, after deflecting the long knife, its countenance shifted dramatically. Realizing it had fallen into a trap, it was too late. Yuanshou's voice resonated beside it, having already executed the serpent step, taking advantage of the cover of wind and sand to close in swiftly. No. In the horrified gaze of the deer demon, who could not react in time, Yuanshou unleashed the formidable bull demon fist, causing his muscles to swell instantaneously. His fists, as large as sandbags, carried an immense force of 8,000 pounds, striking with the ferocity of a rampaging bull and shattering the skull of the deer demon with a resounding crash. Boom. Yuanshou's martial prowess was so formidable that, after shattering the deer head, the residual force propelled the 5-meter-tall body across a distance of over 100 meters. Alas! Second King has perished. The distant deer demon, affected by the shockwave, let out a terrified and piercing scream. Second brother, the deer demon, launched hundreds of meters away and desperately attempting to return to aid, cried out in disbelief. Yuanshou disregarded everything else. He swiftly approached the panicking herd of deer, employing the serpent steps technique. With a powerful combination of the mighty bull demon fist and the thunderstorm palm, 2 supreme martial arts, he effortlessly annihilated the bewildered bone-refining deer demons. Old scoundrel, the Baiyun deer clan will never coexist with you. Yuanshou had just retrieved the long sword embedded in the stone wall when he heard the final anguished and frenzied roar of the deer demon. He remained oblivious, his sword energy slicing through the air as if in a realm devoid of life. The surrounding creatures, already paralyzed with fear, saw the deer demon, now desperate to flee, being cut down mercilessly by him. Die. The deer demon, utterly deranged, charged at him alone. No need to rush, the old man had proclaimed, I shall ensure your reunion. Though Yuanshou spoke thus, his steps were unhurried. He confronted the frenzied deer demon, engaging in a fierce battle that spanned over 10 exchanges before decapitating it. As he surveyed his surroundings, the earth lay marred with fissures, a chaotic tapestry of destruction. The bonfires near the mountain wall and the braziers affixed to the walls had long been scattered by the force of his onslaught. Bathed in the flickering glow of flames, Yuanshou, his body drenched in blood, resembled a malevolent specter as he treaded upon the countless corpses, advancing toward the central cavern, the lair of the 3-headed refined blood deer demon. At this moment, it had been a quarter of an hour since he initiated his assault. Whether it be the three-headed perfected blood deer demon, the multitude of refined blood deer demons, or the bone-refined deer demons, he had vanquished them all without exception. Such magnitude, such enmity, astonishingly failed to elicit any response from within the cavern. Had I misheard? Or was the last deer demon so gravely wounded? In any case, among this horde of deer demons, there remained no primordial demon king. Yuanshou boldly strode into the cave, swiftly slaying several slow-moving bone-refining demons with a mere flick of his hand. The cave was not particularly deep, seemingly newly formed, yet it was remarkably spacious. At its deepest point, it surpassed any cavern he had previously encountered in terms of width. At the far end of the cavern, a battle-scarred deer demon sat in a meditative posture. Upon noticing Yuanshou's entrance, the deer demon let out a sorrowful sigh. Our kind has consumed but a few thousand mortals, yet you have slaughtered over 10,000 of my kin. Why must you relentlessly pursue us? The atrocities you have committed warrant a retribution far beyond mere extinction of our race to quell the wrath of the people. Yuanshou caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye at the stone platform beside the deer demon, where young men and women were trembling in fear, refraining from making any rash movements. The presence of this deer demon evoked a sensation unlike any other great demon. The oppressive aura was formidable, merely seated there. It resembled a towering mountain, exuding an overwhelming majesty. It must be a transformation realm. Yuanshou felt a surge of vigilance, his gaze becoming grave as he instinctively tightened his grip on the knife. Zheng Yi had mentioned in the martial pavilion that the transformation realm represented an entirely new echelon. It exists as a bridge between the innate and the refined, having already touched upon the profundities of the innate. The essence of martial arts cannot be rivaled by mere vigor. There is a saying among your human race: when will the cycle of vengeance cease? The deer demon sat calmly upon the stone platform, its voice ethereal and steeped in antiquity. Had it not been for the deer head atop its own, and the fur draped over its form, one might have mistaken it for a transcendent sage. Did you just consume a precious herb? Suddenly, Yuanshou caught a faint whiff of medicinal fragrance. His gaze wandered, and in the corner of the cave, he spotted a remnant stem, merely the length of a thumb. The traces indicated it was remarkably fresh, with a few drops of sap still clinging to it. It appeared to have been freshly harvested. That is a precious herb my kin have safeguarded for centuries, capable of nurturing innate power. Alas, it remains unripe. Yet I am out of time. The old deer, having had its secret laid bare, remained unperturbed, its countenance serene. However, it was met with a flash of a fierce blade. With a thunderous crash, the old deer's expression shifted drastically as it hastily raised a hand in defense. Though it shattered the blade's radiance with ease, it subsequently spewed forth a mouthful of black blood. It turned out to be nothing more than a hollow facade. Yuanshou, with a tentative strike, felt a slight sense of assurance yet refrained from advancing. However, the power of his blade surged forth with vigor, executing the nine-yang sword technique, unleashing a formidable wave of blade energy spanning several dozen feet. Preposterous. The old deer, in a fit of fury, retaliated with a fierce and resonant admonition. As a demon slayer, you pride yourself on protecting humanity. Are you truly willing to disregard the lives of your own kin? The creature had kept these young ones here solely to make Yuanshou hesitate, a tactic that had previously proven unexpectedly effective. Yet today, to its dismay, it had miscalculated. Chapter 52. Achievements exceeding 10,000. The pavilion master is alarmed. To slay you is to save them. Yuanshou longed to rescue those young souls. Yet, he understood that the pressing matter at hand was to vanquish this ancient demon. The old fiend had ingested the elixir ahead of time. If it were to catch its breath even for a moment, with its formidable cultivation, not only would it be impossible to save others, but he himself would also be in peril. Humanity, if you disregard the lives of your kin, how do you differ from us? The voice of the deer demon resonated like a thunderclap, yet was tinged with desperation. Yuanshou could only perceive it as a mere flatulence. His subordinates unleashed their blades' radiance, the momentum akin to a torrential downpour, intertwining to form an intricate net. Pff. The deer demon exerted all its strength to resist, channeling its vital energy, only to unleash another cloud of blood mist from its mouth. Already wounded by the residual sword energy of a preeminent master, it had subsequently engaged in battle with a human expert, compounding its injuries. Even with the desperate consumption of precious elixirs, it could merely suppress its ailments. At this moment, confronted by Yuanshou's formidable onslaught, it could only muster a feeble counterattack, rendering its foundation precarious. Were it not for this, how could it stand idly by while its brethren were slaughtered? Very well, since you refuse to save them, let them accompany me to the grave. The ancient demon, blood trickling from the corners of its mouth, fully aware of its grim fate, was consumed by rage, determined to drag a few youths down with it. Seeking death, Yuanshou, confident in his understanding of the situation, advanced with the grace of a serpent, closing in on the ancient demon. Haha, how pitiful the human race is. For you have ultimately fallen into my trap. The deer demon laughed heartily, retracting its massive hand that had reached out towards an onlooker, its wild mane swirling about. Its forehooves transformed into powerful hands infused with inner strength. With a sharp clang, it astonishingly seized the blade with its energy. Even if I must perish, I shall ensure you accompany me to the grave. The deer demon bellowed, unleashing a surge of power that enveloped its form. An enigmatic aura swirled around it as it opened its mouth to release a white arrow of energy, a manifestation of martial artistry, nearly akin to innate energy. Li Yuanshou's pupils constricted as he decisively relinquished the long knife that had been seized. He unleashed a flurry of punches, each one imbued with formidable internal energy. Compressed within the force of his strikes, resembling surging waves that stirred up layers of ripples in an attempt to withstand the oncoming breath arrow. Yet, in a mere instant, Li Yuanshou's inner strength manifested in a flurry of fist imprints, which shattered into countless fragments. These imprints, dense and radiant like a shimmering shield, were pierced at their center, leaving a gaping hole the size of a fist. The energy arrow, although slightly dimmed, continued its relentless trajectory towards him. Fortunately, that brief moment of suspension ultimately afforded him the precious time to bend down. Thud. In the blink of an eye, the energy arrow grazed Li Yuanshou's hair and struck the stone wall behind him. The wall, formidable as it was, composed of a lightweight steel-like material, was instantly penetrated, leaving a gaping hole of unfathomable depth. Is this the true power of transcendent mastery? Li Yuanshou was drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for his profound foundation surpassing that of other warriors of the same realm, coupled with his formidable strength and swift reflexes, he might have suffered a fatal blow to his head. Alas, the dear demon, realizing that its forceful attack had failed to achieve its intended effect, felt utterly drained. Collapsing like a deflated balloon, coughing, it spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, its eyes filled with desolation and resentment. It is not that I cannot kill you. Rather, it is the heavens that have forsaken me. Had I not been wounded by that sword energy from Lingyun and severely injured by your human cultivator, I would never have succumbed to a mere lowly refining practitioner. With a flicker of life, it managed to utter these words before falling silent. Its towering figure, over 3 meters tall, crashed backward with a thunderous sound, stirring up a cloud of dust. Thus, the dear demon met its demise. Li Yuanshou found himself lost in thought, unable to regain his composure. The lingering memory of that fleeting breath, elusive and enigmatic, was utterly beyond the capacity of perfected internal energy to withstand. At this moment, he finally comprehended the essence of Zheng Yi's words. The realm of martial arts transcends the limits of mere internal force. Transformation, innate potential. Li Yuanshou took a deep breath, calming the tumult within his heart. At present, he had no time to contemplate his future. He needed to secure this merit swiftly so that he could bring his family to safety and find peace of mind. He turned his gaze towards the young man, whose eyes were vacant and whose body trembled. This group of young individuals had been abducted for an unknown duration, each one poorly clad, their bodies marred with wounds, and devoid of any spark of life in their eyes. They resembled mere shadows of their former selves. Li Yuanshou cleared his throat, deliberately softening his voice, and gently said, "You may return home now." They did not respond, instinctively shrinking towards the corner. Observing this, Li Yuanshou fell silent for a moment, choosing not to speak further. He stepped forward to lift the old deer's lifeless body and proceeded straight towards the exit. Just as he was about to leave their line of sight, he paused, sighed softly without turning back, and added, "There are no more demons outside. You can leave whenever you wish. Take care." The children, having endured enslavement for far too long, had grown numb and regarded him with deep suspicion. It would be a challenge to alter their feelings in a short span of time. Li Yuanshou had his own family to care for, rendering it impossible for him to remain here and gradually influence them. All he could do was eradicate the lingering demons in the other caves, until no living creature remained in Baiyun Gorge. The task of vanquishing demons was both arduous and far-reaching. He collected his spoils and walked to the entrance of Baiyun Gorge. Casting a final glance at the blood-soaked chaos of the valley and the direction of the cave, he shook his head and turned away. As he traversed the highest ridges, he encountered no other demons. He quickened his pace during the latter part of his journey. By the time he reunited with the Qinglin beast, the moon had already risen to its zenith. The northern region during this season resembled autumn, with the cold winds still present and the bright moon shining as frost. It would only be near summer when the grass would grow lush and the orioles would sing. Li Yuanshou hurried back to the demon-slaying division without a moment's pause. After returning the azure-scaled beast, he made his way directly to the Merit Pavilion. Fortunately, there was no bureaucratic delay at the pavilion, and the esteemed head, Zheng Yi, was still present. "Have you gone on another mission?" Zheng Yi was taken aback by Li Yuanshou's bloodied appearance. How could a warrior of such youth possess such fervor? He had only seen him in the martial pavilion that morning, and now, mere hours later, he was rushing out on yet another assignment. It had only been 3 days since his last task. The urgency for merit was palpable. Li Yuanshou wiped the mixture of sweat and blood from his face, nodding with a faint smile. "I would appreciate it if you could tally this up," he said. "Very well," Zheng Yi replied, not elaborating further, and promptly began his count. "Have you been scavenging on White Cloud Mountain?" Quite impressive. His astonishment grew as he inspected the items. Before receiving a response, he clicked his tongue in amazement and remarked, "Just this morning, I warned you about offending the Wind and Thunder team, and now you seem intent on provoking the Lingyun team as well?" Li Yuanshou spoke little. Zheng Yi greatly admired his composure. As he counted the materials, he conversed with the young girl beside him, saying, "Record this. The white-robed demon slayer Li Yuanshou has slain a fully realized alchemist. Once the girl completed her notes, he picked up Li Yuanshou's identity token, channeling his true energy through his fingertips, inscribing new merits into the token with a flourish akin to dragons soaring and phoenixes dancing. This journey yielded a total of 6,800 merits. Adding the previous 3,009, the grand total reached 10,700. 10,000 merits, indeed. How many individuals toil for a decade without achieving such a feat? Yet here you are, acquiring it in just a few days. Zhang Yi could not suppress his astonishment as he returned the token. It's merely luck. Li Yuanshou gazed at the newly updated merits on the plaque, a smile unconsciously gracing his face. He caressed the plaque gently before tucking it away. Soon after, he retrieved a small pouch from behind, which contained the materials of the metamorphosed deer demon. After a moment of hesitation, he sought the counsel of Zhang Yi. Master Zhang, I possess some materials from formidable metamorphosed demons, yet it. Li Yuanshou informed Zhang Yi about the extraordinary event of swallowing a rare herb capable of impacting one's innate prowess and sought advice on how to handle this material. Zhang Yi was taken aback at the mention of a transformative demon residing in Baiyun Mountain. He was uncertain whether to deem Li Yuanshou fortunate or audacious for daring to venture into a domain inhabited by such formidable beings. Nevertheless, as an innate powerhouse himself, he did not dwell on this minor detail. Instead, the herb ingested by the great demon piqued his interest. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "This is indeed the first time I have heard of such a phenomenon, and it appears unprecedented. However, given its immaturity and the fact that it has been consumed, it would be more prudent to refine it into a pill." He then considered the matter further and addressed Li Yuanshou directly. "If you are comfortable with it, I can assist you by refining it under my name. Among the demon slayers, there exist unspoken rules, and the pill pavilion maintains its own set of guidelines. Precious materials containing innate spiritual herbs are sure to attract the attention of even the most seasoned innate experts, who might be tempted to take liberties. However, refining it under the name of another innate expert would circumvent such complications." Chapter 53, Returning in Glory. The potential of the Hunyuan longevity post. "Then I shall rely on your esteemed assistance." Li Yuanshou presented the materials to Zhang Yi, expressing his gratitude. "It's a trivial matter." Zhang Yi waved his hand dismissively. "The refinement of this batch of elixirs will take longer than the last one, likely 2 to 3 months. Once the elixirs are ready, I shall have someone deliver them to you." "Thank you, esteemed lord." Li Yuanshou once again clasped his hands in gratitude. Subsequently, he inquired about the situation concerning the children of Baiyun Mountain. Is this matter overseen by the external department or the internal one? Their spirits may well have shattered. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's expression grew grave, and he replied in a solemn tone, "Such occurrences are not uncommon. Both the internal and external departments have designated personnel responsible for these matters. Xiaochun, please report this to the Linglong Pavilion and ensure that they take immediate action to safeguard those individuals." After issuing this command to the nearby young woman, he turned back to Li Yuanshou and remarked, "You acted wisely. It is fortunate that you did not forcibly take them away, for they might have resorted to self-destruction due to the stress." At that moment, Zhang Yi had completely shed his previous ease and affability, his countenance dark enough to evoke a sense of foreboding. Clearly, even as a formidable innate warrior accustomed to life and death, he was still incensed by the actions of the deer demons. "There is merit in rescuing lives. I shall grant an additional reward of 300. Zhang Yi took several deep breaths to calm his emotions, gesturing with his hand to indicate the order. "As for that great demon at the transformation stage, I will include it in your commendation as well. Let us not dwell on the merit of saving lives." Li Yuanshou gently shook his head and sighed, saying, "One should only remember the merits of the formidable demons in the realm of transformation. Let those 300 merits be bestowed upon those children. Each matter must be judged on its own merits. Rest assured, they will be well taken care of." After recalculating the merits, Zhang Yi felt a heavy heart, rendering him devoid of any inclination for idle chatter. Li Yuanshou did not linger for long. That evening, he enjoyed a restful night. The following morning, he sought out the Spirit Beast Pavilion to rent 2 blue-scale beasts and a carriage, drawn by the 2 extraordinary creatures, as they made their way to Yuanshou City. The 2 blue-scale beasts were tall and formidable, imbued with robust vitality, each at the pinnacle of bone refinement. When they exerted their full strength, their speed rivaled that of a perfected organ refinement practitioner. Even with the constraints of pulling a carriage, they reached Yuanshou City in a mere 4 hours. The carriage of the demon slayer. Hiss. The 2 beasts pulling the carriage were as imposing as the official who had arrived previously. Did we not just welcome a new demon slayer to Yuanshou City? How is it that another grandly presented demon slayer has appeared? The blue-scale beasts are a rare sight, unique to the demon slayer department, seldom seen in Yuanshou City for many years. The last time the former demon slayer, Gu Sun, arrived with his family for his post, it stirred quite a commotion in the city, attracting countless spectators. That occasion saw the streets deserted, an unprecedented sight. It remains a topic of conversation among the citizens of Yuanshou City to this day. Now, merely a few days later, The sight of two blue-scale beasts has undoubtedly captured the attention of many. That is commanderly. Indeed, it is the commander of the demon-catching office. It is said that he had gone to the county city's demon slayer department. Yet here he is returning so swiftly, with the same grandeur as the former demon slayer Gu. It seems that Commander Li remains as vigorous as ever. Indeed, it appears that in just a few days, Commander Li has made quite a name for himself in the county city. Perhaps Yuanshou City is destined to witness the emergence of a formidable individual who surpasses the realm of organ refinement. Pedestrians in the market parted ways, pausing to watch, all filled with sincere admiration and respect for Li Yuanshou. Li Yuanshou has always eschewed the demeanor of a high-ranking expert, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement to the crowd, expressing his gratitude for their courtesy in making way. The marketplace of Yuanshou City is rather narrow. The two azure-scaled beasts pulling the cart can barely pass through, necessitating a reduction in speed to avoid inadvertently colliding with the unsuspecting pedestrians. He has exerted considerable effort on this stretch of road. Having departed from the county town, it is now afternoon, with the sun obscured by the looming mountains. It is evident that returning to the demon-slaying division tonight is no longer an option. Li Yuanshou was not in a hurry that night. He did not wish for his wife and children to suffer alongside him. After some contemplation, he realized that Lushu Hutong was rather narrow. If he were to leave the carriage outside his home, it would obstruct the entire alley. Thus, he redirected his course and drove straight to the demon capture office. "Is that really you, Captain Li?" exclaimed his colleagues, emerging from the office to greet him. "What a spectacle! When I first heard the news, I thought someone was merely making a fuss. What brings you back?" As one ages, the yearning for home grows stronger, and he wished to bring his family to the county town. Li Yuanshou greeted them with a smile, not hurrying home, but rather taking the time to secure his carriage and visit the esteemed Gu, the demon slayer. His correspondence with the demon-slaying office had certainly alleviated much of his burden. Moreover, it would be rather inappropriate not to pay a visit, considering he was stopping by to park his carriage. When I first laid eyes on my younger brother, I sensed he was extraordinary, destined for remarkable achievements. Yet, it seems I have underestimated him. Gu, the demon slayer, was quite astonished by Li Yuanshou's return, particularly due to the two azure-scaled beasts harnessed to his carriage. He discerned that Li Yuanshou intended to bring his family, and the swift arrangement of his loved ones clearly indicated he had accrued a considerable amount of merit. Otherwise, securing accommodation in the county town alone would have required a substantial sum. Gu was merely being complimentary. It was simply good fortune that he had stumbled upon some overlooked opportunities right from the start. Li Yuanshou exchanged a few pleasantries with him and expressed gratitude for the elder's letter. It was merely a trivial act. Gu Sun waved his hand casually, smiling as he said, "Speaking of which, you have greatly assisted this old man." Why did Elder Gu make such a remark? Li Yuanshou was somewhat perplexed. "Your Hunyuan longevity posture is truly a remarkable practice," Gu Sun exclaimed with delight, revealing his thoughts without reservation. During his inspection of the Yaman's depths, he had stumbled upon the posture technique submitted by Li Yuanshou. Out of curiosity, he endeavored to practice it, only to find that it had a significant impact on the lingering challenges he faced in his own cultivation. Although this technique primarily focused on blood refining and bone forging, its potential was exceedingly high and remarkably inclusive. It unexpectedly provided a means to harmonize the chaotic results from his earlier indulgence in various cultivation methods, which he had pursued in his quest for advancement. A profound realization dawned upon him. With continued practice, perhaps he could mitigate the repercussions of his past missteps. Gu Sun held the Hunyuan longevity posture in exceptionally high regard. Is it truly so? Li Yuanshou was somewhat astonished. He had inadvertently overlooked the foundational training, diverging onto a path similar to that of Gu Sun. To his surprise, the Hunyuan Changshou Zhuang, which he had submitted for the sake of livelihood, possessed such remarkable efficacy, capable of accommodating various forms of energy. This discovery held significant importance. It would greatly enlighten his forthcoming transformations in the innate path, serving as an excellent breakthrough direction. He had initially thought he would not reunite for several more years. However, with his younger brother's return, there was no better time than the present. Today, he would like to invite his brother's family to Baobao Tower as a gesture of gratitude, if it pleases them. Gu Sun responded with warmth and enthusiasm, extending a heartfelt invitation. Li Yuanshou yearned to delve deeper into the principles of the Hunyuan Changshou posture, seeking to clarify his path in martial arts. That evening, he accompanied his family to a banquet at the 8 Treasure Pavilion. During the feast, he engaged in lively conversation with Gu Sun. As fellow masters of internal cultivation, Gu Sun possessed a discerning perspective, having been raised in the county city. Though his acquaintance with the Hunyuan Changshou posture was relatively brief, he offered profound insights that greatly benefited Li Yuanshou's practice. The past sows the seeds for the present's fruition. Indeed, it is often the case that unintentional efforts yield fruitful results. Chapter 54. The Turmoil of the Blackwater River, a Prelude to Chaos. Have you rushed back in haste due to some troubling matter? After the banquet concluded and they returned from the 8 Treasure Pavilion, as they lay in the dark, Wang Yue gently embraced Li Yuanshou's sturdy waist, her face betraying her concern. given her understanding of her husband. She knew that he would not have returned so abruptly unless something was amiss. It was indeed related to the Zhao family's affairs. Li Yuanshou, wishing to spare his wife from worry, refrained from revealing the truth, attributing the cause to the now extinct Zhao family. They had colluded with demonic beings, which also led to the demise of that group of malevolent cultivators. Anxious about the possibility of demonic practitioners returning to cause trouble, he contemplated relocating his family to the Demon Slayer division for their safety. However, this reasoning lacked credibility. After all, Yuanshou City was home to 2 demon slayers, and Gu Xian was still investigating the matter. In the short term, it was unlikely that any demonic entities would return, as they would not be foolish enough to leave clues for Gu Xian to discover their lair. Yet, this justification proved quite effective for Wang Yuer. She was well aware of her husband's dedication to family and his penchant for foresight, thus she gave it little thought, as the household had always revolved around him. Her contributions were limited to cultivation and doing her utmost to alleviate her husband's worries. The following morning, after a brief packing of their belongings, the family departed from Yuanshou City, heading towards the Demon Slayer division. Wow, that mountain is so tall. Grandpa, are we going to live on that mountain? It looks like a castle. Upon arriving at Floating Cloud Mountain, the 2 little ones leaned against the window, gazing in awe at the majestic peaks, filled with wonder and delight at the grandeur of the Demon Slayer division. Indeed, this shall be our new home. Li Yuanshou chuckled as he affectionately ruffled the hair of the 2 little ones. We shall reside here for quite some time. Life will be far better than in Yuanshou City. Grandfather is amazing. Long live grandfather. The 2 children, experiencing their first journey away from home, were filled with exuberance and delight. In contrast, the adults, Wang Yuer and Li Qingyang, exhibited a sense of restraint and unease, an apprehension towards the daunting presence of the Demon Slayer division. Fear not, for I am here. Li Yuanshou enveloped his wife's chilly hand in his warm and sturdy grasp, his gaze resolute yet gentle, soothing the discomfort of his wife and child. Elderly, you have returned? The guard, who had been on duty for half a month, was still that enthusiastic young man. Is this your family? He approached with warmth, cheerfully exclaiming, Greetings, everyone. My name is Kong Ming. You may call me Xiao Kong. Li Yuanshou observed the young man's affable demeanor, which eased the tension of his wife and children. He decided to linger for a while, engaging in pleasant conversation. After a brief moment, the young man warmly addressed Aunt Yu and Brother Qingyang, even managing to amuse the 2 little ones, eliciting their cheerful laughter. All right, I must take my family to register now. We shall continue our conversation later. Li Yuanshou bid farewell with a smile, saying, Do come to my courtyard whenever you have the time. The 2 little ones are quite fond of you. Absolutely, Uncle Li. As long as you don't mind. I will certainly visit often. Little Kong exclaimed excitedly. Coming from a humble background, he regarded his position as a guard as a rare stroke of fortune. He harbored hopes that one day, a demon-slaying master might take notice of him, even if it were merely to receive a bit of guidance, which would be a serendipitous opportunity for him. This child is rather commendable, full of enthusiasm, Wang Yuer thought, drawing a comparison to Sun Dingen, feeling they were quite alike, both being earnest and passionate young individuals. Indeed, they are quite remarkable. Li Yuanshou smiled with a hint of exclamation, Qingyang, do not always keep to yourself. You may spend more time with Dingen and Xiaokong. All right, father. Li Qingyang smiled and nodded. It is truly wonderful to have you by my side. Li Yuanshou gazed at his son, basking in the abundant sunlight, feeling a profound sense of contentment within. Ever since their family's fortunes had taken a turn for the better, a remarkable transformation had occurred in Qingyang. His once pallid visage now bore a healthy hue, and he engaged in conversation with others far more frequently. Alas, it is a pity that I am still unable to acquire the wondrous treasures capable of regrowing severed limbs. Li Yuanshou took a deep breath and calmed his thoughts. Through inquiry and speculation, he suspected that Linhe County might lack such treasures. Perhaps only the general headquarters in the North Province would hold any clues. Take your time, he reminded himself, aware that such matters could not be rushed. At present, the most pressing concern was to consolidate his knowledge and strive for a transformative state and innate abilities. Additionally, he needed to consider the potential troubles and threats that lurked ahead. He possessed over 10,000 merits in hand. Li Yuanshou swiftly arranged for his family's accommodation. With this settled, he was free from concerns and could devote himself to contemplating the path ahead. The Elder Gu's demon-slaying technique offered him an intriguing perspective. Perhaps he could further delve into the practice of the Hunyuan Changsho stance. Breaking through its limits once more might yield unexpected delights. However, he resolved to refrain from hasty breakthroughs for the time being. Li Yuanshou did not forget Zheng Yi's reminder. Although he had mastered numerous cultivation techniques, none were perfected. Strictly speaking, his cultivation should be assessed according to the most advanced technique he had acquired. The minor achievement corresponding to the Nine Suns blade technique could be regarded as a modest success in refining the inner organs. Only with the complete mastery of a technique can one truly attain a perfect realm, leading to a profound transformation. This was particularly true as his family had only just arrived and were still unfamiliar with their surroundings. Li Yuanshou did not rush into his cultivation. Instead, he first introduced his deputy and attendants, and then took the time to familiarize himself with the estate alongside his family. During dinner, he instructed Huang Yuan to summon Shao Kong and also called upon Sun Ding'an, accompanied by his family. He extended an invitation for them all to indulge in a grand feast at the Eight Treasures Pavilion, free from the concerns of home. Li Yuanshou generously spared no effort in utilizing his remaining merits, promptly reserving a private room for the gathering, allowing everyone to thoroughly indulge in the signature dishes of the Eight Treasures restaurant. The meat dishes were crafted from the finest materials sourced from the great demons, while the vegetarian offerings were comprised of spiritual plants cultivated in the restaurant's own ethereal gardens, along with various ancient herbs, all of which were highly nourishing. The evening banquet was a resounding success, leaving the guests in high spirits amidst the joyous atmosphere. Li Yuanshou keenly observed that his wife, children, and grandchildren had completely shed their previous anxieties and seamlessly integrated into their new life. In the following days, he dedicated 2 segments of time each day to practicing the Nine Suns blade technique. Mornings and afternoons were reserved for his training, while evenings were spent strolling with his family, gradually familiarizing them with the surroundings of the exorcism department. Once they had a fundamental understanding of the slaying demons department, Li Yuanshou devoted himself wholeheartedly to his cultivation, rising early and retiring late, diligently studying and practicing, day in and day out for decades. During this time, he occasionally ventured out on missions. However, these were merely trivial tasks, amounting to the extermination of only a handful of lesser demons. This was the county town, home to the Demon Slayer department. Most areas that could be cleared had already been addressed, leaving only places like 100 Spirit Mountain, Blackwater River, and the myriad Demon Mountain Range, territories even the innate beings dared not tread lightly upon. The remaining nests of demons were few and far between, prompting many demon slayers to immerse themselves in rigorous training. Only a handful of those who had achieved transformation or even innate mastery occasionally engaged in minor skirmishes. Presently, everyone focused on 2 primary matters: the turmoil upstream of the Blackwater River and the increasingly rampant activities of the underworld demon sect, which had reportedly caused significant disturbances across various counties in Linha Prefecture, engaging in the abominable act of refining living beings into elixirs. It was anticipated that a new wave of cleansing would soon commence, led by innate masters, presenting an opportunity for the white-robed demon slayers to earn substantial merit. Chapter 55. The Wind and Thunder Squad erupts. Mastering the blade technique. What on earth is happening? At this time, it had been over 10 days since Li Yuanshou had swept away the threats from Wohu Mountain. Deep within Wohu Mountain, the Wind and Thunder Squad, having bided their time for several days, could no longer contain their eagerness to act again. However, after scouring the mountain, they only stumbled upon a few corpses, grotesquely mangled by birds and beasts, nearly driving them to madness. Damn it, they were actually robbed. One of them exclaimed in disbelief. These guys are usually so cautious. Have they lost their minds now? Can't they run away if they can't fight? And that stupid eagle, what was it doing? It was sharp as a whip when we were around, but now, it has no brain at all. The members of the Wind and Thunder Squad were seething with rage, their faces reflecting their extreme displeasure. Even in their mutilated state, they recognized these corpses as their targets, which they had been monitoring for over half a month. We VE endured so much hardship, waiting for these few thousand merits. And now, they've all been snatched away. One of them fumed. I can't swallow this. If we hadn't made our intentions known, it would be one thing, but to have our claim stolen after declaring it? Who can accept this? Some of these fellows must be deliberately opposing us. With clenched teeth and eyes blazing with fury, they were on the brink of explosion. This isn't the handiwork of other squads, declared the middle-aged leader, his demeanor calm as he examined the battle traces. This is the work of a single individual. A single person? Could it be some shameless transformation master? The group paused in surprise, following the sound. The remaining traces indeed did not resemble a group action. They were distinct, as if left by a single powerful demon. This eagle had been pierced by a palm technique, while the others had fallen to blade and arrow techniques. Though the scene had been cleared, it was evident that these exceptional skills originated from one individual, and not a mere transformation master. The middle-aged leader circled around, and after scrutinizing all traces, he concluded, it's someone who has strayed from the path, mastering multiple martial arts to perfection. This clever individual lured that eagle, enraging the other demons, and then fought them. Ultimately, leveraging hidden strength, he decimated those foes. He mused, his brow furrowed. He could not think of anyone in the outer department who fit the bill, as none of the transformation masters he knew seemed to meet the criteria. Those capable of such cunning were either already transformed or lacked the ability. And those with the ability, whether they had such a scheme or not, would not dare to rob them of their prey. We don't have anyone like that in the outer department, do we? Others frowned, unable to conjure up anyone fitting the description. This was indeed puzzling. Could someone have emerged from thin air? The middle-aged leader's gaze turned cold and somber. This person must have come from a small town, having just joined our outer department. That made sense. Many of the rogue practitioners possessed considerable strength, often having strayed from the conventional path. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that this newcomer, unfamiliar with the rules, could act in ignorance. The group was nearly certain that this was a rogue. Yet, even if they were a rogue, ignorance of the rules did not grant them the right to act with impunity. Someone coldly remarked otherwise. Wouldn't every newcomer rogue think they could plunder the spoils of our Wind and Thunder squad? Indeed, since he doesn't understand the rules, we shall teach him. They agreed that such a precedent could not be set. Clearly, the reputation of the Wind and Thunder squad was not yet formidable enough. They needed to re-establish their authority and send a warning to those rogues. The group simmered with indignation, unable to let this go. We'll investigate and find out, they resolved, suppressing their rage as they hurried back to the Demon Slayer department. Why was the Wind and Thunder squad in such a furious state? The guard, Shao Kong, observed from a distance, instinctively avoiding them, fearing he might provoke these fierce individuals. He was puzzled. Hadn't they gone out on a mission? Why were they returning empty-handed? Unfortunately, he had no means to inquire further and contemplated whether he should ask Old Li later that evening during the shift change. Perhaps it's best not to trouble Old Li, lest I leave a bad impression. He mused, deciding instead to wait a few days, casually bringing it up as a topic of conversation. Upon their return, the Wind and Thunder squad immediately rushed to the mission hall to inquire about who had completed the task. With 2 innate-level blue-robed demon slayers in their ranks and a standing within the top 5 of the outer department, they intimidated even the few transformation masters present. The young attendants of the mission hall dared not provoke them. Their department head had just been summoned to quell the unrest at the Blackwater River, leaving no one to support them, so they reluctantly checked the records for the furious group. According to the logs sent from the Merit Hall, the individual responsible was a demon slayer named Yuanshou. A young attendant, trembling, carefully relayed the information. Yuanshou? The members of the Wind and Thunder squad exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in unison. So it's indeed a newcomer. Damn it. We were outsmarted by a rookie, they thought, their expressions darkening. If this gets out, we'll be the laughingstock. They glared coldly at the attendants of the mission hall. Listen closely. Today, we were never here, and we didn't inquire about anything, understood? Furthermore, if anyone else asks about Yuanshou's record, you must remain silent. Do you understand? Yes, yes. The young attendants nodded vigorously. Brother, what's our next move? The group turned to the middle-aged leader as they exited the mission hall. What else can we do? He replied, his face darkening. Let me first confer with the captain and the others. Otherwise, how can we deal with him? But aren't the captain and the others at the Blackwater River? The group frowned, forming a character with their brows. What do we do then? Are you suggesting we find his residence and kill him? Dare not. Dare not. Then let us refrain from complaints until I visit the Blackwater River. Very well, I shall trouble you then, esteemed senior brother. During this time, I urge you all to maintain your composure and refrain from engaging in futile rage devoid of reason, lest we bring disgrace upon our team. Indeed. Meanwhile, Yuanshou, who was diligently cultivating in the courtyard, remained unaware that the Thunderstorm team had just returned today. At this moment, he was earnestly practicing the 9-yang sword technique. In motion, he honed his swordsmanship. In stillness, he cultivated his inner heart, refining his internal strength through a harmonious interplay of action and tranquility. Both aspects served to enhance his proficiency. With this dual approach to improvement, the proficiency of the 9-yang sword technique was visibly ascending. In comparison to the gradual enhancement at the bone refinement stage, the accumulation of proficiency in the 9-yang sword technique, totaling 150,000, was indeed slow and exceedingly taxing on one's patience. However, Yuanshou possessed an intrinsic passion for martial arts. His temperament, forged through decades of trials, having endured countless hardships, had long since become as steadfast as Mount Yuanshou. Through his painstaking efforts, even before the arrival of early summer, the 9-yang sword technique achieved a breakthrough. 9-yang sword technique. Minor accomplishment proficiency. 150,000 150,000. Chapter 56. The Path of Hun Yuan. Embracing all. Encompassing rivers and seas. 9-yang sword technique. Major accomplishment proficiency. 200,000 upon completing the allocation of points. Yuanshou did not sense a breakthrough in his realm. However, his internal organs underwent a renewed baptism, resulting in a significant enhancement. His vital energy surged in multiples, and his swordsmanship consequently improved. Unlike his previous breakthrough, during which he bore considerable pressure and failed to fully appreciate the experience, this time he calmed his mind and discerned subtle differences. With the current level of refinement of his internal organs, he feared he might not be inferior to that transcendent deer demon in the eyes of the otherworldly beings. Perhaps I have also become a precious elixir. Yuanshou shook his head with a wry smile, continuing to ponder. Indeed, as Zheng Yi and the Elder Gu, the Demon Slayer, had stated, practicing multiple martial arts would inevitably lead to disparities and chaos among the various techniques. Prior to today, the 9-yang blade technique had merely reached a minor achievement, while the Tiger Demon body refining art, the Mighty Bull Demon fist, the Spirit Snake body tempering technique, the Wind Thunder palm, and the Zhao family's acquired barbarian elephant strength were all still in their nascent stages. The differences between them were negligible, and the sensations were not yet pronounced. However, now that the nine-yang blade technique had achieved significant mastery, it suddenly outstripped the other martial arts by a considerable margin. The energy of this blade technique was slowly exerting pressure, merging with, and repelling the energies of the other techniques, displaying an intense aggressiveness. It is foreseeable that, in the long run, either the energies would repel one another, leading to calamity, or the nine-yang blade's energy would completely consume the other energies. In either scenario, it was not the outcome Li Yuanshou desired. If only the energies of a few fist techniques were to be merged, it would be inconsequential. Even the wind-thunder energy could be absorbed. Yet, the greatest source of calamity in Linhe County was the Blackwater River. If I wish to seize opportunities amidst the demon calamities of the Blackwater River and bolster my trump cards, it is imperative to cultivate a water-based energy. When the time comes, if water and fire cannot coexist, what then? Li Yuanshou contemplated for a considerable time. He decided that the first step was to find a way to integrate several martial arts techniques. He picked up the Hunyuan longevity stance, a practice he had set aside for nearly half a year. Hunyuan longevity stance, entry level, proficiency, for 944-20000. This technique had been abandoned by Li Yuanshou after he entered the bone refinement realm, and it still remained at the entry level. However, his cultivation had evolved significantly. With his complete mastery of the vital organ refinement realm, practicing this stance propelled his proficiency to new heights, akin to soaring on a rocket. In just a few days, he achieved a minor success in the Hunyuan longevity stance. Li Yuanshou's foundation was inherently more robust than others, his vital energy and blood more vigorous and solid. He practiced thousands of repetitions each day without feeling fatigued. However, due to his elevated cultivation and abundant vitality, his progress was negligible. Unfazed, he continued his training, accelerating his pace. Standing meditation served as a means of wellness, while drawing stances became a practice of cultivation. The higher the level of mastery, the more potent the vital energy, and the more efficient the drawing of stances became. Thus, he continued this high-intensity training for over half a month. Li Yuanshou finally elevated his proficiency in this foundational exercise to the critical threshold of transcendence. Hunyuan longevity posture, perfection proficiency, 50000500000, breakthrough. As Li Yuanshou's thoughts stirred, the recently attained 50,000 proficiency swiftly dissipated, and the panel underwent a complete transformation. Hunyuan force, novice proficiency, 0100000. This foundational exercise has once again transcended its limits, indeed exhibiting a tendency to encompass all things. Li Yuanshou absorbed a brand new technique, pondering it meticulously, his eyes narrowing in astonishment. The primordial being, before the division of heaven and earth, embodies the unity of chaos, marking the genesis of vital energy. Li Yuanshou recited each word and phrase, as if the celestial sounds of the universe resounded within his mind. He experienced a profound awakening, touching upon the essence of heaven and earth, the very origins of all things, and the primal nature of vital energy. Suddenly, his understanding of the interplay between essence and energy transcended several levels. Enraptured, he found himself unwittingly immersed in cultivation. It felt as if a primordial vital energy, born from the chaos of the cosmos, flowed through him, embodying the vastness of the universe and the embrace of countless rivers. This, indeed, is the path I have long sought. Li Yuanshou sat cross-legged in the courtyard, resembling an ancient monk in deep meditation. Immersed entirely in the essence of the Hunyuan force, he contemplated its quintessence while charting his own path forward. This technique transcended limitations, commencing at an astonishing proficiency of 100,000. Its potential and rank were comparable to the illustrious nine-yang sword technique. However, this was not what Li Yuanshou sought. He yearned for a method that could unify myriad techniques and encapsulate the ultimate principles of all arts. The Hunyuan force, while a profound cultivation of vital energy, had illuminated a fresh perspective for him, clearing his mind and revealing new insights. Today, he would leverage this understanding to forge a novel path. What has happened to his father? Li Qingyang basked in the sunlight from a distance, gesturing towards the two little ones who, upon noticing their father's unusual demeanor, cast him astonished glances. Perhaps they sensed something profound. Wang Yuer ceased her practice, stepping forth with a gesture for silence. Whether it was Huang Yuan and Kong Ming, who had just entered the courtyard, or the two little ones standing in their arduous stances, all fell into an involuntary hush. Everyone focused intently on Li Yuanshou, who sat cross-legged upon the stone-paved ground, his brow furrowed, at times displaying delight, at times confusion, and at others deep contemplation. No one dared to interrupt. In this moment, Li Yuanshou had entirely forgotten everything. His thoughts were wholly immersed in the novel practices before him. First came the primordial essence technique, followed by the Nine Suns blade method, the tiger demon body refinement technique, the spirit serpent body forging technique, the wind thunder palm, and the savage elephant strength. Each method surged forth in his mind as he incessantly absorbed the quintessence of each discipline. He engaged in profound discussions with himself, Zhang Yi, and Gu Sun regarding the primordial essence technique, validating and deducing his learnings and contemplations. A brand new theory began to take shape, only to be incessantly overturned. In a repetitive cycle, day turned to night, and night gave way to day, for over a dozen days and nights. Li Yuanshou sat cross-legged in the courtyard, utterly motionless, engrossed in the intricate calculations of a new technique. His family members were filled with concern, yet they all understood the gravity of the moment. None dared to disturb him. Huang Yuan had informed everyone that a fully realized martial artist, brimming with vital energy, could abstain from food and water for several months. Moreover, those proficient in the art of turtle breathing could remain in a state akin to suspended animation, sitting in silence for a year and a half, or even several years. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had elapsed. The entire courtyard seemed to have been muted, enveloped in a profound silence. As everyone held their breath, fearful of disrupting the tranquil atmosphere, in this serene environment, Li Yuanshou remained unaffected, as if in a state of profound enlightenment that lasted for over 20 days. At last, on this day, he synthesized the knowledge and experiences accumulated over many years, integrating them into the Hanyuan technique. Through this process, he enhanced and perfected the art, creating a nearly entirely new form of practice. Ha 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 ha! Li Yuanshou gradually awakened, unable to restrain himself from laughing heartily towards the heavens, as if he had lost his mind. Yet, he alone comprehended the significance of this period of tranquil contemplation and the profound influence it would wield over his future. The esteemed Master Zheng once proclaimed, "The myriad paths converge into one is the way of the Grandmaster." Furthermore, even for Grandmasters, the convergence of myriad paths merely entails the integration of similar teachings, leading to the emergence of new doctrines. As for me, I am destined to amalgamate all the teachings of the world, be it sword techniques, blade arts, the elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, or any other disciplines. All shall be unified within me. This is the true path of the primordial unity. Li Yuanshou was filled with fervor, his excitement unmistakable on his face. Even the innate powerhouses claimed that such a technique was non-existent, and masters could not achieve it. Yet, he, merely at the realm of refining the organs, had accomplished it. From this moment forth, my technique shall undoubtedly illuminate an entire era. At this moment, Li Yuanshou felt as if he had returned to his youthful days, with the aspirations buried deep within time bursting forth. Overwhelmed with emotion, his blood surged. At this very instant, he was unifying several techniques with an entirely new method, on the brink of a remarkable transformation. Chapter 57. Breakthrough to the Transformation Realm. The rebirth of a youth. As the new technique commenced its operation, within Li Yuanshou's body, the tumultuous roar of vital energy surged forth, accompanied by the crackling of bones, as if he stood on the precipice of rebirth. The vigorous essence threatened to burst forth, with blood coursing like molten metal, meridians flowing like rivers, and bones resonating like sturdy iron. Was it possible that the elder was on the verge of breaking through to the innate realm? In the courtyard, Huang Yuan, Sun Ding'an, and Kong Ming gathered with Li Qingyang, engaged in a serene tea session. Each had sensed the extraordinary phenomenon surrounding Li Yuanshou and had come to safeguard him, fearing any intrusions that might disrupt his cultivation. They took on the role of vigilant sentinels, watching over him day and night. At this moment, they could only stare in astonishment at Li Yuanshou, perceiving his transformation akin to the legendary breakthrough into the innate realm. The tumultuous flow of energy, the crackling of bones akin to popping beans, and the increasingly intense aura that resembled flames, it all left them utterly awestruck. Thud, thud, the metamorphosis persisted. In the courtyard, so silent that a falling needle could be heard, there erupted a heartbeat akin to distant thunder. Instantly, every individual felt their bodies tense involuntarily, their pulses quickening in resonance, growing stronger with each beat. They felt as though their hearts were about to leap from their throats, their faces flushing, their vital energy boiling, all profoundly influenced by this extraordinary spectacle. Just as they felt they could no longer endure and contemplated fleeing, the astonishing phenomenon began to wane. Li Yuanshou's aura gradually became more subdued. However, it was replaced by a nebulous force, radiating with a prismatic glow. In this moment, those present in the courtyard found themselves unable to penetrate the veil of mist, unable to discern Li Yuanshou's true visage. And within that hazy cloud, Li Yuanshou was immersed in a profound metamorphosis. His physical form was transcending. His internal organs were undergoing transformation, and his very soul was being purified. In the depths of the cosmos, it seemed as though the forces of heaven and earth were resonating in harmony. He could even perceive the pulsation of the universe around him. The air flowed rhythmically. The earth trembled with a subtle vibration. As he gazed around him, he saw his wife, Xiao Wu, Yiya, Qingyang, Ding'an, Xiao Kong, and Huang Yuan. Even with his eyes closed, he could still perceive their indistinct silhouettes, hear the rhythm of their heartbeats, and sense the flow of their vital essence. He could even see the faint luminescence enveloping them. Was this the innate qi observation technique spoken of by Master Zheng? Li Yuanshou was taken aback. When Zheng Yi elucidated the concepts of transformation and the innate path, he candidly expressed that through the techniques of primordial energy, one could perceive the qi circulating within living beings. Some of this energy signifies vitality, others denote ailments and injuries, while some represent the internal strength cultivated by an individual. With this extraordinary ability, those of innate prowess can effortlessly see through any being beneath the primordial realm. Only the masters of transformation, who comprehend the essence of intention, can harness their understanding to conceal their qi, rendering themselves imperceptible. At this moment, Yuanshou realized that he had transcended to the realm of perfection in refining his internal energies. No, it was not merely perfection. He had surely entered a state of transformation. At that moment, he discovered that his newly created technique had harmonized several internal forces within him. Not only had it integrated them into a seamless unity, akin to the essence of chaos, but it also allowed each force to remain distinct, much like the vibrant colors of heaven and earth, radiant and resplendent. They could blend together while simultaneously maintaining their independence, existing in a state of mutual reliance. At this moment, Yuanshou's condition is such. His Hunyuan energy has unified all forms of qi, each coexisting independently yet harmoniously, allowing him to unleash the ultimate Hunyuan return to one technique. Furthermore, he can also manifest specific forms of energy individually. Beyond this, he distinctly perceives the innate vital energy residing within his internal organs. It is akin to observing the vibrant presence of friends and family in the courtyard. Within him, there exists a kaleidoscope of qi. The heart, embodying fire, radiates a fiery aura. The liver, representing wood, exudes a vigorous vitality, with each organ showcasing its unique essence. Indeed, this is the realm of transformation. Only within this transformative state can one sense the innate vital energy, excavate it, and integrate it into their qi, thereby purging acquired power and returning the acquired to the innate. Yuanshou thoroughly comprehended his own state, stepping into an entirely new realm. As he concentrated, the mist emanating from his body flowed back into him through his pores. In the next moment, he stretched his muscles and slowly rose to his feet. He gently clenched his fists, feeling his physique rejuvenated, brimming with vitality, more vigorous than the 2 youths present. His sinews and blood vessels were infused with explosive power. A brand new primordial energy coursed through him, flowing like gentle waves, serene as clear rivers and tranquil pools, yet when stirred, it surged like a thunderous roar. The strength of his physical form might have already surpassed 10,000. His energy had ascended to an unprecedented level. As for the realm of comprehension, Yuanshou found himself momentarily at a loss. He struggled to articulate the profound realm he had grasped. Yet, he could distinctly sense an overwhelming connection to the primal energies of the universe, as if he held the myriad forces within his grasp. He decided to name it the realm of Hunyuan. As he established this designation, he gazed at the indistinct panel before him and promptly designated a new name for his cultivation method. It shall be called Hunyuan Jing. In an instant, the panel shimmered with clarity once more. Hunyuan Jing, perfection proficiency, 370001000000. This newly revealed content on the panel captivated him. Yuanshou was taken aback for a moment, but soon came to an understanding. The Hunyuan force had been transformed into a novel technique by him, integrating various internal energies from different martial arts. After a moment of enlightenment, it had been reborn. It could not be measured by conventional methods. It possessed the strength that surpassed the premier techniques of various schools, while simultaneously assimilating and unifying numerous styles to forge its own identity. Consequently, once this technique was perfected, it achieved completion. Its proficiency far exceeded that of any other martial art, and in terms of potential, it likely rivaled innate techniques. Looking at other martial arts, the Juyang blade technique and the tiger demon body refinement technique had both been elevated by the Hunyuan force, thereby reaching a state of perfection. I now stand on the brink of the transformative realm. Whether to continue merging with other techniques or to enhance my proficiency, the path to innate mastery is tantalizingly close. Yuanshou felt an unprecedented sense of ease within. Although he was still uncertain about the exact extent of his current strength, he believed he should be able to stand out in the realm of transformation. This confidence stemmed from the innovative methods he had pioneered. Why do you all gaze at me in such a manner? Yuanshou completed his breakthrough and turned to face his family and friends. To his astonishment, they all gaped at him, eyes wide open, as if they had encountered a ghost. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and lowered his gaze to examine himself. Goodness, he too was taken aback. His once towering and robust physique had remarkably transformed, becoming more slender and proportionate. His skin, which had once been bronzed and marked by age, now gleamed like jade, delicate and smooth, yet not in a sickly way. Instinctively, he touched his face, only to find it as youthful and supple as that of a young man. He then tugged at his hair to take a look. To his surprise, his once snow-white locks had turned as dark as ink. Yuanshou could hardly have anticipated that this transformation would restore him to his youthful appearance. Wow, Grandpa, you look so much younger. Indeed, younger than both of the older brothers. The 2 little ones seemed to snap back to reality, exclaiming in delight as they rushed towards Yuanshou. Yuanshou instinctively picked up the 2 children, only to witness them each planting a kiss on their respective cheeks. Wow, The scent of Grandpa is simply delightful, so fragrant and refreshing. The two little ones, endowed with the unique curiosity characteristic of childhood, could not help but explore, touching his face and tugging at his clothing to catch a whiff of his fragrance. They sensed an enchanting aura surrounding their grandfather, yet found themselves at a loss for words to describe it. What could this possibly mean? Yuanshou, however, could only manage a bitter smile. If he were alone, he might cherish his youthful appearance, but now that he had grandchildren, this youthful visage felt rather awkward. He summoned the primordial energy within him, adjusting the vital essence of his liver and consolidating his spirit. His once jet black hair began to transform visibly into a pale silver. Yet, despite his efforts to contain his vitality and essence, his physique continued to radiate with an undeniable brilliance, resisting any return to its former state. Grandpa is amazing. His hair can change color. Grandpa is so cool. The innocent laughter of the children left Yuanshou both amused and exasperated, prompting him to cast a pleading glance at his wife. Chapter 58, Guidance for Family and Friends. Aspiring to Transcendence. You have broken through to the innate realm? Wang Yue exclaimed, articulating the thoughts of everyone present. She had been at the Demon Slayer department for over a month and had heard tales of innate warriors undergoing a complete transformation, akin to rebirth. From the casual conversations of Kong, Ding'an, and Huang Yuan, observing the fervent and astonished gazes fixed upon her, she felt a mixture of pride and trepidation. Yuanshou shook his head with a smile, saying, "It is not so simple to attain the innate. It is merely a breakthrough in one's cultivation. A step into a new realm. A new realm. Can a mere transition truly result in such a profound transformation?" The astonishment of the crowd not only did not wane, but intensified. "I am uncertain as well. Perhaps it is a moment of enlightenment." Yuanshou was acutely aware of the transformative changes brought forth by the unprecedented breakthrough of the mixed origin technique. Yet such profound secrecy could not be divulged, lest it attract calamity, for even esteemed masters might covet it. The realm of transformation resembled a rebirth. What magnificent sights would accompany the transcendence beyond innate limits? In the clear eyes of Shao Kong and Huang Yuan, an unmistakable longing and envy shimmered. They were still laboring to attain the realm of refining organs, while this venerable elder had already ascended further, standing at the threshold of transformation. Given this momentum, it would not be long before he reached the innate stage. "You have advanced rather swiftly, leaving me, your junior, in a rather precarious position," Sun Ding'an remarked with a wry smile, reflecting on merely 6 months prior. This elder had only just begun to enter the bone refinement realm, while he himself had already reached its pinnacle, a mere step away from the realm of organ refinement. In just half a year, not only had Li surpassed him, but he had also left him far behind. Despite his own diligent practice, he felt the gap to achieving minor success in organ refinement was still considerable. Such moments of sudden enlightenment are serendipitous, rare in occurrence, and cannot be expected as a norm. Yuanshou was ambiguous in his response and chose not to elaborate further. He did not wish to dishearten his close friends and family, so he skillfully shifted the topic, saying, "Since we are all gathered here today, it is a perfect opportunity to engage in a discussion about our insights on cultivation. Are you truly here to impart wisdom? How splendid! To receive guidance from a master of transformation is an invaluable opportunity for us younger generations. Please, do take a seat." Sun Ding'an, Huang Yuan, and Shao Kong, with faces flushed with excitement, quickly offered their seats, rising to stand as if they were students awaiting instruction. "We are all comrades here. There is no need for formality." Yuanshou casually waved his hand, signaling everyone to take their seats once more. He then began to impart his insights on cultivation, which encompassed the breakthroughs in transformation and the synthesis of various principles, leading to a thorough re-examination of blood refining, bone refining, and organ refining. Each realm of existence offers its own unique perceptions and understandings. The higher one stands, the clearer one sees. This is precisely why those in the martial arts yearn for guidance from the stronger. As for his close friends and relatives, Yuanshou was exceedingly generous, meticulously guiding each individual. He provided detailed instructions corresponding to their respective cultivation methods and paths, even refining and modifying their techniques. With the foundational principles of the Hunyuan way taking shape, he also mastered the innate art of observing the flow of energy. Even techniques he had not practiced himself were easily penetrated by his insightful comprehension, allowing him to offer invaluable advice. "Boldly, I sense that your cultivation is not merely innate, it rivals that of the truly gifted." Sun Ding'an felt increasingly astonished as he listened. He had once attended a discourse by the innate master, Zheng Yaij, alongside Yuanshou. What he heard today was no less profound than that occasion, and much of the guidance was even more intricate than that offered by the innate master. "I have had the privilege of witnessing discussions among various demon-slaying practitioners, including seasoned experts in the transformative realm, yet their words pale in comparison to those of old Li." Huang Yuan and Shao Kong echoed in agreement. In the realm of cultivation, each possesses their strengths, and it is challenging to conclusively determine superiority or inferiority. Yuanshou remains perpetually calm and gentle. The way of Hunyuan embraces all, encompassing the myriad of phenomena. Every path and method possesses elements worthy of emulation and study. To ensure the longevity of his way of Hunyuan, he must absorb a greater multitude of doctrines and principles as nourishment, truly achieving the cultivation of myriad laws. During this period, although Li Yuanshou was deeply engrossed in the path of enlightenment and the creation of his own teachings, he was still acutely aware of the several individuals surrounding him, guarding his presence. While he chose not to vocalize his thoughts, he quietly held a genuine intention to support and watch over these younger disciples. In the following days, he devoted his time to accompanying his family and guiding the younger generation until each of them made notable progress. Master, this is the elixir produced from the task at Mount Wohu. It was only after the discourse concluded, and in a state of rapt fascination, that Huang Yuan recalled the pressing matter at hand. He hurriedly retrieved the elixir he had collected some time ago from the adjacent library and presented it to Li Yuanshou. The quality of this bone-strengthening elixir was commendable, far superior to those produced in Yuanshou City. Li Yuanshou glanced briefly and casually divided the items into several portions. The majority was reserved for his wife, replacing the previous ones brought from Yuanshou City, while the surplus was distributed among two younger descendants. Elder, this is unacceptable. Master Li, this elixir is far too precious. I cannot accept it. The two young individuals stood in alarm, gesturing to decline. Take it. These hold no value for me. They cannot be exchanged for merit, nor are they worthy of being traded for gold or silver. Li Yuanshou, with just 2 missions, had amassed a remarkable achievement of over 10,000 merits. The materials from those ferocious beasts could yield a wealth of strong bone elixirs. It was more than enough not only for his wife, but also for their 2 little ones, leaving them with an abundance. Please accept this, he urged. Indeed. During this period, you have been tirelessly assisting us. Wang Yuer and Li Qingyang chimed in with smiles. They were well aware of their own family's resources. Not to mention the strong bone elixirs, even the cleansing marrow elixirs were nearing a surplus, sufficient for the entire family. Observing the family's generosity, the 2 young individuals could only blush as they graciously accepted the gifts, continually expressing their gratitude, while silently vowing to repay the Li family in the future. Furthermore, for Dingyan, as you embark upon the path of refining the marrow, this cleansing marrow elixir is gifted to you at this opportune moment. Li Yuanshou extracted a portion of the elixirs he refined from the vital essence of several formidable demons and presented them directly to Sun Dingyan. He regarded him as his most esteemed junior and cherished companion across generations. The bond they shared transcended that of mere promising disciples, rendering any notions of favoritism utterly inconceivable. Sun Dingyan, too, humbly declined the generous offering. Li Yuanshou, without any hesitation, insisted firmly, if you continue to be so polite, we shall not dare to trouble you with any matters in the future. You are truly putting me in a difficult position. Sun Dingyan could only accept this with a wry smile. I am a person who cherishes tranquility, yet also enjoys liveliness. I have no penchant for ingratiating myself with others. Nor do I take the initiative to engage socially. Despite having lived for 81 years, due to this peculiar temperament of mine, I have only you as my friends throughout these years. Li Yuanshou sighed deeply and remarked, to outsiders, I can be ruthless, even heartless. Yet, for you all, I fervently wish for us to progress together, continually supporting one another along our journey. Although he understood the improbability of this aspiration, he still desired to extend a helping hand as far as his capabilities would allow. He dreaded the thought of one day standing at the pinnacle, only to look around and find himself utterly alone, unable to fathom the depths of such solitude. Uncle Li evoked genuine emotion among the few present, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. There is no need to elaborate further. Li Yuanshou waved his hand, saying, I have caused quite a bit of trouble lately, and am concerned it may affect you all. With this resource, you can cultivate in peace for an extended period. If there are no pressing matters, I advise you to refrain from venturing out of the demon-slaying department. As for the troubles at hand, I have entered the transformation realm and shall resolve them swiftly. He wished to spare his companions further distress, offering only a few brief reminders before turning to inquire about Huang Yuan. Xiao Yuan, what news do we have regarding the Blackwater River and the Netherworld demon sect? Having broken into the transformation realm and grasped the path of primordial chaos, I have unexpectedly gained insight into the art of foresight, typically reserved for those in the innate realm. Li Yuanshou was eager to validate his current prowess. He yearned to ascertain whether his comprehensive mastery of various disciplines, now harmoniously integrated, could stand against the innate powers. Chapter 59, Frequent Demonic Calamities. The 3 School Supreme Arts. This was precisely what I intended to report to the esteemed gentleman. Huang Yuan's expression grew grave as he gradually recounted the recent developments. The once tranquil Heishui River, which had lain dormant for nearly a century, now seemed poised for a showdown with the demon-slaying division. 2 months prior, a series of demonic calamities began to unfold, not only upstream, but also downstream, where numerous water-dwelling demons emerged. An abundance of malevolent entities had infiltrated the banks of the Heishui River. The primary battleground upstream had been temporarily subdued through the joint efforts of the internal division, external division, and various esteemed families, yet a stalemate persisted. The innate powerhouses recently reassigned were now stationed downstream. The Heishui River is the largest tributary of the murky waters, concealing countless aquatic demons, including numerous innate demon kings. Those innate powerhouses diverted to the downstream area found themselves in a precarious situation, as the external division now required nearly as much vigilance as the internal division to maintain order. The catch demon bureau stationed in the counties and towns could muster no more than the pinnacle of the refining viscera stage, utterly inadequate to withstand an assault from the transformation realm or even an innate demon king. The entire Linha prefecture faced a dire predicament. Additionally, it appeared that the 100 Spirits Mountain had forged some form of understanding with the water demons of the Heishui River. They had recently been appearing in various locales, and there were even reports of innate demon kings from 100 Spirits Mountain collaborating with river demons to launch attacks on innate powerhouses. Conversely, the once rampant underworld demon cult seemed to have settled down considerably in recent weeks, showing signs of quietude. However, whispers circulated that they might be concocting a grand conspiracy. After listening to Huang Yuan's account, Li Yuanshou furrowed his brow, remaining silent for an extended period. Even during his time in Yuanshou City, he had gleaned insights about the situation in Beizhou from Zhou Wanhe. At that moment, Zhou Wanhe had not spoken outright. Yet Li could discern the underlying implications in his words, sensing that the leader of the Beizhou General Administration was excessively domineering. It seemed that the tumult in Beizhou was a consequence of this leader's unyielding approach. I should have recognized then that the aristocratic families and the Demon Slayer Bureau were not united in purpose. The aristocracy seeks stability. Meanwhile, the mandate of the Demon Slayer Bureau is to vanquish demons and eradicate evil. In striving to fulfill this duty, disturbances are inevitable. Demons are not fools, and they would not passively accept slaughter. Li Yuanshou felt no qualms regarding the actions of that lord. He had witnessed far too many atrocities and tragedies inflicted by demons and monsters. Without delving into distant events, let us recall the calamity that befell Yuanshou City. The grim plight of Xia Village, and the children oppressed and tormented by the deer demon in Baiyun Gorge just over a month ago. Such horrors were beyond his tolerance. No human, no individual with a sense of righteousness, should remain indifferent to the occurrence of such tragedies. The cruelty and immorality of these monsters are undeniable. Tolerance and complacency will only embolden their rampage. Only through resistance and the shedding of blood can we ensure their restraint. Li Yuanshou took a deep breath and said to Huang Yuan, "Xiao Yuan, please compile the situation regarding the demonic disturbances downstream of the Blackwater River." "Yes, my lord." Huang Yuan promptly began to gather information, refining the recently prepared sand table map. Li Yuanshou stepped out of the manor, intending to prepare for his journey to the transmission pavilion. The technique he had developed, the Spirit Serpent Steps, emphasized agility and was more suited for combat. However, he required a lightness skill that was appropriate for swift travel and pursuit. Additionally, he sought to find suitable internal energy techniques of both water and fire attributes. To confront water demons, one could not bypass these two elemental forms. Although he had cultivated several formidable and assertive martial arts, it was evident that fire-based internal energy would offer a distinct advantage against water demons. As for the water attribute techniques, they served to compensate for his vulnerabilities. Should the water demons elude him by submerging themselves or encounter an environment conducive to their nature, lacking the ability to navigate water would lead to significant disadvantage. When did a young white-robed demon slayer emerge from our ranks? Who is he? Why have I never seen him enter that old man's courtyard? This individual seemed unfamiliar. As if he had suddenly appeared, further investigation was warranted to uncover his identity. The abode of the white-robed demon slayer comprised a series of interconnected estates. In the distance, members of the Wind and Thunder Squad were surveilling Li Yuanshou's manor, and upon witnessing his departure, they were momentarily taken aback. The ascent of a white-robed demon slayer necessitated the refinement of one's internal cultivation, typically rising from the lower counties. With most practitioners being young adults in their 30s or 40s, Li Yuanshou, with his youthful visage of merely 20 years, stood out like a crane among chickens, swiftly capturing the attention of all the demon-slaying warriors. Regarding this attention, Li Yuanshou paid little heed to the matter at hand. After stepping outside, he made his way directly to the transmission pavilion. The transmission pavilion serves as a repository for martial arts techniques and is also a pivotal stronghold of the demon-slaying department. Not a single guardian of the pavilion is in the bloom of youth. The 9-story edifice is predominantly overseen by retired demon slayers clad in white robes. The middle 3 tiers are manned by seasoned veterans of transformation, while the upper 3 tiers are fiercely guarded by innate realm experts themselves. Each floor features a signpost, detailing the essential information regarding the martial arts techniques available and the merits required for access. Li Yuanshou had previously scouted the route, but had never ventured inside. Today, his objective was the 4th floor, a realm where the essence of various attributes and martial arts converged, requiring a starting merit of 2,000. After bringing his family along, his previous merit of over 10,000 had been entirely depleted. What remained was the formidable metamorphosed demon and the meager few hundred merits he had left from the information provided for rescue. Setting aside the recent expenses incurred while treating family and friends at the 8 Treasures Pavilion, he was left with barely enough merit to contend with a single metamorphosed demon. How one laments the scarcity of riches when the time comes to utilize them. Li Yuanshou sighed to himself as he perused the rows of bookshelves. Fortunately, unlike others, he did not need to select the finest. He only required techniques that possessed the appropriate attributes. The grade was of little significance to him. Before long, Li Yuanshou had chosen 2 martial arts techniques that piqued his interest. The water attribute technique, named Thousand Silk Palm, was created by a predecessor of the transformation realm and served as a simplified version of a unique secret art. However, its potential was remarkable, emphasizing the cultivation of energy into fine threads, embodying both softness and strength, and capturing the essence of water's ability to nurture all things. Most importantly, it was quite affordable. With a base price of merely 2,000 merit points, its cost-effectiveness ranked among the top 3 in the realm of water attribute martial arts. The fire attribute technique, known as fiery palm, was also a form of palm technique. In comparison to Thousand Silk Palm, this martial art was far more commonplace. It was created by an elder martial artist who had attained the perfection of internal refinement but had no affinity with the transformation realm. This technique was born from years of contemplation on the essence of fire, offering limited advantages, and also had a base price of 2,000 merit points. Taking the time to compile a list of several unique techniques to submit to the transmission pavilion could yield additional merit points as well. Upon a brief inquiry, Li Yuanshou discovered that this place differed from the demon catching yamen. The slaying demon division does not engage in a mere one-time transaction for martial arts techniques. Rather, once verified by an innate master, these techniques are included in the transmission pavilion. Subsequently, every individual who redeems these extraordinary skills will contribute a portion of their merits to the original creator. Undoubtedly, this represents a sustainable source of merit that flows like a gentle stream. Li Yuanshou expended 4,000 merits to exchange for 2 martial arts techniques. After descending to the 3rd floor, he utilized the remaining merits to acquire a lightness skill known as the Jinghong Step. This technique, albeit barely qualifying as a first-rate lightness skill, is rare enough to be recorded in the transmission hall. Priced more affordably, it required only 1,000 merits. Li Yuanshou places great importance on this matter. The 3 schools of martial arts currently represent a lower tier of skill. However, once proficiency is mastered, it can swiftly transform into a superior level, even advancing to innate martial arts. The impending mission to vanquish demons presents an excellent opportunity for him to rapidly enhance his martial proficiency. Chapter 60, The Shadow Approaches. The Demonic Calamity of Shay. My lord, this is the location where the demonic disturbances are occurring downstream. Upon returning to the estate, Huang Yuan had already organized a sand table map. The information provided by the task pavilion had been meticulously arranged by him, filling in gaps and marking critical points clearly. Black markings symbolize the refinement of the corporeal realm, with different levels corresponding to specific etchings. For instance, entering the refinement stage corresponds to 1 etching, achieving minor success corresponds to 2, and so forth. In the transformation stage, it corresponds to 5 etchings. Red markings signify the presence of innate demon kings, similarly denoting corresponding etchings. Based on the classification of the innate realm, there are 4 sublevels: early, mid, late, and perfection, each corresponding to an etching. In areas where several large demons of the same realm congregate, multiple markers will be placed. Except for Yunshan City and Lingxiu City, whose situations remain unclear, my lord should also be cautious to avoid Sanshui City and Baipobo City, as both harbor innate demon kings. Particularly the number of demon kings in Sanshui City remains uncertain. Huang Yuan diligently compiled the information and offered his warnings with commendable detail and thoroughness. Li Yuanshou observed and listened, his mind already formulating a plan. His fingers traced along Huang Yuan's summary. Resting beside a tributary of the Heishui River, then we shall first venture to Shay City. There, the aquatic demons are causing turmoil, alongside the malevolent entities of Bailing Mountain. The count stands at 3. The demon-slaying department has dispatched 1 formidable demon-slaying general to the inner division, while there are currently no updates regarding which formidable entity has been sent to the outer division. The situation is relatively dire, which makes it all the more suitable for him to test his strength. My dear husband, exercise utmost caution and avoid any impulsiveness. Our household is presently flourishing. There is no need to exert ourselves as we once did. As Li Yuanshou exited the council chamber, Wang Yuer had already prepared the inner armor and weaponry, personally assisting him in donning the armor and sheathing the sword. His father, Li Qingyang, had something to say, but the words lingered on the tip of his tongue before he swallowed them back. He spoke emphatically, "Take care. Carry on with your tasks as usual. There's no difference from the norm. You can rest assured at home." Li Yuanshou chuckled as he affectionately patted the heads of the 2 little ones, amusing them for a brief moment before bidding farewell to his family and embarking on his journey southward. Once again, he bore a sword and a bow. Since his encounter with the avian creatures at Mount Huhua, he had grown accustomed to carrying a bow and arrows, allowing him to engage targets at varying distances with greater control. This time, he did not require the merit to rent a Qinglin beast. Having attained a level of cultivation that transcended the ordinary, he was now free to summon any Qinglin beast at will. Li Yuanshou selected a fully refined azure-scaled beast and departed from Floating Cloud Mountain. He traversed an ancient official road that had lain in neglect for centuries, following the river southward. This thoroughfare had been established during a previous dynasty to enhance river transportation, but it fell into disuse due to the calamities wrought by demons. After centuries of abandonment, the road had become overgrown with weeds. However, this did not impede the passage of the imposing 5-meter-tall azure-scaled beast. Presently, the demonic threats were concentrated far from the county town. Li Yuanshou ventured south along the river, unperturbed by the prospect of encountering a primordial demon king. Occasionally, he encountered water demons disembarking, which he effortlessly dispatched. Meanwhile, in a certain estate of the Demon Slayer department, a heated debate ensued regarding news of Li Yuanshou's excursions. I am nearly certain that this individual is not some newly emerged demon slayer, but rather the very Li Yuanshou himself. Yet, how could he suddenly appear so youthful? Could it be that he has stepped into the primordial realm and rejuvenated himself? I have inquired after his journey to Woho Mountain, and he subsequently visited Baiyun Mountain. This is corroborated. After his time at Baiyun Mountain, he even brought his family there, indicating that he had been preparing for us all along. Indeed, this man is deeply cunning and audacious, daring to seize our mission even when he knew we were at Woho Mountain. He even had the audacity to collect the remnants left by the Lingyun team at Baiyun Mountain. I suspect he acquired a primordial elixir at Baiyun Mountain. While it may not have granted him immediate entry into the primordial realm, it is plausible that he has broken through to the transformation stage. At the very least, it is certain that the elixir possesses the miraculous ability to restore youth. The members of the Fenglai team gathered, still preoccupied with matters concerning Woho Mountain. Backed by two primordial powerhouses, they had long been a formidable presence in Lina County, and few dared to contest their missions. Not even those who had reached the transformation stage would dare to challenge them. Wang Lao, what is your perspective on this? At this utterance, silence enveloped the courtyard. All eyes turned to the elderly man seated upon the steps. He was a towering figure, his white hair meticulously groomed, exuding an air of formidable authority. With a long sword strapped to his back, he sat in serene meditation. Only upon hearing the inquiry did he slowly open his eyes. His gaze sharp and weathered like that of an ancient beast, sweeping across the assembly. None shall disrupt the rules of Fenglai. His commanding words resonated through the courtyard, instantly quelling any dissent. They all understood that this renowned dominating blade, who had made a name for himself for over a century, was poised to intervene personally. Wang Lao, do you not think that would be too much of an overestimation of him? The crowd frowned, their tone diplomatic. Their concerns had shifted from whether they could contend with Li Yuanshou to fearing that the elder might act too harshly. I shall merely sever an arm to teach him a lesson. The elder, aware of the younger generation's apprehensions, spoke with a calm that assuaged their fears. That is good. That is good. Everyone present wiped the cold sweat from their brows. They truly feared that this fearless elder would directly eliminate Li Yuanshou. After all, he had a history of prior offenses. Although no evidence had surfaced and two primordial beings vouched for him, resulting only in a warning, they were still wary of attracting the attention of the inspectors. Meanwhile, in a distant estate, the warriors of the Lingyun team were engaged in discussions, nearly echoing the sentiments of the Fenglai team. They were well aware of the grand rescue operation from Baiyun Mountain and the subsequent news of its clearance. Let us teach him a lesson. An elder pondered for a moment before speaking. According to your accounts, he may have already breached the transformation stage, with his sights likely set on Shurha City. I, along with Old He and Old Ma, shall personally pay a visit. Thus, the plan was set, and the three transformation stage elders departed the Demon Slayer department. At this time, Li Yuanshou had been traveling south for the better part of the day. He arrived at a crossroads where the Sha River meets the Heishui River, turning onto the official road that followed the Sha River. As evening approached, he reached the outskirts of Shurha City. The early summer sky boasted long days and short nights, with the horizon still adorned with clouds at dusk, and the mountains and fields teeming with fresh greenery. Some flowering plants were already in bloom on the surrounding hills. However, upon entering this territory, Li Yuanshou detected a faint, fishy odor, a mixture of the scent from river demons and the tang of blood. Soon after, he passed through a village. Pausing to observe, he found the settlement eerily deserted, shrouded in a chilling silence. His gaze fell upon remnants of dried blood and severed limbs scattered about. Li Yuanshou felt a weight in his heart. The grim scene before him was far more harrowing than the calamity at Yuanshou City. The area bore not only the remnants of ordinary people, but also the shattered armor of demon catchers, clearly indicating that even they had suffered losses. He had just eased his pace when he once again quickened his steps, hastening towards Shurha City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as man and beast surged forward for less than 10 miles, an onslaught of sharp arrows suddenly rained down from a nearby desolate village, hundreds of meters away. Chapter 61, Anomaly in Shurha City. An unfamiliar reunion. Whoosh, whoosh. The piercing sound of arrows slicing through the air approached. Li Yuanshou immediately sensed the danger and decisively halted the azure-scaled beast. He swiftly turned around, his hands radiating with powerful energy. and unleashed dozens of tangible palm strikes in rapid succession. The sound of impact echoed, clang, 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 clang. A barrage of arrows, numbering in the hundreds and imbued with formidable strength, rained down. For an ordinary practitioner of the refining organ stage, even one at the peak of their realm would likely suffer greatly. Yet, Yuanshou remained seated atop the azure-scaled beast, resembling an immovable mountain, effortlessly swatting away the incoming arrows. This is perilous. This individual possesses formidable cultivation. We must retreat. Just as the volley of arrows began to wane, Yuanshou heard a low, mournful roar emanating from a distant, dilapidated village. His gaze sharpened, and he directed his Qingtong beast straight towards the settlement. Before he even arrived, he had already spotted numerous shadowy figures of monsters. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his bow and notched an arrow, channeling his formidable energy into a cluster of 10 arrows. With each release of the string, 10 lethal projectiles soared through the air, piercing through the limbs or the torsos of the demonic creatures. In the span of 3 bow poles, Yuanshou has already charged into the village atop the azure-scaled beast. Our clan possesses a master of the transformation realm here. If you depart swiftly, there may still be a chance for survival. The demons, caught off guard, were filled with terror and attempted to intimidate Yuanshou. Yuanshou remained silent, responding with a piercing flash of his blade. In an instant, he circled the village atop his azure-scaled beast. The hundreds of lurking demons in this place, ranging from those who had perfected their refinement to those at the bone refinement stage, were all ruthlessly slain by him. This aligned perfectly with the information he had received. Not only were there river demons, but also the fiends from Hundred Spirits Mountain. Yuanshou's gaze swept over the surrounding corpses, which included fish demons, shrimp demons, river demons transformed from water snakes, as well as numerous tiger demons and wolf demons. Although the assortment was diverse, their strength was formidable. There were no fewer than 17 demons at the refining corpse stage. It is important to note that this was merely a small-scale gathering of demons, yet it rivaled the remaining herd of deer on Baiyun Mountain. It is imperative to enter the city swiftly, connect with the intelligence network, and strive to eliminate the surrounding demonic threats at the earliest opportunity. Yuanshou swiftly gathered materials from this group of malevolent demons, discarding any that did not yield precious elixirs, having merely reached the pinnacle of bone refining. After a brief period of half a stick of incense, he mounted his azure-scaled beast and departed from the village. The journey was smooth until he arrived at the city of Shay. Had the demonic calamity not reached this place? At this moment, Shay City was under strict martial law, with its gates firmly shut. Yuanshou, leveraging his identity as a demon slayer, effortlessly entered the city. However, what he observed along the way instilled a growing sense of doubt within him. According to the information he had gathered and his experience in vanquishing demons, the congregation of 3 formidable demons beyond the transformation realm outside the city, coupled with a significant demonic calamity, could not possibly limit its assault to merely the villages and towns. The demon slayer stationed in Shay City was merely at the perfected refinement stage. Although the demon general dispatched by the internal affairs to oversee the area was indeed of the transformation realm, he was hardly sufficient to intimidate 3 such formidable demons. Yet, there were no signs of demonic havoc either inside or outside the city. Only the villages far from the city outskirts had suffered devastation, which was rather peculiar. This was not a matter of Yuanshou being overly cautious or harboring malicious intent, wishing for the city to be ravaged. Rather, the circumstances were fundamentally illogical. The convergence of 3 transformation realm demons, coupled with the simultaneous actions of the river demon and the spirits of Bailing Mountain, culminating in an attack solely on the neighboring villages, it defied all rational thought. He could only hope that his suspicions were unfounded. Yuanshou's heart sank somewhat as he arrived at the Demon Capture Bureau, laden with questions. After disclosing his identity, he was soon met with a grand reception. The Demon Slayer personally came out to greet him. "My lord from the outer office, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." This Demon Slayer, a young man seemingly under 40, radiated enthusiasm while simultaneously lamenting his troubles. "You cannot possibly know," he lamented, all the while stealing glances around, his heart filled with curiosity. Typically, Demon Slayers at the Bureau are appointed from the inner office, with only a select few hailing from the outer office. Thus, he possessed a certain background and was well versed in the affairs of the outer office, which made him all the more astonished by Yuanshou's youthfulness. He appeared strikingly young, akin to someone in their 20s. While this was not uncommon among the offspring of noble families within the inner office, it was exceedingly rare in the diverse realm of the outer office. Could he possibly be the progeny of a formidable innate master? He mused, his smile growing even more fervent. "My lord, shall we first hold a welcoming banquet, or proceed to meet General Zhou, with the threat of demons looming? Is there still time for a welcoming feast?" Yuanshou paused, a wave of disdain swelling within him. However, he concealed his feelings and, after listening to the latter part of the statement, casually inquired, "General Zhou? Do you refer to the Zhou family of the prefectural city?" "Indeed, it is General Zhou Ziming, hailing from the Zhou family of the prefectural city, who guards the Sha River." The Demon Slayer, under the impression that Yuanshou had connections with the Zhou family, lowered his gaze and adopted an increasingly deferential demeanor. The Zhou family of the prefectural city. Li Yuanshou couldn't help but think of Zhou Wanhao, an old acquaintance whose initial charm had ultimately faltered due to differing ideals, indicating that the path to transcendence was still a considerable distance away. He gently shook his head and turned his gaze toward the demon-slaying envoy. The person has vanished, and the welcoming ceremony is unnecessary. Let us discuss the details of the demons in this area. With that, he bypassed the envoy and strode confidently toward the conference hall. His innate aversion to those who ingratiate themselves with the powerful compelled him to avoid hollow pleasantries. What an ill-mannered fellow. The demon-slaying envoy's expression stiffened, anger bubbling within him as he perceived the youth's arrogance. Even if he had the backing of a formidable ancestor, such hubris was unwarranted. Not to mention, he too had a venerable ancestor behind him. How could this young man from the Zhou family, a lineage with 1,000 years of prestige, not merit a respectful visit from a junior? The youth is utterly ignorant. Little did he realize. Even someone as formidable as his father would be akin to an ant before the Zhou family. The young envoy scoffed internally, his earlier warmth dissipating as he entered the conference hall, succinctly outlining the local situation while watching Li Yuanshou's figure fade from view. He spat contemptuously on the ground. What an insufferable brat. If it weren't for his ancestors, how could such an impudent youth have stepped into the realm of transcendence at such a tender age? The young man cursed under his breath, rubbing his face in frustration. Once his temper settled, he turned with a forced smile and made his way to the main hall to report the situation to his superior, embellishing the tale with a touch of melodrama to lament the impudence and rudeness of this Li Yuanshou. "All right, you may leave now," said the 20-year-old seated in the hall, dismissively waving his hand. "The little one takes his leave." The young envoy quickly exited with a sycophantic grin. "Wanhao, is this the old acquaintance you mentioned?" he casually inquired, tossing aside the report in his hand. From behind the curtains, Zhou Wanhao emerged, his gaze fixed on the direction Li Yuanshou had departed, his brow furrowed in contemplation, remaining silent for some time. "What is the matter? Do you have concerns?" The young nobleman in silver armor chuckled in surprise. "By name, he is indeed the individual I wish to recruit, but his demeanor is leagues away from what I expected." Zhou Wanhao pondered, wondering if it was merely a case of sharing the same name. "Do you intend to inform him?" The silver-clad nobleman lightly tapped the report with a smile. "There's no need." Zhou Wanhao shook his head gently, setting aside the improbability of him being that old acquaintance. Even if he were, he has already declined the Zhou family's overtures. Furthermore, this matter is of great significance. No outsider is worth the risk. "Excellent." Zhou Ziming, clad in silver armor, clapped his hands in delight. "It seems your journey to Yuanshou City has indeed fostered substantial growth." Chapter 62. Ascending the Demon Mountain Alone. The swordsman blocks the path. The early summer night was shrouded in darkness, making nocturnal travel inconvenient, compounded by the unusual circumstances in Shay City. After careful contemplation, Li Yuanshou casually sought refuge in an inn. He swiftly ingested a few high-quality qi and blood pills, reflecting on the information provided by the demon-slaying envoy. The recent surge of demonic calamities was unlike any previous occurrences, involving 3 formidable demons at the transformation stage. The updates from the demon-slaying division were unable to keep pace, largely relying on reports from local demon-catching offices and the guardians of the realm. Li Yuanshou received rather vague information. The map merely indicated that there were 3 formidable demons in Shura City. The specifics of their whereabouts, the nature of these demons, and their movements required local engagement. Hence the necessity of entering the city. In addition, he unfurled the map he carried and quickly pinpointed the gathering place of the demons. It was a hill adjacent to a river bend, situated at the widest part of the Sha River, spanning over 100 meters. The hill was backed by the largest mountain range between Linhe County and Hengshan County, the Hengshan Mountain Range. Its geographical position was precarious, offering an excellent vantage point, making it a suitable place for both offense and defense. This clearly indicated a strategy for a protracted battle aimed at attrition. However, with 3 formidable demons and 2 factions of aquatic and terrestrial monsters, why would there be a need to exhaust resources against Shura City? Unless this was a prearranged situation. Otherwise, merely relying on 3 formidable demons could effortlessly sweep through the entirety of Shura City. Li Yuanshou harbored doubts as he entered the city. He recalled the formidable weaponry and armor of the great demons on Mount Wahoo, which had long instilled suspicion towards the internal authorities. In light of the current circumstances, his doubts were unavoidable. Yet, what could possibly benefit the Zhou family? This was the sole aspect he could not fathom. The Zhou family was already the most prestigious clan in Linhe County, a venerable lineage spanning a millennium, with masters residing within their ranks, radiating brilliance. Even the demon-slaying division could not overshadow their brilliance. They were destined to share governance. Why would they risk incurring the wrath of the demon-slaying division and offend the iron-fisted leader of that organization by colluding with demons? Li Yuanshou found it difficult to comprehend. He even suspected that he might be overthinking the situation. Nevertheless, he resolved to maintain this sense of skepticism. After all, exercising caution when venturing into the world is never unwise. This was also the reason he declined the offer from the demon-slaying envoy, choosing not to collaborate with the demon subduer known as Zhou Ziming. He harbored doubts about Zhou Ziming. With my own strength, there is no necessity to partner with anyone. Li Yuanshou possesses unwavering confidence in the innovative Hunyuan gene he has pioneered. Following his rebirth, his vitality surged significantly, allowing him to meditate in his guest room for months without the need for sleep, food, or water. Unbeknownst to him, in the depths of the dim night, two groups of individuals arrived outside Shay City, refraining from entering the city itself, and spent the night scouring the surrounding mountains for something. Has Wang Leiguai also arrived? In the suburban forests, 3 seasoned members of the Ling Yun squad reached the vicinity. To conceal their movements, they departed from the Demon Slayer division, initially heading north, leaving traces behind. They then took a detour south, retracing the ancient path that Li Yuanshou had traversed centuries ago, resulting in a slight delay. However, this delay led them to discover a familiar figure. It appears he too could not swallow the humiliation from Woha Mountain. After all, that younger generation had brazenly seized his son's prey, causing his foolish offspring to linger at Woha Mountain for more than 10 days. He Zhongshuan's wrinkled face displayed a gleeful smirk. As a top-tier team within the Demon Slayer division, conflicts of interest among them were inevitable. They only possessed one innate expert, unlike the Fenglei squad, which boasted 2. Thus, they often found themselves at a disadvantage during disputes. Witnessing their old rivals from the Fenglei squad falter naturally brought him great satisfaction. Little did he expect that it would be him. This old fellow is reckless. He wouldn't resort to lethal measures, would he? Old Man Ma stroked his long beard, his brow furrowing unconsciously. They were merely here to teach a lesson, not to kill, as they wished to avoid drawing the attention of the inspector. Times have changed. Many inspectors have been replaced by the chief of the northern state. That is merely the surface. In the shadows, who knows how many infiltrators exist within the Demon Slayer division, and under what identities? I secretly hope this fool acts ruthlessly. The elder beside him, his eyes gleaming, pondered swiftly. Perfect, we shall keep an eye on him. As long as he dares to act violently, we will report him. In this way, not only could they deal with that ill-mannered lad, but they could also eliminate an old rival, which would be advantageous indeed. Both Old Man He and Old Man Ma shuddered in unison, glancing back at their sinister companion. Old Man Yun, when it comes to cunning, you old rascal, take the prize. Enough of this idle chatter, let us hurry along. The group, traveling light without mounts, relied solely on their exceptional agility. Under the moonlight, they effortlessly trailed the robust figure ahead, maintaining a silent distance. Thus, the night passed. As dawn approached, the sky remained dark. Li Yuanshou placed the azure-scaled beast in an inn and ventured alone through the southern gate of the city, heading directly towards the tranquil stream downstream of the Sha River. This location was the sole convenient crossing near Sha River City, featuring both shallow waters and bridges, thus alleviating concerns of ambushes by river demons. Most crucially, it provided an opportunity to conceal his movements. Once outside the city, he employed the swift crane steps, moving like a wisp of smoke. His figure seemingly transformed into an ephemeral shadow, swiftly traversing 20 miles. After crossing the Sha River, Li Yuanshou altered his course, directing himself toward the majestic Changbai Mountain. After navigating this detour without any disturbances or sightings of malevolent beings, he finally approached the vicinity of the mountain. However, as he stealthily ascended, a figure obstructed his path. 100 meters away stood a robust elder, draped in resplendent silver hair, wielding a jet-black longsword across his back, standing with his hands clasped behind him. He faced away from Li Yuanshou, simply standing in silent repose. A master of the transformative realm, Li Yuanshou's gaze sharpened. Only those at the transformation stage, or even the innate level, could elicit a response from within 100 meters. With the aid of his primordial realm and innate gazing technique, he scrutinized the elderly figure. He discerned that although the old man's restrained aura concealed a certain dominance and sharpness, the latent momentum still fell significantly short of the innate level. This individual had appeared quite suddenly, as if he had been waiting here for quite some time. Li Yuanshou sensed the 5 energies within the figure before him, reminiscent of a sealed furnace or a volcano on the brink of eruption, clearly indicating malicious intent. He halted in his tracks, confronting the presence. An invisible aura spread between the two. Meanwhile, 3 silhouettes lay hidden in the distance, quietly observing without revealing any trace of their presence. Concealed at the very limits of visibility, atop Beta Mountain, tranquility was equally elusive. A bird glowing with a cerulean luminescence alighted upon a temporary lair carved into the mountain, transforming into a beautiful maiden as she entered. At the deepest part of the lair, a broad stone platform cradled a uniquely striking and robust figure, seated in a meditative posture with closed eyes. It was nearly fully transformed into human form, possessing a visage akin to that of a person, albeit adorned with golden fur and cascading long hair that shimmered like waves. A plush king insignia graced its forehead. Its physique resembled an enlarged giant, garbed in resplendent robes, with only its hands and feet veiled in soft, golden fur. Beside it, on either side, sat 2 rotund fish-headed beings, seemingly in a state of incomplete evolution. Sprouting limbs, yet not fully transformed into humans, akin to catfish. Are you saying a young adept has come alone to slay us? The fish-headed being on the left inquired, casting a surprised glance at the azure bird maiden. It had received no reports from the concealed eyes in the sandy river, nor from the patrolling minor demons nearby. However, It understood that the Azure Bird would not relay unfounded rumors. Glancing back at the Tiger King, who remained in tranquil meditation upon the stone platform, it allowed a cruel smile to grace its lips. We are aware now. You may return. Chapter 63. The Innate Demon King. Yuanshou's untimely demise. The Wind and Thunder Squad. At the mountain's base, Yuanshou spoke first, his voice icy. He sensed within this individual a formidable blade aura, alongside a familiar, domineering energy. It was indistinguishable from that of the Wind and Thunder Palm. You are clever, yet foolish, the Blade King Yuanshou remarked indifferently, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. You seek to kill me? Yuanshou's voice grew colder. The demeanor of the Wind and Thunder Squad was even more domineering and overbearing than he had imagined. Merely by inadvertently clashing with their mission, he found himself obstructed by a formidable figure, right beneath the watchful eyes of the demons. They seemed utterly dismissive of the regulations of the demon-slaying division. Kill you? Yuanshou's tone shifted, tinged with astonishment and a hint of contempt. You are not worthy of burdening me with the infamous reputation and punishment of slaying my comrades, thereby dragging the Wind and Thunder Squad into infamy. However, misdeeds must inevitably meet with retribution. With his hands clasped behind his back, he maintained his stance and cast a sidelong glance at Yuanshou. Today, I shall compel you to willingly sever an arm. With that, he turned his back and ascended the mountain. Delivering a frigid warning, you would do well to keep up and refrain from any foolishness. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to let you meet your demise at the hands of the demons. How absurd. Yuanshou, far from being angered, merely smiled. He was curious to see what this pretentious old fellow could possibly concoct. They had not engaged in battle? In the distance, 3 figures suspended in the air expressed mild astonishment. It appeared that Yuanshou, that old rascal, had finally gained some sense and wisdom. Realizing that internal strife was ill-advised under such circumstances, there was no need to follow further. We shall remain here, observing. To discern what tricks that old man has up his sleeve, the 3 veterans of the Lingyun team, masters of the transformation realm, stayed behind, watching the unfolding events. The distance from the foot of the mountain to its peak was negligible for experts of the transformation realm. They could hear the commotion and rush to the scene at any moment. Bang, bang. On the rugged mountain path, Yuanshou strode forward with an air of arrogance, his hands clasped behind his back. Along the way, he encountered 2 sentry demons, both at the bone refining stage, who were effortlessly dispatched by his finger flicks. Unleashing fierce winds and thunderous blade energy. Had such a display been witnessed by a practitioner of the refining stage, even one at the pinnacle of that realm would be left astounded, exclaiming in terror. Yet, in the eyes of Yuanshou, who was also a master of the transformation realm, it could only be summarized in 8 words. Flashy yet insubstantial, mere surface grandeur. If you intend to intimidate me with such trivial skills, you are sorely mistaken. Yuanshou's unreserved words momentarily halted Yuanshou's steps, prompting him to retort without looking back. Young man, do not be too arrogant. Subsequently, the mountain-dwelling demons they encountered were effortlessly vanquished by Yuanshou from a distance of 100 paces, showcasing his seemingly exceptional prowess. The 2 ascended to the mountain's summit, where they were met by 2 corpulent catfish spirits. Wasn't there supposed to be only one? One of the catfish spirits scrutinized Yuanshou and his companion, easily identifying them based on the information received. But who was this unexpected swordsman? I told you so. A mere transformation realm cultivator dares to tread upon my white-headed mountain? The other catfish spirit sneered, bearing its gaping maw filled with rows of teeth, as white as piranhas. Its blood-red eyes glinting with a thirst for carnage. Perfect. I was worried one wound suffice to fill my gaps. With that, it raised the long spear embedded in the ground, gripping it with one hand, and pointed at Yuanshou and his companion, proclaiming, "Human race, your courage is commendable. Alas, the older one seems rather meager, likely just fodder." The other catfish spirit, nodding in agreement, lifted its spear-like weapon and suggested, "Let us divide them equally, 2 portions each. With just the 2 of you, it won't be enough." Yuanshou, indifferent, spoke with a frigid gaze directed at the cave entrance, "Bring that one out as well." The 2 catfish spirits exchanged mocking grins, their teeth bared, and with no warning, they unleashed their murderous intent, charging from either side. Yuanshou stepped forward, his energy surging as his long knife unsheathed itself. In the next moment, wielding the blade, he unleashed a tempestuous force akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Engaging in battle with the 2 catfish spirits amidst swirling sands and winds, Yuanshou observed the scene in silence, retreating quietly. He allowed the old swordsman to engage with the 2 catfish spirits, eager to discern the intentions of this individual. The swordsmanship displayed was commendable, evidently honed over a century of practice. His cultivation of energy was equally formidable, likely ranking among the elite in the transformation realm, comparable to my Juyong's sword technique. The aura of his sword was undeniably dominant, relentless, and exuded a remarkable presence. Yet, that was the extent of it. As he watched, he pondered the opponent's methods. Since the Thunder and Lightning Squad had dispatched a transformation-level warrior to confront him, it was clear that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. Acquiring insight into their tactics was certainly prudent. Turning his attention to the two catfish spirits, he found their decision to occupy the mountain, forsaking the advantages of the sandy river, perplexing. It was evident that they could not unleash their full potential on land. Within moments, they were completely overpowered by the formidable old swordsman, whose attributes countered theirs effectively. The two catfish spirits, taken aback by the old man's strength, were struck with terror, crying out for their master, Lord Tiger King, save us. Truly, they were two useless beings. A deep voice resonated from within the cave, akin to a thunderclap breaking the silence. A powerful gust of wind surged forth from the cavern, swirling with tangible sand, crashing into Yuanshou like a stone pillar. This is bad. The fierce and formidable Yuanshou's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could react, he was struck in the chest by the stone pillar. He was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing through several ancient trees before landing heavily on the ground. Before he could rise, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood, mingled with lung tissue. Ignoring his injuries, he gazed in horror at the cave, exclaiming, "An innate demon king." At this juncture, he grasped why the two catfish spirits dared to abandon their aquatic domain for this mountain, which naturally countered him. Among the so-called 3 transformation-level great demons lay a hidden innate demon king. What were the Zhou clan plotting, daring to spread false messages? Yuanshou was stripped of his earlier bravado, appearing disheveled and terrified, his heart a tempest of fear. An innate being? In the distance. Yuanshou was equally taken aback. He had been contemplating the audacity of the two catfish spirits to venture ashore, even if they were to collaborate with land-dwelling demons. It would have been wiser to do so near the water's edge. Now, he finally comprehended the source of their confidence. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that this innate aura was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Yuanshou, though startled, maintained his composure. Upon ascending the mountain peak, he had already immersed himself in the essence of the environment, blending seamlessly with the forest, remaining inconspicuous amidst the light and dust. Simultaneously, he kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings. As soon as the innate demon king spoke from within the cave, he sensed it. The reason he refrained from taking action was twofold. Firstly, he was astonished to find that the power he perceived was not as formidable as he had imagined. Secondly, he had long harbored disdain for the elderly member of the Wind and Thunder team, and it would suffice to refrain from adding insult to injury, let alone assist him. At this moment, as he observed the old swordsman, he could only find it amusing. With such meager strength, he still pretended to be intimidating. Attempting to coerce me into willingly sacrificing an arm? Youngster, take heed. Yuanshou noticed the mockery on Yuanshou's face and felt a surge of anger. However, confronted by the innate presence before him, he was already in a state of panic, daring not to linger any longer. He uttered a single phrase before hastily retreating hundreds of meters. "How could you escape while I am here?" The cold words echoed. Unbeknownst to him, a nearly fully formed Tiger King had appeared at the cave's entrance. It stood proudly, arms crossed, its towering figure exuding an air of dominance. As it spoke, it simply exhaled a breath of innate energy. Yuanshou, having fled several hundred meters, was suddenly struck as if by lightning. A gaping wound the size of a basin appearing on his back, piercing through to his chest. His internal organs were instantly transformed into a mist of blood. A piercing scream echoed through the forest, swiftly silenced. Throughout the entire ordeal, Yuanshou observed with a detached demeanor. He prided himself on possessing a fervent spirit to protect humanity and eradicate demons. However, this did not extend to someone as tyrannical and selfish as Yuanshou. Chapter 64. The Rebellion Against the Innate. Yuanshou could hardly fathom such an outcome. Having traversed the banks of the river for decades, he believed himself nearly unmatched beneath the innate level, wielding the fierce and domineering wind and thunder technique alongside the blade of dominance. Under this formidable technique, he had slain over a dozen major demons. Those renowned for their prowess in slaying demons had certainly heard of the infamous Blade King, Yuanshou. Even innate experts regarded him with a measure of respect. Yuanshou had anticipated that he could easily dispatch 3 major demons today and intimidate Yuanshou into submission with his overwhelming might. Ideally, he wished to compel Yuanshou to willingly sever an arm. Failing that, he could still impart a lesson using the demons' bodies. Yet, from start to finish, nothing unfolded as he had envisioned. The result was that Yuanshou, a veteran figure known for a century, met his untimely demise in the forest. How audacious for a mere major demon to act so brazenly before me, utterly oblivious to the forces at play. The Tiger King cast a dispassionate glance at the lifeless body in the distance, not lingering long, before its gaze shifted to Yuanshou. "It seems you demon slayers are not all made of stern stuff." One fled in terror, while the other is paralyzed with fear, with such meager strength. "You dare to call yourselves demon slayers?" At this moment, it took Yuanshou's place, standing where he had stood before, arms crossed, its posture identical to Yuanshou's. Perhaps even more arrogant. It regarded them coldly, unmoving. "You too, eliminate him." "Yes, Lord Tiger King." The 2 catfish demons, still shaken, finally regained their composure. Their fierce gazes locking onto Yuanshou. Infuriating. They had nearly been slain despite their 2-to-1 advantage. With Yuanshou's fall, they were intent on exacting their vengeance on Yuanshou. Kill. Having already lost face before the Tiger King, the 2 catfish demons dared not utter another word. promptly brandishing their spear-like weapons as they charged at Yuanshou. Whether fueled by rage or the earlier restraint imposed by Wang Zhao's wind and thunder technique, their speed surged to more than double. The long spears, imbued with the essence of surging waves, shimmered with deep blue light, resembling two massive blue serpents. Wind and thunder palm. Yuanshou possessed formidable restraint techniques as well. His palms radiated with a deep azure energy, surging forth with remarkable intensity. As two long forks approached menacingly, he swiftly extended his hands and, with breathtaking speed, effortlessly seized the steel prongs. The powerful thunderous force erupted forth. The azure energy crackling like electricity, cascading along the forks and enveloping the two water demons. A piercing shriek escaped the mouths of the two catfish spirits. For this force was far more potent than Wang Zhao's thunderous blade technique, exhibiting greater strength, dominance, and an element of surprise. The tempestuous energy surged forth, instantly ravaging them, leaving their skin torn and their bodies shrouded in mist. Damn it! The innate Tiger King's expression shifted dramatically. It had assumed that Yuanshou, following in Wang Zhao's wake, was merely a fledgling brought along for training. Little did it know that he surpassed Wang Zhao by such a remarkable margin. Accompanied by a furious roar, akin to the innate arrow that had struck down Wang Zhao, it charged directly at Yuanshou's chest. Simultaneously, a whirlwind of sand engulfed the air. The innate Tiger King moved with astonishing swiftness, resembling a teleportation, closely trailing the innate energy, its massive paw descending towards Yuanshou's head with overwhelming force. This was not merely an attack fueled by rage from the innate Demon King, but a relentless onslaught. Even if one could evade the innate energy at point-blank range, there was no escaping this powerful strike. Unfortunately, it was not facing Wang Zhao. It was met with the Tiger King's lethal intent. Yuanshou erupted with astonishing speed. Grasping a steel fork, he pulled back fiercely, capturing two catfish spirits by their necks, positioning them before himself. Bang! Boom! Two muffled sounds resonated almost simultaneously. Whether it was the foreboding weather or the colossal paw of the Tiger King, both struck the two catfish spirits. These two formidable demons, on the verge of transformation, had no time to even scream before their chests were pierced and their skulls shattered. What a vicious tiger, ruthlessly slaughtering its own kin. Yuanshou let out a low growl, his palms swift as the wind. With the force of thunder and the technique of thunder palm, he struck fiercely through the chest of the deceased catfish spirit, redirecting his attack towards the Tiger King. Do not be so arrogant, mere mortals. The Tiger King was enveloped in a primordial aura, resembling an impenetrable iron wall, merely causing ripples to cascade around it. Yet, its massive form involuntarily retreated. The Tiger King widened its eyes in disbelief. How could a mere mortal at the transformation realm actually force back a formidable innate being like itself? Yuanshou would not concern himself with notions of martial ethics. With a sudden tremor of his arms, he cast aside the lifeless bodies of the two catfish spirits while repelling the Tiger King in an instant. His feet danced with the grace of a mystical serpent, his body flowed like a swimming dragon, swift as a striking serpent. The essence of Hunyuan harmonized various techniques into a singular force. Several forms of energy coalesced into a powerful Hunyuan force. Whether employing the wind and thunder palm, the mighty bull demon fist, or the tiger demon fist, he unleashed an overwhelming might that enveloped the Tiger King. The Tiger King, with palms shielded by the primordial chi, boldly met the onslaught head-on. Bang! 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 The clash of fists and palms resonated like thunder on the drums of heaven. Yuanshou unleashed his full combat prowess, resembling a formidable beast in human form, exuding an aura of dominance and ferocity. Though his stature barely reached the waist of the Tiger King, making him appear significantly smaller, the colossal strength he wielded was akin to that of a mammoth, intermingled with astonishing vigor. It was enough to force the innate Tiger King to retreat repeatedly. Excellent! 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 The Tiger King exclaimed, relishing the challenge posed by such a youthful human genius, often referred to as a prodigy. I take great pleasure in extinguishing talents like yours. Your blood shall serve as a tribute to my son's spirit in the heavens. Infuriated yet amused, the Tiger King's roar resonated like thunder. Despite his retreat, his momentum grew ever more formidable. The blazing innate vital energy surged forth, radiating brilliantly and rendering his colossal form akin to a golden giant sculpted from liquid gold. His already majestic physique surged even larger. With Yuanshou's extraordinary physique striking down upon him, the sound of clashing metal echoed, accompanied by an abundance of sparks. To his astonishment, there was even a hint of pain. Indeed, those who achieve innate status possess remarkable abilities. Yuanshou was astonished yet maintained an inscrutable demeanor. Have you lost your offspring? I wonder if it was that cub from Mount Wahoo. It once proclaimed that its progenitors, having ventured into the realm of the innate, would seek vengeance for it. Alas, months have passed, and I still thrive, having even refined its internal organs into elixirs. Under such an offensive, I have yet to harm the foundation of the Tiger King. Indeed, formidable primordial beasts are not to be trifled with. It appears I must provoke my adversary further, awaiting an opportunity to strike with precision. What? The Tiger King's countenance shifted dramatically. In a moment of human-like bewilderment, its copper-ringed eyes erupted with boundless fury. It is you. You who have slain my child and stripped away its entrails. The heart of this tiger king bled, consumed by a frenzied hatred. For the murderer it had despised day and night stood before it. This day, I shall assuredly bring about your demise. The tiger king unleashed a thunderous roar, its voice reverberating through the mountains and forests. The surging wrath transformed into a golden fist, powerful and relentless, as if intent on obliterating everything in its path. Ha ha ha. Li Yuanshou's crown was shattered by a powerful force, his long hair dancing wildly as he laughed heartily, his voice resonating like thunder. Creatures such as yourselves, can you truly fathom the anguish of losing a child? Fortunately, I possess a benevolent nature. Today, I shall grant you the opportunity to reunite with your own. With that, he let out a long, enchanting laugh. Li Yuanshou has seized the opportunity to draw forth the spirit iron sword. The surging mysterious essence intertwines, completely infusing the treasured blade. Since its inception, it has finally arrived at this moment of brilliance, erupting with radiant splendor, destined to be consecrated with the blood of the innate demon king. Chapter 65. The overbearing metal chi. The fiery palm achieved perfection. What is happening? The previous outcry sounded eerily similar to that of the old monster Wang. Could it be that some unforeseen event has caused Wang to stumble? At the foot of the mountain, 3 seasoned masters of the transformation realm, lying in wait from afar, felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing the anguished cries from above. That voice was all too familiar. It belonged to Yuanshou, and it sounded dire. Soon, new sounds erupted, earth-shattering and dazzling, a spectacle of terrifying might. This is bad. The Whitehead Mountain harbors an innate demon king. He Laotu and Ma Laotu's expressions shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, they turned to flee. While transformation realm experts can sweep through the refinement realm, they are still mere mortals before innate power, akin to paper tigers. Wait, what is that sound? Elder Yun's eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixated on the summit. 2 innate powerhouses are engaged in combat. 2 innate beings? He Laotu and Ma Laotu quickly grasped the situation, and upon looking toward the mountain, they realized that the commotion was indeed beyond the capabilities of the refinement or transformation realms. Where did the second innate being come from? They were perplexed, filled with questions. Could it be that Li Yuanshou has somehow transformed? Elder Yun furrowed his brow, uncertainty lacing his tone. They had arrived early, accompanying Yuanshou, and had scouted the surroundings. It was evident that today, apart from Li Yuanshou, there was no one else. What a joke. The 2 elders shook their heads vigorously. Li Yuanshou had only been with the demon-slaying division for a few months and had taken a divergent path. Even if he were exceptionally gifted and returned to the right track, to reach the transformation realm in such a short span would be nothing short of astonishing. Do you not comprehend the chasm between the transformation and innate realms? Elder Yun was rendered speechless by this assertion. They had traversed this path, enduring a century of vigorous advancement, ultimately stuck beneath the innate threshold, deprived of the innate realm. They understood all too well the disparity between the two. Even if Li Yuanshou had obtained an innate treasure from the deer demons of Baiyun Mountain, it would be impossible for him to advance so swiftly into the innate realm. Not to mention, innate treasures are typically not suitable for transformation realm warriors to consume directly. Yet, he could not fathom, if this were the case, where did the second innate powerhouse originate? Perhaps from the internal division, or maybe it is a member of the Zhou family. After all, the information they received was misleading, likely intended to prompt their own people to act, seizing the opportunity to hunt down this innate great demon before the demon-slaying division could intervene. He Laotu and Ma Laotu were equally baffled. It was a rare chance to witness a clash of innate beings. Perhaps it would be wiser to observe before retreating? Elder Yun felt a fervent urge, his gaze ablaze. This suggestion quickly garnered unanimous agreement from the other 2. While the Lingyun team indeed has innate powerhouses, they are all over 100 years old, deprived of innate potential, and the guidance they could offer is exceedingly scarce. Such counsel may not prove as beneficial as witnessing the battle of innate beings firsthand. At this moment, Whitehead Mountain lay in ruin, ravaged by the fierce clash between Li Yuanshou and the innate Tiger King. Indeed, innate beings are incredibly formidable. Li Yuanshou's eyes gleamed with brilliance. With his current cultivation and profound foundation, vanquishing those 2 transformed water demons was nearly effortless. However, this innate tiger demon surpassed the transformed realm by a considerable margin. Even if it did not match the extraordinary swordsmanship of someone like Lingyun, who shattered mountains on Baiyun Mountain, it was still far beyond what a mere transformed water demon could compare to. Were I an ordinary transformed being, akin to Yuanshou, I might very well meet my demise here. Yet, my path aligns harmoniously with the essence of a master's myriad techniques, and may even surpass it. Though I am of the transformed realm, I already possess the nascent form of a master's way. Such depth of foundation is not something an ordinary transformed being can rival. Confronted with the Tiger King, who resembled a frenzied demon, akin to a colossal golden giant, unleashing a torrent of golden fist radiance. In Li Yuanshou's grasp, the spirit iron blade radiated a resplendent divine light. All laws converged into one, reaching the pinnacle of sublimation. This strike unleashed the entirety of his formidable power, as the 4-foot-long sword extended into over 30 zhang of dazzling blade aura. Beneath the brilliance of the sword light, the massive form of the innate Tiger King towering several meters high, appeared utterly diminutive. In an instant, the kaleidoscopic blade aura collided with the blazing golden light. Boom. The flora within a 100-meter radius was instantly reduced to ash. Centered around Yuanshou and the innate Tiger King, a torrent of formidable energy surged forth, crashing against the ground in all directions. Rocks were sent flying, and dust swirled in chaos. Under the 100-meter blade light, the Tiger King, relying on its innate cultivation, raised its golden-like palms high above its head, strenuously blocking the solidified 100-meter blade strike. Yet, the immense pressure caused its internal organs to churn, uncontrollably spewing forth copious amounts of blood. With just a single blow, the innate Tiger King suffered grievous injuries. However, a cruel smile emerged on its face. I have refined the innate spiritual essence through transformation, attaining the realm of gung metal. This is the essence of heaven and earth. How can your mere mortal blade shatter it? With that, it let out a thunderous roar, the veins on its forehead bulging, muscles rippling with power as its golden palms forcefully came together. With a resounding crash, the 100-meter blade aura shattered instantly. Along with it, Yuanshou's spirit iron longsword was also obliterated. In the full unleashing of combat power, the blade aura merged with the sword itself. As the blade aura shattered, the treasured sword, which had been honed over several months, was reduced to mere ashes, devoid of a weapon and stripped of the essence of the blade. How can you contend with this king? The Tiger King let out a long howl, leaping several dozen meters. Its palm, enveloped in the innate gung metal energy, transformed into a golden fist aimed at Yuanshou's head. The gung metal realm excels in defense and is adept at slaughter. Merging this essence with innate energy, its physical body became the ultimate weapon, with every punch and kick surpassing all forms of weaponry. Weapons forged from ordinary spirit iron ultimately fall short before the innate gung metal energy. Yuanshou sighed inwardly. Had it been a different context, the spirit iron blade would undoubtedly not be so fragile. However, the Tiger King, having mastered the essence of gung metal, was precisely the counter to it. Yet, the Tiger King was mistaken. His reliance was not on the blade's intent. While spirit iron may falter against gung metal, if I embody fire, how shall you, my esteemed opponent, respond? Yuanshou advanced rather than retreated, employing the newly mastered fiery palm. With his weapons rendered useless, he resolved to confront his opponent with sheer physical prowess, intending to seize this opportunity to enhance his newly acquired martial arts techniques. Haha. Indeed, fire conquers metal. Yet, how could your rudimentary martial skills possibly inflict harm upon me, the king? The Tiger King scoffed derisively, his murderous intent palpable, as his fists and feet obliterated mountains and stones in their wake. Yuanshou remained silent, drawing upon his unparalleled Hunyuan energy to wield the fierce sun palm. Engaging in a fierce battle. At this moment, he found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, the proficiency of the fierce sun palm was continually surging, from the initial stage to minor accomplishment, then to major achievement. It was uncertain whether this rapid advancement was a result of the Hunyuan energy integrating various techniques, or if the confrontation with the innate Demon King inherently fostered a swift enhancement of martial arts mastery. The proficiency of the fierce sun palm was escalating at an astonishing pace. In just over half an hour, after Yuanshou had exchanged thousands of blows with the Tiger King, this technique ascended to a new height, reaching the threshold of perfection. Fierce sun palm, major achievement proficiency, 30000300000 points to allocate. As Yuanshou's thoughts shifted, an instant transformation occurred within him. His internal organs underwent refinement through the searing currents of heat, and within the Hunyuan energy, several times more fiery energy materialized. Chapter 66. Perfection of the Thousand Threads Palm. Energy condensation. How dare you use this king to practice your skills? The Tiger King roared in fury, sensing the fleeting shift in energy akin to a martial breakthrough. This was what one called making the most of resources. Yuanshou was exceedingly pleased with the enhancement of the blazing sun palm. With the augmentation of this fiery energy, the overall prowess of the mixed Yuan force surged by 20%, allowing him to completely overpower this innate great demon. Seeking death, the Tiger King bellowed, unleashing a blade of metal energy. The dazzling golden sword aura was so sharp that even spirit iron weaponry paled in comparison. However, after releasing this sword energy, it unexpectedly turned to flee, its feet creating massive craters of several meters in diameter as it propelled itself over 100 meters. At this moment, the Tiger King had come to a realization. Its strength was already slightly inferior to that of this transformed human, and now that the latter had broken through, it stood no chance of being a match. Continuing to resist would lead to certain doom. Want to escape? Yuanshou shattered the essence of the Gungjin sword. With a graceful step akin to a startled swan and a form as elusive as a specter, he leapt multiple times, traversing hundreds of meters through the forest, pursuing the Tiger King from behind. 1,000 threads of palm. Yuanshou summoned the sparse essence of water. Empowered by the realm of the primordial, he drew forth the moisture from the forest. In an instant, a mist enveloped the area within 100 meters. Yuanshou moved his hands as if playing a delicate melody, his motions languid yet imbued with an extraordinary rhythm. As his palms strummed the air, the surrounding mist transformed into myriad slender threads, resembling countless serpents entwining the Tiger King. This was an art of overcoming the rigid with the supple. Akin to the flame palm, equally adept at restraining the fierce and domineering essence of the Tiger King's metal energy. What level of mastery was this? To command such diverse energies, how had he reached this pinnacle? The Tiger King's expression shifted dramatically, its spirits plummeting. It had encountered numerous adept practitioners, and upon entering the innate realm, had engaged with several innate humans. Each of these individuals was well versed in a singular discipline. Never had it encountered anyone like the figure before it, who not only mastered multiple styles, but did so with astonishing rapidity. Just moments ago, it had witnessed the other's flame technique break through. Now, yet another water-soft technique was unfolding. Clearly, this was yet another opportunity for the stranger to refine his skills, aiming to achieve perfection at its expense. In light of this, the Tiger King felt a tumultuous blend of fury and humiliation. Unable to avenge the death of its offspring, it now faced such indignity from its adversary. What stoked its ire further was the realization that this foe was also a practitioner of the innate realm, daring to confront it directly. This diminutive human race, presuming too much upon its patience. Raging, the Tiger King found itself trapped, unable to advance or retreat. Its metal energy had always been fierce and overwhelming, effortlessly vanquishing those who had previously challenged it with brute force. Yet now, confronted by the water-soft technique, it found its might rendered impotent. As even the most vigorous strength became futile, the human race dared to challenge the Tiger King head-on. In response to such provocation, Yuanshou scoffed disdainfully. Were it not for his desire to cultivate the thousand silk palm, he could easily suppress the opponent with a mere reversal of the flaming palm breakthrough. The innate demon king was nothing extraordinary. At this moment, Yuanshou seemed to embody a fallen celestial. The young celestial, weaving through clouds and mists, commanded the vast expanse of smoke and clouds within his grasp, mastering the water softness technique with increasing finesse. What was happening? At the foot of the mountain, 3 elders in the transformation realm were utterly perplexed. They had just witnessed a spectacular battle, with blade energy spanning hundreds of meters, clashing with a massive demon akin to a diamond giant, obscuring the heavens. While they could not discern the true visage of the combatant, they were certain he was a master of the sword path. The elders pondered deeply while speculating on which innate sword master from the Zhou family was involved. When suddenly the mountain peak transformed, the scene shifting into a vast sea of clouds within the blink of an eye. They could ascertain that there was not an additional water path innate being at the summit. The sword path elder, who had just exhibited a fierce and domineering style, had inexplicably transitioned into this harmonious approach. The balance of hardness and softness. This elder was undoubtedly a peerless martial genius from Lina County, capable of cultivating the balance of hardness and softness to such an extent. Indeed, although the water softness technique might not rival that of senior brother Lin Yun, he was an innate practitioner of the sword path. Achieving such prowess was already remarkable. Witnessing today's battle, the elder felt a sense of fulfillment, utterly content. The 3 elders, in their excitement, gestured animatedly, completely forgetting their original purpose for being there. The Ling Yun squad predominantly pursued the sword and water paths, and Ling Yun himself was no exception. Although they had missed the opportunity to attain innate status, gaining insights into the water path's profound principles and achieving a balance of hardness and softness would significantly elevate their strength. On the mountain peak, this battle stretched over 10 miles. The Whitehead Mountain, adjacent to water, featured a narrow and elongated terrain, standing tall along the coast. Yuanshou experienced the profound essence of the water-soft force, gaining a newfound enlightenment. While refining his mastery of the thousand threads palm, he also drew connections, integrating this understanding into several other forms of energy techniques. Through this endeavor, he sought to comprehend the mysteries of the innate thousand threads palm, mastery level 30000300000. Unbeknownst to him, the thousand threads palm had also reached a state of perfection. As his mastery level surged from 30,000 to 50,000, Yuanshou's strength increased by 1.5 times, causing the water-soft force within him to swell dramatically. At this point, all the energy techniques he had cultivated achieved completeness. What a monstrous talent! The Tiger King was utterly despaired. It could distinctly sense its opponent breaking through once more, with consecutive breakthroughs. The gap between them was now sufficient to obliterate it in an instant. Human race, shall we come to an agreement? The Tiger King, unwilling to meet its demise, gritted its teeth and humbly proposed, I will pledge my allegiance to you if you spare my life. What say you? Oh, Yuanshou was intrigued. Do you wish to be my steed? The Tiger King seethed with indignation. How dare this human race presume to make a mount of it, thus humiliating an innate powerhouse? Its expression fluctuated between stormy and serene, but it quickly donned a forced smile and replied, if it is to follow, then I shall indeed be a steed. The lifespan of the demon race is exceedingly long. An innate demon king can live for 500 years, outlasting their human counterparts by 2 centuries. At present, it is not yet 200 years old, with 300 years of life remaining. Even if Yuanshou were to eventually break through to the innate stage, he would only extend his life by a little over 200 years, affording the Tiger King ample confidence to outlast him. By that time, should it find the opportunity, returning to 100 Spirits Mountain would not be impossible. Furthermore, This is the worst-case scenario. Optimistically, whether seizing an opportunity during this time, contacting the Lion King of Hundred Spirits Mountain, or even Li Yuanshou perishing in battle, there exists a greater likelihood of an earlier liberation. Huh? Li Yuanshou scoffed. I shall slay your offspring. Can you endure that? Just a mere descendant. Upon hearing this, the Tiger King felt as though its heart were being wrenched. That was its only progeny. Yet, in the face of life and death, it had no choice but to bow its head. My Wola Mountain is already lost. The absence of a descendant is of little consequence. Well. Who would have thought that a dignified innate demon king, the sovereign of all beasts, could exhibit such restraint? Thus, you cannot be spared. The Tiger King initially felt a flicker of joy at the first part of the statement, but its expression stiffened upon hearing the latter. Confronted by the overwhelming aura of impending doom, it hastily knelt down and cried out, Wait, I possess a method that will assure my master's peace of mind. Oh, pray, do enlighten me. Li Yuanshou was merely attempting to intimidate and had no intention of actually taking lethal action. Before him, the Tiger King lay prostrate on the ground. Trembling as he spoke, Master can condense vital energy and implant it within the little tiger's life force. Should the little tiger dare defy the Master's command, it could be effortlessly slain. This method was indeed feasible. The demon-slaying department possessed such techniques, accessible within the library. However, Li Yuanshou understood that this technique was merely a temporary solution, not a lasting one, for vital energy would dissipate if separated from the body for too long. Caution was paramount, necessitating regular replacement of the vital energy seed. In summary, while the method proved effective, it was labor-intensive. Nevertheless, a primordial demon king was worth the effort. The role of a century-old demon king transcended mere companionship. Chapter 67. Subduing the Demon King. Primordial Mount. The condensation of vital energy seeds is a fundamental technique reserved for those above the transformation realm. The essence of this technique is straightforward. It involves compressing vital energy through the power of intent, akin to refining a primordial spirit seed, to create a vital energy seed. The sole difficulty of this method lies in persuading the opponent to cooperate. The human race and the demons are irreconcilable foes, and there exists no possibility for one to implant a vital energy seed into the other, particularly with primordial demon kings, who possess an innate pride. Even a master-level expert would find it exceedingly challenging to subjugate a primordial demon king. Thus, in the demon-slaying department of Linha County, neither primordial nor master-level experts possess mounts. Those below the primordial level are deemed insignificant, preferring to soar or fly on their own, while those above the primordial level are nearly impossible to tame. As the first warrior in all of Linha County to possess a primordial mount, Li Yuanshou is free from such worries. The mountain domain of the Tiger King has long been eradicated, and its descendants thoroughly annihilated. According to its account, after immersing itself in the Hundred Spirits Mountain, it was not regarded by the Master Demon Kings, relegated to the status of a mere peripheral demon. Otherwise, it would not have been dispatched to such a desolate place. A dignified innate demon king has fallen to associate with the river demons of the transformation realm. One could assert that this Tiger King bears little distinction from a solitary wanderer. Aside from its formidable strength and cultivation, it possesses none of the grandeur befitting an innate demon king. Consequently, in a desperate bid for survival, this great innate demon ultimately chose to submit, allowing Li Yuanshou to plant several potent spiritual seeds. Master, there is no need for so many, the Xiaotian tiger said, its heart racing and face twisted in a grimace of flattery. The more spiritual seeds there are, the more they deplete the mind. One is sufficient for you to govern the life and death of this little tiger. Just a bit more assurance is all that is needed. Li Yuanshou felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Having a primordial demon king as a mount was a privilege even unparalleled among masters. With a beaming smile, he patted the shoulder of the Xiaotian tiger and said, Rise, take your true form, and let me behold you. The Xiaotian tiger inwardly scoffed at the lack of decorum, yet wore a broad grin on its face. To serve my master is a great honor for me. With that, it lowered itself to the ground, its body quivering. In an instant, it was enveloped in a radiant golden light. Suddenly, it transformed into a colossal tiger, standing 5 meters tall and stretching over 9 meters in length. A 3-foot-long golden horn adorned its head, and its body was intricately woven with golden and silver patterns, shimmering brilliantly, exuding an explosive power. Its robust physique was imposing and majestic, with a fearsome tiger head and razor-sharp fangs. Just a single glance was enough to instill a sense of dread, as one could hardly bear to meet its piercing, blood-red eyes. The appearance was indeed quite impressive. Li Yuanshou gazed with increasing satisfaction. He reminisced about his youth, recalling countless nights of hunger spent dreaming of becoming an unparalleled master, riding an extraordinarily magnificent steed, and gallantly roaming the world as a hero. In those days, such youthful fantasies were his daily sustenance. As long as his master was pleased, he felt fulfilled. Ziotinhu quickly immersed himself in his role. Kneeling on the ground with a smug expression, Li Yuanshou gracefully leaped onto the broad back of the tiger, which spanned over 2 meters in width. Not only could he sit comfortably, but even reclining would pose no difficulty. Indeed, having a primordial great demon as a steed is truly remarkable. The Xiaotian tiger stood firm and steady. Li Yuanshou sat atop the broad back of the tiger, feeling no jolt whatsoever. It was remarkably stable. And the thick fur beneath him was far from uncomfortable. It was akin to reclining on a luxurious tiger skin bed, being carried effortlessly. "My lord, where are we heading now?" inquired the Shaotian tiger cautiously. At this, Li Yuanshou narrowed his eyes and replied nonchalantly, "Tell me about your relationship with the Zhou family." The tiger was taken aback, realizing that the master was aware of its connection. However, it quickly understood that humans often attained enlightenment far earlier than the beast kin, frequently reaching a wisdom comparable to that of a 100-year-old beast by the mere age of 10. Relieved, the Shaotian tiger, eager to demonstrate its loyalty, divulged everything to Li Yuanshou without reservation. After all, it had already pledged allegiance to him, and a swift return to the 100 Spirits Mountain was impossible. There were no kin there to fear annihilation. Feeling quite solitary, it harbored no guilt in betraying its human allies. In fact, its animosity towards the Zhou family surpassed even that for Li Yuanshou. What a wretched ally they were. Had it not been for the Zhou family disseminating false information, it would never have found itself reduced to a mere mout. The Zhou family. Listening to the account of Xiao Tianhu, Li Yuanshou's gaze and countenance grew cold. Initially, he had been uncertain, even doubting his own instincts, believing that the Zhou family, with its profound heritage, had no need to collude with demons. However, upon hearing Xiao Tianhu's words, he realized the harsh truth. As soon as he departed from Xie City, he had been betrayed by Zhou Ziming, the demon-slaying general of this region. The Zhou family's cultivated Qingyun sparrows had been employed to send warnings. Moreover, the Zhou family's entanglement with the demons was far deeper than he had ever imagined. The weapons and armor from Woha Mountain were also provided by the Zhou family, but not intended for Woha Mountain. Rather, they were meant for Bailing Mountain, subsequently falling into the hands of various demon clans. In addition, for centuries, the Zhou family had repeatedly supplied intelligence to Bailing Mountain, using the demons there to eliminate rivals and undermine opponents. The Jinyangqi family, which was annihilated 300 years ago, and the Su family, which suffered the loss of several innate experts 200 years ago, leading to their decline and eventual disappearance, were all victims of the Zhou family's machinations. Furthermore, in the last 150 years, numerous innate experts who perished at the hands of demons, as well as those who served as demon-slaying officials, fell prey to the Zhou family's dark schemes. Over the past 300 years, Xiao Tianhu alone had heard of more than 10 innate experts who met their demise at the hands of the Zhou family's Black Hands. The countless practitioners of the refining vessel and ordinary lives lost during this time remain unremembered. The Zhou family in Linhe County was nearly as formidable as Bailing Mountain. And it was not only the Zhou family, the Wei family of Bibisheng, the Jiang family of Sanshui City, along with several other innate families, were all complicit, with the Zhou family leading the charge. Xiao Tianhu divulged everything it knew without reservation. In the end, sensing the oppressive aura of killing intent emanating from Li Yuanshou, it could not help but tremble in fear. Master has been betrayed by the Zhou family. Zhou Ziming's death would be a fitting end. Little Tiger has a plan that can help Master avenge this wrong. Li Yuanshou took a deep breath, suppressing the fiery anger within him, and impatiently remarked, "If you keep teasing me like this, be prepared to face the consequences." Xiao Tianhu trembled all over and quickly suggested, "Master could feign a pursuit of me, while I could claim that I received false information from Zhou Ziming, desperately rushing into Xie City to eliminate him. In the end, I could be temporarily subdued by the master under the pretext of possessing crucial information." Li Yuanshou stared at it with an expressionless face. Its voice grew progressively softer, until it was nearly inaudible. In this way, the master would neither violate the strict laws of the Demon Slayer division nor suppress his frustrations. The only dilemma was that both it and Li Yuanshou would be regarded as mortal enemies by the Zhou family. "Are you seeking personal revenge?" Li Yuanshou's emotionless gaze fixed upon it. Without waiting for Xiao Tianhu to respond, he lowered his eyes, inhaled deeply, and declared, "I shall abide by your counsel. But you would do well to remain restrained and eliminate only Zhou Ziming. Such actions are akin to colluding with demons, harming one's peers." However, regarding the Zhou family, particularly the treacherous Zhou Ziming who has just betrayed him, Li Yuanshou harbored no qualms about employing such unscrupulous methods. Were it not for the extensive ramifications of personally intervening, he would have rushed into Shurha City at once to exact vengeance upon Zhou Ziming himself. "Rest assured, my master, Little Tiger will ensure that Zhou Ziming meets a fitting end." Xiao Tianhu's face contorted with rage, his resentment towards Zhou Ziming intensifying with each thought. As all the humiliations endured today clamored for an outlet. Before long, he bellowed, "Abominable wretch, where do you flee? You insignificant human. Had it not been for the treachery I faced, would I allow you this arrogance?" The forest trembled with his potent energy, foliage shattering in his wake. The man and beast engaged in a distant skirmish, pursuing their quarry down Baotou Mountain. Chapter 68. Escape and Transformation. The thoughts of the aristocracy. What is happening? Did that individual fail to subdue the innate demon king? At the base of the mountain, three venerable figures, still observing, noted the escalating commotion as their elder had chased deep into Baotou Mountain. They pondered whether it was time to conclude their watch. Suddenly, an astonishing roar echoed, accompanied by a swiftly approaching formidable aura. "Trouble! This is coming for us. The three elders' expressions shifted drastically as they hurriedly retreated. They had never anticipated that their engrossed observation would lead to such peril. Roar! The Tiger King moved with remarkable speed. Although inherently lacking in swiftness, its innate cultivation granted it considerable prowess. Its colossal frame, 5 meters tall and 9 meters long, charged through the dense foliage like a raging tempest, forcefully carving a wide path through the underbrush. With a few mighty leaps, it could traverse great distances in mere moments. Soon, it spotted 3 figures fleeing desperately ahead, its gaze sharpening instinctively as fangs bared in surprise. Were there still others? Yet, considering its current predicament, it retracted its murderous intent, maintaining its furious pace while using innate energy to convey a message to Yuanshou. My lord, there are 3 transformation warriors ahead. After delivering the message, it snarled fiercely, exuding a menacing presence, and added in exasperation, you scoundrels ahead, clear the way for Tiger Lord. Who dares to obstruct the path? Yuanshou followed with a long howl, his authoritative voice resonating through the mountains and forests. This demon tiger is on its last legs. If we can stop it, I shall reward you handsomely. To confront a primordial demon? I shall use my own head to do so. At the foot of the mountain, 3 elderly men were flushed, panting heavily, expending every ounce of strength they possessed, yet still unable to shake off the pursuing demon tiger. Despair began to settle in. It was over. The primordial demon's speed was too formidable. Even though we excel in lightness skills, we could not evade it. As the ferocious tiger closed in within a mere mile, it would soon be upon them. The 3 elder practitioners gasped, feeling as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, their scalps tingling. Damn it! If we cannot evade it, we shall fight. I see that Senior is in hot pursuit. If we can hinder it even for a moment, perhaps he can catch up. Yuanshou clenched his teeth, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. I see you're seeking death. Old man Ma gritted his teeth, his mind racing. His peripheral vision swept the surroundings, finally fixating on the sandy river below the cliff. Damn it, into the water. With that, he resolutely dashed to the cliff's edge and leaped without hesitation. They all had practiced water-based techniques. As masters in the transformation realm, even if they could not battle the same level demon in the water, they could at least ensure their own safety. As for whether they could evade the primordial demon behind them, there was no other choice at this juncture. They at least possessed the ability to navigate water, while the fierce tiger may not dare to enter. Quite right. The other 2 followed suit without hesitation, leaping off the cliff. The cliff towered over 100 meters high, and below surged a tumultuous sandy river, its roaring waves impressive. Even those new to the refining realm might struggle to withstand it. Yet for practitioners of water-based techniques in the transformation realm, it posed little threat. You few have some sense. The howling sky tiger roared as it charged through the forest. In its lantern-sized crimson eyes, a glimmer of cold light flickered. It was evident that these 3 fellows had come to hunt it. Were it not for Yuanshou's fierce presence, it would surely have devoured them whole, treating them as mere appetizers. As its thoughts whirled, it leaped, shattering the cliff face, using the momentum to soar over the wide sandy river below. With a thud, accompanied by a cloud of dust, the howling sky tiger landed firmly on the opposite bank, charging towards Sandy River City without a glance back. You wretched creature, do not flee. Yuanshou let out a fierce shout and then leaped across the sandy river. His mixed elemental energy surged like a tempest, propelling him through the air like a wild goose, spanning 100 meters in a single bound. Upon reaching the opposite bank, he steadied himself and caught a glimpse of 3 figures in the river, still shaken from their recent emergence from the water. Yet he paid them no heed as he continued his pursuit of the howling sky tiger, racing toward the city of Shurha. Phew, that was close. Fortunately, the great demon was being closely pursued, leaving it no time to concern itself with us. Beneath the steep cliffs, the 3 seasoned veterans of the Lingyun team exhaled deeply, having narrowly escaped facing a formidable innate demon. Do you see that person? Doesn't he resemble Yuanshou? The elder Yuan, having returned to the shore without incident, furrowed his brow as he gazed in the direction of the disappearing figure. Yuanshou? The other 2 were taken aback, responding irritably. At a time like this, who the hell cares about appearances? But surely it can't be him. Zhengxian pondered. Wasn't Yuanshou previously at the pinnacle of the refining realm? Even if he had some fortuitous encounter, he could at most have stepped into the transformation realm, right? Indeed. Is it even possible for someone to leap directly into the innate realm? The old man Ma shook his head repeatedly. If he possessed such talent, why would he have wasted decades in a small place like Yuanshou City? And what of those dear demons from Baiyun Mountain? If they had such an opportunity, how could we have easily vanquished them? Remember that innate deer demon? Although it was somewhat stronger than this Tiger King, it was merely at the mid-stage of the innate realm, while the other deer demons were at most in the transformation realm. They certainly didn't seem to possess any extraordinary opportunities. Suddenly, the elder Yun exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically, that's the direction of Shurha City. The tiger demon is headed for Shurha City. Oh no. The other 2 quickly reacted, without a moment's thought, hastily retrieving a signal arrow and launching it into the sky. Whoosh. As the signal arrow pierced the air, the 3 of them, faces darkened, sped toward Shurha City. An innate demon could obliterate a small city. If it were to enter the city, the consequences would be dire. In the few breaths following the ascent of the signal arrow, the howling sky tiger, Li Yuanshou, and Zhou Ziming, stationed in Shurha City, all noticed the commotion of the signal. This was a signal of emergency. Instantly, the entire demon-catching bureau became alert. This is bad. It seems the demon-slaying envoy heading to Bai has encountered trouble. All the demon hunters stood at the ready. Those still within the bureau hastily donned their armor and weapons, rushing out of their quarters to converge at the training ground. However, Zhou Ziming in the main hall remained unperturbed, chuckling lightly. It should be that Li Yuanshou who sent up the signal. Unfortunately, for those at the innate level, this is merely a trinket. I didn't expect he still had some strength left to issue a signal in the face of an innate demon king. Too bad, he doesn't know his place. With that, he leisurely rose, stretching his limbs. Let us go. We must maintain appearances. Indeed. Zhou Wanhe inhaled deeply, suppressing his discomfort, silently agreeing. Wanhe, the world is thus. Zhou Ziming glanced at his younger cousin, hands clasped behind his back as he walked, imparting wisdom. Our Zhou family may appear prosperous, enjoying grandeur. But who understands the pressures we bear? For the stability of Linhe County, we must engage with the demons, trying to avoid outright conflict, all while facing suspicion from above and misunderstanding from colleagues. Yet, there's no point in saying too much, you will understand in time. Seeing his cousin's mood dampened and spirit waning, Zhou Ziming waved dismissively. You only need to know that everything our Zhou family does is for Linhe. For the people of this land. We indeed. As the great demon-slaying general of Shurha City and a young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Ziming's strength, status, and background were far beyond Zhou Wanhe's reach. He was the pride of the younger generation, a key figure of cultivation. With hopes of ascending to the innate realm within a decade, destined for at least the later stages of the innate realm. In contrast, Zhou Wanhe could only be considered mediocre among the younger generation of the Zhou family. At most, he might reach the innate realm, becoming a demon-slaying general presiding over a sizable city. The disparity between them dictated their differing perceptions. He didn't elaborate further with Zhou Wanhe. After a brief exchange with the gathered demon hunters, he led the large group out of the city. No one would dare to let a signal arrow fly without consequence. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, to ignore a signal would only provide the inspectors with incriminating evidence. As for how to deal with the demons once outside, Zhou Ziming had his own set of mature tactics, capable of retreating without leaving a trace. Although he had never met the innate demon king, they had communicated before. With just a subtle reminder, the other party would gladly perform their role. However, the scene that unfolded outside the city indeed left everyone astounded. Wow, what a massive demon. My goodness, even if it's not an innate demon king, it must be a formidable transformation demon, right? Why do I feel like it's coming straight for us? Shurha City was significantly larger than Yuanshou City, surrounded by even more demons. The overall strength of the demon-catching bureau here far exceeded that of Yuanshou City. And the grand assembly of 100 riders had barely traveled 2 miles outside the city when they laid eyes on the ferocious demeanor of the howling sky tiger. Everyone's faces paled, and they gasped in shock. Everyone, stand back. Zhou Ziming's gaze darkened as he bellowed. He then transmitted a query to the howling sky tiger. The gravity of the situation far exceeding his expectations. Howling sky tiger, what are you planning? What am I planning? Naturally, to kill you. The howling sky tiger's eyes blazed with fury as it roared, charging directly at Zhou Ziming. Its overwhelming presence surged like a tidal wave. The extraordinary beasts beneath Zhou Ziming, at the pinnacle of the refining realm, were immediately pressured to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. His expression changed dramatically, nearly losing his footing. But he managed to stabilize himself. As the howling sky tiger closed within 100 meters, its violent aura and astonishing speed showed no signs of abating. As if it truly intended to slay him. Have you lost your mind? Zhou Ziming shouted in alarm, simultaneously raising his weapon. His pale knuckles gripped the Fangtian Huaji tightly as he activated his agility to retreat. Do you wish to violate the pact between Bailing Mountain and my Zhou family? Damn it, how dare you say that? The howling sky tiger, fueled by its pent-up resentment, roared back. If it weren't for your deceitful message that led innate experts to ambush me, would I have fallen to this state? At that moment, the howling sky tiger released the pent-up metal energy cloaking its massive form, revealing countless wounds across its body, appearing as if ensnared by barbed wire. It looked like a near-shattered piece of porcelain, a sight both horrific and tragic. I will kill you right now. The howling sky tiger let out a thunderous roar, leaping high into the air, closing the final distance, obscuring Zhou Ziming's vision in an instant. No, this is impossible. Zhou Ziming, in a state of panic, shouted as he rolled away. He narrowly avoided the crushing blow from the howling sky tiger, his body propelled several dozen meters by the fierce wind. With a 2-meter-long halberd, he forcefully thrust it into the ground to halt his momentum. As he saw the howling sky tiger charging towards him again, he recognized his disadvantage and quickly raised his hand to halt its advance. Brother Tiger King, please hold on. There must be a misunderstanding. Allow me to explain. In that moment, he disregarded the need for subtlety and shouted directly. He was beyond caring about being overheard. The extermination of demons often comes with losses. Encountering a primordial great demon and suffering total casualties among his subordinates was a reasonable outcome. The demon suppressor unexpectedly colluding with the demons? Everyone's expression changed. Their gazes fixated on Zhou Ziming, almost aflame with fury. The human race and demons are irreconcilable foes. Their friends and ancestors have all suffered at the hands of these monsters. Now, the demon suppressor they revered had allied with the demons to conspire against his fellow demon hunters. It was utterly insane. Zhou Wanhe's countenance also shifted as he hastily distanced himself from the demon hunters. Among them were numerous practitioners of the refining viscera stage, including 2 masters at the pinnacle of that level. He knew he stood no chance against them. Who the hell considers you a brother? The howling sky tiger roared, suddenly expelling a blast of pure metal energy. It had awaited Zhou Ziming's declaration. Now that Zhou had revealed himself, it was as if it had achieved a significant victory, leaving only the task of annihilation. Damn it, you dare to touch me. Zhou Ziming, seeing no way out, erupted in fury, unleashing his energy. Clad in silver armor with a silver helmet, wielding the halberd, he transformed into a formidable warrior, desperately blocking the incoming primordial energy. However, in that moment of distraction, the howling sky tiger charged forward with lethal intent. Die? It growled. Its massive form turned golden, enveloped in pure metal energy, as its enormous paw, the size of a basin, came crashing down. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Zhou Ziming, caught off guard while hastily attempting to defend, was driven deep into the earth. Zhou Ziming felt as if his bones were shattering, unable to suppress a cry of agony. Aware that death was imminent, he clung desperately to the halberd, his eyes blazing with fury as he roared, "Howling Sky Tiger, my Zhou family will ensure you suffer endlessly. You want to live to see it." The Howling Sky Tiger sneered, its paw coming down with renewed force, crushing Zhou Ziming's skull. Cousin, Zhou Wanhe, not far away, turned pale but dared not speak, fearing the wrath of the primordial demon tiger would lead to his own demise. Damn it, what a waste of such a fine weapon on a worthless fool. The Howling Sky Tiger transformed into human form, grasping the shimmering halberd and spitting into the blood-soaked ground. Its malicious crimson eyes scanned the others. Just as it contemplated what to say to delay the inevitable, a furious roar echoed from afar. Demon spawn, seeking death. Yuanshou maintained the swift pace of a serpent. Yet he had already caught up, his figure soaring like a wild goose, engaging in battle with the Shoutian tiger. Old curmudgeon, do not presume that this king fears you. The Shoutian tiger wielded the Fangtian Huaji, swirling it with a ferocity that stirred the winds, exuding an imposing presence. However, it was not long before it succumbed. This was not a feigned retreat. It was a genuine inability to withstand the onslaught. It could assure that. Yuanshou's actions were undoubtedly driven by personal grievances. Damn it, old scoundrel, is it really necessary to retaliate so viciously over a mere insult? In his heart, Xiao Tianhu silently cursed and promptly followed the prearranged plan, declaring loudly to the heavens, "Hold on. I, the king, intend to sue Zhou Ziming. He conspired with me to harm your external demon-slaying division. Spare my life, and I shall testify for you at the demon-slaying division." As he uttered these words, he was already overwhelmed, retreating under the relentless blows. No longer resembling a primordial demon at all. "You audacious creature, how dare you utter such foul words in my presence?" Yuanshou was furiously enraged, and thus could not be easily convinced. "If you do not believe me, I have another method." The Howling Sky Tiger was sent flying, blood gushing from its mouth. It was uncertain whether Yuanshou truly intended to take its life, yet at this juncture, there was no alternative but to plunge forward into the abyss. Otherwise, death was inevitable. Lying on the ground, exhausted, it raised its hand and shouted, "I can lead you to slay a few innate demon kings in exchange for my life." With a swift motion, a lethal palm strike descended upon the tiger's forehead, mere inches away. It could even feel the suppressed force generating a chilling wind, causing a cold sweat to break out on its back. It nearly believed that Yuanshou was genuinely intent on killing it. Chapter 70, An Unexpected Delight. Master S Divine Weapon. Is this statement truly credible? Yuanshou cast a frigid gaze upon Xiao Tianhu and inquired, "How can you prove it?" Xiao Tianhu promptly replied, "I am willing to allow you to plant the spirit seed of vitality within me. Should there be any deceit, you may slay me at your convenience. You had better not attempt any tricks." Yuanshou let out a cold snort and once again sowed several seeds of vital energy. The Shoutian tiger felt quite aggrieved. It had clearly been cooperative and had even achieved merit. So why was there a need to plant so many vital energy seeds? Yet, it dared not voice its grievances and could only silently tend to its wounds. Meanwhile, Yuanshou turned his gaze to the others. After surveying the surroundings, his eyes settled on the pool of tainted blood on the ground. Who can tell me what has transpired here? Several demon slayers exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. They were all scions of noble families, and even if they did not hail from the Zhou family, their own clans were intricately linked to it. Moreover, the actions of Zhou Ziming today involved collusion with demons, a matter so grave that even the Zhou family might struggle to quell it. How could mere minor clans presume to comment on it? "Reporting to you, my lord." The demon catchers, unfazed by the gravity of the situation, furiously recounted all that they had witnessed to Yuanshou. After listening to their accounts, Yuanshou's gaze swept over the demon-slaying officials, momentarily lingering on the complex expression of Zhou Wanhe. He then spoke in a grave tone. "This matter involves far-reaching implications. We must not hastily draw conclusions. You may return for now, and later, before he could finish, a whistling sound echoed from behind. Turning towards the sound, he beheld the three elder transformation experts from before, racing towards them, breathless and drenched in sweat despite their formidable cultivation. The expressions of Yuanshou and the others shifted slightly. At last, they recognized the face they had aimed to reprimand. Looking at the docile figure of the innate Tiger King, who was attentively licking its wounds beside Yuanshou, a tumult of emotions surged within them. The innate Demon King had actually been subdued by Yuanshou, a martial artist who had joined the demon-slaying division for less than half a year. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have thought themselves delusional. Are you here to carry out a mission? Yuanshou glanced at the 3 days demon slayers and nodded slightly. The task is complete, and you may return. Yuanshou instinctively wanted to say something. Old Yun quickly grasped him, a forced smile adorning his face. Since our colleagues have accomplished the mission, we shall take our leave. With that, he pulled the two away, turning to depart. It was only when they could no longer see Yuanshou's figure that Old Yun let out a heavy sigh of relief. Damn it. Who spread such false news that nearly led to my downfall? Old He and Old Ma exchanged glances, silently conveying, your son. Damn. Old Yun was momentarily taken aback, retorting, what of my son? Is he not your nephew? What shall we do now? The two elders, unwilling to engage in further debate, hung their heads in defeat. Are we to return in such a disheartened manner? What other option do we have? Shall you turn back and spar with that monster? Old Yun, uninterested in prolonging the conversation, raised his hand and swallowed a handful of vitality pills. After a brief adjustment, his expression turned serious as he quickened his pace, determined to return to the Demon Slayer division and inform senior brother Ling Yun of the matter. In the distance, Yuanshou watched them depart. Reflecting on their earlier reactions and the aura of their techniques, he sensed something amiss but chose not to dwell on it. After dismissing the demon catchers, he cast a lingering glance at Zhou Wanhao before turning away on his Shoutian tiger. He had not anticipated that, apart from Zhou Ziming, there was another member of the Zhou family, Zhou Wanhao, with whom he had shared some prior interactions. Though he remained uncertain whether Zhou Wanhao was aware of Zhou Ziming's betrayal, Yuanshou has already lost the opportunity. It is impossible for Xiao Tainhu to act publicly again. Aside from today's events, he holds no grievances against Zhou Wanhao and has previously shared some information with him, which can be considered a favor. After today, should there be any further entanglements, Yuanshou took a deep breath, his back turned to Zhou Wanhao, whose eyes were filled with a hint of coldness. The journey from Woha Mountain to Bai Mountain inevitably set him on a path of opposition against the Zhou family. Henceforth, they were destined to be adversaries. Alas, Zhou Wanhao sighed deeply, his fists slowly clenching. He longed to slay that Tiger King to avenge his cousin, yet found himself lacking the strength to do so. He also yearned to express something to Yuanshou, but the words remained trapped within him. During their last encounter, he was merely a demon-slaying envoy honing his skills in Wanghu City, a young prodigy from the illustrious Zhou family, a master of the refining viscera realm. At that time, Yuanshou still looked up to him. Yet now, in the span of just a few months, their positions had entirely reversed. Yuanshou has become a master in the art of slaying demons, emerging as a formidable figure capable of dominating the Linhe County and subduing even the innate demon kings. Yet, he has merely achieved minor success in refining his skills, having only changed his training grounds. A sense of frustration and helplessness surged within Zhou Wanhao as he gazed upon his once reliable cousin, now reduced to a mere shadow of himself, while anger began to ignite in his eyes. And what of that vile tiger? Master, behold this weapon, procured from Zhou Ziming. It is indeed a precious treasure. On the journey back to Mount Bai, the Shoutian tiger presented Zhou Ziming's Fang Tianhua halberd with an obsequious expression. Oh! Yuanshou felt a surge of interest as he grasped the Fang Tianhua halberd. It was surprisingly heavy in his hand. His eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. The quality of a weapon can often be discerned from its weight. This pitch-black halberd, at first glance, appeared no different from an ordinary weapon, yet its heft was undeniable. Measuring 2 meters in length and as thick as a wrist, it weighed a staggering 800 pounds. Generally speaking, the ratio of a warrior's strength to the weight of their weapon is about 1 to 2%. Those who seek power might aspire to a ratio of 10 to 12%. The demon-suppressing generals of the internal division pursue the latter, while the external division predominantly aims for the former. Yuanshou is an exception. His foundational strength far surpasses that of others, exceeding 10,000 pounds. This physique is comparable to that of a primordial demon. Even in the pursuit of power, his speed and endurance remain unaffected. A remarkable spear. Yuanshou swung the weapon twice, feeling increasingly adept with it. He could sense that this Fang Tianhua not only had a comfortable weight, but was also crafted from materials far superior to the shattered spirit iron blade. Had it been this mighty halberd instead of the spirit iron blade, he was confident he could deliver a fatal strike to the Shoutian tiger. This weapon was forged from the dark and mysterious Wuming Xian iron sourced from the 100 Spirits Mountain, the very same material wielded by the master-level Old Lion. The Shoutian tiger, fearing that Yuanshou might not appreciate its value, spared no effort in boasting about its merits. Such an extraordinary divine weapon might even secure a place in the Northern States' Divine Weapon Registry. It was likely that ordinary masters could not attain such a formidable armament. It then shifted its tone, flattering with a smile. However, seeing it in the hands of that Zhou Ziming is akin to a pearl covered in dust. Only a master of your caliber is worthy of wielding such a divine weapon. As you nurture it with your true energy and enhance your cultivation, this weapon is destined to evolve into a true master-level divine armament. Listening to its extravagant praise, Li Yuanshou automatically disregarded the latter part of the conversation. As he toyed with this divine weapon, his admiration for it grew with each passing moment. What a delightful surprise this was. However, considering that the Zhou family was able to procure such a treasure from 100 Spirits Mountain, it was evident that their connection to the mountain was likely even more profound than what Xiao Tianhu had suggested. The Zhou family. Li Yuanshou's gaze was icy. He was unaware of the upper echelon's opinions and intentions regarding the Zhou family. At present, he had no desire to sever ties with them so hastily. However, should the Zhou family make a move, he would not hesitate to engage in a confrontation. Chapter 71. The Transformation of Bibo City. A storm approaches atop Mount Baekdu. Li Yuanshou, through the insights of the Howling Sky Tiger, became aware of the surrounding demonic entities. Numerous primal demons that had departed from the 100 Spirits Mountain were now scattered across the realms of Sanshui City, Baibo City, and Lingqiu City. The vigilant old eagle, accompanied by its fledglings on watch, posed a significant challenge to approach stealthily. However, if I were to pave the way for my master, I could leverage the guise of reminiscing to strike first and inflict considerable damage. The Howling Sky Tiger had betrayed its companions entirely. This old eagle, known as the White-Headed Eagle King, bore the ancient bloodline of the white-feathered mysterious eagle, granting it strength that surpassed that of the Howling Sky Tiger. Nonetheless, it had yet to reach the mid-stage of the primal realm. They, along with the golden leopard of Huangfeng Mountain, the old ape of Sun Yuan Cave, and the black bear, were all outsiders. Once, they each claimed dominion over their territories. But now they had been subdued by the master demons of 100 Spirits Mountain and were dispatched to sow chaos around various cities. According to the Howling Sky Tiger, these outsiders were undervalued and, lacking the strength of the native demon kings of 100 Spirits Mountain, remained at the initial stage of the primal realm. Given your profound understanding of them, I presume your bond is quite substantial, is it not? After Li Yuanshou dealt with the catfish spirit, he skewered the fish meat with his Fangtian painting halberd, grilling it while listening to the tales of the Howling Sky Tiger. The Howling Sky Tiger's expression shifted slightly as he cautiously remarked, there was once a semblance of camaraderie, yet now, Little Tiger has resolved to follow his master and will naturally prioritize the master's interests. Li Yuanshou remained silent, quietly roasting the meat. He merely unleashed a fierce flame while barbecuing, enhancing the fire's vigor and hastening the cooking process, before sharing the feast with the Howling Sky Tiger. The colossal physique of the metamorphic demon made transportation cumbersome. Although its flesh was rich in vitality, it held little value. Thus, he opted to procure only the vital organs, using the remaining flesh to replenish his energy and vitality. With the insatiable Howling Sky Tiger by his side, the two swiftly devoured the entirety of 2,000-pound catfish. Let us depart for Baibo City and deal with that old eagle. Li Yuanshou's journey incurred minimal expense. After consuming some qi blood pills and feasting on the spirit flesh of the fish demon, he had fully recuperated. The delay during this period was primarily to allow the Xiaotian tiger to regain its strength, and now, the tiger had nearly returned to its former vigor. Together, man and beast hastened toward the city of Baibo. It must be said that having a congenital mount is indeed advantageous. The distance from She City to Baibo City is 600 miles. If he were to ride a Qinglin beast, it would take at least an hour and a half. However, the Xiaotian tiger accomplished the journey in less than half that time, despite its inherent lack of speed. Upon entering the territory of Baibo City, Li Yuanshou distanced himself from the Xiao Tianhu, who took the lead in scouting for the whereabouts of the White-Headed Eagle King. They had been dispatched from the 100 Spirit Mountain one after another, possessing only a vague understanding of each other's locations. Moreover, due to the caution exercised by powerful demons, they would not linger in one place for long. Thus, the precise location of the White-Headed Eagle remained elusive. Master, I have found it, exclaimed the Xiao Tianhu, who, after traversing a radius of 100 miles around the Baibo City, suddenly detected the presence of two black eagles. Li Yuanshou decisively concealed himself within the jungle, evading the scrutiny of the Black Hawk. He hung 200 meters away from the Xiaotian tiger, vigilantly observing its movements while maintaining a prudent wariness of the creature. In the presence of such a century-old demon king, even with the constraints of the internal energy spirit seed, complete trust was not an option. The Xiaotian tiger made no effort to conceal its trail. Upon discovering the Black Hawk, it too was detected. Having a cordial relationship with the White-Headed Eagle King, many Black Hawks were soon in contact with two of their kind. The old eagle ventured into the city? This revelation astonished the Xiaotian tiger. Although the innate demon king could assume a human-like form to a considerable extent, it still retained certain demonic traits. How could that old eagle dare to enter the city? Regrettably, the two Black Hawks were unaware of the answer. Very well. You may continue your patrols. I shall seek the truth myself. With a dismissive wave, the Xiaotian tiger sent the two Black Hawks away and returned to inform Li Yuanshou of the news. What are the Wei family and the internal officials up to? Yuanshou unconsciously furrowed his brow. Allowing the innate demon king to infiltrate the city was tantamount to weaving a self-imposed trap. Should such a fiend go berserk, even a multitude of innate warriors would find it exceedingly difficult to prevent chaos, inevitably endangering innocent civilians. Even with a formidable garrison stationed within the city, their efforts would be severely hampered. The Demon Extermination Department established various offices across the land precisely to avert such predicaments. In Yuanshou City, for instance, numerous demon catchers are deployed daily to patrol the city gates, diligently guarding against any demonic intrusions. Moreover, in a city like Bibo, second only to the prefecture city, with a population exceeding 1 million, there exists not just a single governmental office. The Internal Affairs Office would undoubtedly assign an innate powerhouse to oversee the area. While the Wei family, a prominent clan second only to the Zhou family, boasts multiple innate experts among its ranks, this situation is far from simple. Yuanshou took a deep breath, contemplating for a moment, and resolved to infiltrate the city. Bibo City has been the stronghold of the Wei family for centuries, with countless spies scattered throughout. Should a demon slayer enter the city, the Wei family would undoubtedly be alerted. I am eager to see what they truly intend to do. Yuanshou, accompanied by Xiao Tianhu, stealthily approached the outskirts of Bibo City. From a distance, he scrutinized the various city gates and walls, all of which were manned by armored guards who rigorously inspected every passerby, far more stringent than in other cities. The heightened vigilance only intensified his unease. He decided to wait and observe, convinced that there would eventually be a moment of laxity. Yuanshou sought a place to wait for the opportune moment. The formidable Xiao Tianhu was ever at his side, vigilantly preventing the tiger demon from escaping. Every 2 hours, he would check the energy seed. While he certainly intended to eliminate the old eagle, he could not afford to underestimate this tiger demon, until he discovered a foolproof method to bind the tiger demon within the demon-slaying division. He had to ensure that he could always hold the creature's life in his grasp. Should it dare to make any sudden movements, he would promptly detonate the energy seed to send it to its demise. If necessary, it may be slain. Yuanshou's gaze was as cold as ice. He valued the potential brought by a primordial beast, and a little effort was inconsequential. However, if it interfered with important matters, he would not hesitate to eliminate it swiftly. Subsequently, both man and tiger lay in wait, oblivious to the fact that the events in Shay City had already reached the county city. Did you witness Yuanshou subduing a primordial demon king with your own eyes? The first 3 elders who hurried back to Floating Cloud Mountain reported the incident to Lingyun, who had just returned from the Blackwater River. Upon hearing this, Lingyun furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. What had he truly gained from Baiyun Gorge? In such a short span, crossing realms to ascend to the primordial level and even overpowering a primordial demon king, what fortune could stir such longing? Regardless of the gains, I believe it is unwise to provoke further conflict. Yunshan subtly shook his head, expressing his opinion. What junior brother Yun stated is indeed correct. Not only should we avoid antagonizing him, but we should also seek to resolve any misunderstandings. He Zhongshuan and the old man Mon nodded in agreement. If Yuanshou were merely a novice with a perfected cultivation, a lesson might be warranted. However, given that he possesses the strength to overpower the primordial, even if only at the initial stage, he is undoubtedly a figure of considerable might. In this tumultuous time, it is indeed prudent to exercise restraint. Lingyun, having navigated the intricacies of the demon-slaying division for many years, understood well the principle that it is better to resolve enmities than to create them. He waved his hand and declared, "This matter shall be entrusted to the 3 junior brothers. I must enter seclusion, and I will need your assistance with the affairs of the sect. Are you aiming to break into the late primordial stage, senior brother?" The 3 responded with great joy. Indeed, this journey has yielded some rewards. Lingyun nodded slightly, then fell silent for a moment before instructing, "Additionally, I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on the movements of the Zhou family. The recent calamity at the Blackwater River is highly irregular, and their involvement is likely. However, remember that safety must come first. We are merely on guard. We are not to confront the Zhou family. That is the duty of the inspectorate, not ours." In truth, Yuanshou merely seized an opportunity, and it cannot be considered a significant grievance. Lingyun paid it little mind. Instead, the unrest at the Blackwater River filled him with an inexplicable sense of unease, as if something might go awry in the county. At that moment, in the county city, where the ancient and illustrious Zhou family resided, within their deep and secluded courtyard, a gentle breeze rustled through the willows, bringing a touch of coolness. 2 elders were seated around a stone table engaged in a game of chess, while a middle-aged man sat silently between them, observing. As the game neared its midpoint, the elder with long green hair and an imposing stature held a piece in hand, struggling to find a solution. His brow furrowed in frustration as he ultimately slammed the piece down, exclaiming, "You humans, aside from scheming and deceit, what else can you do?" That statement is misguided. The white-haired elder opposite him smiled faintly, saying, "In this world, not all matters can be resolved through violence. Sometimes, these seemingly trivial tactics are crucial in shaping the larger picture. Then why don't you use your cunning to contend with your lord?" The elder clad in green hair and clothing scoffed. "How do you know I haven tea?" The white-haired elder, his expression tranquil, continued placing pieces. Left Xian has yet to enter Linha. Do you think he is deterred by your kind? Were it not for me, you would have been eliminated long ago, and you would not have been able to enter this Linha city. Huh? The green-haired elder scoffed derisively, glaring at him, revealing a row of sharp teeth. Were it not for your usefulness, I could easily tear you apart and join forces with my brother, the River Lord, to annihilate both your Zhou family and the demon-slaying division without breaking a sweat. The white-haired elder paused in his movements, a cold demeanor settling over his otherwise calm features. Gentlemen, let us return to the matter at hand. Sensing the escalating tension, the middle-aged man hastily interjected. This is of utmost importance. Can the Wei family be trusted? The white-haired elder glanced at the Lion King opposite him, suppressing his coldness, and replied nonchalantly, in the end, we all face death. What does it matter whether they can be trusted? Are you suggesting that Brother Zhou wishes to bury the Wei family alongside us? The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Despite knowing the elder's ruthless nature, he was still taken aback, for the Wei family was their ally and kin. The white-haired elder dismissed the concern, placing his final piece. Observing the overwhelming position on the board, he smiled faintly. Every move is made to secure victory. As long as the outcome remains unchanged, losing a few pieces is of little consequence. Upon hearing this, the green-haired elder and the middle-aged man fell silent, their hearts filled with caution. Over the years, the Wei family had done much for everyone, and they had come to regard them as allies, viewing them as the Zhou family's right and left arms. However, they had not anticipated that the old monster Zhou would plan to destroy the Wei family as well. Father, something has happened. Suddenly a low, mournful voice echoed from outside the courtyard. How many times have I told you to maintain composure during significant matters? The elder's brow furrowed as he spoke sternly. What kind of example does it set for the head of the Zhou family to be in a state of panic? Father, it's tomorrow he dies. The middle-aged man's grief was barely contained. What? The elder's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 72, An Unexpected Change. Night battle at Wei Mansion. The elder's face darkened. He cast a sidelong glance at the green-haired elder and asked in a low voice, what is happening? When he has just returned from Shay City, Zhou Yuanshou, burdened with heavy news, recounted the information brought back by Zhou Wanha, the howling sky tiger. Li Yuanshou. The elder's face darkened like water, his hoarse voice murmuring the two names. Moments later, he lifted his head, his eyes slightly closed. Two at the initial primordial stage. You can decide how to handle it. Remember to do it cleanly, and don't forget about Shay City. Yes, father. Outside the courtyard, Zhou Yuanshou felt a chill wash over him upon seeing his father's lack of opposition. He promptly dispatched individuals to investigate Li Yuanshou's whereabouts and to silence any witnesses in Shay City. Within the courtyard, the elder's expression remained impassive as he regarded the green-haired elder. I require an explanation. This matter is partially my oversight, yet your Zhou family cannot escape blame. The green-haired elder snorted coldly, retorting, if it were not for your Zhou family's youth miscommunicating, how would the howling sky tiger have been driven to madness? The elder remained silent. He had no desire to argue with the lion over who was at fault. However, his descendants could not die in vain. Li Yuanshou and the howling sky tiger must pay a price, and this old lion must bear a share of the burden. What exactly does the Zhou family intend to do? Outside the city, atop floating cloud mountain, in a high pavilion of the outer division, an elder and a middle-aged man raised their cups in a toast, their deep gazes surveying the direction of the county city. A subtle unease lingered in the elder's heart. Whatever he did, the stability of Linha was paramount. The middle-aged man savored a sip of fine wine, relishing the delicious river delicacies on the plate. Given Zhou's cautious nature, he likely lacks the courage to provoke that one. Zhou has always been deep-minded and suspicious, fearing that the chief might be overly domineering, compelling him to take unnecessary precautions. The elderly man sighed deeply, burdened by worry. Ah, you are prone to overthinking. No wonder the esteemed master appears to be far older than I. The middle-aged man dismissed the concern nonchalantly, replying, have you not already informed him? What was his response? Let us observe how things unfold. Is that not sufficient? Come, let us dine. And what of Zheng Yi and the others? They have gone to attend to minor matters. There is no cause for alarm. Meanwhile, far away, 1,000 miles southwest in the city of Bibo, Li Yuanshou and Xiao Tianhu waited for several days and finally found an opportunity to enter the city. Have you heard? The Wei family has announced that, in half a month, they will celebrate the 280th birthday of the old patriarch, during which they will distribute gold and silver widely, bringing the entire city together in celebration. The Wei family truly deserves their reputation as a centuries-old family in our Bibo city. Their generosity is remarkable. Indeed, it is said that half a month ago, the Wei family had already begun their charitable acts, welcoming the displaced people from nearby cities who have suffered from calamities caused by demons. Not only the Wei family, but the entire city is now enjoying feasts at half the usual price, which is also attributed to the Wei family's influence. No wonder there are increasingly more outsiders coming to the city recently. Li Yuanshou casually selected a modest inn for temporary refuge. Even while remaining in his room, he could hear the discussions emanating from the corridor, the lobby below, and even the street outside. What a bunch of fools. They would likely count their coins even if they were sold. Xiao Tianhu leaned against the small bed in the corner, scoffing at the chatter of those people. Li Yuanshou cast a calm glance at it. The howling sky tiger immediately fell silent and turned away in displeasure. The population has likely doubled. If this trend continues, it will only increase further. Li Yuanshou leaned against the window, observing the bustling street below, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Bibo City, with its population exceeding 1 million, posed a challenge akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean when it came to locating the white-headed eagle king, especially now with the recent surge in population. Setting aside the difficulty of the search, the complications of taking action upon discovery loomed even larger. It seems I must pay a visit to the Wei family, he mused. As night fell, Li Yuanshou dismissed the clumsy Xiao Tianhu and ventured out of the inn alone. The beast's cumbersome nature rendered it less effective for intelligence gathering than his solitary efforts. The inn was not far from the Wei residence, and as long as he remained within the range of his vital energy, he could easily oversee the creature's welfare. The number of guards patrolling at night was noticeably 2 to 3 times greater than during the day. Li Yuanshou increasingly sensed something amiss. The city of Bibo had imposed a curfew and augmented its guards, all of whom were martial artists. Each squad consisted of over 10 members, with at least one bone refinement master among them, and occasionally even a Zong refinement warrior. Everything felt out of place along the way. Li Yuanshou, possessing profound cultivation and aided by his extraordinary agility, deftly evaded several patrols and stealthily approached the Wei family estate. The Wei family, a prominent clan in Bibo City, stands as one of the foremost families in Lingyi County, second only to the Zhou family. The two families have maintained matrimonial ties for generations, solidifying their undeniable strength. The entirety of Bibo City is under the Wei family's dominion, effectively transformed into an impregnable fortress, with the Wei estate occupying the most valuable and expansive land at the heart of the city. Even the demon capturing bureau has been relegated to the eastern part of the city. The Wei family almost monopolizes the city center, a presence so vast it resembles a city within a city. This was the first time Li Yuanshou encountered the private residences built under urban construction regulations. From 2 streets away, he could clearly see the grand and imposing Wei residence, which was adorned with a circle of towering watchtowers and lighthouses. Each elevated platform was manned by 3 to 5 night watchmen, indicating the vigilance of the surroundings. Li Yuanshou understood that infiltrating the Wei residence was nearly impossible. Very well, perhaps I shall explore elsewhere, he decided, shifting his focus to surveil the Wei estate. Suddenly, as he passed a tavern, he heard faint rustling sounds nearby. Intrigued, he stealthily approached the source of the noise. Soon, he beheld a dimly lit alley ahead, where approximately 100 figures clad in black were swiftly making their way towards the Wei residence. Each individual carried a large bundle on their back, their movements light and agile, unmistakably skilled in the art of agility. They must possess at least the cultivation of the refining viscera realm. If it weren't for Li Yuanshou's keen perception, he might have overlooked their presence entirely. His brow furrowed in concentration as he scrutinized the scene, and his pupils dilated in shock. The bundles appeared increasingly reminiscent of human forms. This revelation instantaneously conjured thoughts of the Zhao family from Yuanshou City. Could it be that the Wei family was colluding with the netherworld demon cult? Li Yuanshou recalled the scene in the Zhao family's underground vault, and each recollection sent a shiver down his spine, leaving him feeling profoundly uneasy. He finally understood why the Wei family was so generous and why they sought to gather so many individuals in Bibo City. At this moment, he yearned to rush out and seek clarification, yet after much contemplation Li Yuanshou suppressed this impulse. The Wei family, second only to the Zhou family in prestige, boasts several innate experts, and it is rumored that their ancestor has achieved perfection in the innate realm. According to the judgment of the howling sky tiger, his current strength is sufficient to dominate the early innate stage, and with the Fang Tianhua halberd, slaying those in the mid-innate stage should pose no challenge. However, should he encounter someone in the late innate stage, he would find himself at a disadvantage, let alone against a perfected innate master. Moreover, the Wei family is not limited to just one innate expert. If they were to conspire with the Nether Demon sect, they would undoubtedly have formidable innate masters from the sect at their disposal, and perhaps the white-headed Eagle King is also among them. With these thoughts in mind, Li Yuanshou resolutely quelled his desires. He quietly departed from the area, retracing his steps in the opposite direction to continue his investigation. By midnight, he had made significant progress. Li Yuanshou discovered 7 groups of individuals clad in black, abducting people from all directions and delivering them to the Wei family. A rough estimate suggests that each operation could result in the capture of thousands. The ambitions of the Wei family far surpass those of 100 or even 1,000 Zhao families. This cannot continue, relying solely on my own efforts. I cannot challenge the Wei family. Li Yuanshou returned to the inn, deep in thought, realizing that assistance was imperative. This matter involved at least thousands of individuals, if not more, and could not be taken lightly. The Wei family had been operating along the river for centuries, their foundation not far inferior to that of the Zhou family, and it was quite possible that they had their own informants outside. Li Yuanshou pondered deeply, realizing that the only trustworthy individual was Zheng Yi. However, The dilemma was that Zheng Yi had recently traveled north to the Heishui River, and it remained uncertain whether he had returned to the demon-slaying division. Suddenly, a thunderous sound resonated through the city, akin to a clap of thunder from the ground. In that fleeting moment, Li Yuanshou could even perceive the tremors of the inn. The Wei residence? Li Yuanshou's eyes widened in astonishment. The disturbance emanated from the direction of the Wei residence. His initial instinct suggested that it was a confrontation between innate powerhouses. Had someone infiltrated the Wei estate? Was there a demon-slaying envoy in the city clad in a green robe? Li Yuanshou arrived with great vigor, regardless of the identity of the intruder. Those who dared to breach the Wei residence were likely to possess some level of confidence. Without hesitation, he seized the formidable Xiao Tianhu and hastened towards the Wei family estate. Impertinence! Who dares to infiltrate my Wei household, injuring my kin? Are they seeking death? Old Wei family, how dare you harm the innocent and consort with the demonic sect? You must be punished. Upon Li Yuanshou and Xiao Tianhu's arrival at a tavern near the Wei estate, they beheld the Grand Wei residence ablaze with light, flames reaching skyward. Nearly 10 figures were engaged in fierce combat, each radiating an aura of immense strength. Astonishingly, 2 of these figures had even ascended into the air, soaring over 200 meters above the ground. 2 consummate innate masters? Xiao Tianhu's eyes widened in astonishment. Consummate innate masters? Li Yuanshou's gaze fell upon the 2 figures suspended in the air. Their radiance was so resplendent that their appearances were shrouded in obscurity, making it impossible to discern which one was the demon slayer. However, amidst the fierce battle occurring in the courtyard, he noticed 2 individuals clad in azure robes, who were currently besieged by 6 innate masters. Among these 6, one exuded an enigmatic aura, donned in a black robe with an iron mask, reminiscent of the ghostly figure the Zhao family had encountered previously. Among the other 3, one was a half-demon adorned with a crown of white feathers, while the remaining 3 were middle-aged men dressed in coarse linen garments. 2 of them were in the late innate stage, and 4 were in the mid-innate stage. Li Yuanshou swiftly assessed the cultivation levels of the individuals present. Observing the 2 demon-slaying warriors, he noted they were both at the late stage of innate mastery. Yet under the onslaught of so many adversaries, they appeared quite beleaguered. Suddenly, aided by a fleeting glimmer of light, Li Yuanshou discerned the countenance of one of the demon-slaying warriors. It was Master Zheng. A wave of astonishment washed over him. Just moments ago, he was contemplating how to reach out to Zheng Yi, and now, unexpectedly, the latter had appeared in this very place, boldly advancing into the Zhao family stronghold. Stop dawdling. Lend a hand. Li Yuanshou let out a low growl, gripping the Feng Tianhua halberd tightly as he swiftly leaped over several high-rise buildings, charging towards the Wei residence. How infuriating. This group of scoundrels, why are they all gathered together? Inside the Wei estate, Zheng Yi cursed under his breath. Known for his composure, he found himself at a disadvantage after a brief skirmish, feeling quite embarrassed. Suddenly, another demon-slaying envoy seized the opportunity to release a signal arrow. This arrow was extraordinary, soaring thousands of meters into the sky before bursting into a magnificent firework, illuminating the night sky with its brilliance. Anyone within a 100-mile radius who was a demon-slaying envoy would most likely catch sight of it. Yet, they all understood that the chances of reinforcement were slim. The demon suppression general stationed in by Bo City was right across from them, opposing them. The nearby city's demon suppression generals lacked innate strength. At best being in the transformation realm, they could only hope for a passing envoy in a blue robe. I truly have been led astray by you. Another blue-robed envoy. A woman sighed softly. Each time I act alongside you, I encounter misfortune. That cannot be blamed on me. It's always due to special circumstances. Zheng Yi's retort lacked conviction, his face contorted in frustration. This time, I fear we are doomed, and it has also implicated you and Elder Qi. Chapter 73. The divine weapon demonstrates its power, instantaneously slaying the innate. Zheng Yi felt utterly helpless. He had clearly inquired about the situation, and there should have been no discrepancies. With Elder Qi holding back the old fogey from the Wei family, the others should have been easily suppressed by their combined efforts, even if faced with 10 innate warriors. Yet unexpectedly, all these individuals had experienced a sudden surge in strength. The Wei family, which should have had only 1 late-stage innate warrior, now boasted 2 formidable late-stage innate fighters. That white-headed eagle and several second- and third-generation innate members of the Wei family, who had initially been 1 mid-stage innate, now numbered 4. Boom, boom. The courtyard erupted with potent energy, akin to a thunderclap. Zheng Yi hovered half a meter above the ground, surrounded by a blue aura of innate energy. He cradled an ancient zither, and in past battles, he would play as if he were an immortal, slaying countless demons with a casual melody. However, this time, he was compelled to remain seated, unable to move. The horizontally held zither was now cradled upright in his arms, with 2 of its 7 strings severed, leaving 5 that, when plucked, unleashed streams of energy that shot forth for dozens of yards. Yet, they were all shattered by his adversaries. The black-robed, ghost-faced man possessed formidable strength. He seemed like a vengeful spirit emerging from the abyss, shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to discern his figure. Every strike he made was elusive and unpredictable. The intertwining malevolent energy and demonic aura formed a lethal energy thread, akin to a life-taking chain. capable of shattering Zhang Yi's energy blades and even ensnaring his very soul. Zhang Yi was nearly comprehensively restrained, coupled with the assault from two mid-stage innate warriors nearby. He found himself being relentlessly driven back. The woman was not faring any better. Under the relentless onslaught of a late-stage innate master from the Wei family and two mid-stage innate fighters, she too was in dire straits. Wei Zishu, you of the Wei family, a prestigious hereditary noble, dare to consort with demonic cults and monsters. Do you not feel ashamed before your ancestors? Su Yueying fiercely reprimanded the elderly figure of the Wei family across from her. She could not fathom why the Wei family, which wielded considerable influence in Linha, had descended to such a disgraceful state. What noble house, in the eyes of you inspectors? Has my Wei family not already been reduced to mere corpses occupying a position? Do not think I am unaware. You have long been investigating my Wei family. Wei Zishu appeared emaciated, his face radiating an unnatural crimson hue, wielding a cane that seemed to shrink space itself. He moved like a specter, his movements enigmatic. Each time he appeared, the dark cane in his hand struck out, catching Su Yueying off guard. As inspectors, instead of confronting demons, you choose to scrutinize your own kind. If we are mere corpses, what are you? The stability of Linha today owes more to my Wei family than to you, those commoners under my family's protection. What does it matter if they sacrifice a few lives? Such is the world. They should feel honored to protect the many with their insignificant lives. The young innate warriors of the Wei family spoke with a cold tone, their strikes ruthless. At this juncture, what more is there to discuss? We have been driven to this point by you. Since you do not intend to spare us, we shall send you to your demise first. A mid-stage innate man from the Wei family, with a fierce countenance, radiated bloodlust, akin to an evil spirit. Do you see? The black-robed, ghost-faced man sneered ominously. This is the trend of the times. My sacred cult shall undoubtedly reign supreme, restoring the heavenly order. All who enter my sacred cult shall share in the path to immortality. Should you choose to join my sacred cult, perhaps I shall grant you the opportunity to serve, and in a few years, host a grand feast for you. By that time, you will all have the chance to ascend to mastery. One must admit, the minions of the demon-slaying department are indeed perceptive. They quickly caught on to their whereabouts, but it matters not. These scoundrels have entered the Wei residence, akin to walking into a trap. I was initially worried about insufficient blood food, yet your arrival is perfectly timed. One complete innate, along with two late-stage innate warriors, will certainly bolster my path to mastery. High above, the ancestor of the Wei family let out a booming laugh. He had been trapped in the innate realm for over a century, his life approaching its end. Only by breaking through to mastery could he hope to extend his life. Now, that opportunity had arrived. Although there were some unexpected developments, his momentum was unstoppable. No one could hinder his ascent to mastery. It is over. Zhang Yi and Su Yueying sighed inwardly. Given the current situation in Linha, should another demonic master emerge, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Unfortunately, the chief inspector was currently unable to intervene, and the Zhou family's intentions were as inscrutable as ever. They feared that after today, not just Lina County, but the southern counties of North State would also fall into a passive predicament. You are truly loyal hounds of the Great Qian. At such a critical juncture, you still worry for this land. The Wei family, the ghost-faced man, and the white-headed eagle king displayed mocking smiles, their subordinates' assault intensifying. Each strike aimed at the vital points. Humans and demons are irreconcilable. They are beasts. Must your Wei family also descend to that level? Zhang Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. Despite his dire situation, his spirit remained unyielding. The ancient zither in his hand was an innate treasure, formidable in power. Yet his adversaries possessed treasures of their own, and he knew escaping today was unlikely. However, he was undaunted, gritting his teeth as he declared, if today is to be my end, I shall take you beasts down with me. Wei family, you conspire with tigers to seek their skin. Su Yueying, wounded yet still exuding an aura of nobility, felt her once vibrant complexion pale slightly. Summoning her strength, she coldly stated, today, you may feast on the blood of innocent civilians, but one day, you too shall become the blood food of demons. There is no need for your concern. The members of the Wei family surged with malevolence, each one radiating a terrifying aura, resembling evil spirits. Suddenly, a sound of breaking air pierced through the atmosphere. Two unfamiliar auras surged into the Wei residence in succession. Before anyone could react, a long halberd whistled through the air, hurtling towards a mid-stage innate warrior who intended to ambush Zhang Yi from behind. Who dares? The innate expert sensed a malevolent wind and his expression changed dramatically. Grasping a long blade, he decisively turned and struck. Clang. Sparks erupted. The Fang Tianhua Ji was immediately sent flying back. Yet, in the next moment, a tall and slender figure surged into the innate expert's line of sight. It was none other than the swiftly approaching Yuanshou. He leapt from the high walls of the Wei residence, catching the returning Fang Tianhua Ji midair, and brought it down upon the Wei family expert with fierce intent. Seeking death, the Wei family expert, perceiving the newcomer's aura as weak, far inferior to his own, scoffed disdainfully. Instead of retreating, he leapt high, brandishing his long blade, and charged forth, unleashing an innate supreme technique. A blade aura spanning dozens of yards appeared, seemingly akin to the realm of transformation. However, it concealed an extraordinarily terrifying innate true energy. Be careful, Zheng Yi and Su Yuang shouted in unison. They both sensed the newcomer's strength was lacking. At most at the initial stage of innate mastery, such power was utterly insufficient to confront an expert in the mid-stage of innate mastery. Yet, Yuanshou seized upon their psychological state. Death. His gaze turned icy, akin to the weight of Mount Tai pressing down. With a physique as formidable as a wild bull, he channeled an overwhelming surge of primordial energy into the masterful weapon in his grasp. The resplendent Fang Tianhua halberd cleaved through the air, striking down upon the blade aura in a mere instant. Boom. In the blink of an eye, several brilliant blade auras were annihilated. The momentum of the halberd remained unabated as it crashed fiercely upon the long knife. Not good. The mid-stage innate master's expression shifted dramatically. He had already sensed the astonishing force emanating from the halberd, and what terrified him most was that his treasured long knife had been shattered. No, he attempted to withdraw, but it was too late. Bang! The 800-pound Fang Tianhua halberd descended heavily upon his head, inevitably reducing him to a mist of blood. Hiss! In this moment, all present gasped in shock. The newcomer, seemingly at the early innate stage, had actually slain a mid-stage master with a single strike. Chapter 74. The Tiger King Strikes. The tide turns. An innate upper-grade treasure? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Among them were discerning experts who quickly sensed something amiss. Wei Hu had been defeated by a weapon, and that weapon was intrinsically an innate lower-grade treasure. Thus, one capable of effortlessly severing such a treasure must possess an upper-grade weapon. It was indeed a divine weapon of the master level. Upper-grade treasure? Yuanshou, upon hearing the call, felt a stir in his heart. This Fangtian Huaji, hailed as a master-s divine weapon by the Shaotian Tiger, is regarded as a top-grade innate treasure within the human cultivation system. Although the nomenclature differs somewhat, its power far exceeded his expectations. A splendid weapon indeed. Yuanshou's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he brandished his long spear, sending splashes of blood into the air, untouched by a single drop. With a fierce resolve, he struck down an adversary, his momentum soaring like a rainbow. He lunged toward another innate mid-stage master who was besieging Zheng Yi. Be cautious of his weapon. Do not engage recklessly. The experts from the Wei family turned pale, their voices rising in alarm. Their expressions were grave. For a mere innate early-stage opponent would hardly sway the tide of battle. Yet this individual wielded a top-grade innate treasure, a weapon that even masters might not possess. Exceedingly rare throughout the entirety of Northern Zhou. With such a divine weapon in hand, he could engage in combat beyond his realm, rivaling and even surpassing innate mid-stage experts. You three must join forces to eliminate him. Wei Zishu and the masked figure spoke in unison, commanding the trio of mid-stage experts to unite, lest they be defeated one by one. Ha. Zheng Yi's spirit surged as he laughed heartily. You spoke of the inevitable trend of events. Yet what do you have to say now? If there were only two innate mid-stage opponents, he would hardly regard them with concern. However, he was ensnared by that enigmatic innate late-stage demon cultivator, which posed a significant threat, making the two other foes quite bothersome. With one now slain and another changing course, Zheng Yi felt an immense relief, proclaiming, "Young brother, hold on for a moment. I shall slay this villain and come to your aid." Well said. Su Yuang could not help but cheer. Zheng Yi understood. The two coordinated seamlessly, having initially been caught off guard by the foe's unexpected strength and restraint. Now, with pressure alleviated, they swiftly regrouped. In a flash, Zheng Yi and Su Yuang exchanged opponents. Su Yuang, having trained in spiritual techniques, could withstand the soul pressure emanating from the demonic energy, her swordplay like lightning as she fought evenly with the masked figure. Wei Zishu, today I shall surely slay you. Zheng Yi, no longer suppressed, surged with confidence as he advanced toward Wei Zishu, his ancient guqin in hand. Previously, Su Yuang had been similarly constrained by Wei Zishu's speed, rendered helpless, yet he felt no fear. Arrogant fool. Wei Zishu, resembling a ghostly apparition, excelled in speed, his staff striking like a venomous serpent. Zheng Yi, swift as the wind, surpassed him in velocity. In an instant, they became a flurry of afterimages, like two phantoms clashing amidst flashes of fire and light. You young ones know not the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Today, you shall accompany us to the underworld. The white-headed Eagle King and two middle-aged men from the Wei family as third generation charged fiercely toward Yuanshou. Yuanshou's expression remained unchanged. His footwork alternated between the stunning swan step and the serpent's glide, his speed rivaling that of three mid-stage innate practitioners. The long spear in his hand danced like a dragon and flashed like lightning. After unexpectedly slaying one adversary, the remaining three displayed great caution, although their assault was fierce. They refrained from clashing directly with him, fearful of having their weapons destroyed and stepping into perilous territory. Yuanshou refrained from engaging in a desperate struggle. He discerned that after Zheng Yi and his female colleague exchanged opponents, the outcome was either a stalemate or they held the upper hand. The two innate great perfection beings in the sky had yet to determine a victor. As long as the situation persisted, it would undoubtedly favor him. Not to mention, he had the Shaotian Tiger backing him. Eagle King, I come to your aid. The Shaotian Tiger, though slower than Li Yuanshou, had just caught up. Its mind was sharp. It recognized its inferiority to any present combatant, even to the Eagle King, who had unexpectedly achieved a breakthrough. With a glint in its eyes, it revealed its identity and feigned an attack on Li Yuanshou. The white-headed Eagle King naturally recognized this ally, although puzzled as to why the Shoutian tiger was present. The urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. It nodded and commanded, "First, let us eliminate this individual." Agreed. As the Shoutian tiger charged, a surge of metal energy enveloped it. Its form expanded significantly, transforming into a golden giant, its metallic fist exuding an intimidating aura. At that moment, it had already reached the side of the white-headed Eagle King. Before the eagle could react, the tiger's fist, still not fully extended, abruptly changed direction and struck the eagle's ribs with tremendous force. Die! With a resounding thud, the white-headed eagle was caught off guard and sent flying, its ribs shattered, piercing its organs, unleashing a cacophony of agonizing cries. "What are you doing, Shoutian tiger?" The white-headed eagle exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury, as it coughed up blood. "Of course, I intend to kill you," roared the Shoutian tiger, pursuing the eagle relentlessly. Though it lacked the cultivation of the eagle, its lethal metal energy was formidable enough to severely wound the frail bird. In its prime, the Shoutian tiger, with its unparalleled metal energy defense and offense, could easily contend with this fragile eagle. "You traitor! How dare you betray the mountain lord?" The white-headed eagle seethed with rage, unable to fathom being attacked by a comrade. "Damn it, you hoard the benefits here and break through, while I languish in that desolate place of Shay City." The Shoutian tiger was equally incensed. They had once vowed to collaborate as outsiders in Bailing Mountain, to share both fortune and adversity. Yet, upon leaving Bailing Mountain, it had languished on rancid food in Baijido and had been tricked by the Zhou family, reduced to a mere mout. Meanwhile, this treacherous eagle had swiftly ascended to the mid-stage of innate cultivation in a short time. "Damn it, I regarded you as a brother, and you dare to play tricks on me?" The more the Shoutian tiger pondered, the angrier it became, its indomitable physique overwhelming the Eagle King, who specialized in ambushes, forcing it to retreat continuously. "Brother tiger, let me explain." The white-headed eagle, realizing the severity of the situation and feeling the sting of betrayal, hastily called for a ceasefire. "Explain to your grandfather." The Shoutian tiger relentlessly pummeled the Eagle King, driving it back. "Ha ha ha, how amusing. Truly amusing." Zheng Yi, misinterpreting the conflict as a dispute among demons, could not help but laugh aloud. This opportunist has some tricks up its sleeve. Li Yuanshou never anticipated that Xiao Tianhu would strike in such a manner, achieving remarkable success. With merely the cultivation of the early innate stage, he managed to drag away an opponent. Well done. Li Yuanshou felt a surge of exhilaration, his gaze sharp and penetrating. If faced with 3 mid-stage innate warriors, he would have felt considerable pressure. However, the situation had shifted with only 2 remaining, particularly with the absence of the swift and stealthy white-headed eagle. His burden lightened significantly, and instead of retreating against the 2 Wei family innate warriors, he advanced, his energy swirling around him like a tempest. "Are you not innate?" The Wei brothers finally sensed something amiss, their voices rising in astonishment. They had believed Li Yuanshou to be merely an early-stage innate warrior, relying on the advantage of weaponry and stealth to slay their brother. To their shock, he turned out to be a martial artist of the transformation realm. Infuriating. The thought of their brother being slain by a transformation realm warrior ignited their fury. Trapped by this individual, the brothers felt their rage boiling over. As if possessed, their malevolence palpable. The techniques they had previously cultivated were now utterly unrecognizable. They appeared as though they had succumbed to madness, each radiating an aura of ominous energy and a thick scent of blood. Within that genuine energy, there was even a corrosive force. Chapter 75, Breakthrough in Cultivation. Slaying innate warriors consecutively. Such an eerie genuine energy. Li Yuanshou's gaze sharpened, a sense of vigilance welling within him. His primordial energy, which enveloped all phenomena, found itself unable to withstand the encroaching force. The fierce energy he unleashed was utterly corroded. However, he soon discovered that the flames of his primordial energy, the blazing sun energy, and the wind and thunder energy remained completely unaffected. The resplendent hues of his energy illuminated all directions, with the golden, fiery, and azure-purple shades standing out prominently. The purest and most vigorous qi served as a formidable counter to this bizarre demonic energy. In this moment, the advantages of cultivating diverse methods became abundantly clear. Li Yuanshou decisively cast aside the other forces, harnessing the essence of the Hunyuan realm to amalgamate the 3 streams of energy into a singular entity. In an instant, the Hunyuan energy transformed into a blazing thunderfire energy, fierce as flame, and imbued with an overwhelming, unyielding solar potency, extinguishing the surging waves of malevolent aura. The unparalleled Fangtian Huaji, exhaling tongues of thunderfire, pierced through the swirling black mist, colliding with the divine weapons of the 2 adversaries. The crisp sounds of clashing metal rang out. The Wei brothers hastily retreated, their expressions a tempest of emotions. Upon inspecting their weapons, they noted significant chinks, inflicted by the seemingly unassuming Fangtian Huaji. Infuriating. The 2 ground their teeth in frustration, their hearts bleeding. The treasured artifacts in their grasp were procured from the Zhou family at great cost, held in the highest regard, yet now so ruthlessly marred. Li Yuanshou relentlessly pursued them, forcing them into a corner where they had no choice but to engage with their treasured weapons. In the blink of an eye, both of their weapons shattered, reduced to mere fragments. "Father, save me." The Wei brothers retreated step by step, hastily seeking their father's assistance. Even with their precious artifacts, they were unable to contend with Li Yuanshou. Now, devoid of such weaponry, they dared not confront a superior artifact unarmed. No matter how refined their true energy, it could not compare to that of a treasured weapon. Yet, at this moment, the head of the Wei family, Wei Zishu, was preoccupied with his own plight and could only fret anxiously. Li Yuanshou seized the opportunity and finally claimed a life. It was at this very moment that his primal unity force, refined through days of rigorous training and the recent expedition to Shay City, reached an unforeseen critical point following today's battle. Primal unity force, perfected proficiency, 100000010000000. Shall he strive for a breakthrough? Li Yuanshou remained blissfully unaware, yet was pleasantly surprised. In an instant, his proficiency level surged. Innate primordial skill, entry-level proficiency, 10,000,000,20,000,000. A brand new technique flooded his mind, seamlessly integrating within him, elevating the primordial force to an innate martial art without a hint of hesitation. Simultaneously, a torrent of primordial true energy surged into Li Yuanshou's body, an essence of unparalleled purity, imbued with the aura of chaos, encompassing all things and directly streaming through his myriad meridians. This transformative force arrived suddenly and powerfully, propelling him into a second rebirth. He was undergoing a remarkable metamorphosis. Yet it did not hinder his movements. His mastery had transcended, rendering him impervious to any distractions. Was this a breakthrough? Wei Long, the last of the Wei brothers, felt a surge of joy amidst his astonishment. It is widely acknowledged that to achieve a breakthrough into the innate realm, one must enter a state of deep meditation, gradually mastering their true energy and cleansing their meridians anew. Such a transformation demands tranquility, leaving no room for interruption. Clearly, the current environment was the least conducive for such an advancement. "Youngster, you seek your own demise," Wei Long bellowed, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he charged forward. In stark contrast, Li Yuanshou appeared to pause, seemingly in a state of feigned slumber or deep contemplation. Yet, how could Wei Long fathom that his breakthrough was utterly unlike that of ordinary individuals? At this moment, Li Yuanshou felt an inexhaustible power coursing through him, his blood boiling, and true energy surging within, demanding expression. He abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze radiating a brilliant light. This was no mere manifestation of force. It was the genuine essence of the innate realm, a far more formidable primordial energy. "This is bad." Wei Long, caught off guard, raised his arms to form a true energy shield, positioning it defensively. Boom. Two beams of chaotic light collided against him, instantly forcing Wei Long to retreat several dozen steps. How is this possible? Wei Long's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. He could not accept that anyone could strike while undergoing a breakthrough. Even more unfathomable was the fact that a newly ascended innate practitioner could repel him with mere intent. What kind of true energy was this? A wave of terror surged within him. This true energy was far more formidable than the bloodthirsty energy he had just begun to cultivate. Truly, it was the essence of primordial strength. Li Yuanshou was astonished by the outcome. After transcending his innate limitations, his Hunyuan energy had entirely transformed into the primordial Hunyuan Qi. Its quantity not only increasing tenfold, but its quality also astonishingly elevated. It was time to bring this to a close. He cast his gaze across the arena, where others had already penetrated deep into the Wei family's stronghold. This estate was excessively opulent, resembling a small city, and the construction materials were remarkably robust, capable of withstanding the battles of innate warriors. Thinking of fleeing? Li Yuanshou observed Wei Long attempting to flee, and with a surge of primordial energy, his speed increased tenfold, akin to a startled swan soaring through the skies. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, positioning himself right behind Wei Long death. With an unparalleled ferocity, the Fangtian Huaji descended, cleaving the Wei family's third-generation innate master into a mist of crimson. "Master!" At that moment, the Shaodian tiger charged forth, grasping the lifeless form of the white-headed eagle king. Its resplendent golden body, as if forged from liquid gold, smashed through several pavilions as it barreled forward. "You remain here and investigate the situation. Seek out those who have been captured by the Wei family and ascertain their whereabouts." Li Yuanshou simply instructed, clutching the Fangtian Huaji, and hastened towards the rear courtyard. Zheng Yi and his female colleague had already penetrated deep into the Wei family mansion. Observing that Li Yuanshou held the upper hand, they feared that the ghost-faced man and Wei Zishu, driven to desperation, might resort to foul play against him. Thus, they pressed the two deeper into the bowels of the Wei residence. The battle raged on fiercely at this juncture. The turmoil in the rear courtyard was far more intense than that in the front, yet it was evident that their strength had significantly waned. Their vital energy seemed to have been nearly exhausted. Li Yuanshou, sensing an opportunity, decisively charged in. "You dare to kill a member of the Wei family? I shall ensure that you live a life worse than death." At this moment, Wei Zixu was drenched in blood, clearly unable to match Zhang Yi in a one-on-one confrontation. Overwhelmed and cornered, he was in a state of utter disarray. With a deep sigh, he recognized the inevitable fate awaiting him. Without hesitation, he repelled Zhang Yi before swiftly transforming into a blur, leaping several times and nearly escaping the confines of the residence. Wei Zixu, today you shall meet your demise. Zhang Yi bellowed, relentlessly pursuing him. Yuanshou was just about to give chase when Zhang Yi called out without turning his head, "Friend, please assist Yuanying. I will pursue Wei Zixu." At that moment, Zhang Yi still had not recognized Yuanshou. Yuanshou said little. The last time he saw Zhang Yi, he was an elderly man, yet now he appeared as a youth. Not only Zhang Yi, but even his own family could scarcely recognize him, save for his wife. So be it. Yuanshou discerned that both individuals were swifter than himself, rendering any pursuit futile. With decisive resolve, he pivoted and dashed in another direction, following the sounds to locate his female colleague and the masked figure. "You young one." The masked figure was instantly thrown into a state of panic. He too wished to flee, but was forcibly obstructed by Su Yuanying, who, despite her injuries, stood her ground. Upon Yuanshou's arrival, this individual had already diminished in strength compared to Wei Long during his prime, yet in mere moments, he was slain. Chapter 76. Are you Yuanshou? How are you? Yuanshou gazed at his female colleague. She had sustained a devastating blow from the cloaked figure in black, leaving a mark as dark as ink upon her shoulder. The sinister methods of the demonic sect were notorious for their treachery. While the mark appeared innocuous at first glance, it concealed a deep-seated injury that could harm one's vital organs. Many demon-slaying warriors who had fallen to the machinations of the sect were ensnared by such venomous tactics, resulting in a missed opportunity for timely healing. Su Yuanying remained silent, her complexion pale as shadows enveloped her shoulder. She swiftly seated herself upon the ground, employing one hand to tap at the afflicted area. Channeling her inner energy, she gradually pushed the dark essence from her neck to her shoulder, expelling a cloud of malevolent vapor. With a sudden gasp, she expelled a mouthful of black blood. Gradually regaining her composure, color returned to her face, and she clasped her hands in gratitude, stating, "I am no longer in peril, and I sincerely thank you for your assistance." It was but a trifling effort. Yuanshou nodded slightly, casting his gaze towards Zhang Yi. Given Zhang Yi's cultivation and capabilities, subduing Wei Zixu should pose no challenge. The crux of this battle, however, lies with the two supreme powerhouses. He lifted his head to observe the sky above. The innate grandmaster from the demon-slaying division was still locked in combat with the antiquated elder of the Wei family. Yet, it was evident that the clash between the two paramount figures was nearing its conclusion, as the Wei family's ancient relic appeared to be faltering in his stance. It was coming to an end. Yuanshou murmured softly. In the next moment, the ancient relic of the Wei family was severed in half, two dismembered bodies plummeting to the ground. A thunderous crash ensued, creating a deep crater upon impact. Yet, astonishingly, the old relic was not dead. After spewing several mouthfuls of blood, he summoned his vital energy to prop up his remaining half. Coughing violently, he glared at Yuanshou with blood-red eyes. After a prolonged silence, he wore a desolate expression and, with a bitter smile, declared, "I have meticulously prepared for this day, a plan without oversight. Yet, who would have thought that it would be disrupted by a mere fledgling of the early innate stage? I cannot accept this. If it were not for Yuanshou today, even if Zhang Yi and his companions had intervened, I would still have had the means to eradicate them, ensuring that no whispers of my deeds would escape. I only needed to bide my time, enough to ascend to the master realm. From there, I could soar through the skies, traversing the vast expanse of the world without limit. However, now everything lies in ruins. Were it the hand of a peer of the consummate innate stage that thwarted me, I would find some solace. Yet, it is a mere junior of the early innate stage. How can I bear this? Alas, the cause of tomorrow is the fruit of today. What folly is this?" As the radiant glow faded, the true form of the innate consummate expert from the Demon Slayer division was revealed, an elderly man with hair as white as snow. His body was drenched in blood, leaning heavily on a cane as he struggled to maintain his composure. "Ha! Why suffer?" he roared. "You inquire of my suffering? I am nearing 3 centuries of age. Should I fail to reach the master realm now, it would be a path to doom. In the face of life and death, you question my suffering?" With each laugh, his voice grew louder, a strange flush creeping across his face, his pupils dilating, clearly at the end of his strength. "I cannot remain as composed as you," he gasped, mustering his final breath. "Yet, to take an innate consummate with me into the grave, I find it worth it, truly worth it." As he laughed, the remnants of the Wei family's ancestor fell silently to the ground, entirely devoid of life. However, his words sent a jolt through the hearts of Yuanshou and Su Yuanying. They quickly turned to their colleague, only to discover the elderly man's bloody chest, punctured with a gaping hole the size of a fist, concealed beneath the blood. "Old Chi." Su Yuanying's eyes brimmed with tears as she stumbled forward to support the elder, her slender hands gently pressing against his chest. Old Chi, she cried in panic. A surge of radiant energy flowed from her hands as she attempted to seal his meridians, staunching the flow of blood, yet it was already a futile endeavor. "Little girl, my vitality is spent. Do not exert yourself. the elderly man said softly, his trembling hand grasping the cane. His heart had been shattered, a dead end indeed. No master could save him. Yet, he remained far more serene than the Wei family ancestor, gazing at Li Yuanshou with calm acceptance. Thank you, young friend, for rescuing me from peril. Li Yuanshou stepped forward, supporting the elder from the other side, employing his innate primordial energy in an attempt to stifle the elder's life force, preventing it from escaping. Listen, let me speak, the elder interjected, his body twitching slightly, voice weak and frail. When I pass, I entrust the position of inspector to you. Young friend, should there be future opportunities, please convey my sentiments to the Lord. I have not betrayed his trust. He paused, then added, as for everything else, let Su girl and Zheng tell you. With great effort, the elder uttered these final words before his life force waned, yet he wore a serene smile, his eyes reflecting the radiant light rising in the distance. That was the myriad of homes he had fought desperately to protect. Old Qi, Su Yuan cried out. Overcome with grief, Li Yuanshou silently stood by, a myriad of indescribable emotions swirling within him. The scene before him evoked a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of his early days at the demon-catching bureau, witnessing one colleague after another fall. The distinction lay in the fact that those colleagues succumbed to the hands of demons. While today, this elderly man met his demise at the hands of his own kin, the Wei family still holding sway over the internal affairs of Bibo City. The aristocracy. A veil of gloom enveloped Li Yuanshou's heart, and he had never felt such disdain for the aristocracy as he did today. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps and turned to investigate. There, he beheld Zheng Yi, dragging a nearly lifeless figure drenched in blood, standing a short distance away, utterly transfixed. Master, they found us, Xiao Tianhu shouted as he rushed over, only to be taken aback by the eerie silence that engulfed the scene. Two chilling gazes fell upon him simultaneously. Demons? In an instant, both Zheng Yi and Su Yuan erupted with a formidable killing intent, moving in unison. Hold on. Li Yuanshou's figure darted like lightning, swiftly positioning himself before the two individuals. He was a steed, not a rogue demon. A steed? The two regarded the Xiaotian tiger with cold stares, then shifted their gaze towards Li Yuanshou. After a prolonged silence, they finally dissipated their murderous intent, recalling that the Xiaotian tiger had just slain the Eagle King and had come alongside Li Yuanshou to offer assistance. Demons are notoriously cunning, especially the innate great demons. One should act within their capabilities. Su Yuanying's demeanor noticeably turned colder, and she uttered a terse remark before lifting the elderly man's lifeless body and turning to depart. Apologies. Her spirit was merely dampened by the loss of Elder Qi. Zheng Yi inhaled deeply, his expression somber, forcing a smile. Regardless, I must extend my gratitude for your assistance today. Had it not been for you, the entire Linhe and even the southern prefectures would likely have fallen victim to the emergence of another demonic path master. It is my duty. There is no need for further elaboration. Li Yuanshou gently shook his head and paused before speaking. I must express my gratitude to Lord Zheng for your guidance back then. Without your insightful pointers, I would not have swiftly stepped into the realm of the innate. It was merely a trivial effort, Zheng Yisin replied absent-mindedly, waving his hand dismissively. However, his expression soon shifted to one of disbelief as he scrutinized Li Yuanshou closely. You are Li Yuanshou? Indeed, it is I. Li Yuanshou nodded slightly. Have you attained the innate stage so swiftly? Even with his confirmation, Zheng Yi still found it hard to believe. How could it be just a matter of a couple of months? Transitioning from the perfection of refining the organs to bypassing the transformation realm and directly entering the innate stage? Let us first attend to the important matters. We shall discuss the rest upon our return. Li Yuanshou felt a heavy heart, engaging in little conversation as he directed Xiao Tianhu to lead the way in search of those abducted by the Wei family. Ultimately, they arrived at a subterranean chamber, vastly larger than the Zhao families in Bawanghu City, where they discovered a blood pool resembling a hellish inferno. This blood pool, aged and forlorn, bore dried bloodstains along its edges, which had congealed into a dark, solid mass. Within the depths floated not mere corpses, but a multitude of white bones, belonging to both humans and demons alike. Countless skeletal remains drifted in the sanguine waters, eerily rising and falling, as if haunted by the wails of countless souls, sending chills down their spines. The air was thick with a malevolent aura, and the stench of blood was overwhelming. Even with their vital energies forming protective barriers around them, they felt an unrelenting chill penetrate their very bones. The atrocities committed by the Wei family were utterly inhumane, having slaughtered so many innocents. Zheng Yi was filled with dread and fury, estimating at a glance that there were likely tens of thousands of souls lost here. The Wei family deserves no mercy. Li Yuanshou's gaze was icy, filled with a seething fury. Despite his calm demeanor and prior exposure to the blood-soaked horrors of the Zhao family, he was nonetheless taken aback by the gruesome sight before him. The guiding Xiao Tianhu sensed the murderous intent emanating from behind and felt a chill run down its spine. Not only the two human companions behind it, but even this demon king was utterly astonished by the scene, more so than any brutality it had previously encountered among the most savage of monsters. The journey ahead felt unprecedentedly protracted. Li Yuanshou and Zheng Yi fell silent, their steps heavy as they approached the depths of the tomb, where they beheld those who had been recently abducted. These individuals had not met their demise, However, each was ensnared by chains, their hair unkempt, and their bodies emanating an unnatural crimson glow. They had fallen victim to dark sorcery. Zheng Yi furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the scene for a moment before discerning a clue. This was a particularly cruel form of malevolent magic that utilized humans as ingredients. He paused, letting out a long sigh, and remarked, "They have all been fed the blood elixir specially concocted by the demonic sect, driven to madness, and are beyond salvation. I shall attempt to intervene." Li Yuanshou meticulously examined for a moment and discerned that each individual was harboring an abnormal malevolent aura, a sinister energy that was eroding their flesh and spirit. He hesitated briefly before infusing his innate primordial energy into one person, attempting to harmonize the demonic essence within that individual. To his astonishment, he discovered that his primordial energy exerted a compelling attraction to this malevolent force. The sinister energy surged along the person's arm, seeking to engulf his innate primordial essence. It was effective. Li Yuanshou felt a stirring in his heart, allowing the malevolent energy to penetrate his being. For an innate powerhouse like him, the dark aura capable of tormenting ordinary individuals to the brink of death was hardly significant. Even if he were to draw it entirely into his body, it would merely manifest as a feeble, cold stream, with but a slight adjustment of his blazing energy. That chilling current, a fusion of demonic and sinister forces, was instantly incinerated. You continue to practice those erratic techniques, and you've brought them to such a level? Zheng Yi observed closely from the side, both astonished and apprehensive, occasionally grasping profound insights through serendipity. Li Yuanshou ambiguously stated that he would meticulously cleanse the demonic energy for each individual. After approximately half a day's time, he had expelled the entirety of the demonic and malevolent energy from the thousands of recently captured individuals. The remainder is entrusted to you. Li Yuanshou was greatly exhausted, his complexion pale, and he weakly instructed Zheng Yi. Ignoring the bloodstains and the foul odor on the ground, he sat down cross-legged, channeling his energy to restore his own vitality. Impressive. Zheng Yi exhaled a breath of stale air. He understood that this was not the time for pleasantries. He directed the Shoutian tiger to assist in evacuating the unconscious individuals. These people remained in a deep slumber, requiring significant time to recuperate, and it was uncertain how many would survive after falling seriously ill. Nevertheless, they had exerted their utmost effort. Had it not been for Li Yuanshou's intervention, none present would have lived to tell the tale. Zheng Yi, a seasoned demon-slaying expert, was acutely aware of this reality. By the time he and the Shoutian tiger had successfully transported everyone to safety, dawn had broken. The commotion from the Wei residence had attracted quite a few onlookers. The demon-slaying expert in blue robes? Numerous martial artists stationed in the area were astounded. They had heard the disturbances the previous night, aware that a major incident had occurred at the Wei family, resulting in a fierce battle among innate masters, and they had dared not approach. It was only at this moment that they arrived, witnessing the chaos, the shattered halls, and the numerous unconscious individuals strewn about. The martial artists guarding this territory were filled with trepidation. The Wei family, in collusion with the demonic sect, had been obliterated by several inspectors from the demon-slaying division. Zheng Yi raised the insignia of the blue-robed demon-slaying expert and declared with fervor, "The wicked leader has been vanquished. I, as the inspector, shall temporarily assume the role of demon-slaying commander in Bibisheng. Why do you not hasten to assist?" With a fierce glare, he admonished those hesitant demon catchers. "What? Do you wish to emulate the Wei family's rebellion? No, we dare not. We shall obey." The crowd awakened from their stupor, casting aside their astonishment, and rushed forward to help. Zheng Yi was already fatigued beyond measure. After entrusting the care of the individuals to these demon catchers, he returned to the entrance of the underground palace to guard Li Yuanshou. He also kept a watchful eye on the Shoutian tiger. Although Li Yuanshou had assured him of the presence of a spiritual energy seed, he remained wary of the Shoutian tiger and wished to prevent outsiders from noticing. The association of a demon-slaying expert with a demon was no trivial matter. You would do well to transform back into your true form quickly and refrain from speaking so as not to disturb others. Otherwise, you may well find yourself without the means to return to the demon-slaying division, Zheng Yi coldly advised, settling into a meditative position with closed eyes. The Shoutian tiger, sensing the displeasure of both Zheng Yi and its own master, obediently nestled in the corner near the entrance of the underground palace, refraining from uttering a word. By midday, the sun hung high in the sky. Li Yuanshou fully recovered and emerged from the underground palace. He glanced back at the vast Wei residence, took a deep breath, and turned to Zheng Yi. "Shall we destroy it together? Keeping it will only instill fear. Let us obliterate it." Zheng Yi sighed. Soon, the two joined forces to unleash countless massive palms of true energy, reducing the entire underground palace to ruins in a matter of moments. "What about that one?" Li Yuanshou glanced around before departing. Zheng Yi, feeling dejected, murmured, "Shall we return as well?" "You may go ahead," he replied. "I still have a few tasks to complete before I follow." Li Yuanshou sighed, gently patting Zheng Yi on the shoulder before turning to mount the now transformed Shoutian tiger, which whisked him away like a breath of fresh wind. The Wei family had met its demise, rendering further concealment unnecessary. The innate realm Shoutian tiger surged forward with unparalleled speed, akin to a wraith, eluding even the most adept practitioners of martial arts. Passers-by along the route merely felt the gentle caress of the breeze. Li Yuanshou had already passed by Xiao Tainu, moving like the wind, formless and intangible. Racing out of the city. On that day, Li Yuanshou rode swiftly across the land alongside the Shoutian tiger, vanquishing all the primordial great demons known to Shoutian tiger. Before dusk fell, he returned to the demon-slaying department. Next, he intended to meticulously organize his knowledge and deeply contemplate a brand new realm. It was also time for him to be promoted to the position of a blue-robed demon slayer, to gain a deeper understanding of Linha County and the overall situation of Northern State, thereby enabling him to formulate his next plans. Chapter 78, A Miscalculation in Chess. Meeting the Master. Have you heard? Li Yuanshou participated in the battle against the Wei family in Bibo City, together with the esteemed Pavilion Master Zheng Yi, the Moon Shadow Pavilion Master Su Yueying, and an unknown elder. He obliterated the Wei family? In the depths of the Zhou family's mansion in Lina City, the family head Zhou Yuanhao wore a countenance as dark as water, gritting his teeth in fury as he shattered the armrest of his chair. Like an enraged lion, without needing to move, he had already drawn the attention of the primordial experts reporting below. His broad, powerful hand gripped the neck of one such individual tightly. Those eyes, reminiscent of a ravenous beast, bore into the person. What on earth are you doing? How could you let 4 inspectors go to annihilate the Wei family? What use is it to have you in my Zhou family? Zhou Yuanhao nearly roared, tightening his grip on the person's neck and forcefully slamming his head down to the ground. Spare me, master. Another person cried out, hastily kneeling and banging his head against the ground. They continued until their heads were bloodied and bruised. Zhou Yuanhao, with his eyes tightly shut and breathing heavily, finally waved his hand in irritation, commanding, "Get out of my sight." As the two hastened to exit the hall, he called them back. "Keep a close watch on that Li Yuanshou. If an opportunity is missed again, you know the consequences. Rest assured, master. We will surely kill Li Yuanshou to avenge young Master Ming." The two, drenched in cold sweat, quickly turned back to bow and accept their orders. Useless. All of you are useless. Zhou Yuanhao vented his frustrations in the hall. Finally, with a face ashen as thunderclouds, he made his way to the back courtyard, kneeling outside a small garden to report everything to his father. The Wei family has been exterminated by an external force? In the courtyard, the old Zhou's hand froze in midair, the chess piece sculpted from primordial spirit jade gradually crumbling into dust, blown away by the wind. He stood there, motionless and silent, for quite some time. The elder with green hair across from him and the middle-aged man beside him also sat there in shock, their brows knitted tightly. They exchanged glances, surprised to find themselves refraining from making any snide remarks. As the ones privy to this game, none understood better than they the significance of the Wei family to the old Zhou, to themselves, and to the situation in Linha. "You may leave now." After a long pause, the old Zhou regained his composure, gazing vacantly in the direction of Floating Cloud Mountain, and weakly waved his hand. Once Zhou Yuanhao departed, he fell back into silence. At this moment, he finally understood that it was not they who were restraining the two on Floating Cloud Mountain, but rather those two who had ensnared them. An unexpectedly emerging primordial great perfection. How intriguing. The old Zhou shook his head in disbelief, a bitter smile devoid of humor gracing his lips, his eyes icy cold. The ancestor of the Wei family was merely a step away from becoming a master. Once their plans bore fruit, he would be able to step into the realm of mastery, disrupting the stability of Linha and even the entire southern region. Yet he had not anticipated that the demon-slaying department concealed an unknown primordial great perfection. "Retreat." The refined middle-aged man sighed softly. "Join me at Heishui River, or accompany Brother Shi into the myriad demon mountain. There is no longer a place for the Zhou family in Lina County. Leave before Zhuxian extracts himself." The old Zhou's hair bristled, his piercing gaze fixed upon the middle-aged man. "Am I, a dignified county lord, a renowned human master who commands respect among the aristocracy of Northern State, to become a river demon? Do you look down upon my Heishui River?" The middle-aged man's expression darkened immediately. "Does your Heishui River possess the capability to produce a grandmaster?" The old Zhou countered with a question. Facing the displeased gazes of the two master demon kings, a hint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. "What if I destroyed the Wei family? As long as I remain in Linha City, who dares to lay a hand on me? Does Wuxian have the audacity to act against me, risking the lives of the millions in Lina City?" His words left the two master demon kings speechless. Were it not for their ability to leverage the lives of these hundreds of thousands, compelling the demon-slaying department to hesitate, would they have confined themselves to this space? The old Zhou took a deep breath, closing his eyes. Moments later, he resolved with a whisper, "Perhaps, the Netherworld demon sect may also present an opportunity." Floating Cloud Mountain, External Department. Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, Li Yuanshou was met with a scene draped in white mourning attire. The entire area was suffused with a somber and melancholic atmosphere, adorned with white silk and lanterns from top to bottom, inside and out. This was a farewell for the elder Qi. Today, Li Lao was on duty, coinciding with the presence of Kong Ming. This affable and approachable youth, typically brimming with enthusiasm, was also enveloped in a profound sense of sorrow, merely offering a brief greeting. Li Yuanshou remained reticent, offering a subtle nod. Beside him trailed the formidable Xiao Tainu, draped in a hooded cloak and burdened with an array of packages, mirroring his every step. As they entered the training arena, he gazed upward. At the pinnacle of the ascending staircase, beneath the gaze of the colossal river deity's statue, lay an ornate stone sarcophagus. A dense throng of spectators filled the steps from top to bottom, featuring a remarkable number of transcendent and innate masters seldom seen in ordinary times. Yuanshou stood in silence for a considerable time before finally returning to his courtyard, where he deposited the fruits of his journey. Only Huang Yuan remained in the estate, informing him that the family had gone to pay their respects to the late elder Qi, and that news had also come from Sun Ding'an. Lord Zheng had visited, expressing that should you return, it would be prudent to first pay a visit to the Star-Gathering Pavilion. To the Star-Gathering Pavilion? Yuanshou was somewhat taken aback. Master Zheng stated that the Grandmaster wishes to see you. Huang Yuan swallowed hard, filled with an indescribable excitement. I understand now. Yuanshou was well aware that Zheng Yi must have reported his contributions in the annihilation of the Wei family. Coincidentally, he was to be promoted to the position of a blue-robed demon slayer, and he also needed to pay a visit to that esteemed master. What better time than now? The Star-Gathering Pavilion is situated atop floating cloud mountain, right beneath the statue of the great ancestor. Yuanshou did not take the staircase directly facing the main entrance, but ascended to the summit via the heavenly steps from 100 meters to the west. Upon reaching the stargazing pavilion, he found that the usual guards were absent. He ascended directly to the third floor. Upon entering the ancient and elegant hall, he was met with the sight of several figures, men and women, young and old, seated on either side. At the head of the room, an elderly man and a middle-aged gentleman were seated side by side, while Zheng Yi and Su Yuing occupied the positions just below them. As Yuanshou made his entrance, the hushed conversations of those present came to an abrupt halt, and all eyes turned towards him. The demon-slaying envoy, clad in white, Yuanshou, acknowledged the presence of the master. Yuanshou's demeanor was calm and composed as he walked steadily into the center of the hall, acknowledging the gaze of the onlookers. He clasped his hands in salute to the elder seated above. The demon-slaying division of Linhe County was a branch, presided over by the master, who held the title of division chief. Typically, in order to avoid the direct reference to the chief of the main division, individuals were addressed by their titles as master or as the lord of the Star-Gathering Pavilion. However, in formal occasions, it was still customary to honorably address him as division chief. There is no need for formality, masterly, the elder said, his hair and beard entirely white yet possessing the countenance of youth, with a rosy complexion and a visage as smooth as a peeled egg, devoid of any airs of superiority typical of a master. Thank you, division chief. Yuanshou quietly took a seat at the last empty spot in the hall. With everyone present, it was time to discuss serious matters. The elder's expression turned grave as he spoke in a deep voice. Today, we gather for the first order of business, to restore the rightful name of Inspector Qi Hong. Listening intently to the elder's account, Yuanshou finally learned that the esteemed elder, Qi Lao, was named Qi Hong, and he became acquainted with the illustrious life achievements of his predecessor. Not only him, but even Zheng Yi and Su Yuing, who had previously been quite familiar with the elder, only discovered this today. Qi Lao had once held the distinguished title of a blue-robed demon slayer, a position reserved for those who had attained the pinnacle of innate perfection or possessed strength comparable to a master, or who had made remarkable contributions. Each of these individuals was a renowned expert in their own right. In the southern regions of Beizhou, there were generally no masters stationed. The leaders of the various districts were none other than the blue-robed demon slayers. Originally, Qi Lao could have settled in a district, enjoying his twilight years as a division leader, but he was unwilling to lead a life of leisure. It was not until he approached the end of his days, unable to act lightly, that he came to Linhe County in the capacity of an inspector. Unfortunately, he ultimately could not pass away peacefully. Qi Hong, the demon slayer, had spent his life on the battlefield, sacrificing his wife, children, and descendants in the process, leaving no heirs to carry on his legacy. The elder's throat trembled as he paused momentarily before continuing. I wish to bury him at Floating Cloud Mountain. What do you all think? There were no objections. Everyone, including Yuanshou, unanimously agreed. Very well. The elder attempted to smile, yet the effort was in vain, and he sighed softly. He then proceeded to discuss the second matter. The Wei family of Bibo City had colluded with the ghostly demon sect and the demons of Bailing Mountain, leading to their downfall at the hands of the four demon slayers, Qi Hong, Zheng Yi, Su Yuing, and Yuanshou. Upon hearing this, the hall erupted in uproar. Chapter 79, Discussing Merits and Rewards. Beast Control Techniques. All those present from the Stargazing Pavilion were high-ranking officials from the external department. No one was unaware of the Wei family's profound background, which only heightened the shock among those who were uninformed. The Wei family of Bibo, the second most prominent family in Linhe County, stood as a first-class innate family across all of Beizhou, with powerful innate perfection experts among their ranks. In the 13 counties of Beizhou, more than half held a foundation comparable to that of the Wei family. To think that such a colossal family could be obliterated. The news arrived too suddenly. Even the innate experts present found themselves momentarily at a loss. The Wei family had only allied with the ghostly demon sect for less than 6 months, yet they had already harmed over 74,000 innocent lives, wreaking havoc in Bibo City, Sanshui City, and Lingqiu City. The elder did not allow the crowd time to digest this revelation. His grave voice proclaimed the sins of the Wei family. Among the victims were ordinary people from dozens of surrounding cities, as well as demon hunters and wandering martial artists, totaling over 80,000 lives. It was akin to the annihilation of an entire city, a truly shocking sight. Hiss! Everyone could not help but gasp in disbelief. Even though they had faced death countless times and slain numerous demons, the heinous crimes of the Wei family still sent chills down their spines. It was unfathomable. The Wei family, a prestigious hereditary marquis family, a powerful faction in Daqian, and a prominent household in Beizhou, could commit such atrocious acts, worse than those of demons. This Wei family is not worth mourning. I had once inadvertently discovered some clues, but dismissed them. Easily fooled by Wei Zixu, little did I know it would lead to such a grave mistake. Well done. Those like the Wei family, unworthy as they are, deserve to be eradicated. Let their demise serve as a warning. After a brief moment of shock, the assembly of experts was filled with righteous indignation, grinding their teeth in fury, wishing to personally annihilate the Wei family. Li Yuanshou's eyelids drooped, and his peripheral vision discreetly swept across the assembly. Judging solely by appearances, he discerned no apparent issues. However, it remained uncertain whether any clandestine affiliations with the Wei or Zhou families existed behind the scenes. He maintained a vigilant demeanor throughout. The elder had 2 points to convey regarding the matter. First, the Wei family had long harbored sinister intentions. Although they faced obliteration, only those with innate strength remained, while the majority of the Wei family's direct descendants had been discreetly relocated. Once the crowd's emotions had somewhat stabilized, the elder continued, as you all have stated, the Wei family is indeed guilty of heinous crimes, warranting the annihilation of their entire lineage. Shortly, I shall place a task on the mission board. Anyone who captures or eliminates the remnants of the Wei family shall be deemed akin to demons, receiving corresponding merits based on their cultivation levels. Any recovered assets of the Wei family shall be at the discretion of the reclaimers. This news was anticipated by all present. Those who betray humanity shall be judged as demons. Not only will this be posted on the external mission board, but the internal department will also take action, as the demon-slaying division will issue a decree across the vast territory of Daqian to hunt down the remnants of the Wei family. The second point concerns the 4 demon slayers who eradicated the Wei family. They have excised a malignant tumor from our Linha and deserve substantial rewards. The elder glanced at the vacant chair beside him, his gaze sequentially sweeping over Zhang Yi, Sui Weiying, and Li Yuanshou. In the current state of Beizhou, chaos reigned supreme. Linha was no exception. The difficulties faced by the external department were well understood by all, with the exception of Li, the demon slayer. Had the Wei family succeeded, a master of demonic path would have emerged, plunging Linha and even the southern regions of Beizhou into turmoil. At that time, not only would you all be unsettled, but even I, the head of the Linha division, would find no peace. The merits established by these individuals are considerable, and I believe further elaboration is unnecessary. The atmosphere grew solemn, and nods of agreement resonated throughout the assembly. After conferring with Deputy Chief Wu, the elder resolved to submit a recommendation to Chief Zhua, advocating for Zhang Yi, Sui Weiying, and Li Yuanshou to undergo 6 months of training at the Beizhou General Headquarters. The elder then turned to the 3. What are your thoughts on this? Training at the General Headquarters? All the innate powerhouses widened their eyes in disbelief. Every gaze was intense, with fervent admiration flitting back and forth between Li Yuanshou and the others, their envy almost palpable. Thank you, Chief. Zhang Yi and Sui Weiying seemed equally astonished, their excitement evident. It was clear that training at the General Headquarters was something extraordinary. Li Yuanshou felt a stir in his heart and rose to express his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Master C. This is what everyone deserves. The elder nodded slightly and remarked, As for other merits and rewards, with Zhang Zhanyao, the master of the Merit Pavilion, present, there is no need for me to elaborate. You two may proceed to the Merit Pavilion for the exchange later. He paused for a moment and continued solemnly, At the 3rd watch of tomorrow, I shall personally see off Qi Hong, the demon slayer. I trust you will not delay. We shall certainly arrive punctually. The crowd stood and clasped their fists in respect. The elder nodded and said, Li Yuanshou, please remain. The others may leave. We take our leave. The group departed in an orderly fashion, casting curious glances at Li Yuanshou, their superior. Although he had not explicitly mentioned Li Yuanshou's individual merits, everyone present was astute and well aware of the Wei family's background. Furthermore, the master had deliberately retained Li Yuanshou, making it apparent that he likely played a pivotal role in the downfall of the Wei family. It seems I must re-evaluate that matter, Ling Yun mused as he passed by Li Yuanshou, wearing a benevolent smile and secretly resolved to discuss matters with him later. To dispel any minor misunderstandings regarding Bayan Mountain, the 2 innate members of the Wind and Thunder Squad had already received news of Wang Zhao's demise. Yet, upon encountering Li Yuanshou, they too wore smiles, clasping their fists in greeting. Congratulations on your ascension to the innate realm, Demon Slayer Li. We shall pay our respects later. In response, Li Yuanshou maintained a smile and returned the gesture. Whether that smile was genuine or feigned was known only to each individual. Once the crowd had departed, The master slowly rose and, accompanied by the middle-aged man seated beside him, made his way to a pavilion that extended outward, offering a view of the county city. Li Yuanshou followed and walked over. "Please, have a seat," the elderly man said with a gentle smile, inviting them to sit down. As he brewed tea, he remarked, "To be able to tame a primordial steed, oh, how enviable that is, even for us masters. It is merely a stroke of fortune." Li Yuanshou, unaware of the other party's intentions, replied in a conventional manner, "This is not merely a stroke of luck." The elder chuckled softly. Throughout the entirety of Beizhou, countless innate grandmasters have sought to subdue innate great demons, yet those who have successfully achieved their desires are few and far between. I have heard from Zheng Yi, the demon-slaying envoy, that when you subdued this tiger demon, you were still in the transformation stage. To accomplish such a feat at that level of strength is no small achievement. However, the elder's expression turned serious as he earnestly cautioned. The innate great demons possess remarkable intelligence and are exceedingly difficult to control. Li, the demon-slaying envoy, must tread carefully. As he spoke, he produced a time-worn tome from his sleeve and handed it to Li Yuanshou. "This is a beast-controlling technique I acquired from the Central Command in my youth for the purpose of taming a mount, which I have yet to utilize. Since it has remained unused, I shall bestow it upon you, Li, the demon-slaying envoy. The innate great demons are cunning and arrogant. Even grandmasters cannot easily compel their submission. A creature like the howling sky tiger, which has seen its kin exterminated and has languished in isolation on 100 Spirits Mountain, coupled with a nature inclined towards self-preservation, is indeed rare." "Thank you, Commander. I must admit, this technique is a timely solution to my pressing needs." Li Yuanshou had originally intended to delve into this area. It seemed that fortune favored him. As an opportunity presented itself, he did not hesitate to accept the chance, promptly setting aside his cultivation techniques. This would not only allow him to exert greater control over the Shaotian tiger, but it might also pave the way for new insights, which he could later share with the master of the division. As members of the demon-slaying division, they were all comrades, and there was no need for formality. The elder smiled as he poured tea for the two, casually inquiring, "What are your thoughts on Master Zhou, the Slayer?" Chapter 80, 5.5 Grandmasters and the Cross-Refining Expert. Today, Li Yuanshou learned that the head of the organization bears the surname Zhou. He reflected on the information he had gathered about this individual. Initially, during his visit to Yuanshou City, Zhou had mentioned, in passing, that this master was quite formidable. It was said that he had ventured into the myriad demon mountains, entering and exiting 7 times, vanquishing over 10 master-level demons. Later, at the 8 Treasures Pavilion, he heard that this individual had also slain several master-tier demon kings in Zhuoshui County. Indeed, he possesses immense power and assertiveness. This encapsulated Li Yuanshou's impression of Master Zhou. Undoubtedly, Master Zhou is powerful. The elder did not perceive Li Yuanshou's understanding as superficial. Instead, he continued to smile and inquired, "If you were to possess Master Zhou's cultivation, what would you aspire to achieve?" Li Yuanshou discerned that this venerable elder sought to impart guidance. After a moment's contemplation, he met the expectant gazes of the two individuals and spoke quietly. "As the sole heir, my son has been afflicted with a debilitating injury to his legs due to a past encounter with demon hunting. If possible, I wish to first seek a remedy for his condition." This response evidently took the two distinguished figures by surprise. The middle-aged man, in a rather despondent mood, opened a jar of wine beside him, casting only a fleeting glance at Li Yuanshou before resuming his silent drinking. The old master, however, fell into a brief silence, then sighed. A parent's love for their child indeed prompts profound foresight. He regarded Li Yuanshou with a glimmer of approval, nodding affirmatively. This is a natural sentiment, and a commendable aspiration. After a pause, he continued, "There are indeed means to alleviate your troubling predicament as you strive to become a grandmaster." "Oh." Li Yuanshou felt a surge of spirit, his eyes radiating brilliance as he clasped his hands, and said, "Please enlighten me, esteemed master. Having entered the realm of the innate, one ought to possess profound insights. Innate warriors, after undergoing the baptism of innate energy, are endowed with an abundance of life essence, enabling them to extend their lifespan to 300 years. Furthermore, you must have observed such beings within the Wei family. Even if their physical form is severed, they do not perish immediately." The old master spoke with a calm demeanor. This represents a transformation in the level of existence. Such metamorphosis becomes even more pronounced at the grandmaster level. In that realm, the life essence within one's body flows vast as rivers. It becomes possible to reattach severed limbs. He glanced at the bright-eyed Li Yuanshou and smiled. One can restore oneself, as well as others. Li Yuanshou felt a tumultuous wave surge within him. This was his first encounter with the capabilities of a grandmaster, and he could not help but perceive the stark contrast between himself and those of innate prowess. The act of reattaching severed limbs appeared almost divine. Such a technique is undeniably formidable, yet it demands a considerable price. The old master's smile grew increasingly radiant as he gently encouraged, "However, should you manage to transcend to the level of a master, or quell the roots of calamity in Linha, you need not utter a word. I would willingly approach Master Zhou on your behalf." As of today, Li Yuanshou finally found hope and direction in the treatment of his son. He understood that the elder was encouraging him, fully aware of the inherent risks, yet he remained indifferent, etching the words into his heart. Subsequently, he inquired about the current situation. In the Linhe County, to be precise, including Hengshan County, Qingshui County, and Hedong County, there are a total of 5.5 grandmasters. The elder spoke without reservation, one from the Zhou family, one from Bailing Mountain, one from the Heishui River, and 2.5 from my own sect. 2.5. Li Yuanshou was taken aback. The two individuals were an old man and another peer, the latter of whom had long roamed the northern provinces, seldom returning and remaining unknown to outsiders. As for the elderly gentleman, his gaze fell upon the middle-aged man across from him, and he remarked with a smile, "This Su Hao, the demon slayer, is indeed that individual." The middle-aged man, upon realizing the conversation had turned to him, spoke in a subdued manner, "I practice the method of horizontal refinement. My physique rivals that of a master, surpassing other blue-robed demon slayers to some extent." Horizontal refinement, innate? Li Yuanshou gazed at the individual in astonishment. No wonder this person's physique was extraordinarily robust. Nearly comparable to that of the howling tiger, the sinewy, bulging muscles were truly astonishing. The term horizontal refining refers to the cultivation of the body, emphasizing external strength. After refining the internal organs, one continues to temper the physique, foregoing the cultivation of internal energy. In fact, internal energy may even be utilized to enhance the body, pursuing the ultimate path of horizontal refinement. This method once flourished, its advantages unmistakable, possessing vitality that far surpassed that of peers at the same level, and in combat, every part of the body could serve as a weapon. It is said that some masters of horizontal refinement could shatter extraordinary divine weapons with their bare hands. However, in contemporary times, this path has become exceedingly difficult to tread. Horizontal refinement relies heavily on external substances, ideally the essence of ancient mythical beasts, or various treasures that enhance the body. Clearly, Beizhou lacks such conditions. Thus, the method of horizontal refinement has long been abandoned. Li Yuanshou never anticipated encountering a master of the horizontal refinement here, one whose physique had been cultivated to a level comparable to that of a grandmaster. Su Hao, the demon-slaying envoy, and Shi Hong, also a demon-slaying envoy, are old friends. The elder gazes at his inebriated companion, letting out a soft sigh. "May you find solace in your grief." Li Yuanshou fell silent, blaming himself for being deceived by those individuals. Su Hao, with tears welling in his eyes, choked on his drink. The nearly 3-meter-tall man, his eye sockets reddened, turned his head away and murmured as he drank, "I should never have consented to old Chi's journey to Bibo City that day." The old master remained silent for a moment before letting out a deep sigh, saying, "He will not hold you accountable." Su Hao said nothing, continuing to drown his sorrows in alcohol. The atmosphere became oppressive and heavy. The smile on the old master's face faded, and he shook his head in lamentation, resuming his conversation with Li Yuanshou about the circumstances in Linhe County. Li Yuanshou listened intently, finally gaining a clear understanding of the situation in Linhe County. Although the old master did not explicitly state that the Zhou family was in collusion with the enemy, it was evident that caution was warranted, as he informed him that the current state of affairs was one of balance. The Blackwater River and the Bailing Mountain were the two primary sources of calamity, each guarded by a master. There were 2 half-masters outside, with the one presently before him tasked with restraining the 2 master demon kings, while the other, elusive like a divine dragon, served more as a deterrent. As for the Zhou family, the old master did not elaborate, nor did he provide further details. Li Yuanshou understood well that the master from the Zhou family was unreliable, yet he could not be directly categorized as a demon. He was a precarious figure caught in between. He might sway towards the demons, or potentially assist the foreign faction. Ultimately, it all hinged on the unfolding of events. Li Yuanshou pieced together a model from the fragmented words of the old master. The discord between the Zhou family and the external factions stemmed from the Zhou family's desire for stability, unwilling to clash with the forces of Heishui River and Bailing Mountain. Furthermore, the Zhou family feared that once the demons of Linhe County were eradicated, the iron-fisted left master would turn against them, as many of their actions had crossed his boundaries. The master, too, was compelled by circumstances. The old master observed the subtle shifts in Li Yuanshou's expression but discerned nothing conclusive. He added that if he did not adopt a strong stance, the noble families would merely pay lip service, preventing any solid foundation from being established across the regions. Consequently, he would be unable to confront the myriad demons of Yuanshou Mountain, thus hindering its growth. Fortunately, the turmoil in Beizhou had begun to resolve. He gazed towards the north and remarked contemplatively that the outcome was that the left master was effectively restrained outside Yuanshou Mountain, unable to move. The elder still refrained from speaking explicitly about this matter. Li Yuanshou speculated that there might have been a disturbance at the Yuanshou Mountain. It could be that the formidable beast king at the grandmaster level made a breakthrough, or perhaps a new grandmaster emerged from Yuanshou Mountain. It is also possible that the truth lies somewhere between the two. However, this issue does not currently affect Linhe County. The Zhou family dares not act rashly, likely because the stalemate with the general command remains unresolved. Yet, he cannot comprehend why the court has not dispatched an additional grandmaster. De Qian controls the vast territories of the 9 provinces, but boasting a population in the hundreds of millions, and its foundation should be formidable. Furthermore, he is curious. Since martial arts are divided into 9 realms, and the Grandmaster is merely at the 6th realm, they should not be considered the apex of power. Is it possible that the Qian has no warriors at the 7th, 8th, or even 9th realms, allowing demons to rampage unchecked? Surely, it cannot be that every level is perfectly at a stalemate, can it? Chapter 81. The Map of the 9 Provinces and Mountains. The Qinyan Demon-Slaying Order. You must be thinking that within the 9 realms of martial arts, the Grandmaster is not the pinnacle, correct? Upon hearing this, the old master shook his head with a smile, but soon his expression turned grave as he remarked, theoretically, this is indeed the case, but in reality, there are only 7 realms. 7 realms? Yuanshou fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, the 7 realms. The old master nodded solemnly. This is what the left master has stated, and there is absolutely no falsehood in it. Why? Yuanshou was perplexed. The left minister did not explicitly state anything, merely mentioning that the 7th realm was a level beyond the extraordinary, a transcendental state. In the 870 years since the founding of the Great Qian dynasty, only the founding emperor had ever reached that realm. However, the old minister hesitated for a moment before slowly adding, yet, after the founding emperor's breakthrough, he vanished without a trace overnight. Vanished without a trace overnight. Yuanshou's pupils constricted, a tempest of shock surging within his heart. The illustrious figure of the 7th realm, an extraordinary being, the founding emperor of the Great Qian, has mysteriously vanished? When I first heard such news, I too found it utterly inconceivable. The old master displayed a visage of nostalgia, his pupils narrowing further, as an inexplicable dread welled up within him. He was reluctant to delve deeper into this matter and decisively shifted the conversation. Thus, strictly speaking, martial arts comprises merely 6 realms. The Grandmaster represents the pinnacle of martial prowess. Yuanshou pondered and inquired, does each province of the Great Qian possess a Grandmaster? The chief priest did not provide a direct response. Instead, he raised his hand and gestured towards the void ahead, where a soft luminescence flowed, transforming into a curtain that unfolded into a grand map of mountains and rivers. The entire landscape of the Great Qian, encompassing the 9 provinces, was vividly depicted in intricate detail. In the northeastern corner lay Yuzhou, with its towering mountains and lush forests, interspersed with rolling hills, where ancient wildwood sprawled, rendering cities almost invisible. South of Yuzhou, it bordered Hanzhou, while to the south lay Sangzhou. Hanzhou stretched like a belt, spanning the northernmost reaches of the Great Qian, extending from the southwest of Yuzhou to the northern expanse of Sangzhou, further north to the northern part of Beizhou, and then to the northeast of Liangzhou. It resembled a colossal dragon, safeguarding the northern frontier of the Great Qian. Now, let us turn our gaze towards Beizhou. Yuanshou envisioned the most northern realm. Yet it is enveloped by the frigid Changzhou to the north, the azured Sangzhou to the east, and the cool Liangzhou to the west. Directly to the south of Beizhou lies Qianzhou, the heart of the Grand Dacian and the seat of its imperial capital. Qianzhou, the largest among the 9 provinces, rivals the expanse of Sanzhou. To the south of Qianzhou is Haizhou, while to the east and south it connects to the boundless ocean. To the southwest lies Yunzhou, and directly west is Lingzhou. This is the complete cartography of Dacian. Centered around Qianzhou and rotating clockwise, the provinces are Yuzhou, Sangzhou, Haizhou, Yunzhou, Lingzhou, Liangzhou, Changzhou, and Beizhou. Altogether, the 9 provinces sketch Dacian into the shape of a rabbit. Yuanshou observed the terrain with remarkable clarity. Merely by examining the geography, one could discern the locations where demons congregate. It seemed that the entirety of the Great Qian would not be an easy endeavor. Do you see? The old master pointed towards the northern state, speaking with a composed demeanor. Our northern state spans thousands of miles from east to west, and over 10,000 miles from north to south, seemingly boundless. In truth, it is but a piece of the puzzle situated in the middle lower region of the 9 states of Great Qian. The circumstances faced by the surrounding states are far more dire than ours. Were it not for the unsettling movements of the ancient demon king at the master level in Mount Wanyao, the court would likely not have dispatched the left master to our aid. Even with his arrival, a stalemate would be the most he could achieve. The old master sighed softly. Thus, to break this deadlock, we must cultivate new masters, or even grand masters. He gestured over the map of mountains and rivers, erasing the other 8 states, leaving only the northern state magnified several times, allowing for a vivid depiction of its topography. The details were so precise that even Black Tiger Mountain was distinctly visible. The other prefectures were not faring any better, each struggling to endure. Wherever there were great mountains and vast lakes, or significant rivers, that was where the demons gathered. A comprehensive view of the northern state reveals a multitude of mountains and rivers, with only a narrow, elongated plain traversing the center from north to south. The remaining areas are dominated by rugged terrain. Though the expanse of our northern state is considerable, housing 30 million people, there are merely a dozen masters to share among the various prefectures, each receiving scarcely 1.5. Half of these are affiliated with noble families. Now you understand why my demon-slaying department, esteemed as the most powerful entity in the Great Qian, faces such formidable challenges, do you not? The old master regarded Yuanshou. The Great Qian requires the noble families to share the burden of pressure. Hence, it is necessary to allocate authority to the internal department without allowing them to seize complete control. Therefore, it is essential to establish both internal and external departments. Alongside the appointment of independent inspectors, Li Yuanshou pondered deeply as he organized his conjectures. Until this day, he has finally comprehended the rationale behind allowing the aristocratic families to dominate the internal affairs. He grasped why the Zhou family conspired with malevolent forces. While the Wei family also allied with these dark entities, their intimacy undeniable. Despite the irrefutable evidence leading to the downfall of the Wei family, the Zhou family remains untouched. The Linha County still necessitates the Zhou family's influence. At the very least, it is imperative to prevent their master from leaning towards the malevolence. Otherwise, the odds of triumph, with 2.5 against 3, would be negligible. Li Yuanshou pondered for a moment and softly inquired, "Are you suggesting that I should not oppose the Zhou family for the time being?" The old master nodded and shook his head in response. "I have already heard of the grievances between you and the Zhou family. Today, I share this with you primarily because you are about to be promoted to the esteemed position of Qingpao slaying demon envoy. As one of the top experts in our Linha outer division, it is imperative that you are aware of these matters. Secondly, I wish to convey this. If you cannot eradicate the roots of the problem to prevent future troubles, do not provoke the Zhou family lightly. Nor should you disrupt this precariously maintained balance." At this point, he did not wish to dampen Li Yuanshou's enthusiasm and reassured him, "Of course. Upon your promotion to the Qingpao slaying demon envoy, regardless of any enmity, the Zhou family would not dare to act against you or your family." Additionally, he produced a pristine blue token. "This is the Qingyun slaying demon token. From this moment forth, you are truly the Qingpao slaying demon envoy." The old master solemnly handed the token to Li Yuanshou, saying, "This token is quite special, with numerous applications. Once you return and channel your inner energy into it, you shall come to understand its significance." Li Yuanshou's expression grew solemn as he took the token with great seriousness. "Old Su, do you have anything further to add?" The old master turned his gaze towards the hazy-eyed Su Hao. Taking a deep breath, Su Hao snapped his fingers, presenting a blue token before Li Yuanshou. "This is the Demon Slayer's inspection order from Old Qi. According to Su, before his passing, Old Qi specifically named you as his successor for the position of inspector. Whether you wish to accept this responsibility is entirely your choice." With that, he tossed the token aside and resumed his solitary drinking. Seeing Su Hao's demeanor, the old master shook his head helplessly and added, "For Li Yuanshou's benefit, within my Demon Slayer department, the inspector holds a uniquely significant role. With this token, you are empowered to oversee the general department, as well as the various counties. As for warriors beneath the Grandmaster level, whether within the internal or external departments, you possess the authority to act decisively. Even against Grandmasters, you retain the right to impeach and confront the left master directly. However, this role also comes with its constraints. By bearing this token, you become a direct subordinate of the left master, akin to us, no longer enjoying the unrestrained freedom of a demon slayer. You have 3 days to ponder this choice. Yet, I sincerely hope you can reach a decision before the farewell for Inspector Qi Hong tomorrow." Chapter 82. Refusal to become inspector. New changes on the panel. In the Demon Slayer department, inspectors have always constituted a rather unique group. They are not divided into internal or external departments, and may serve as either demon slayers or demon suppressors, their identities being rigorously guarded. Charged with the duty of overseeing their peers, they seldom reveal themselves unless compelled, as in the case of the Wei family, where revealing one's identity was unavoidable to exercise inspection rights and act decisively. Such individuals, while also engaged in the extermination of demons, often face disdain or even ostracism from their colleagues due to their secondary responsibilities. This includes figures like Zhang Yi and Su Yueying, who previously moved about as department heads but will now likely find themselves distanced from many of their peers due to the added mantle of inspector. And this is merely the most trivial consequence of being an inspector, beyond the estrangement from colleagues. Every confirmed inspector is marked by those with ulterior motives and may even fall prey to insidious schemes. For instance, the prestigious Zhou family of Linha. Given the numerous entanglements, the 2 leaders of the external department in Linha allowed a period for Li Yuanshou to deliberate carefully. Would he truly be estranged by his peers? Li Yuanshou was unconcerned. Being targeted by the Zhou family? This matter did not warrant consideration. He was undoubtedly already on the Zhou family's kill list. The so-called negative impact held no significance for him at all. However, Li Yuanshou felt that this inspection order was not merely a superficial matter. To be precise, an inspection order was not substantial enough to warrant 2 master-level experts and half-master-level warriors to engage in such extensive dialogue with him. Moreover, while Qi Hong, the demon-slaying envoy, was indeed worthy of respect and had connections with Su Hao, it was hardly sufficient to compel this master-level elder to carry an undertone of palace coercion, urging him to make a swift decision. Li Yuanshou meticulously reflected upon the dialogue from beginning to end. Ultimately, his thoughts converged on a singular point. The official position in the demon-slaying department, a direct subordinate to the left chief of the general command. They intend to use this inspection order to provide me with an additional layer of protection. Li Yuanshou found himself in a state of realization. Since these two individuals had inquired about the conflict between him and the Zhou family, they must be aware that Zhou Ziming met his demise at the hands of his steed, Xiao Tianhu, and that Zhou Ziming's weapon had also fallen into his possession. They understood that the Zhou family would not simply let this matter rest, if it were merely the green-robed demon slayer. Given the current circumstances and the necessity for the Zhou family to maintain balance and alliances, they could act without restraint. However, these two before him were unable to do so. It was nearly impossible for them to risk everything for a green-robed demon slayer and disrupt the situation in Linha. The situation was fundamentally altered with the presence of an inspector. This position was directly under the Grand Commander and within the jurisdiction of the Left Minister. Should Li Yuanshou accept the inspector's decree, even if the Zhou family disregarded the situation in Linha County and the presence of these two, they would still have to consider the authority of the Left Minister. Furthermore, it was likely that they wished to use the cautionary tale of Elder Qi to restrain him. With these thoughts in mind, Li Yuanshou had already made up his mind and, remaining silent, said, "I humbly believe I am unable to fulfill my duties as diligently as Elder Qi. I appreciate your kind intentions." With that, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and took his leave. "Go ahead," the old master sighed, waving his hand in resignation. Personally, he wished for Li Yuanshou to accept the role of inspector. As the master of Linha, he did not wish for the external sect to lose any innate powerhouses. As a senior who had traversed that path, he did not want to witness his successor tread a road of no return. "There is nothing to lament," Su Hao remarked, setting down his wine flask. "We have already offered him the opportunity. It is he who does not wish to take it. In my opinion, he is not ignorant of the stakes. His rejection of the inspector's position actually elevates my regard for him." Though appearing to be intoxicated and lost in his drink, Su Hao had been observing intently from the very beginning. He sought an heir for his departed friend and could not rely solely on others' words. Otherwise, there would have been no need to reclaim the inspector's mandate from Su Yueying. Oh, the old master was taken aback by this assessment from his old friend and raised an eyebrow, a heart filled with fierce ambition, yet bound by too many ties, leaving brilliance obscured. Su Hao shrugged and chuckled. "If you ask me, perhaps lacking the title of inspector might actually be beneficial for him. You are aware of his past. It is evident that many people's potential is often forced to surface. Perhaps the Zhou family will become the whetstone for him." With that thought, he seemed to recall something. Offering a self-deprecating smile, and raised a large wine jar to drink deeply, allowing the clear liquid to soak his garments. "Let us hope for the best." The old master shook his head, choosing to remain silent. Mount Wanyao, Mount Bailing, Heishui River, Zhuishui Plain, Wang family, Linha Zhou family, across the 9 provinces, beneath the star-seizing pavilion. Li Yuanshou strolled leisurely, as if taking a leisurely walk in a garden. He wondered how others would react upon hearing of the current predicament faced by Deqian and Beizhou, whether the heavy pressure would rob them of sleep. Regardless, he felt an unprecedented lightness within. In the past, the path ahead had been shrouded in uncertainty, the situation obscure, making it difficult to discern the future. Compared to that step-by-step uncertainty, Li Yuanshou undoubtedly preferred the current situation, where, despite the arduous path ahead, the destination was clearly visible, and he knew precisely what his goals were. "What does it matter if I do not serve as an inspector?" he pondered. "If the Zhou family dares to provoke me, am I not entitled to retaliate?" Although his two superiors were acting in his best interest, the more Li Yuanshou contemplated the matter, the more absurd and laughable it seemed to him. Why impose constraints on others while restraining one's own people? His master, the esteemed lord of the Starry Pavilion, was approached by the Xiao Tianhu, who hurriedly came forth. Previously, it had believed that following the demon-slaying division was inconsequential, merely a matter of formality. However, having just witnessed a multitude of innate powerhouses passing by, each exuding an aura of hostility, it was filled with trepidation. The fear that one of those individuals might act impulsively and extinguish its existence loomed large. At this moment, upon seeing Li Yuanshou, it felt as though it had encountered a savior. "Let us return for now." Li Yuanshou did not even glance at it and walked straight back home. Upon his return, he found that his family had already come back and prepared dinner. "I am weary. You may eat without waiting for me," Li Yuanshou instructed, leading Xiao Tianhu to the conference hall. This outing yielded abundant gains, necessitating a thorough reflection. Foremost among these is the breakthrough in cultivation. Upon entering the innate realm, numerous transformations have occurred. Li Yuanshou had yet to organize his thoughts, only aware that the panel had transformed. As his mind whirled, a semi-transparent proficiency panel materialized before him. Host, Li Yuanshou, cultivation level, early innate stage, martial intent, primordial unity realm. Martial arts techniques, innate primordial skill, beginner, 9-yang blade technique, perfected. Tiger demon body refinement technique, perfected. Spirit serpent body technique, perfected. Mighty bull demon fist, perfected. Wind and thunder palm, perfected. Thousand threads palm, perfected. Blazing flame palm, perfected. Savage elephant strength, perfected. Savage bull strength, perfected. Movement techniques, spirit serpent step, perfected. Stunning swan step, minor accomplishment. Li Yuanshou's gaze momentarily froze, taken aback by the magnitude of the transformation. In the past, only a single martial art was displayed, yet now, a comprehensive overview was presented. The newly unveiled panel no longer exhibited proficiency levels. However, the proficiency section appeared significantly fainter, more ethereal. When his thoughts settled upon it, the corresponding martial arts proficiency would emerge. Innate Hunyuan skill, beginner proficiency, 10,000,000, 20,000,000. Chapter 83. The Demon Stone. The fate of the Master Demon King unbeknownst to me. Have I truly cultivated so many martial arts techniques? Li Yuanshou cast his gaze over the brand new panel, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Ever since arriving at Linhe County and joining the Demon Slayer division, he had scarcely experienced a moment's respite. Aside from undertaking missions to earn merit, he had devoted approximately a month to secluded cultivation, which constituted his sole period of rest. Reflecting on the passage of time, he realized he had been here for half a year. It seemed that he would soon find himself with an extended opportunity for relaxation. Li Yuanshou let out a self-deprecating smile. He cast a glance at the orderly yet somewhat distracted Shaodian tiger beside him and retrieved the tome on beast control. The technique is known as the beast control art. Unlike other techniques catalogued in the transmission pavilion, this particular art is not a secret skill of the demon-slaying division, but rather a creation of a sage from the Beastmaster sect. The sect's emblem adorns the cover of the book. Beneath the name of the technique, there is a vividly depicted image of a demonic tiger, upon which sits an elder with an ethereal presence. In the lower right corner, it reads, Secret Method of the Beastmaster Sect. Upon opening the manuscript, the first page introduces the sect, detailing its rich history. This sect has been passed down for over 1,000 years and has existed since the previous dynasty, boasting a profound heritage that centers around beast taming. It is located in the northern part of Haizhou, adjacent to Qianzhou. The region, much like Beizhou, is abundant in mountains and rivers, and is also rife with demons and monsters. In the past, a powerful master demon wreaked havoc, but was ultimately subdued by the founder of the Beastmaster sect, who established the sect using the mountainous terrain as a foundation. Li Yuanshou was deeply fascinated by these extraordinary tales, savoring every word. It was only after he had finished reading the brief accounts that he commenced his study of the techniques. The beast control technique was merely a few hundred words in length. In essence, it entailed the condensation of innate true energy and vital blood to forge a seal, which could then be inscribed upon the beast he wished to dominate. While the technique was straightforward and comprehensible, its mastery lay in the control required, demanding extensive practice. The secret text advised that beginners should capture a number of low-tier demons for training. Firstly, low-tier demons are unable to resist, making it easier to imprint the seal. Secondly, should any failures occur, the loss of life would be of little consequence. Lastly, it was mentioned that one could initially practice on inanimate objects or draw symbols in the void to grasp the fundamental steps of the sealing technique. Li Yuanshou glanced at the withered Zhaotinhu beside him. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately decided against the idea of experimenting directly on it. As capturing a primordial great demon was no simple feat for the sake of caution, he opted for a more prudent approach. Li Yuanshou, harnessing his true energy, meticulously crafted the magical seal, dedicating an entire night to his study. Only when he had mastered the nuances of true energy to perfection did he, under the watchful gaze of the languid Zhaotinhu, successfully inscribe this seal. Remarkably, as soon as the seal was completed, Li Yuanshou suddenly sensed a profound connection with the Zhaotinhu, as if he had mastered the art of creating a doppelganger. It felt as though a mere thought could grant him dominion over the creature's movements. He attempted to invoke the mystical seal. Howl! The Zhaotinhu immediately emitted a mournful cry, prostrating itself on the ground, repeatedly pleading, Master, spare me. Well, perhaps it was merely an illusion. Li Yuanshou shook his head in resignation. Nevertheless, this technique was indeed extraordinary, capable of controlling the life and death of demonic beasts through mere thought. His attention was drawn to the newly added beast control technique on the panel. Beast control technique, minor success proficiency, 23,773,000. He decided to spend some time pushing it to the limit, eager to discover what techniques might emerge from it. Li Yuanshou believed that this method held tremendous potential. At this moment, the horizon was already tinged with the first light of dawn. It was then that he recalled he had yet to study the newly acquired Qingyun demon-slaying order. The old master had mentioned that by channeling true energy, one would naturally uncover its mysteries. Li Yuanshou retrieved it from his bosom, its weight subtly heavier in his grasp. Crafted from an extraordinary material far superior to that of spirit iron, it was only slightly inferior to the Fang Tian Huaji he had acquired from Zhou Ziming. This diminutive was indeed a treasure? He raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. By now, he had come to understand that beyond spirit iron, there existed materials such as profound iron, capable of forging innate treasures, classified into 4 tiers: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. The Fang Tian Huaji was classified as an innate superior treasure. Although the Qingyun Zhan Yaoling fell short of this, it was still sufficiently esteemed to be categorized within the medium treasure tier. Li Yuanshou was filled with astonishment as he attempted to channel his vital energy. A resonant hum echoed, and gentle ripples began to undulate. The enchanting demon-slaying order, intricately engraved with mountains and rivers, seemed to come alive. Subsequently, he discerned an inner space, approximately the size of a 100-square-meter room. Within this space lay a slender booklet, a long knife of deep ebony, a piece of jade, and 3 sets of garments along with inner armor. The clothing was the standard attire of the demon-slaying envoy, and the inner armor, though similar in style, was of a significantly superior grade, crafted from the hides of innate great demons. The long knife was classified as a low-grade treasure. Li Yuanshou felt a stir within his mind. The tome and the jade stone simultaneously soared into his grasp. He first perused the tome. The initial pages detailed the foundational practices and directions for cultivating the innate realm, while the latter portion contained a map of Linha County along with a general overview of the demon and monster population, including their habitats, species, characteristics, and weaknesses. Finally, it introduced the jade stone. This unassuming gem, merely the size of a walnut, was in fact the most precious treasure within the demon-slaying order. This artifact was known as the Zhaoyao stone. It not only has the ability to sense the aura of demons and monsters within a 100-mile radius, but also emits varying glows depending on the level of cultivation. Furthermore, it harbors the essence blood of many demons and monsters from the northern region. Based on this essence blood, Li Yuanshou merely needed to channel his vital energy to awaken the corresponding essence of blood, allowing him to sense the presence of the corresponding demons, all while remaining undetected by them. Upon glancing around, he was astonished to find that this included the master-level demon kings of Bailing Mountain and Heishui River. A mere glance, Li Yuanshou attempted to channel his vital energy. In the next moment, he immediately sensed a subtle yet distinct flow of energy resonating with a nearby location. That was, Li Yuanshou's expression shifted as he followed the sensation. The auras of those 2 master demon kings unexpectedly manifested within the county city. Hiss! Li Yuanshou could not help but shudder. Who could have anticipated that the greatest source of calamity in Linha County, 2 master-level demon kings, was actually lurking within the city itself? At this very moment, he felt a chill running down his spine and a tingling sensation on his scalp. All along, he had believed that the demon-slaying division was the safest haven, yet it was right beneath the watchful eyes of 2 master-level demon kings. Until today, Li Yuanshou finally comprehended the dire situation of Linha County. It was no wonder that after a considerable time, he took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within him and compelling himself to regain his composure. Observing the demeanor of the 2 individuals, it seemed they had been aware of this matter for quite some time. The other demon-slaying officials clad in blue robes likely shared this knowledge, yet all continued to accept assignments and diligently practiced as usual. This indicates that the 2 demon kings also harbored certain reservations. Li Yuanshou contemplated the elusive master. His restraint likely served to deter the 2 demon kings from making any hasty moves. They were reluctant to venture beyond the city limits, confined to their stronghold within the county. Meanwhile, the 2 semi-masters from the outer department also refrained from taking action, resulting in a stalemate. Even without the Zhou family, the situation would largely remain unchanged. The indecision of the Zhou family stemmed from their alliance with the 2 demon kings, which lacked a guarantee of victory, while simultaneously being mindful of the left department's leader. Li Yuanshou has finally gained a comprehensive understanding of the situation in Linha. Therefore, to refuse the inspection order is tantamount to rebuffing the intimidation from the left minister. Even if the Zhou family intends to strike against me, those 2 semi-masters will remain indifferent. Previously, he harbored mere suspicions, but now he can assert with certainty. Unless he remains perpetually confined to Floating Cloud Mountain, he will inevitably become a target of the Zhou family. Even if that master does not take action personally, the Zhou family possesses numerous innate practitioners, including those who have achieved innate perfection. Very well. If they choose to disregard me, I too shall not be beholden to their presence. Let me witness the true essence of this so-called millennium-old aristocracy and uncover the methods at the disposal of the Zhou family. Li Yuanshou felt an unprecedented pressure, yet it also ignited the pent-up resentment accumulated over the years. Chapter 84. The first encounter with Zhou Yuanhao. A clash of wits. On a serene morning, at the 2nd quarter of the Chun hour, Li Yuanshou can rest assured that Xiao Tianhu will guard the estate. You need not go today. After some contemplation, he decided to keep his family at home. What is the matter? Wang Yue asked, somewhat puzzled. Today may not be peaceful. Li Yuanshou glanced towards the direction of the county town and solemnly advised, in the coming days, refrain from wandering outside. We shall discuss the remaining matters upon my return. Wang Yue, sensing the gravity of the situation, chose to stay at home with her children and grandchildren. As Li Yuanshou stepped out of the courtyard, he encountered Sun Dingyan approaching. He halted for a moment, contemplating whether to subtly advise Sun Dingyan to keep his distance today. However, after some reflection, he recognized that the Zhou family could easily ascertain the details of his companions. Very well, I shall elaborate later, he resolved, nodding in agreement as he and Sun Dingyan ascended the mountain together. Sun Dingyan's lips moved, eager to extend his congratulations upon seeing Li Yuanshou clad in azure robes. Yet noticing his reticence, he sensed an underlying tension and chose to remain silent, trailing behind quietly. You two should maintain some distance. We can discuss matters later. Li Yuanshou communicated as he spotted Huang Yuan and Kong Ming approaching with exuberance, prompting him to discreetly signal them to keep their distance. Congratulations. The only exception was when he encountered Zheng Yi, the esteemed leader of the meritorious pavilion, who approached without hesitation. He maintained his customary air of nonchalance, displaying no signs of distress, as if oblivious to the looming presence of two masterful demon kings.